Big up everyone. It's the Sunday service with your Reverend Sniper. You know what it is. Come on, let's do this. You get me? You know how we start, you know how we do. Bright on a Sunday. Bright on a Sunday. Sunday afternoon, midday service. This is how we going on, man. You know.
I am Chevelle Anderson, and I am presenting to you Unrequited Mighty People.
Go grab that for me, sister. I was passing by the road down the street. My heart was black and yours was purple. Too blind to see. Where do I go when I'm in trouble? Can't count on me. Pray through those trees. See how shade when night time falls, 'cause he never leaves, creeping like fades more. See how we shade when night time falls, 'cause he never leaves, creeping like fades more. In the midst is showing you. Can I follow something? Stop it. Behind the curtain is the world you view. Judgment lies, we only know the truth. Follow the path, the ground is ocean blue. Make a turn into a creed. All we have is mercy granted to you. Make the best while we live. See how we shade when night time falls.
Come on, welcome to the Church of the Holy Truth. With your Reverend Sniper in the building. Come on.
See how we shade when night time falls, 'cause he never leaves, creeping like fades more.
Yo, big up the people up in the building. You know how we do, we warming up, man. You look lazy. Wake up. You know what I mean? Get your black ass to church. Yeah? Better wake up. The hell's wrong with you? Huh? You snoozing. You having a lay-in on a Sunday. No, you got Sunday service. You know what I mean? You gotta go to church. Huh? You gotta get your fix. Come on, man. Big up everyone in the building on their way to church. You get me? You didn't catch the right bus. Cab's taking long. Uber. You get me? Meanwhile, you got our sister Chevelle singing her heart out, man. What's going on? Wake up. Big up everyone in the building.
Hey you, I don't like your flow. Ready to jump and go, but you never know how far it could go. If I choose to say no, will you fight my ghost and make a show? But I never will go, no. I know you want to see If you could be my one and only fantasy, now I don't want you to be. So don't force yourself. I don't need no help. Whatever I say, I mean to take that, just don't make a scene. I know, you think for me, it's all about you. And what you want, maybe think from she to see if that's what she wants to. Selfishness is a crowd, boo. Take your L and move on, boo. Negatives ain't my strength, boo. Hold on to your pride. Hey, you, I don't like your flow. Ready to jump and go, but you never know how far it could go. If I choose to say no, will you fight my ghost and make a show? But I never will go on. I don't like your flow. Ready to jump and go, but you never know how far it could go. If I choose to say no, will you fight my ghost and make a show? But I never will go on. I never will go on. See, I never will go on. I never will go. I never will go. I never will go. I never will go on. I never will go. I never will go. Try take for yourself. Now me no inna that. Want come feed the boss, can't understand that. Me no know where you come from or where you want to come out. All me women are no time for that. You're too forward. Nah, no manners. Me know say your mother is your better too sour. If it was the right attitude, me woulda answered. Can give you a chance. You woulda mash up my empire. Me have too much things for do. You just tired. Don't inquire me no day inna no liar. Say you want link up fast body. We have time for this scandal. Call me money the palm my mind is essential. Hey you, I don't like your flow. Ready to jump and go, but you never know how far it could go. If I choose to say no, will you fight my ghost and make a show? But I never will go on. I don't like your flow. Ready to jump and go, but you never know how far it could go. If I choose to say no, will you fight my ghost and make a show? But I never will go on. I never will go on. See, I never will go on. I never will go.
What's going on out here? Already emails me even mad today, man. Mad this morning. You get me? If you call for the Decon. You know me see what going out here coming. I like what I going out there. Barefoot.
I never will go. No, I never will go. I never will go. I never will go. I never will go. No. Never will go now. Never will go now. Never will go now. Never will go now.
Saying. Big up the people on their way to church, man.
I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on too, yeah. I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on to you. Can't say no that I never gave it everything. You played me. See, then expected me to stay. I don't know why. I found my I've been dry those tears. My world's alive. So I turn up, got myself back. Now I'm ice, so I don't need nobody's self-rap. So I turn up, I got myself back. Now I'm ice, so I don't need nobody's self-rap. Yeah. I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on too, yeah. I've been holding on too long. I've been been holding on to you. Mine is set back. You got too confident, found out your game's whack. Let me state facts. Losing control of the lies you started to believe in the lies that you told. Forgetting them all, creating these scenarios. Stressing the brain, forgetting your name to go out for me to understand that's the aim. Breakdown, denial. I'm fighting through every breath of the title. You never deserve this time in the earth. My mother said, chest move away, don't you? I do not see in this worth. It ain't even been cut yet. You lost out on the truest beauty and that I can bear. Never having to be lost. Why should I? You can check. If a nigga wanna play, then that can easily be said. Let nigga make a move. He has to go get that bag. I won't ever play the game again unless I'm on the deck. So I turn up, got myself back. Now I'm ice, so I don't need nobody's self-crap. So I turn up, I got myself back. Now I'm ice, so I don't need nobody's self-crap. Yeah, I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on too long. Yeah, I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on to you. Holding on to, I've been holding on to. Holding on to, I've been holding on to, yeah, holding on to, I've been holding on to, holding on to, I've been holding on you, holding on to, I've been holding on to, yeah, holding on to, I've been holding on you, yeah, holding on to, I've been holding on to, yeah, holding on you, I've been holding on to, yeah.
Come on. Sunday service, you know what it is with your boy Sniper, man. Big up everybody in the building, in the beginning. Ming ning, ning ning. What?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm sick of this life. These humble beginnings that come with the strife. My one only goal is to fight and get by, but sometimes life is fucked and it questions my mind. Fully one would know the pain that's inside is captivated by depression. My mind for time, keep your faith, I'll always survive. It's just sometimes I know have to cry, it's just annoying fighting battles all day and creating a play. Then it goes wrong, telling itself to stay strong, knowing who to. Are you just taking it out? My mind is so good, I'm tired of the lies and the stories I have gone. I'm tired of the fight, keep fighting, taking lumps and bruises, then carrying on. What am I doing this for? Don't understand the hand that I've been dealt anymore, and I'm just like, nah. Just like, nah, just can't do this. Mine's like, nah, just like, nah, just like, nah, just can't do this. See, my mind's like, nah, just like, nah, just like, nah, just can't do this. See, my mind's like, nah, just like, nah, just like, nah, just can't do this. See, my mind's like, nah, I'm just like, nah. Yeah, cut.
Jeez, come on. Sunday service with the voice of an angel, Chevelle Anderson. You get me? Get her up on all platforms. You know what it is. Come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We got Silver back in the building.
I be telling the people them every day I do this, that I just might be grown if I'ma pay my taxes. Fair enough, I'ma do just what I came to finish. Trying to smoke all our problems away. I be on my new-ish, making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love. I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish, coolish, new-ish. Making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love. I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish, coolish. Walking into new places every day. I say this, bottles on top of bottles, I'm okay. I don't drink high enough for my own energy. It's true, but living the life that I have made, that's coolish. Sanding the toes on the beach, that's nice-ish. Sunglasses and shades all up on my face, cause it's bright. Block all of the stupidity away, that's my ish. That's my ish. I be on my new-ish, making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love. I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish, coolish, new-ish. Making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love. I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be
My like shades on the beat, you know. Come on.
Every time I put my mind to something, I achieve it. It's been a long time since I dropped something foolish. I'm sorry to the people that's been waiting, but you like this is a representation of art. In the purest, getting most of the darkness out like that shines. Cruise ship, always rocky, but it's soothing. Like a smooth skin pressed against yours like spoonish, fully nude-ish. Make you wondering why you got involved in the first place. You don't wanna know where I'ma go, cause it's 30 footsteps that haven't made, so I can see my way. It's murky, but I'm gonna be the one to work it out in my own way. I don't stay, they say apart here, so don't expect the signs to be changed in the first place. This is my territory, so I'ma play how I wanna, man. Cause it's my new-ish, music can never deny it, man. Deny it, you're my new-ish, making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love, I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish, coolish, new-ish, making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love, I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish, coolish.
Come on.
Purchase your tracks today.
To do some DJ skills, alright. Do some DJing. But it says he licked her.
Recordings just got better.
I know. Go back. Let's hit him with the heart wrencher. Get me? Rest in peace to all our dearly departed. Get me in the Sunday service, you know how we do. Peace.
Crying in the sun, singing in the rain. Lately I've been feeling different in my brain. Someone showed me how to get rid of all this rage. Head full of fire, I'm sitting in the flames. Lone survivor, I'm living with this pain. Your physical is gone, but your spirit isn't phased. Your soul is eternal, it isn't in the grave. I can feel it in my heart, it's not written in the page in a book, but I know that it's gospel. Tears flow as I blow smoke from my nostrils. There's truth in the zoo or hope in the bottle. Trying to figure out where this piece goes in a puzzle. Rich in a mansion or broke in a hostel. I would still emotionally struggle to comprehend, but it's part of the journey comes to end. Gotta say goodbye once again. It's like we're born to die, everyone ascends. Even though I cry, I see you once again. Even though I try, I cannot pretend I'm not broken. At night I might cry you an ocean. Cry till my eyelids are swollen. Rewind the last words that were spoken. Looking for a clue, trying to see if you knew that moment. Was I laughter now so golden? Every memory now so potent. Friends asking me how I'm coping. Waking in cold sweats, whole bed soaking. I'm numb and I'm frozen. Every breath feels like I'm choking. Wanna put a hole in my head like a dolphin. Close to imploding. Feel like a piece of my soul has been stolen. That's not what I told him. That's not what I told them. I just held it, cause I ain't wanna be selfish. I bring down my people's vibe, and most of my real ones felt it. Numeral funerals, bodies in cubicles, happen so regular but isn't unusual. Words are redundant, nothing is suitable. The cycle of life and death is so beautiful, the flesh ain't forever. We are delusional, and the grief goes so deep. How could the last man be so brief? And the thoughts in my head, I don't get no.
What? Get me? As I said, man. Let's do this Sunday service. You get me? You know your boy Sniper. Consistent.
Yeah.
Let's do this. You got smart.
Crying in the sun, singing in the rain. Lately I've been feeling different in my brain. Someone showed me how to get rid of all this rage. Head full of fire, I'm sitting in the flames. Lone survivor, I'm living with this pain. Your physical is gone, but your spirit isn't phased. Your soul is eternal, it isn't in the grave. I can feel it in my heart, it's not written in the page in a book, but I know that it's gospel. Tears flow as I blow smoke from my nostrils. There's truth in the zoo or hope in the bottle. Trying to figure out where this piece goes in a puzzle. Rich in a mansion or broke in a hostel. I would still emotionally struggle to comprehend, but it's part of the journey comes to end. Gotta say goodbye once again. It's like we're born to die, everyone ascends. Even though I cry, I see you once again. Though I try, I cannot pretend I'm not broken. At night I might cry you an ocean. Cry till my eyelids are swollen. Rewind the last words that were spoken. Looking for a clue, trying to see if you knew that moment. Was I laughter now so golden? Every memory now so potent. Friends asking me how I'm coping. Waking in cold sweats, whole bed soaking. I'm numb and I'm frozen. Every breath feels like I'm choking. Wanna put a hole in my head like a dolphin. Close to imploding. Feel like a piece of my soul has been stolen. That's not what I told him.
That's not what I told him.
I just held it.
Come on.
I ain't wanna be selfish.
Big up John
I bring down my
BBB.
people's vibe, and most of my
building.
real ones felt it. Numeral funerals, bodies in cubicles. Happens so regular, but isn't unusual. Words are redundant, nothing is suitable. The cycle of life and death is so beautiful. The flash ain't forever. We are delusional.
Wow.
And the grief goes so deep. How could the last man be so brief? And the thoughts of my head, I don't get no peace. Smoke a OZ or OG, feeling like G.O.D. owes me. Reason for taking my goldies and snatching loved ones from my homies. Tell me. Why? Man, it's fucked up. Pouring liquor just don't cut it. Yeah.
It's one of the great wonders of life. What will it be like to go to sleep and never wake up? And if you think long enough about that, something will happen. You will find out, among other things, that it'll pose the next question to you. What was it like to wake up after having never gone to sleep? That was when you were born. You see, you can't have an experience of nothing. Nature affords a vacuum. So after you're dead, the only thing that can happen is the same experience, or the same sort of experience as when you were born. In other words, we all know very well that after people die, other people are born. And they're all you. Only you can only experience it one at a time. Everybody is I. You all know you are you. And wheresoever beings exist throughout all galaxies, it doesn't make any difference. You are all of them. And when they come into being, that's you come into being. You know that very well. Only you don't have to remember the past in the same way you don't have to think about how you work the thyroid gland or whatever else it is in your organism. You don't have to know how to shine the sun. You just do it. Like you breathe. Doesn't it really astonish you that you are this fantastically complex thing? And that you're doing all of this and you never had any education in how to do it? Never learned, but you're this miracle? Well, the point is that from a strictly physical, scientific standpoint, this organism is a continuous energy with everything else that's going on. And if I am my foot, I am the sun.
Classic. Classico. We got everyone in the building so far. Sunday service, you know, with your Reverend Sniper. You get me? Deacon MJ will be along at some point. You get me? But, and the rest of the Trill Squad. Blah, blah. Come on. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday. You get me? Get up bright and early and we'll hit you. We'll hit you with the music. Someone said, thank God for music. Defo. You know what I mean? Soothing to the soul on that. Let me try this one. What was it? How we doing on this Sunday? Oh God, how do I keep going past the same tune? They're messing up. But they didn't want me to play it, so no way. Content over everything. Bring up my like content, you know. What do we do?
We used to be pharaohs in Egypt, now we're emotional paraplegics. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. Symptoms of humanity's unraveled in helix. Calamities and tragedies that happen in sequence. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb.
Big up, Gaddy. These are in the building.
And a fur jacket. It's cold water make you turn savage. So a whole herb package for the nerve damage. Ghetto was replaced by the term ratchet. Like the queens rock a perm or they sperm addicts. They wanna twerk and the boys wanna burst matics. They want you esoterically paralyzed king, trying to limit your ability to analyze things. So they advertise a pantomime, paradise, paradigm. Look at all the fuckeries they're glamorizing. False like rituals and sacrificing. Moral depravity and sodomite things. Geoengineering, the large hadron collider. They want a microchip under my skin. But when I look around, everybody's turning up. The buildings of the governments are burning up. Nobody's fighting for the rights of a black man. A couple hashtags. Some cool t-shirts and a logo and a snapback on the head of a rapper in a backpack. Then it's back to the Snapchat, double tap IG pic of a chick with a fat cat. We used to be pharaohs in Egypt, now we're emotional paraplegics. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. Symptoms of humanity's unraveling helix, calamities and tragedies that happen in sequence. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb. Need a hat, gloves, boots, and a fur jacket. It's cold, or to make you turn savage. Smoke a whole herb package for the nerve damage. Ghetto was replaced by the term ratchet. Like the queens rock a perm or they sperm addicts. They wanna twerk and the boys wanna burst matics. Feel the pain. Feel the thing. I'm drawing the stars, just standing in the mosque in the dark. I need to heal again. 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 I can't feel my face.
We got MD Gold in the building.
I can't feel my face.
What?
Full of rage and a heart full of scars. I need to heal again. We used to be pharaohs in Egypt, now we're emotional paraplegics. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. Symptoms of humanity's unraveling helix, calamities and tragedies that happen in sequence. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb. Need a hat, gloves, boots, and a fur jacket. It's cold, or to make you turn savage. Smoke a whole herb package for the nerve damage. Ghetto was replaced by the term ratchet. Like the queens rock a perm or they sperm addicts. They wanna twerk and the boys wanna burst matics.
Fire track. So we roll around here. Oh yeah. Nosy needs to put another verse on this one. This is just fire.
True face killer. One thing.
Come on.
I think I'm sharing the space in my head with a phantom. Makes me wanna throw lead in my magnum. Aim at a cop, empty my cannon. Blow me some pot, empty a dragon. Hoping it prevents me from spazzing. Rage is like a deadly assassin that lives in my heart right next to the passion. I sit in the dark when I blow out the lantern. I box with a shadow to my mind till I'm champion. Till I restore the peace in my sanctum. Or I find some equilibrium. But I hear like cowboys and Indians. Fighting for a piece of oblivion. Dreaming of millions. I believe the queen is amphibian. Or lizard and people with billions. Are always just collecting souls for the many fates of God. Ruling the maze where many stay lost. And elaborate. I don't need no sage or amethyst. The one fire I'm paying and savages. And the deities that they pattern with. I'm known to pulverize poltergeist. I'm a soldier that's colder than polar ice. Cut them over like with free open eyes. Linking with bulletproof wings and avoid them guys with a coke fight. Say I'm paranoid, but I know I'm right. My silhouette turns to ghost at night. All ghosts turn into my silhouette. To the flower of life and the smoke from my cigarette. We're all trapped in the world wide web. That's why it's sitting in it.
We are awake on your own, shadows turning to gold.
Always of your own shadows turning to gold. Cool, I love that. We love that. In it.
You little vagabond and unforgettable parasite. Talk about you a sound dog and I know that we are done champion when it comes to sound quality.
Strength, love, honor, trust. That shit makes me wanna bust my ting on a bed for violating one of us. Take a clean heart and then dip it in rage. Force a king to live in a cage. Make him a slave for minimum wage. Put death on his plate and then fill him with hate. This is the world that we live in today. All of our energy given away. Relevant entities have been manufacturing enmity. We've been enemies for centuries. So what, bruv? What's that got to do with essentially, they want us all gone eventually. Alliance of defiance, the rise of the rebellious tribes. Them dead into ride. What is life?
To the freeze. Freeze. Yeah, Bookie. Bookie.
If you ain't ready to die, I'm trying to thrive. What's the sky if you ain't ready to fly? What kind of guy am I if I ain't ready to try? Don't you know? All smartphone screens are scrying mirrors, don't you know? Where supreme beings ruled by lying lizards, don't you know? My free eyes open, but I ain't crying rivers. Strength, love, honor, trust is all you need if you're riding with us. Strength, love, honor, trust. Strength, love, honor, trust. Strength, love, honor, trust. Strength, love, honor.
Now as I sit and wonder, waking up from my slumber, trying to free my mind from the spelling that man are under. Now I can see the clarity, actions with no disparity. Evil doers hiding the dealings in the name of charity. All I need is honesty, honestly through this odyssey. Trust, love, honor, respect's a rare commodity. Integrity's a must in my presence, that's my policy. Guidance of the new generation, that's the monarchy. Gang, they ain't with it, let them hang. Knowledge is my weaponry, wisdom is what I bring.
Strength, love, honor, trust.
20 if that's I need freedom, that's a must. This is ebb and flow, cause and effect. Let them know, got these nooses round my people, them's neck. Let them go. Nowadays I watch while I step. You never know, cause your best friend could switch up the set and turn to foes.
Strength, love, honor, trust. 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 Strength, love, honor.
Come on. Do. Yes, people. So yeah, man, we there. Sunday service, Church of the Holy Truth. You know the rest. You know the business, huh? You know the model. Come on, man. Anything goes. Anything goes. It's time to hit that. What we doing, man? Where do we go? Where do we go from here, man? What we doing in life, man? Some aspirations, man.
Yeah, this is gonna be a bit mad, like the way I've written it and that. Do you know
But
where we go from here? Do you know where we go from here? I got no idea. It just feels like we're going around it.
come on. Do.
Circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where we go from here? I got no idea. It just feels like we're going around in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where'd we go from here? Do you know where we go from here? Do you know? It's the question. I'm just looking for directions. Let's say the blind leads the blind. What's the use to your eyes if everywhere you look there's deception? Designed to walk in perception. The lies get applauded, but the truth gets an awkward reception. Critical thought is a weapon, but that's how it feels when you're caught in possession. Won't be a good slave. Ignore the oppression. Got fire in your soul. They call it aggression. They even want us in the morgue or detention. Form of depression or distorted connection. Turn your daughter into a whore with infections. Got your son thinking drug lords is profession. The ones enforcing the laws never mentioned. Judges watching child porn with a morbid obsession. Probably snorting wrong before the court is in session. Where'd we go? Where we go from here?
Come on.
Do you know where we go from here? sick of living in a war zone like it's Baghdad. My ex threw everything I owned in a black bag. I broke a phone, she spat in my boat like I'd have that. I grabbed her by the throat and I spat back. Trying to type a postcode into the sack now, but had nowhere else to go, so I scratched that and just sat there, looking up at the sky with a blank stare. There's no solid foundations, just sand here. Noisy labels, racists and shanks here. Limitations, masons and tanks here. Starvation and slaves to the bank here. I feel skanked here. No. Where we go from here, I got no idea. It just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just want to turn the page. I've been in the cage. This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where we go from here, I got no idea. It just feels like we're going round in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just want to turn the page. Are we living in the cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? All this going round in circles makes me nauseous. Is this the Matrix? Cause if you're Morpheus, I'll leave now and meet you at the coordinates. I refuse to be subordinate or an ornament. When there's a war on the poor and less fortunate, the black mortality rates are disproportionate. Competing with each other like it was a tournament. One the elite are eating popcorn in the audience. The promises the politician makes are fraudulent. Still we wait for a glorious metamorphosis. Will the underdog ever be victorious? I'm just curious. Where'd we go from here? I got no idea. Do you know where we go from here? I got no idea. If you see me at the crossroads, can you help me? Cause I'm feeling kinda lost, bro. They say I must grow. Where it's cold in Moscow, I kinda feel at home when my ops roll. If you see me at the crossroads, can you help me? Cause I'm feeling kinda lost, bro. They say I must grow. Where it's cold in Moscow, I kinda feel at home when my ops roll. Do you know where we go from here? I got no idea. I just feel like we're going around in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? That nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world's got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than a turn? Where we go from here? I got no idea. I just feel like we're going around in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn the page. We're living in a cage. This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How'd I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than a turn? Progression moves slower than a turn. Yeah, man. You know? Just thinking out loud, man. Red pill chill. Where we go from here, man? Can you give me a map or something, man?
What is going on? But big up everyone in the building. Yeah, man. You know how we do. The little intro and that. I'm trying to get back on. I don't know what's going on. Where we freeze from here. Internet's moving mad. Mud. All right. Let's go. That's what people saying, man. People saying, man. Jump on, man. Big up, family. Hold on, sorry. Trying to multitask. Do something at the same time. Yeah, he's jumping on. What did I pick up the other day? Something I picked up to show y'all. Boom, 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 boom. What feast the sniper got for y'all today on this Sunday service? Let's see what we got. Is that a file? That's not what I'm looking for. Give me a second, people, and I'm just doing something for ya. Gonna line it up. Yeah, StreamYard in conjunction with Google is moving mad. Absolutely crazy. Come on, man. Try. Okay. Why? How's that? Oh, okay. That supposedly makes some sense. That didn't make no sense to me. I have to go all the way to the bottom. Okay. Boom, boom. Okay. All right. We're halfway there now. 1 second. This is what this. Okay. Boom. If I can get back on screen. What the hell? Yes, there we go. Big up Wesley P. Come on. Please cover the genocide. Okay. Man. Tony Musk, yeah? Bulldoze there. Martin. Get me? Marley D, big up yourself, family. Get me? Some of you people jump on, man. Maybe it be your first time. Jump on. Get me? Come join Reverend Sniper, man. Yeah. As the don't bites. Let's get me. No, it's chill. It's chill around here, man. It's trill, man. It's trill. All right. I had something still. Acknowledge that. I see that. All right. Boom, boom, boom. So, etymological roots of the Bible. Let's see what's going on. See what's going on in there. I thought this was a good little doco that these guys was doing. Breakdown. Interesting. A little bit interesting it was. It was. It is a stay. Come on. Sunday service. You know what it is. Reverend Sniper about his fuckery. But you gonna learn today. Let's go.
Is the head of the pantheon in Canaanite religion, but Baal is like the cool guy. He's the one that fights battles and does all the good stuff and all the texts that we have. Yeah. And it's so obvious too because he shows up in the Hebrew Bible as like the major competitor to Yahweh.
Right.
Enki, the god Enki or Ea, the goddess Ninhursag. That means like the goddess of the holy mountain. They're kind of the primordial god parents in this story. They do their thing and they have a daughter, and then like the goddess Ninhursag is out doing something, and then Enki sees the daughter and thinks it's the mother, and then like they do the thing, and then there's another daughter, and they go through this like line where it just keeps happening and happening and happening, right? He keeps making new daughters with the one he thinks is the mother, and the mother Ninhursag comes back and says like, you have to wipe the seed of Enki off you, and so she like wipes it off her, and then like these 7 plants grow. And so Enki comes around, he finds them, he's like, ooh, I want to eat that. And so he eats some, and he becomes deathly ill. And so then she comes back to save him, and like kind of lays him in her lap and starts to do this thing, and she creates like the cool gods from him, like by taking parts of him and like fixing him, healing him, but then also in order to save him. And Ninti this is the like blow your head off kind of thing. It's amazing. So she is created by Ninhursag removing one of Enki's ribs. Okay. Yeah. Oh no, we're not done yet, my friend.
Oh, no.
We're not done yet.
Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And I'm with Professor Matthew Monger from Norwegian School of Theology, the History of Religions Department. You got your PhD there, and now you're teaching there. So they must really you must really know what you're doing.
Well, yeah, enough to let them keep me around. It's it's good to have a job in this day and age. So
that is true. That is true. So this is an interesting topic that no matter where you go when you're looking at ancient religions, you're going to stumble on this. It's the etymology topic, the names of deities and the Sky Father and Deus Pater and all these other deities, but sometimes they're not the same name, but you can tell they're sort of the same idea. So I wanted to sort of jump in and try to compare and contrast these ideas, where they all come from, Akkadian roots, Semitic roots, all that stuff. And and we'll just jump around and have a good time.
Yeah, sounds good. I mean, so this is a really cool topic, just because basically we have, I mean, this is kind of in broad strokes, but basically we have kind of two or three different, at least three different main ways that gods get their names. Because gods, sometimes get their names from a place, like a place name, right? And so Ashur is the god of Assyria, and that's like the Assyrian patron deity, and it's kind of like that's the Assyrian word for Assyria, and so it makes sense, like that's their god. And then we have other gods that just kind of have names that seem to be something about the divine or whatever, like the name El is a big one, like Elohim, El, and all the El derivatives in the Bible. In the Hebrew Bible, we have all kinds of them, like El Shaddai, El Elyon, all these Elohim. So we have all these El things, and it seems like that's basically just the Semitic word for God. And so that floats around, and I mean, it's the same as Allah, and it's Elum in Akkadian. It's the generic name for God, and it's all over the place. Right. And that's kind of that's just more of a connected to the idea of God or divinity or power or something like that. But then there's this group of deity names that seem to come from natural phenomena or identifiable phenomena in the world, and that these are in some way deified or something like that. And I think that's what is the most fun for someone like me who's trained in Semitic languages, is that you can kind of jump around between languages, between traditions, and you can still see traces of a lot of the natural phenomenon that was behind it. And I mean, and this is of course the case in all kinds of different languages, and we can talk a little bit about Greek and stuff like that too. But since I'm trained in Semitics, that's kind of where I like to play around.
Sure.
And so for me, that is one of the coolest things also about studying ancient texts and languages from the perspective of a secular linguistic scholar, is because you can literally see these things. Like we can see how things must have developed from the idea of the sun, like being a thing in the sky that moves of its own accord that we don't get, to becoming this thing that we need to worship or please to make sure it keeps coming back, to becoming this powerful being that's the source of all life or something like that.
Right. And they notice that plants are growing when that comes out, and like when plants die when it leaves in the wintertime. So that you got to think the ancients had to have thought there's some sort of godly power coming from this thing. What is this thing? We have to worship. Exactly. So yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of those things where you can see that as we progress through history and we understand more and more things, then there's less and less things that are deified. So there's an absolute correlation between the growth of understanding of science and natural phenomena and the need to deify things. And so I think there's definitely a trajectory towards the modern world where things are no longer deified in the same way. So it's a really interesting parallel when you see, like, I mean, when we talk about things like the sun or the winds or things like that, where we're kind of like, yeah, we kind of know what that is now. Like, we don't need to call it a god. So there's definitely something that happens with the increase in understanding of things. So yeah, that might be why like now it's pretty common to talk about like God is love or something like that. Like you can, that's something we don't have quite the same grasp on or whatever.
Right. It's like more like ideas and forces. Like, why do certain things happen? It must be the idea. Like God is love because it's the force that brings people together. Like stuff like Plato talked about in some of his writings.
Exactly. And that's like also, I mean, if you look at the modern day conception of God, like there's either these kind of thing, it's something love, some force, some kind of thing that binds things together, the universe together, because we don't really get what dark matter is or something like that. So we can say, oh, well, God is whatever. Or it's like the divine judgment, which is like the thing that like we don't really know what happens after we're dead. And so we say, well, that must be where God does his thing. And like that's like so there's like it's this kind of those are the realms that we don't understand very well. And so that's what's left to kind of put into the God is there kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, but we can talk about some of these examples that we have from Semitic languages if you want to.
Absolutely.
Like I think one of the oldest ones. I don't know. I guess it's kind of hard to say what's oldest or what's not. But one of the ones that is really interesting for me, like having worked with like cuneiform and Akkadian and Sumerian, and then into the other Semitic languages, is the idea of the sky as a divinity, because like in Akkadian. When you write, and in Sumerian as well, when you write in cuneiform, when you write the name of a god, like you have to put a symbol before the name of that god. And this is a linguistic feature that's used in cuneiform where it's called a determinative. And it's like a symbol that tells you here is the name of a god.
Right.
And so when you put this symbol at the front of the name, then there's a god here. And for like in Akkadian and Sumerian, that symbol is the symbol that is for the sky or heavens. And so it's like literally the name of the sky god is written like with the sign for the sky and the sign for the sky.
Wow.
And so it's like, and so in Akkadian we read it as Dingir is the name of the determinative, and then the name of the sky god is On. And so like you would read this Dingir On, but it's like it's just two identical symbols right beside each other. Wow. And so like not only is does this idea that the sky is deified or the heavens are deified come in, but it like influences actually the linguistic and orthographic structure of the language, because it makes you, every time you write the name of a deity, you have to put this symbol in front of it. And so that shows kind of the importance of this god as the sky god. I mean, it's like
that's why we say on high. You get me? Like these people gotta learn, man. You know what I mean? They're learning our stuff, our ancient ancestor stuff, and getting it all mixed up and confused, and it must mean this and it must mean that and blah blah blah. Some of them are good explanations, but I do worry sometimes, man. You know what I mean? Like interpretations become supposed, stated facts or something. I don't know. I think we should steer away from that, but especially when you got no clue, got no bloodline, no nothing, no DNA, no nothing connected to the information that you're trying to disseminate. It's mad, but true, but life.
Important figure in Sumerian and Akkadian, and it literally means god of the sky, right? And so you get that, like there's no way around it, right? And like this is, I mean, I guess like in within Semitic, Akkadian definitely kind of is the language or the people group that keeps that focus on God as the sky god kind of the most. I mean, they have lots and lots of gods, but the sky god has a much bigger place in Akkadian.
Come on, man, Sky Daddy, man. Anu, you get me? You know about Anu, man. Come on, man. It's levels, man. Well, where you at with this? Yeah. If Anu came from the sky and up there in the sky, or this one, you know what I mean? There's so many concepts and mythoses that are just similar to other mythos is within that region and North Africa and that. You know what I mean? It's mad, crazy.
And Sumerian than it does like in Hebrew. So if we look at the Hebrew Bible, we don't see a lot of like worship of the sky. That's not really there. But I would say there are traces of it, like, because I mean, if you read Genesis 1 as a mythological text, then you're going to see like the first thing that God makes is Shamayim and Aret, so the heavens and the earth, and basically these are also just translation. It could be seen as translations of the names of Babylonian gods. Right. I mean, so we're saying like there's a pretty common theory that Genesis 1 is like kind of demythologizing the whole Babylonian story of creation.
I'm starting to think that. So not to jump in, not to cut you off.
Yeah.
I'm starting to come to my own hypothesis that the entire Old Testament is a retelling of ancient myths into like a new story for a new audience. I mean, it's all over the place in all these different books. Like a big example, I think, is Esther and Mordecai. It looks like they're retelling the Ishtar story in that one.
Yes, definitely.
I think there's a lot of them that we haven't even figured out yet. They're just like so woven in.
Exactly. You're just getting it now. Sniper been telling you for time. Yeah, these are rehashed stories and all of that, and all the biblical stories and all of that. It comes from the same region. How could it not be related to each other? You know, this only makes sense. But it's gonna take. It took a long time for people to caught on to something Sniper been telling you for time. Yeah, Sumerian, Kemet, African. You know what I'm saying? You go to the deep roots of different parts of Africa. Yeah, all that information culminates in what we're calling Kemet. You know what I mean? As a place of knowledge and, keeping history and all of that. So, it's just a province, Sumeria was talking, it's just them moving to that region, and now you're calling them Sumerians, but they're really Egyptians or whatever you want to say. It's the same people. So language is the same, Egyptian cuneiform, correspondence back and forth between, make me know Ishtar, Isis, yeah, Dumuzi, Osiris. It's been there for time. You know what I'm saying? For us, but for these guys, it's like, oh my God, fantastic! Oh my God, I'm just making the connection. How did you not know the biblical is from there? It doesn't make sense. I looked at a 100-year-old Bible and I found out that I saw pictures of the Sumeria and Babylon and that. Black and white, you know what I mean? 100-year-old Bible. What? So they knew about it, and they named the country after it, Britannia and all of that. Diana, Dina, and Semiramis, the mother of Nimrod. Like, why would you do that if this place was not that important? And I say like the world is fascinated with Sumeria and all of that, but then they don't really go into the stories of it. They just take stuff from it, and create their own, versions and call it the various religions that we got. That's why we know. Because there's that hint, there's that story. Every time you think there's a biblical story there's no older than that, you go away and you find there's another version of it, older. Maybe it came from there, and that's all we can do.
In the text, and I think that's how the ancients thought. They were preserving sacred text, and they thought these stories had power behind them, so they wanted to preserve them and tell them to a new audience in a new language.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, and you're right into what I'm working on, and the kind of stuff that I'm the way I'm thinking, the kind of stuff I'm working on right now, because that is literally how I see the Hebrew Bible. Like, I see it as what the way I frame it is reception history. So it's like, it's the reception history of earlier ideas. And basically throughout the whole Hebrew Bible, we find that exact same thing happening, where sometimes it's like taking things almost like wholesale and just incorporating them, like some of the stuff like the sea monster, Leviathan, things like that just show up, and they're literally just playing the same role they do in other mythologies. They're just there, and God is battling them, and it's just like, okay, this isn't anything to do with the monotheistic Hebrew worldview that that we get to at the end of the development of the Hebrew Bible. But then you get other stuff that's very reworked and very subtle, and exactly like you say, the Ishtar Mordecai thing. The Esther Mordecai. I mean, it's a Freudian slip. Because it is a really clear example of how older things get kind of repackaged and tell a different story, but that are still keeping elements to make it obvious for a knowledgeable reader to be able to see what's going on. And and like the Genesis creation story is just like that, right? Because if you want to read it, if you're going to read it, sympathetically as a Jew or as a Christian, you're probably going to read it saying, "Oh well, it's only God." It's not even Yahweh actually, because Yahweh isn't mentioned in Genesis 1. It's just Elohim, right? But so Elohim is doing all this creation, but like everything is done by him. And so you say, oh, it's this one guy or this one God. But if you read it from the opposite perspective, again, you see the heavens and you see the earth, which are both very clear Babylonian deities. And you see just like all these phenomena happening that like it seems like what it's really trying to say is, here is someone who's in control of all these other deities or in charge of all these other things, and it's taking that and kind of saying, yeah, you might have these gods, but our God is kind of bigger, better, and badder. And
if I'm not mistaken, Elohim sort of sounds like a plural name.
Yes, so, and Elohim is plural.
Because when you put him at the end of anything, it's plural. Yeah. So Elohim sounds.
Come on, how long have we been saying this stuff, man? Like, come on, man. Come on. The Yod and the Yim. You get me? We know that's a S. You get me? It's plural, man. You get me? This is basic 101. Yeah? You can't even debate if you don't know these type of stuff, like on these type of subjects. I mean, man's at speaker's corner blowing their heads off, like, blah. You know about this stuff. Where you at? Where you at with your knowledge? Keeping them on their toes, mate. Yeah, this is basic, man.
Sounds like the gods, right?
Yes, and it's definitely grammatically plural. Yeah. And then you can say that it's used in the Hebrew Bible, it's used syntactically as a singular in a lot of cases, but it is used in the plural as well. And so that's one of those things that's kind of, I mean, it's, so you do actually have to go in and do the work and see syntactically is.
What's the singular? Elo? Eloah? You get me? Like, what is the singular? Oh, Elohim. Come on, family.
Is are the verbs that are being used with it in the singular or plural, are the adjectives describing it in the singular plural, to be able to say whether it's functioning as a singular or a plural in the context. But like when we see like in Genesis 1, we have this famous phrase before the creation of humans. It's let us make mankind in our image, right? And when Elohim says let us make humans in our image, then it's a plural, and we're talking about a plural situation. There's
it's not a row we or nothing like that. It's not a row we. Nah. It's plural, man. Simple, plain and simple, man. Yeah. Let us go down, and all of this is angels or angelic beings or entities or whatever that work for the Creator. That's it. Plain and simple. Well, simplified. Sorry, should I say? If you believe that sort of thing, you know what I mean?
Somebody else there, and so like, I mean, and this is again really easy to explain within ancient Near Eastern context, because there were more gods hanging around, and so there's no trouble there.
And for Christians, they have an easy out with this, because they'll say, see, Jesus was there the whole time.
Yeah.
They're out for that one. But
Yeah, that's yeah. I don't even want to comment on that. That's but you know but that's the way it is. You know, you're always gonna find ways of justifying things. I think that's one of those things like Bart Ehrman says all the time. Like yeah, you of course you're gonna be able to find a way around any discrepancy that gets thrown out if you really work hard enough. Like that's just the way it is. Like but the most natural way of reading that text within an ancient Near Eastern context is to think of a pantheon or a council of gods or something like that. Like not a one god talking to his son that is himself. You know, that's. Yeah.
Now,
but when we get to Jewish exegesis already in like the 1st, 2nd century BC, it's the angels that are there. And so the Book of Jubilees creates a bunch of angels on the first day that then are God's, you know, conversation partners or whatever. And then so I would say really what's happening is that the gods are getting demoted in the Jubilees.
Like for gods, and they're just called angels. It's like, what's the difference? You know, it's just we're arguing over linguistics at this point. You call them angels, or you can call them lowercase g gods, whatever you want to do.
Right.
Same thing.
Yeah, but if they can control the wind,
come on, lowercase g. Yeah, small, big G, little g, man. We've been saying this for days, like, you know what I mean? Like, we could tell when you started doing the big G, little d thing. We knew what time it was. You know what I mean? That's meant to represent someone else, some other type of entity or group of entities. You know what I mean? Like, they're not ready, man.
And the rains and the hail and the fog and all that kind of stuff, then they're pretty divine in my book. I mean, it's still something that you're thinking now somebody else is controlling that. Like, it's not a natural phenomenon.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, do you see in any of these angels? I'm not sure if you ever got into angelology or the names of the angels, but do you see any connection between the angels and some of the deities from like Sumeria or anywhere else, or is it just a whole new thing?
Yeah, so I haven't thought about that actually. I mean, a lot of the etymologies are pretty pretty.
That's a bit dumb. To see if they're connected to any other ideology. I told you, man, they ain't even reached there yet. They ain't reached the connection that says, look, this is just Kemet. You know what I mean? This is just the Egyptian stuff. This is just the ancient African mythologies. You get me? Not rehashed, but, you know, done in a slightly different way. You know what I mean? But it's really the same people. Maybe they didn't have the same materials or whatever, but the concepts are the same. The language is slightly, you know, a different dialect from the original. You know, there's not much. It's not even a different language. It's just a different dialect of the same language group. So, I mean, and it seems like cuneiform is the oldest language you got out here. So, these are what we're dealing with these people, you know. Cuneiform. She said she spoke cuneiform. Cuneiform. She said she spoke cuneiform. Yeah. I'm just giving out clues out here, but I'm not trying to hurt no one's feelings and that. But it is F.T.K, even on a Sunday. Come on, man. What are we doing? What's we doing out here? I mean, but those are interesting points, right? These guys are pulling forward or trying to work out. But you can't tell me that you ain't seen the connection with other, you know, mythoses and all of that. When that's what your job is. You're supposed to find all of the connections all the way back to where it was or its source or its, you know? As we say, Tony Blair, man, back to basics, man. Go back to the source. Where did it start from? Who did it first? Who said it first? What was going on? I mean, if you can't work that out, then get lost. Yeah, you a crap researcher. I mean, big up Axel. Big up XL M23. Big up yourself. Aleo, aleo, yes, sir. Going into some stuff, sir. It's Sunday, yeah. Ain't done this for a while. Yeah, it's an interesting little discussion these guys are having. So I thought I'd share it with you since it's Sunday. Since we in church, the church of the Holy Truth. Let's go.
Transparent for the angels. I mean, like, because a lot of them are so late that they are formed in a way that's pretty, I guess, connected to features of God or features or whatever. And they're like, so they a lot of them end in L, right? And so you have like Raphael, which means like God heals or healer, God's healer or something like that. And and so you get like kind of attributes pretty often. Yeah, I mean, Malachiel, that's like the messenger of God. And so you get a lot of these kind of things that are angel names. Like through the book of Enoch, you'll find that all kinds of different angel names. There's tons and tons of names for angels in the book of Enoch. And there you do get like this kind of very transparent etymology related to what their function is. So it's like, but then again, those are things that you could connect to broader traditions and transmission of things, but again, kind of demoting angel or gods to the realm of angels, but then giving them a new name to kind of keep them compact within the Jewish context there.
Right. Now, this Sky Father idea, from what I've gathered, there's an more ancient idea going back to like, the Proto-Indo-Europeans or whatever you want to call them. And they had their idea of Sky Father. And somehow that got, branched off into different Jupiter or Zeus or whatever.
Oh,
is there a connect? Now Sumerian seems like it's in its own different category with this different language, but it seems like the same idea with Anu applies. Do you think there's any connection there?
Yeah, I mean, so that's a really good question. And this is one that no group of scholars agrees on really, because everything is so hypothetical, I guess, and then we don't like to say things that are so hypothetical. But like the idea of the Sky Father, like is or the Sky God or whatever you want to call it, like is definitely something that is remarkably similar. And so we have like, well, I mean, because if we look at like Zeus, I mean, Zeus is such an amazing example anyway. Like I don't know how much you know about the etymology of Zeus, but like you said, like Jupiter is the same like etymology that goes back to this Indo-European word, like that's like Dieu or Deus, or
and then you see it show up in India with the Vedic. So you can see there was some sort of branching out happening. But yeah, continue.
Right, and it's there in that, and then it like, I mean, because Proto-Indo-European is obviously is the Vedic stuff, and then it goes through to the Greek and the Latin and the Germanic, that we get all these.
See, we told you, man. Your thing's Hindu, man. You know what I mean? All your pagan stuff, and I told you they're the masters of it. So you know what I mean? Them man, they got Indo-European languages and all of that. So it's just letting you know, fam. Yeah, that Eastern judge is what they've been running off, bros, to make their gods and make their thing and make their thing, and then later on they're grabbing our thing and they're mixing it all up, and because that's the source of it anyway. Yeah, it's crazy jambalaya. But we told you these things a long time, man.
Different forms of it, and so like even Tuesday is a reflex of the same word. So because the Germanic god Tu is the like the counterpart of Zeus or whatever.
It just hit me how profound that we're still a
Tu, Tu, Zeus, Mut. What's the thing? Zeus and that. You know what I mean? On the sly. All father in that. You get me, accent? This is all father business. It's where the all father business is intertwined with it. You get me? Germanic, Scandinavian, all of that. You lot doing all the same thing. But one might be older than the other, or might be a copy or a reflection of the other. It's mad. It is mad. You can't that one, man. It's mad. Crazy. I jump on IC3, man. I got something for you, man. I'm gonna bring my I'm gonna do I'm doing a little interview with my pups. You get me? And I want you to be there. And there's a couple other people who had questions who probably went out and bought the book. So yeah, there's enough to say. Let me do a little. I'm gonna do a little private thing, and then I'm gonna put it out. Do you know what I'm saying? Like get him on. You can ask him questions. Get me? Your economic, this one or that one, or whatever you're thinking. How are we moving forward? Solutions. You get me? And I ain't set the date yet, but I've definitely spoke to him about it, and he's on it. He's on it. Get me? Because I'm like, right, bare people are buying the book, Dad. It's like, you know what I mean? I ain't got all the answers. Yeah, you do it. You do it. So yeah, when you got time, IC3, man. Jump on, man. Yes. All for other things. Yeah, I know, man. I know. It's all Germanic. It's all that and a bag of chips.
Affected by all this ancient stuff. Like you say Tuesday, I'll meet you on Tuesday, but we don't even realize that's coming off of a god, a name of a god for the ancient world. It's just
Exactly.
so wild. But yeah.
Exactly. And that, so that root, that Proto-Indo-European root, like I think it means to shine or something like that originally. And like, so it's like to shine, and then it's also then means the heavens and then day. And it's the same word that's also like Spanish dia and French jour is also the same root, and day, right? So we have like there's just this massive connection between these things. And so it's like, but the thing is that in Greek mythology, we do have another sky god, right? So the I mean, I guess, so in the typology, Uranus is the...
Look at that. That's a mess still. Look like a beast, man. Wild, man. Caveman. How can a caveman be your god? But anyway, let's move forward. I'm not involved. It's not my thing.
Original god or whatever. It's Uranus and Gaia.
And he becomes heaven, right?
Right. So like Gaia is the earth, and Uranus is the sky. And so like they're like the primeval gods in the Greek mythology. And so like the sky god and the earth goddess then become...
Uranus is Osiris, though. I mean, bloody hell. Uranus, that they say is heaven, is Orion. Sorry. So what are we doing here? How can heaven be Orion? The same three stars that the pyramids are built in alignment with. What's going on here? Duh. You know what I mean? Duh. You know what's going on here, man. Cultural appropriation on a massive scale.
The parents of all the other gods.
I just thought of something, and this might be really far in left field. You might just laugh at it, but Aranos, is that end of that word Anu? Is there something going on with that at the end of the word Aranu? Or is that just no one's ever even thought of that?
What the hell was that? Aranos. No, it's more closer to Osiris. You get me? Old Sirius. You get me? And Sirius, bam, we're back at the alignment. Do you get what I'm saying? Orion's belt. We're still there. Like, come on, man. What is this?
I doubt it, but I will, you know, if I ever come across a reason to think it, I will remember you and let you know.
Yes.
But I don't think there's a connection there. But it's yeah. But it, you know, you never know. But that's one of those things that you know, we have, like that. This is the thing that idea is bigger than the languages themselves.
Right.
And that's what I think is probably like the coolest thing about these god names, is that, like, so
You can't put Anu and all of that in the same category. It's not the same thing, bro. Uranus. Mad pause. It's still somewhere up in the sky, right? It's still one of these star constellations and that. Mad. They're not even getting it. So back to front. But anyway, it's not their fault. What can they do? They're only human. Yeah. You have to be a supernatural being to understand this simplistic rubbish. You know what I mean? But you're gonna have to have a keen mind to understand what we was putting down. Mud.
no matter what you call them, like there's something about the sky, right? And then there's this, like, the sky is this amazing thing, and there must be some sort of being that is this thing, or that represents this thing. But then what happens is, right, we have Zeus, and we have, it's Anu in the Akkadian tradition. But like we also get these like wind gods and storm gods, and Zeus picks up like these characteristics too, right? So Zeus has that thunderbolt or lightning bolt, whatever we call it, and is like the one who throws lightning bolts down on mankind and stuff like that. And in Canaanite mythology, Baal is known like by a number of titles, right? And his name means Lord. It's like the literal meaning of Baal, and he's mentioned a number of times in Canaanite texts as Baal Shamin, which means like the Lord of the heavens. Right. And so he definitely is also seen as a sky god in that.
Baal, you know. We balling for, man. Got me Baal Hadad, all of these type of names, man. They're not ready, man. They're not ready. They'll say that's Phoenician, Babylonian, Akkadian, Sumerian. These guys are funny.
That way. And has functions like Zeus, like the other sky gods, wind gods, storm gods do. And so like there's something also that happens at like gods, we kind of get a best god, or a local highest deity, or coolest guy, or whatever. And like that in Canaan is Baal, right? He's like, El is the head of the pantheon in Canaanite religion, but Baal is like the cool guy. He's the one that fights the battles and does all the good stuff in all the texts that we have.
Yeah.
And it's so obvious too, because he shows up in the Hebrew Bible as like the major competitor to Yahweh.
Right.
And so like there's definitely a polemic there, like that the Canaanite god that is supposed to be so great has to, you know, battle against Yahweh.
Matt. How two gods beefing? What gods are these that they're beefing? Oh, they even got it there. See? I said Baal Hadad, and then I turn on the thing. Yeah. These lot are slow, fam. I'm telling you, man. It's a slow burner sometimes, man. All this research that man have to do on that. Read different texts and all of that. It's mad. There's people out here reading a version translated by a person who they didn't even credit. Yeah. They didn't rate. Even after his death, I suppose he probably got more ratings. Yeah. Zachariah Stitchin. But Now they're all over his information. Like, yeah, this is the stuff. This is what it is. You know what I mean? It gives connections to the Bible, tells you about certain stuff. But as I said, if you got the concept of time, space, planets, solar system, all sorts from the Sumerians, it just tells you a lot. Yeah, the concept of time is the deep one, though. You know what I mean? 60. Concept of 60 and 360. A full circle and all of that. That's from the Sumerians. 60 seconds, 60 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, wow. These guys. Anyone can look it up, you'll see what I'm talking about. Is time real if you got it off someone? Yeah. Yeah. And then people would claim that they're not from here. They came here from Orion. To get it? They came here from Orion. So, like, whose story are we talking about when we're talking these things? Or where are we in history when some people come along and then turn it into Zeus and Tuesday? You know what I mean? And Zeus and the All Father, Odin, and all of that. You know what I mean? Like, where are they in the story? It's just further down. They're not at the beginning. You could tell someone just heard something from. It's like Chinese whispers, like we say, right? Yeah, it's like Chinese whispers, where some people get a story or heard a story or heard a mythos, kept it, you know, wrote it down, thing it, and then it ended up worshipping it. It's just mad. One man's God is another person's historian, or another person's deity, or another person's king or monarch or something. That's what I find with these holy texts. Yes, I see free. Let me see. I see free.
Greetings. Yeah, this is. I just popped on. This is interesting, man. Yeah, I like the stuff you're dealing with. Good stuff.
This is old school. Yeah, so I'm gonna do a show with a panel, and I'm inviting you.
Okay. When is that? And what's the theme?
With my dad.
Oh, what?
And the book. Yeah, and the book. It's about the book, innit?
Okay.
So any
Oh my
questions you've got?
God. Yeah.
I'm sure you got a few questions, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And there's a
So
few other
when
people.
you're doing that? Okay, good. That would be nice. Yeah.
Well, in the next couple of weeks, I'll send you the link for it, and then we'll.
Yeah. Okay, you got my email and everything, so yeah.
Yeah.
All right then. Nice
Do
one.
like a conference call.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. But I'll record it, and then I'll put it out later.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Nice one. Take care.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right. What we did? We here.
Etymology of the gods.
But we knew.
Can't get higher than that.
I mean, we knew that a lot of the things they're saying have been said before, especially by me and others. Do you get what I'm saying? Trying to make certain points that all of this Sumerian stuff that they're talking about is based on what religion is based on, and
yeah,
and all the different mindsets and ideologies, let's say. You know what I'm saying? Zoroastrian, because it's from the same area. The Hindu, because it's from the same area. The Kemet, because it's from the same area. The Sumerian itself, because it's Kemet. You know what I mean? It's telling the Kemet story, just in
it's slightly different angle. That's right.
The Kemet and both of them telling story about beings or people that came down.
Yes, just like Hollywood, when they keep doing different movies, different versions of the same movie, or they make a movie from the book. Yeah. Right. And then there's lots of different movies all made from the same original book. Yeah.
And
a slight difference.
This is the original book, in a sense. The original mythos. Well, the second original mythos, let's say. But the one that everybody is focused on. The one that everybody's kind of pantheon if you're Abrahamic, because Abraham was from Ur of the Chaldees, which is in that region. Do you get what I'm saying? So you have to understand the timeline, the thing, everything that everyone's trying to put in. But this is baby food in the terms of civilization.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm saying? It's baby food in the terms of civilization for some. So while they're even creating the concepts and the individuals are supposedly even living in a time where they say, like, listen, there was minimal people on the planet, we were just beginning to flourish and all of that. Yeah. It seems a bit strange that, you know, there was high civilization in other parts of the world.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And even that civilization was high civilization that they were living in. You know what I mean? The biblical one. It's like, whoa, hold on. It wasn't as, you know, dusty and caravan-y as we thought. You know what I mean? Man came from places. Man came from places with solid structures and buildings and cities and, you know, all of that laid down and then, you know, recorded as well. This system of recording information
and the architecture as well, which they still can't work out to today. So
right. What they call it, retro genius. That's what they call
is that the term, retro genius? I never heard that one before. Let me look it up.
It was coined by the best architects on the planet, supposedly, who said, boy, this shit can't be replicated. We haven't got the tools, we haven't got nothing.
Right.
How have they got
I like that. Retro genius.
Retro genius. And it's also like, it's made like it's earthquake proof.
Yes, that's right.
No mortar, no thing. Yeah. Like Tetris.
I can't even get my head around it. How they could do that. I can't imagine the tools. I can't imagine. The maths. I can't imagine anything. You know, genius.
Right. But I mean, what you're saying is like, what's the solution? The solution sometimes is that we have to remember those things and get back to what we were. That's why that phrase from me is always know thyself. And knowing your past, you can definitely help you to guide your future. You know what I mean? It's not an ego thing. It's not a thing. It's a reality thing. Like, hold on, the missing part of world history is this type of information. You know what I mean?
Because you must have that whoever built those things had a state of mind, or as you're saying, knew themselves, and so because they knew themselves, that enabled them to think and create certain things and invent certain things. So until we can get our heads back into that frame of mind, then the same ideas will come out, will spring out.
Right. You're right.
Yeah. So it all comes from a state of mind. As you said, knowing yourself, and what does that actually mean? You know, what is the process? Because obviously, to know yourself, it must be a period when you don't know yourself. So what is it that you have to do, or what is it that's done to you that makes you move from not knowing yourself to knowing yourself? What is the procedure? What is the initiation? What is the, you know? So we can just discover the procedure or the lessons. And I'm sure there must be some painful. I used to hear about some ancient initiation things, and that people have to.
Sorry, important note that Kemet was not black. Oh man, that's a silly statement, man. Stop that one. You know what I mean? The Nubians slave in Kemet. Yeah, at a certain point, but then Nubians also ruled in Kemet, time before time. You know what I mean? There are some of the statues. They are. You know what I'm saying? There are some of the supposed deities or monarchs that represented different tribes, early African tribes. You know what I mean? That's all it is, man. So I don't know. For them to be called Nubians and all of that, that comes later. You know what I mean? That's just a title that people put on them. They're still all the same people. You know what I mean?
I think so.
Yeah, we got variety in Africa, so complex, like you couldn't even imagine. And then you want to say, oh, because someone's Nubian, you know what I mean? They were slaves. Yeah, maybe at a particular time when as we do in Africa, we have civil wars and, you know, we fight each other, man. You know what I mean? Otherwise, the term warrior wouldn't even be a thing.
That's right.
What would you need a warrior for if we're all peaceful and placid? That's not the truth. The truth is, we like the weather. We change. You know what I mean? We have wars and conflicts and all of that, and disagreements, and murder each other and do all sorts of kind of crazy stuff because we're human. You know what I mean? Yeah. But yeah, I think maybe the gods did too. You know what I mean? It's just a condition. Yeah.
Oh, that
You can
makes
be
sense actually,
agreeable
because
and
they say
disagreeable.
there's war in heaven, so it matches
Right.
up with what you're saying. So just
Mm,
like there's fleshly wars, we all argue and fight amongst
mm,
ourselves with the flesh. We also argue and fight within our minds. We might say, well, that's when
mm.
somebody says that's stupid, or that idea is stupid. They're talking about something that's invisible. So they're talking about an idea that they
Right.
think is stupid, and they're calling the idea stupid. Yeah. So therefore, you're fighting in the realm of ideas.
Well, they say you can agree to disagree. Now, to disagree with the established way of things would make you disagreeable. Doesn't make you evil, just makes you that point or that policy you don't agree with. And we could
Yeah.
all agree that we are disagreeable to certain things. You know what I mean? And that's how they saw it. Before the concept of good and evil, there was the concept of agreeable and disagreeable.
Right. Right. That
Now,
makes
if you
sense. Yeah.
are polarized, yeah, like totally agreeable means no harm, you wouldn't harm a fly, you're almost like a Buddhist or something. Do you get it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, in certain environments, that might be all well and dandy, but I don't think that can work on this planet, right? So the beings that were like that and the beings that were disagreeable, you get what I'm saying? Somehow concocted some form of plan, maybe go down and create them in our image and after our likeness, yeah, that we have the traits of agreeable and disagreeable, right?
Right.
Meaning that we can be peaceful, we want to be peaceful, and but if you cross us, we will defend our corner, or or fight it out until the death. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah. And
we
what you're
have.
saying makes sense, because
Mm,
when people disagree, they'll say, "Oh, those lot are the thieves, or those lot are the
right.
devils, or they started it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
they're the evil people over there,"
Mm,
and that
right.
the other team is saying the same thing.
Yeah. But the concept of good and evil now is a newer concept. Do you know what I'm saying? I think,
Right. Yeah.
from
Yeah.
what the knowledge I know, that the person who brought that to the Egyptians was Abraham, because all of Chaldea has that mixed concepts and all of that over
Right.
there. That Far Eastern as well as Middle Eastern and all of this mix up kind of thinking. Yeah,
Mm.
but this concept of good and evil was not in the minds of Africans at the time. Yeah, we know about agreeable, disagreeable. That's why we never had a devil character,
Right. Right.
because even if there was such a thing, yeah, like say Anubis, for example, yeah, he was not a devil character. He was
That's
not a
right. He's
devil
just a
character.
guide for the
Right,
underworld.
right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's right.
So
Yeah.
they say even uh what's his name? Oh, what's his name now? Oh, the brother of Osiris, who supposedly slew Osiris and all of that.
Oh,
Yeah,
Set.
sets,
You mean
right?
Set? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Box set. All that comes
right.
from
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah,
Box
yeah.
set. Set box.
Yeah, and
Coffin.
Seth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm,
Yes. Yes.
mm.
Set.
And
Seth is the same
set
thing.
up.
Yeah.
I get you.
Mm.
Yeah, Seth. Yeah. So listen, if Seth is the holy seed, and Seth its original form means Seth or Set, sorry, or Setuk, yeah, which is the
Yeah.
real Egyptian or title, right? And that individual is, from the European point of view of the
The devil.
Egyptian mythos, yeah, a evil person. Uh,
Exactly. But hold it there.
so
Hold it there, because you're running
right,
through a lot of things there.
mm,
Going back to what you said
mhm,
about because you ran over a lot of good points there. Um That's right. Anubis. Anubis. Right. Before we
Yep.
start talking about Set, let's talk about Anubis, the
Right.
dog. Yeah, the one that was to guide the bodies through the underworld. Yeah. I was talking to this brother in Tottenham, who came and was having a good talk, and he's a master of all this freeman of the land things and legal documentation, all this kind of stuff.
Right.
I don't know, but he's really into it. And
Right.
he said in the middle of the conversation, he said, yes, all of this legal documentation, he says it's all the underworld. I said, what? As soon as he said that, well, he just kind of said it by the by, not really thinking. As soon as he said that, I started to think, well, wait a minute. So therefore, if it's the underworld, all this, he says, all this legalese and all this documentation, all this writing and signatures and all this, it's all underworld.
Do you think underworld? Hold on. Do you think underworld is legalese, or do you think there is such a place?
Well, this is it. So when he said that, I said, but wait a minute. And then he was saying, well, that's interesting. So we started to explore together the connection between the underworld and the legal status and legalese, all this kind of arguments for what is legal and what is not legal. And then when you mention Anubis, you see, it's almost like, when you get I'm not saying making statements now. I'm just throwing ideas based off what came out of your mouth. Yeah. So the Anubis is the dog that leads the soul through the underworld. So it's almost like a lawyer. It's almost like if you don't know the right things to say in court, you could end up dead, or you can end up in prison for life. Yeah, just based on your paperwork, or based on what you said, or you said the wrong thing in court, or used the wrong word, and you brought about suspicion. Yeah, so it's just like having a lawyer or a barrister who is guiding you through that position, because if you say the wrong thing, you could end up in serious trouble, and it's just because you don't know the right language. So I'm just throwing that as an idea, throwing the idea of Anubis and the underworld and the guide. What do you think of that? I mean, that's what just came as a result of that conversation.
No, you're right. You're
I'm not
right.
saying it's a statement.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, you do. That's how it's perceived. Yeah. But I get what you're saying, because that's how they perceive it, right? He's not God of the underworld, because the Lord of the underworld is who? Osiris.
Right. But he was the creator of the world. So he's both the creator of the world and the underworld, because only because Set messed him up, Set killed him, that he ended up going into the underworld, and then started to rule from the underworld. So he's both.
So is he dead then?
Huh?
Is he dead?
Interesting question.
No, is he dead? Because if you have to do, hold on, if you need a lawyer, hold on, if you need a lawyer to go down to sort you out, to carry you on a boat, celestial boat, to take you to where Osiris is, and he's sitting there on his throne. Do you get what I'm saying? And then on the day of judgment, he's gonna be sitting there as well, and they're gonna be weighing your heart with a feather, with Tahuti taking thing. But this is only a discussion for those beings. Do you get it? It wasn't for humans to be doing, in that sense. You know what I mean? It wasn't the non-royals. Sorry, let me get that right. The non-royalty, because this is royalty we're talking about. This is kingship, the order of kings. Each of these individuals that you're talking about, Osiris and all of these are different levels of our existence. Do you get it? In Africa. So it's like they represent the oldest tribes and their legal system, you know what I mean? Their monarch system. Like, you raise one amongst you who would be the smartest, cleverest, and that's who you're calling Pharaoh. But it's not Pharaoh. It's king. You get what I'm saying?
It's the status you're saying.
No, it's the word is Pharaoh is Greek. That is not what they were called. Did you get it?
Ah,
But we're just saying for argument's sake, yeah, Pharaoh, all right. But no, that means something else. You know what I mean? Like House of Fire or some rubbish like that. You know what I mean? Right. So it's not that. But what we actually look into it correctly, it means that these men were kings. Yeah. Was Cleopatra a pharaoh?
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
think she.
Yes, she
Yeah,
was, right?
that's right. You get female
Right.
pharaohs, right?
Right. But she wasn't really a pharaoh, was she? She was a queen, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Queen Cleopatra, right?
Right,
But
right,
at the same time, she was a pharaoh, right?
right. So it's a
And so was her
status
brother.
position.
Thank you. You get me?
Mm,
And this is Greek we're speaking.
right,
Do you
right,
get what I'm saying? So they put in the
right,
titles on us. We call him Nasut or we call him Nagus. Yeah. And Nagus means king. You
right,
understand? So these ancient kings, yeah, these ancient monarchs, yeah, like you would want to be like. Do you get it? So we
right.
hold them in the highest
Aspire.
regard. Right.
Yeah,
You aspire
you
to be
aspire
like,
to
yeah.
be like that. That's right.
Right.
That's
So
right.
in their times, when the early kings after they had, all deceased or whatever, yeah, other people looked up to them and, even studied under their school of thought. Do you get it? Because that's how
Right.
great they were. They weren't
That's
just
right.
average guys. They were so great that they left the first concepts of architecture and, music and
Yes.
study and
Yes.
science and all of those things. Do you get it?
Right. And then they
So,
move into myth. And then they move
right,
from myth into gods. Yeah, that's right.
right,
Into
right,
deities. That's
right.
right. Yeah, yeah.
Even
That makes sense.
there,
Yeah.
hold on, even there, but I'm wondering if that's necessarily true on our side. Yeah, that it didn't come down way in the dynasties. See, once we get into dynastical Egypt, yeah, this is where things start to change, and it goes from the rule of kingship and kings just building these monuments and all of these things to people worshiping them. Do you get what I'm saying? Because later on, you're getting a lot of different uh, sub tribes
Yeah.
joining in, and you know what I mean, their family as well, so they can rule in Kemet if they want to, you know what I mean. But under those reigns, sometimes there was, a bit of ideology, and then you've got to remember that the Greco-Romans or the Greeks and the Romans have been in the north there for like 3,000 years.
That's right. And they come in
Yeah,
with their chaos.
so that's like 1,000 BC or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, 1,000 BC, they've been there, in their little Alexandria. And most of what they talk about is about what happened in Alexandria. Do you get what I'm saying? How they
Right.
perceived Egypt and the gods and all of this, instead of
Yeah.
saying it was kings, because you don't have that prehistory, you don't have that connection with the old kingdoms
That's right.
to
And it's
say, and
distorted.
temples.
Yeah, you have a
Yeah,
distorted understanding of
right, right,
kingship and so on. So they
right.
create their own version up there in
Thank you.
Alexandria.
Right.
Yeah.
And the libraries contained information, and they said that they supposedly burnt it down. Now, I'm saying that information was even tainted even then.
Yes,
So
that's
even
right.
if
That's
you
right.
got
Yeah.
access to those books, it's a version of what they thought it was.
Right.
They
Yes.
weren't, when they say, oh, the Greeks and the Romans were taught by the Egyptians, no, they had their land in Egypt from the longest time. And anything they learned and saw there, they took away and tried to replicate.
Yeah.
That
That's right.
definitely is true. But the interaction between the priesthoods and all of that wasn't there. They had long
That's
since
right.
left
Because it's
that
the
that
priest who
region.
will be guiding the knowledge.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't even get a chance to get anywhere near the priests because they're right in the middle of the
Mm,
temples and stuff. Yeah.
exactly.
That's right.
Or in Memphis or in Heliopolis and all of these
Yeah.
places, which you can
Yeah.
see on the map, is further down the Nile,
Yeah.
nowhere near Alexandria. That's a
Right. Right.
holiday resort. You get me, on the coast of the Mediterranean, which you're calling Egypt. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
whatever, man. You know what I mean? They've got Greek pillars in there, everything in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Every idea they could see, they replicated and put it in Alexandria.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a jambalaya of information, and it's tainted even now. Egyptology, the schools of Egyptology, it's all false
Hmm.
for me. You know what I mean? Because it's their interpretation on our ancient experiences and and the fact that you're saying they're gods just shows us that you've misconstrued everything.
Never
And
fully. Yes, right. So what do you
right,
think
and
about
you
this
put
then?
that out there. You put that out
Yeah.
there. What it
So
is.
let's explore this. Let's explore this. So you mentioned Anubis, and
Yeah.
then we're discussing how Anubis. So you got mentioned Osiris. So we got the story of Osiris.
Mhm.
I mean, I think it'd be good just to walk through the story, and then try and see how we would think it would apply to today. Because I know there's bits and pieces like Set, and you mentioned Set
Yeah,
and
but the
Seth.
problem is whose version. That's where the problem
Exactly. But
lies.
so as you walk through it, the true version will emerge and all the weaker versions will fall to the wayside, and the
Well,
truth
I just
is
say,
stronger.
well, no, I mean it's easier. It was easier to obtain a better translation. That's what I have to get it for me, and it was translated by a black brother. You know what I mean? That's what you need. You know what I mean? A man who can feel the information, know he's has connection to it,
Right.
is less likely to try and mislead people when giving you a translation of that information. So that's how
So
I
so
work.
okay. So in the readings that you had so far,
Mm-hmm.
I'll say some things, and then you tell me if it sounds right, because based on the readings that you've had. So I was reading, I was thinking that Set or Seth is the same entity as set, or it's a set box. So the words, when you have a set box or a box set, it's the same thing as to put something in a box or to put something in a coffin. So basically, Set killed Osiris by making up a party and making this coffin and putting all jewels on the coffin, and brought the coffin into the party, and everybody was singing and dancing, the music was kicking off, and the party game was who would fit inside the coffin. So everybody in the party was jumping into the coffin, see if it could fit in the coffin, and none of them fit until Osiris went into the coffin, and he fitted perfectly, and then slammed the lid on the coffin and sealed it up, and then threw the coffin into the Nile. So let's just do with that bit. Does that sound in line with your understanding? And so I'm saying that the set box is the same thing as saying the set coffin, the coffin that killed Cyrus. Does that fit with your vision or what you've been reading?
No way, no how. But it does fit with what I've also read from many European sources on their interpretation on
Oh,
those
right. So what's the
events
alternative
and situations.
interpretation then?
I'm just saying that, like, even that has a hint of European ideology with it. That a brother could kill another brother, chop his body up, dash it in the
Oh,
Nile,
right.
all of this nonsense. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Okay. Interesting. Right.
I'm saying, well, some of that might be true, as in, I don't know about no party. I definitely heard about the tricking the brother into the coffin. That's from the
Right.
European angle, though. Do you know what I'm saying? On all of these extras with it. Yeah. All I know is they had a fight. Supposedly, man chopped him up. Yeah. Dashed the body in the Nile, supposedly. And the wife came along, was looking for her husband, couldn't find him. Yeah. Heard what happened, found all the pieces, apart from the penis. The penis was swallowed by a catfish. Yeah, so we
Yeah.
don't
Oh, hold it.
really.
Don't go that far. Don't go further. Let's just deal with the party. Let's just deal with the
Yeah, there wasn't
party.
no party. What kind of
Okay.
foolishness is
The
that?
situation of how Osiris got into that coffin.
Mm.
What are the alternative views that you've heard that are non-European?
Well, I
Let's
didn't know
just
about
deal
no
with
coffin. There was
there
no
was no
coffin.
coffin.
There's no sarcophagus, so they weren't doing that then.
Oh, right. So what are the alternative views then? What do they say if it wasn't a
Well,
coffin
remember,
or
it's gonna
sarcophagus?
be he appealed to Anubis to help put the body back together again. And that's where this concept of mummification came from. So even
No,
before
but
that,
before we go there, before we go deal with Anubis, let's deal with Osiris is the creator, or he's there, and he's not been put in the
how is he a
sarcophagus.
creator? Creator of what?
Okay,
Sir?
so what is Osiris then? What are the alternative views of Osiris? What have you heard?
I'm saying that Osiris would have been a great king.
Oh, right. Okay. Osiris.
From
Oh,
the
right. Okay.
bloodline. One
Okay.
second.
Right.
From the
Okay.
ancient bloodline of what they call the Ogdogs, right? And the Ogdogs are the older representation of kings and tribes and all of that.
Right. Okay.
Like
So
Bes,
let's go
hold on,
Osiris
like
as a king.
like
Okay.
Bes, Tar. You get what I'm saying? These ones are older before you get to Ra, Shu, Tefnut. You get what I'm saying? Anubis, all of these.
Okay.
You know, I mean, not
Yes.
Anubis. Some of the other
Yeah.
supposed deities or netters, or they're called Dinir. Do you get what I'm saying? They're called the Dinir, the nine Anids, or is another word, right? Because there's 9 of them, right? But they come under a level. So their predecessors are Tar and Bes, who are like representative of pygmy, small people. Do you get what I'm saying? Of the different tribes of small people who were on the planet at the time.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay.
So each
So
one of
going
these,
right the way back. Right.
so each one represents
And
those
that's
tribes. So like when we're dealing with Osiris, yeah, they're still little people. Do you get what I'm saying?
So,
Some of
right.
them are little people, some of them are tall people, you know, and then at some point they mix together, and then you get these middle of the way people. Do you get what I'm saying? Like the new generation. Do you get it?
That's
Right.
interesting.
So these are the
So seeing it
bloodlines,
from
but these are
the
bloodlines of
bloodline.
tribes and their appointed monarch. Do you get it?
Right.
Right.
Okay. I like that. I like
That
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 model.
has turned into Netarus and all of
Right.
these godly type,
Yeah.
deified
Right.
individuals, when the reality is that's not the case. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
They
That makes
are
sense.
deified, as in we are more than what we think we are. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So we need to get back to that and get back to them and being like them, or being like our ancestors and our predecessors,
Wow.
and the ones that we held in high regard, because their actions were more than exemplary wisdom and all of these type of things that they brought forth. Do you get it?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Certain sciences and all of that.
That's
And,
way back,
mm,
man. That's way
mm,
back.
mm.
Whoa. That's going
But
like
to
going
make
into DNA.
but to make the concepts overstandable, they did it in a certain way. Do you get what I'm saying? So to overstand the concept of the sun, basically everyone that they're saying was a deity should have had Ra in their name, right? But they only used one individual, yeah, whose name was Amun, yeah, and then they put Amun Ra. Do you get what I'm saying? Which
Yeah.
personifies him or makes him a real individual. This were Amun Ra must have been a great king, right?
Yeah.
Right.
That
So
makes
this,
sense. Yeah.
but he represents the sun. So it's trying to teach you two principles, right? Right.
Right.
They're trying
Right.
to teach
Yeah.
you the sun principle, yeah, and they're trying to teach you the ways and the thing of Amun,
Yeah,
right?
that's right. That's right.
Right.
That's right.
So Amun
So the
Ra,
sun being the major divine or energy
mm,
main force, and then
right?
all these different tribes or kings are ways in which that force or the energy is managed or directed.
No, is represented. So if I'm saying
A
like,
representation
look, if I'm saying
of that force.
if I'm saying, let's put it at the English monarchy, right? If I'm saying Philip is um Amun Ra, right? Prince
Yeah.
Philip, right? Was Amun Ra, right? Because he was a prince, he was thing, the titles, everything about that, right? But I'm
Yeah.
also trying to teach you the principle of the sun. Yeah. And it's a complicated principle. It's a whole school of thought, right? Because what the sun does and what its processes are. Remember, we're Canaanites, we're alchemists, we study, we're animists.
Yeah, hold it. Let me see if I can catch what you're saying. So you're saying so if you're using the royal family, for example, just as so each member of the royal family represents a certain aspect of the sun. Is that what you're saying?
Of nature. Because someone else is going to be the wind, someone else is going to be the soil, someone else is going to be, you get what I'm saying? We're trying to teach you principles. Yeah, chemistry, come on, like look where we're going with this. You get what I'm saying? But we're trying to do it in a very simplistic way, right? So it's that anyone can get it. Yeah, that anyone can get it, because a lot of people think about it, got stuck on Amun-Ra. They got stuck on that because all they did was what? Sun worship, right?
Right.
So there's bare tribes around the world that ended up just sun worshippers. So you took the concept in its basic form of Amun-Ra, and instead of studying it like the Cometians do and had schools on it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And would say that a monarch could go to all of the schools, right? But he could say, you know what? I was really intrigued in the school of Tahuti, the school of the laws and the, what we're going to live by and how we govern over the people and all of this and what I must do as a monarch and all of that.
Right, but that's just one aspect, one school.
That's just one aspect, one school.
Right.
Move on to Shu, which represents the wind. Do you get what I'm saying? And then we know the wind is a principle and blah, blah, blah. And there's a science in that.
Yeah, that model looks good, sounds good, because that's like where people would say like, okay, we went to Cambridge to study law, or we went to so and so to study. So each university we went to. So different universities around the world are known for their speciality in a particular field of knowledge.
Right.
But
okay, as I said, is not the same principle in the wind. You know what I'm saying? We can say that the wind is geared by the sun, right?
Right. So there could be a university of the sun, a university of the wind, university of the sea, university
not
of
necessarily
land.
University of those things, but just trying to teach you basic elements: earth, wind, and fire, right? Yeah, right.
Yeah, but then you have to go deeper.
Right, you have to go deeper, but that's something else. We'll get to that. Yeah, I'm just saying, if you came along and you saw what was on the walls, right, and you interpreted it as gods, but I'm trying to say you should have interpreted it as principles. There's two things being shown here. One, this individual who was a real person. Yeah. So your concept of God and the Most High is different from these people. These people are saying they are gods.
Right.
So then the Most High is something different, and they have those concepts that there's the unseen creator and all of this type of stuff. You know what I mean? And that some even tribes and tribal leaders, they don't know their creation. So then nothing created them. You get what I'm saying? Like Tar, no, he was self-creating. That they don't know the beginning of his existence, meaning they don't know the beginning of the existence of his tribe.
Ah, right. That's right, because I heard that they were saying that some of the deities they had no belly button. So when they don't have a belly button, it means that they don't know from whence he came.
Well,
he had no birth.
Well, I'm saying if you are a later person making the records of the older person, for that person to be a monarch, and be one of the first monarchs or the first set, that is how what process of time are we in? Because they've told us 300,000 years, and I'm saying even that would still be a jump, right? You know what I'm saying? It's still short of the mark, way short of the mark. I'm saying we've been here millions of years on this planet, right?
Right. Yeah.
Right. So I'm saying, like, they're telling us establishly 300,000. It will change soon again. Yeah, when they find a bone that's older and all of that. But anyway, right? Because they saying Lucy is not us, but she's kind of us. And I'm saying, how old is Lucy? Oh, 5 million years. Okay, let's go. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Yeah.
somewhere around, either we was around with Lucy, yeah, because I'm not thinking Lucy just walking around on her own. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking like there's other beings, there's other hominids that they've discovered old bones of that are not us.
Yeah.
So I'm saying like, well, then we either still got to be rolling around with them, or we're around when these things are around. And then we would have to go to our ancient stories in the villages and of these talk about beast men and all of this type of stuff in there, mythoses and all of that. Yeah.
Right. So let's just leave that area as in that's the time where the entities have no belly button. We just don't know. That goes beyond. It goes beyond.
Beyond their origin. I mean, beyond what we know even now.
Yeah.
They say the oldest marker they got is the Khoi sign, and then I'm saying that's the Khoi people and the San people. So that still goes back again. And then who
So what do you
came
think of
before
this,
them and before them and before them?
All right. Leave that now, because that goes into the mist, the mist of the ancient. So we'll be guessing forever. So so if as we were just talking about, if it goes back so far where it becomes invisible, when you make the statement, or when we make the statement, go back to rediscover ourselves, what are we saying? Because if it means to rediscover ourselves, we've got to go back into the ancient, where there's no records. Then
I don't think
you
know
can't find
thyself
the
means that.
ancients. Huh?
I don't think know thyself means that.
Well, okay, what does it mean then to you then?
I mean, know thyself. I mean, you don't have to go into the past. I mean, the past thing is to know how to move forward, as in structure.
Sankofa, you mean?
As in, no, I'm saying it as in structure. If you had golden ages in your ancestry and origin, which you do you get what I'm saying? You could look to that for a model. Do you get what I'm saying? That's not the main concern. My main concern is you as an individual knowing your capabilities through the past, as in seeing what your ancestors done, understanding the information that was left for you, and the other information that was
here
kept
we had this
from
argument
you.
this week. Okay, watch this. We had this argument where I was talking to some sisters, and we was debating there in West Greenland. They kept talking about, oh yeah, know thyself, know thyself. I said, but hold it. Know yourself as an individual. I said, what good is that? What good is that, knowing yourself as an individual, if there's a whole group of people who have organized themselves together as a group? So just you as an individual, knowing yourself to do what? Knowing yourself to go back to a community to give the wisdom there, or knowing yourself just so that you can buy a house and a car? What do you mean?
Every human being needs to know and reach their godly potential. This is the point. Do you get what I'm saying? Because as it says in the Bible, and that Jesus is saying, doesn't it say in your scriptures that ye are gods and children of the Most High? So that, as I said, the idea of gods, or God, is lower than the, you know what I mean, the concept of the all boundless creator.
Right. So here's the thing. If
they've
it's
made
true,
it one. 1 second.
Yeah.
They've made it one.
So therefore,
with big G, little G.
Yeah. Okay. So therefore, the white man knows himself more than the black man or the African, then, because they obviously have more power at the moment.
He knows more about you than you know about yourself.
Oh, that's an interesting angle.
Because he doesn't exist. He doesn't exist before you, does he?
Okay.
He doesn't exist before you, and everything he's digging up, he's doing. He's on a quest of discovery. Why? Because you're the last of the family born or brought into existence. This is definitely true. Do you get me? The scientists and everyone agrees. Yeah, you're not the oldest of the family, right?
Okay,
you're the
so
youngest.
Okay,
so,
hold this.
No. But you can understand. The youngest is going to want to know what happened and what was happening before they even existed. Yeah. This
Okay.
is their quest of discovery, to
Right.
uncover,
Okay. That
to
makes
find
sense.
it out and then cover it up. You get it?
Yes.
Right.
All
Okay.
right. Good. Good. Hold it. You got a good point there. All right. You're strong. You're strong. Okay. So let me test this now. So watch this. Yeah. Good statement. So the white people, they know more about us than we know about ourselves as black people, and that has enabled them to achieve what they've achieved. Okay.
Mhm.
So now, in the quest for black people, or those classified as black, to know themselves, or those classified as African to know themselves, just rediscover themselves, do they, one, have to get the information from those white people who know more about them than themselves, or two, have to bypass or override the white people to discover themselves, so they can know, discover themselves?
Well, I just feel it's an internal, external thing. You get what I'm saying? I don't know
Oh, both
why
at the
you
same
need.
time.
I don't know why you need an interceder to discover yourself, or discover about yourself and your people and what was left for you. I don't see the necessity for that. In this day and age of information technology, and everything is out
But
there,
this
right?
information technology is in the hands of the white people. So that if
Yep.
you're using the information technology that they're digging up, because they're in control of the archaeology, they're in control of the libraries and so on, and they've got all this stuff stashing, and they're still getting more stuff.
Hmm.
How are you going to get at that material without going through them?
Well, I mean, what do you want on the? What do you mean information? The information about yourself? Who told you that
No,
your ancestors, who were the first people writing on the planet, carving, um, even had writing systems calling hieroglyphs and all of this type of stuff? You think those people, yeah, wouldn't keep something? The masters of keeping secrets, having secret schools and orders and all of this type of thing, getting people initiated, yeah, with crocodile fat and all of this thing, where the word anointed comes from, yeah. All of these schools of thought within our the continent of Africa, yeah. Like, you think that we don't have the information? Of course we do. And the second thing is, it's in your DNA. So it's just about activating your DNA and remembering. Do you get it? What,
okay, so
when you
that's where the
hear something.
Sankofa comes in. Okay,
No,
okay.
when you hear something like this, I can read between the lines, because I've read other information that is the same information but on a different
Different, yeah.
level, because it's more authentic, right? It makes more
Okay.
sense, because if this is black man, oh, these Sumerians were black, okay, then it makes sense. If they've got literature, yeah, that when a black person reads it about another black person, it's gonna make sense to you. You're gonna feel it. You get me? You're gonna
Yeah,
understand the jokes in it or whatever. There's gonna be
right.
something in there that's gonna make you know this is a brother. And I don't feel that when these guys translate, because they don't translate and put out the translation. They give their interpretation of what they think the information is.
Right,
And that's
right,
what the problem is, you know what I mean? And then that gets given to us, and then we start talking about Osiris and Set and
yeah. Rather than a Thar.
based,
Yeah,
thank you, based on
yeah.
somebody's interpretation. You
That's
know what I
right.
mean?
Because RU Connect said that in the chat. Yeah,
Mm,
yeah, yeah. It's Thar rather than Osiris. That's right.
that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So even the
Get
use
me?
of the language. So okay.
Mm,
So therefore, um, what is
mm.
the way
So no,
to
no, sorry, I
quickly?
got it. I got you. What it is that we were doing, as I was explaining to you, the principles, the elements, you get what I'm
Yeah,
saying, and the chemistry, the alchemy that these comedians was trying to show you, put on the walls. I'm not talking about the secret schools and the full information, because that's another thing, yeah. But I'm just showing you in principles of uh order of kings and ancient queens and that, yeah, which they're calling gods and whatever, which they rightly should call them gods because we are gods. Do you get what I'm saying? But until you can reach your godly status in mind and in physical body and in capabilities and things you can do, yeah, you're just gonna have to look at those pyramids in amazement. No, our ancestors, no, we're greater than that, fam. You know what I mean? We overstood the the frailty in making living conditions like we have now in the West. Yeah, we overstood that. We done it already. Yeah, and I think at a certain stage we blew ourselves up, man. Because this knowledge can go too far sometimes, man. You can, you know,
Say that
nature
again.
is.
He said so
We
the
blew
Africans
ourselves
blew
up.
themselves up.
I feel so. Especially in Egypt and these type of Middle Eastern type areas, they blew themselves up, man. You know what I mean? We're talking about high science and high technology and high thing. Yeah, sometimes you have to abandon that and then go back to basics. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the Dogons. The Dogons are Egyptians, but now they've moved to the other side of the continent. Do you get what I'm saying? And try to live now in nature. The Orishas are the descendant of the Netters and all of this type of thing. Them ancient kings. They moved to Nigeria and set up Ife and started to live village life. These were the people who did these things.
Going back to
Yeah.
basics, basically.
Right. So they were going back to basics, and that's what I'm seeing. I'm saying, right,
so
okay.
are you saying that the system became so sophisticated and corrupt, sophisticated but corrupt, so therefore they decided to blow it all up and get back to basics?
Well, yeah, in some cases blow it all up. Sometimes the conditions of the area itself, floods, all sorts, droughts, all sorts, will make people move. Do you get what I'm saying? This is why when Napoleon's discovering it, it's deep in sand. That means no one was there. We kept it moving, man. Do you get what I'm saying? We've got the biggest superhighway in the on the planet, the Nile, to just transfer us to another part. Do you get what I'm saying? Or we can just continue down the Nile and just keep it moving, or just take a tributary river and then you're in the Niger and then whatever. Yeah. So we've got the history of these people moving away from this particular area and just moving further upstream or whatever. You understand?
Yeah.
So,
Okay. This moving. Yeah. But you see, when we see the model of Nubia, ancient Nubia, it's almost like the civilization just became developed along with the River Nile itself. So
yeah, but we don't know how
I can accept the
millions.
I can accept the moving, but not the destruction of the old.
No, I mean, in some parts, it depends where you think we were. Do you think where the borders were? The borders is where they tell you now, but I don't think there was borders like that. All over on the Middle East side and all of that, those were one, as far as we were concerned. Do you get what I'm saying? It's the same Europeans, Middle Easterns, Ottomans, a thing that's giving you the separation now. Like, this is Saudi Arabia and this is thing and this is and it's all separate. But yet, in one stage it was all Kemet.
But where's the bomb? Where was the bomb triggered off? You said that you feel that we blew ourselves up because maybe we became too corrupt or things were distorted, so we just had to blow it up.
Too much tech. Too much tech. Those pyramids, when they're switched on, Rubs, you don't even know what the power it generates. Even with it switched off, it's still generating tremendous force and energy in that. You know what I mean? Tachyon energy and that. Go and look that up, man. And you see, like, these structures are not just there for joke, bros. Just for people's viewing. They serve the purpose. You look at the outline of the place that they can see now from satellite. It's looking like a computer circuit. Yeah. Some temples are in the form of a human being with the Fibonacci sequence easily to fit in the center of it. Like, come on, brother. We're saying high science and high levels and high things. Yeah, but bro, we've abandoned it. What's the reason? Do you get what I'm saying?
Circuit. She means the circuit. There was a short
But
circuit.
I'm saying, like, we didn't go
fried. The circuit's fried. Oh my god!
I'm just saying.
Social engineering.
I'm just saying, like, look.
Help us, Schiffer.
How even the structures themselves, as I said, they're all over the planet, are they not?
But
Are they not?
this blowing up
IC3?
you're talking about, this blowing up. What do you think,
Yes.
Schiffer? This blowing up thing.
Oh, blowing up themselves.
Yeah, that's what you
Yeah,
said.
man.
So
I feel so
I've
that, yeah, I
how
feel,
this blowing up thing is coming.
Yeah, I feel that.
To it.
I feel that thing. I mean that area.
Ain't that what happens in the Asian stuff as well? They start blowing up stuff with the Burmanas and that.
No, I'm saying great balls of fire. All of these great balls of fire stories and all of that, and all of these regions being highly radioactive with plutonium and all of that. And you can't get plutonium just like that. If you get plutonium deposits, someone made the plutonium. You have to make it from uranium. Yeah. So plutonium is made. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and you're finding plutonium deposits all over the around the Middle East and North Africa. Like, bro, like, what's going on? Yeah, man's going out there with the Geiger counter and the thing's going crazy. Near the Dead Sea, all of them areas there. Why is the Dead Sea dead? Huh? Why is the whole place completely flattened out and all of that a complete desert? So I'm saying, bruv, yeah. If you're talking high technology and you believe or you know that your ancestors had this high technology, why couldn't that be an option?
Yeah, I don't see it as far-fetched.
Why you would abandon it and go, as you said, IC3, back to basics?
And why are them buildings generating energy for real? That was a good point that you pointed out as well, man. Right? Why? What makes sense if they're doing something with it?
Yeah. Not like it was free.
Yeah. But I wanted to ask you one question, Maku, yeah? So I liked what you were saying about the whole Egypt thing. It's like they can't be fully decided on anything. And as you was talking, I was going through some of the points you was making, and I came across something very interesting. So you said the Amun-Ra, yeah? So when I looked at Amun-Ra, what I'm finding is that we got Amun-Ra, we got Atum-Ra, and we've got just Atum on its own.
That's right.
But I'm finding that all three seem to be the same deity, but at different points in time. That's what it seems like to me. As I thought, let me ask you, is that correct, or how does that work then? I don't understand.
Yeah, there's different concepts of the sun's movements, right? Yeah. So when it's first in the sky, when it starts off, it rises in the east or whatever, that's one. When it's midday, that's two. When it's dusk, that's three. Now, when the sun's at dusk, it's hidden in it. It's out of the view, right? Right?
Okay.
So it's also explaining the same concepts of creation and the creator. That one physical representation of the creator is the sun. Do you get what I'm saying? But the sun, the creator is hidden, just like the sun when it's at sunset. Do you get it?
Right.
So the main concept of the creator is the unseen creator, because that unseen creator created things that you can visibly see.
So you're talking about the atom. You're talking about the when they get to the atom, the one that created everything. I got
the
you.
one that created. You got what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That is the unseen creator. So
and then goes into the what? Into the underworld.
So again, with one thing, they're showing you what? Couple principles, right? They're showing you one, the movement of the sun. That's going to help you with agriculture and all of that. So they're giving you a solar calendar, yeah? In a sense, came from that, because the movement of the sun across the sky during the day, blah blah blah. Some will give you the story of the scarab beetle and all of this, how it moves the dung across in the morning or whatever. Why am I echoing?
Sorry, that's my fault.
Yeah. Sorry, there's someone here. Hello.
Baoni.
Yeah, so showing the principles.
Baoni.
Huh?
Big up, everybody.
Is that you, Caleb?
Yeah.
All right. At least you got something. Well, you're not a troll anyway, like that. You're awesome. But yeah. What was you saying now? IC3.
Yeah. So we were discussing. We were talking about that high technology resulted in the ancients just blowing everything up and deciding let's get back to basics. But in the decision to blow everything up, they also wanted to conserve some basic elements of knowledge. So in order to reconstruct in a better form a new world. Yeah. So yes, you're saying they decided to blow everything up because it either become corrupted or it was a flaw in the social engineering.
No, Mr.
No,
IC3.
I'm just saying that at some stage, yeah, they blew themselves up. Another stage,
for whatever
they
reason.
realized that this living in a kind of city kind of environment was not good with what they were studying, and they decided to abandon it. So I'm saying at different stages, at different times, people left out. So I'm saying, what
actually,
time?
yeah, that makes sense.
Sorry.
Actually, basically, yeah.
What time was
Speak up for
the leaving?
the ancient
leaving
Egyptians
of the
because
Dogon. Sorry, the Dogon, because I'm saying the Dogons are Egyptians. They've gone away now to another side of the continent, and they reside in Mali. You know, they have their little ceremonies that they have every 60 years, the Sigui, you know. But a lot of their principles on the Dog Star Sirius came from when they lived in Egypt. So you can clearly see loads of different people who used to live in that region who have left and live in other regions, not necessarily live in that way again. They didn't go to this side and then start building up pyramids. Man started with small village, you know, and going back to basics, wearing, you know, not even clothes at times. And then later on, just making clothes, and, you know, it's crazy. So, yeah.
You know, among other things, Mr. IC3, what do you think about the fact that Egyptians were the first one to practice enslaving other people based on their race?
Say that again?
Egyptians
yeah,
were the first ones to practice slavery based on race.
I don't know about the first ones, my brother.
Based on race, like they are the first one to enslave other people who are distinctly different from them racially. So they depict that on the Nubians in it.
Yeah, but Nubians were rulers in Egypt before the establishment of what you're calling Egypt. So, like, what are you talking about? So, pre-dynastic Egypt has all of these tribes and all of these kings and all of it. It has to go all the way back to these old kings like Osiris and Tar and Seth and all of these type of people. So,
from how they depicted their experience, it's clear that like the melanated ones or the Nubians were clearly subservient and slaves to the other Egyptians. So
no, I think if you look into history, you'll see that the Nubians came first. They are the mother of Egypt.
That's not the point. The point is the Egyptians enslaved people. Yeah, the Egyptians enslaved the Nubians, and
if
Nubians
they're the mother of it, that means all the principles came from them. All the concepts of the kingship.
We're not disputing what came what. Like we're just saying, like Egyptians.
I mean, in later time, one second. In later time, yeah, you can maybe agree that's true, right? But it's still insignificant because again, that's
mad.
African
It's
on African
insignificant.
crime.
Mad.
No, yeah, it's
mad
African
thing,
on African.
You know?
One second.
Oh
it's
my!
African
my God! Nah.
My brother, it's African on African crime. You know what I'm saying? If there's
it's a black on black crime, you say? You're mad,
that's what it is. No, but does that not happen till today? Yeah, it does. So it's not so funny anymore. Hold on, one second. It's not so funny anymore when you know that it happens up to today. We still have civil wars. We're still killing each other. Like, what point
Yeah,
are
but
you trying to
why?
make?
Are you
Why?
guys
So let's.
hearing this? Are you
Yeah,
guys
hold
hearing
it.
this?
One
So
second. Let's
now I'm
let's.
saying, yeah, that is supposedly, yeah, an interpretation of what is on the walls, right? They're saying, look, oh shit, look at all these Nubians chained up by their neck and blah 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 blah. And I'm saying, okay, maybe it's under a different tribal leader, those events happen. But that still happens within the dynasties. The history of Egypt and Kemet goes way back, and even Nubia goes even further back. And I'm saying the early rulers of this thing were Nubians.
You
They
know,
know that
How
I'm
when,
about
just
when
this
they dig
pointing.
up
idea? Well,
the
Just
let me
one more
Tiva
point.
answer the question. I was asked a question. Let me
Okay, go ahead.
answer the question, or
Mm.
try to answer it anyway, because he asked me what I thought. Yeah. So I quite a few people have been telling me that they believe that it's basically the so-called white people or the Neanderthals or what it was. They were driven out of ancient society. They ended up in the north, and then when they came back, the concept of slavery and all this kind of stuff came as a result of the clash with those returning from whether it's the north or from the ice region. So that's when all these concepts
That's fictional.
like slavery came about. That's
No.
the idea I've heard.
You can prove this to yourself for yourself. You don't need any reference point. Like if you consider Egypt to be one of, if not the first, one of the first civilization.
Yeah.
They must be the first for most of the things, right? Say, for example, writing and all those innovations, right? So if it was clear from their documentation that they practiced this thing, and like we complain about like the Arabs enslaving Africans, Europeans doing it to Africans, but we hardly talk about like the fact that the Egyptians were the first one who practiced race-based slavery, and because this pro-black or conscious people think uh, of themselves as part of Egyptians, so that's probably why they don't really discuss that, but it was clear from their own documentation that this was race-based.
There's a problem when you say their own documentation. What documentation are you referring to?
What do they call it? Like gate of hell, or the wall of. Well, there's a depiction of a darker shade people.
So now it's a depiction.
All right,
It's a picture. Basically, it's a picture. It's a picture.
So
They
it's an
depicted means.
interpretation of a picture. Yeah, but what happened? Yeah.
So
Who's
on that
interpreting the picture
picture,
as well? Yeah, who's interpreting
it's
this
clear.
as
It's
well?
clear for anybody who's not colorblind. If you're colorblind, you might not see it, but it's clear. But now a lot of people have this emotional connection, like they're supposedly ancient Egyptians. It's a family black on black crime. It's mad.
Yeah,
Well,
but you're making all of that for one picture.
Yeah, but hold on 1 second. I feel that was a mute point again, because the history and the glory or whatever times in Egypt, or what they're calling established Egypt, yeah, is very good in most cases. Like, they don't have all of these things that you're talking about, but they have foreign entities coming in. Do you get what I'm saying? And having to usher them out at some point. Yeah, that's happened. Yeah, but this idea of
So you're defending slavery,
transatlantic.
but
No,
that's
I'm not saying slavery, bro. Like, you gotta understand, I am defending war though. Do you get it? And I'm saying we've been war since the
There
beginning
could
of
be a
time,
just
right?
war. Like there's an argument to be made about like a just war. I'm talking about like
seeing
specifically.
1 second. So seeing prisoners of war on a relief, right, with things around their neck and this is not un-African. Do you get what I'm saying? This is what it is. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm not justifying it and saying, oh, that's it's a bad thing or a good thing, or it must have been. You know what I mean? I'm just saying what is. I'm just like, I can see it clearly. Like, yeah, we have always been a warring set of people. Some of our greatest pharaohs were warring.
What do you mean
pharaohs,
our greatest
supposedly. They
pharaohs?
were,
Like, are you
yeah, they're like
Egyptian? Like,
I'm
you
just
believe you're
saying in
Egyptian?
the history. I'm
Do you
African.
believe
Am
you're
I not?
Egyptian?
I'm saying I'm African. Am I not?
Well, your
Right.
country is
And now,
located in
right
Africa, but
now,
like
now
you are
look
not
up,
Egyptian.
look up how many words in my language are Egyptian. Look up, they come up, and then tell me.
Why don't you tell us?
Maybe I might have a connection. Maybe
Maybe,
over
you know,
150 words in my language are supposedly command. So anyway, but and as I said, the tribe definitely say that they left out from the Nile Valley, yeah, at a particular point, and moved to where we're calling Nigeria. So yeah,
is
as I
it
said,
because like why do most black people want
I
to
want
belong
rent.
to Egypt? Like that's it's very very
I
interesting.
don't think
Really.
it's that. I don't even think it's that. And again, when we're saying Egypt, as I said, it's the oldest civilization for the Europeans, but obviously we still in.
So okay,
We were
now it makes
obviously.
sense. You know.
One second.
You know what, Michael?
One second. We we were the oldest. That's our oldest civilization. They're saying, and I'm saying, nah, that's our baby civilization. That's the one that you lot could see, yeah, from across the way on the Mediterranean. That's the one you lot could see, yeah.
You
But
lot.
all the
Who
ones
thought?
in South Africa and West Africa and all the other parts of Africa where was considered the whole continent was considered Tamare, yeah. What would have been considered Egypt, really? You get this is why that only Europeans come and putting these borders in about Sudan and Ethiopia and all of that. That bruv, so that was all Egypt, and everybody knows it, yeah, at one stage. So what am I saying that's incorrect and laughable? It's not. It's facts.
No, I mean you're
You know
right
what I
at
mean?
the fact that like
Okay, so at
part.
the end
Hold
of the
on, hold
day,
on, hold on, hold on, Michael.
now you want to call yourself
I'm agreeing with you.
Amara or
No,
whatever.
no.
Da-da-da.
I'm agreeing with you
Okay, then.
actually that like parts of what's today Sudan is actually even the entire Sudan
Ethiopia.
at some point. Hold on. Let me finish, right?
Ethiopia.
So that used to be part of Egypt. No, nobody's that's not the point. The point
That
is
is the point.
the power dynamics between these two groups of people is not what you're making out to
They are
be.
not two two
There is a
groups of
distinct.
people.
There are two distinct people.
They are only listen, the people them, which are gonna be a mixed bag of all the different tribes in that region at that time or whatever, right? And I'm saying you can't distinguish one from the other according to the records. So you can't say you're
No, you
this one
can
or that
clearly.
one.
You
You
know, if
can't.
you go
You
to
can't.
Sudan, because
You can't.
I don't think you've been to
You
Sudan.
couldn't distinguish between an Israelite and a Kemet or whatever. You couldn't. Couldn't. There's
You
no
know
what you're
why?
talking about. I've
I
read
can
so
tell you
much
how you can distinguish.
documentation. One second. I've read so much documentation that it's that's ridiculous. It's like doing it now. It wouldn't even make sense.
You know how you got like the modern day Sudanese phenotype that came about after the expansion of Islam, basically.
What are you talking
And
about, man?
Interesting.
so the like at the time during the time of the pharaohs,
Hold on, one
the
second,
people
one
who
second.
hold on. Let me finish my thought, Michael,
Them man, they
please.
don't do haplogroups. So how can the expansion of a phenotype? Man, I'm not gonna let man come on my channel and speak nonsense. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
I
No,
haven't
okay,
heard him. I
he's
haven't
remember who
heard
you're
him.
scared.
talking to.
I
Remember
haven't
who you're
heard him. Let
talking
me
to,
hear
bro.
what he's gonna say. I
Scared.
haven't
One
heard him.
second, bro. Remember who you're talking to. Remember whose channel you're on. Yeah, we're not doing rubbish. Yeah, we're doing straight up. Yeah, what you know, knowledgeable facts. But don't
We
start
was
talking
king
nonsense on
and
my
shit.
panel because it's
We
like
was
it doesn't
king
make
and
sense.
shit.
It's not about kings, bro. I don't know what you are. Yeah, but I know what I am. Do you get what I'm saying?
Egyptian
And a
in
lot
it.
of other people
Pharaoh.
know what they are.
Pharaoh Maku.
Huh? No, it's not
You're a
even that,
pharaoh in
bro.
it.
It's just I'm not a pharaoh. Obviously, I just told you that we don't even deal with pharaoh. You there speaking Greek to man. That's
What
why
are
I'm
you
saying you're a
talking about?
foreigner, man. And you're acting like one. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand what you're dealing with. You know what the word is in its real
Well, like
thing.
Mr.
Yeah,
IC3
it
is
means
a
king. It
matured
means king. It means
person,
king in
so
your language. So, bro, like it, man.
maybe
Pull back,
he
man.
what's your
We was
intake?
kangs. We was kangs. But the Kangs is not Kangs. It's Nagus. Yeah. And that's the name of a pharaoh. Like, so what does that mean? It's a king, isn't it? It's like, bro, just allow it, man. They were kings when they were kings, not when we were kings. When they were kings, when our ancestors were kings, yeah, and gave the concept of kingship, yeah, to the caveman, who you're.
Oh, that's racist. Please don't call people caveman. That's kind of racist.
Stop that one.
It is racist,
caveman
man.
that you're caping for. Yeah, the baby of the family.
Nah. I do not condone calling people
the one who
caveman.
has canines. The one who has canines.
That's racist.
Anyway.
I mean, like this reverse racism thing, and Michael, you gotta be careful.
It's not reverse racism, man. I got white guys on the screen, man. You know what I'm saying? Why am I being racist? I'm not being racist. I'm telling you what it is.
Why are you calling them caveman and shit?
That's what they call themselves. They say they got Neanderthal. Didn't they say they got Neanderthal? Or is it me? Is it me that said that? Or is it them? Have you got Neanderthal? You want to be them so much. Have you got Neanderthal? What they say they got?
You probably got Neanderthal.
Was it you depicting yourself walking out of a cave, clubbing women on the head and pulling them back into the cave? Was it you? Or was it them?
I don't know.
He knows what I'm talking about. They've been saying that from time.
I mean, like
they're cavemen. They've been saying.
I just don't want to be a part of a racist dialogue.
Why? Why are you afraid? Where did that fear come from? Why don't you
Because I'm grateful to as an immigrant. I'm grateful to the Europeans for taking me into their country so that I can have a better life. And I don't want to be a part of
no one wants a bastard
being
racist.
Okay, I understand.
Unless you're a productive bastard.
As an immigrant. So this is what I'm saying, Michael, you see. The power is with the white man, the white people, and the darkies are all trying to make their way towards the white people. Now, I know that we're working to try and understand how this came about, and we see it as a problem from a black perspective. And all of this.
You know what, Mr. IC3, just let me just make this point. If they want these people that you are against, before you wake up tomorrow, they can erase your entire race of nations. They can do that if they want to.
This is rubbish.
Okay, and
I mean, do you know that? Do you realize?
Listening to this rubbish? Like, come on, man. Caleb's trolling, man.
Are you aware of that? That they have the capability to do that.
I was having this conversation yesterday, actually, with quite a few people down Tottenham. We was having this very, very same discussion, and this other brother was saying that they have planted nuclear weapons in this sub Earth, and that their plan is to detonate it, destroy the Earth, but run up. They don't want to do that until they've set up bases in Mars or on the moon or whatever. So that's why they do concentrate on the space program, because
my strategy would be
to run out. Hold it. To run out. This is what another brother was saying yesterday in the discussion, that they're planning to go up there and then destroy everything down here, which goes back to what Michael was saying earlier on, about destroying everything and then coming back down.
Mr. IC3, have you heard that? All I'm saying is, you have to strategize better in terms of how to improve your situation or whatever your motivation is as a groups of people. You have to strategize, right? So your strategy, in my eyes, the best strategy for Black people right now is just to engage in some sort of race mixing or genetic bleaching, because force is not going to work.
Say that again? What do you say?
The best strategy is to assimilate, to mix, or sort of engage in a genetic bleaching, right? So that the next generation will be a mulatto, and the generation removed from that will be probably. So that's one strategy. Hold on. So that's one strategy to ensure the safety of your descendants would be in the future. But force is not going to work because Africa will never industrialize. Say, for example, within the next century or half, like millennium, it might not even industrialize. So
Might.
everything
You
else
said
is
never. You see, slow down because you're throwing words in there. First you say never, and then you say might. So might means that there could be, but if you say use the word never, that's an absolute.
It's not going to be in your lifetime, though. You are not going to be alive.
Hold it. Yeah, but you're making statements now. So either you're making statements. It's not going to be in my lifetime. So how did you arrive at that conclusion?
Because I know the facts on the ground of the continent.
Okay, so you know the facts on the ground. Okay, so
Yeah.
where do you get those facts from?
I grew up with those facts, observing them, contributing to them, manipulating them. Because I'm from the continent, and that continent is not going to industrialize within the next half a millennium.
Yeah, I heard that. So you're making.
So now, the reason why
slow down.
Let me just
You're making
finish
statements.
the point. Okay.
Yeah. You made a statement, so you finished that point. So I'm examining the statement.
Okay.
You've made the point because you made a statement. So that's an absolute. So it's a solid point. So I'm asking you now, how did you arrive at the point in order to make such a statement, which is a solid fact? What convinced you to arrive at this? And you said something to do with your growing up.
Big up, Rick.
Is that correct?
Big up, Unks.
Big up, man.
Being having knowledge about the socioeconomic and the socioeconomic structure of Africa and its potential and limitations. Knowing that gives me the ability to at least speculate or estimate.
This is rubbish, man. I don't know why we're doing this, because this guy is a fool. He don't know shit about Africa. He living in another country other than Africa. You get me? He doesn't care about Africans. He doesn't even think he's African. He talking about he's a Semitic Caucasian. I ain't got time for this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but watch this.
I'm doing. Don't come fuck up my show, bro.
Watch this. This is very important, though, Michael. Watch this.
Yeah.
You see, it's very important. Yeah. Well, watch this. This is ideological warfare taking place right now. So he's coming with. Yeah. Okay. So he's coming with an ideology. So we're about to go into battle now. Okay.
Okay. I'm ready.
I'm about to play the video. More like.
All right then. Okay. So the battlefield is cancelled. Yeah, because there's no battlefield there. Because
this guy is just a silly argument, bro. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, I would have. Okay, it seems you don't want to do it. Okay.
Based on bias. You know what I mean? I don't know where the bias comes from. He just wants to be European. He's happy with the luxuries that he's got.
I've got that. We know that. We got his position. So I want to test the strength of his position.
No, there's no strength in it. It's just
you can test it.
Well, let's prove it.
Believe me, you're gonna lose, Mr. ISIS.
Trust me,
you're gonna lose. You're gonna lose, Mr. ISIS.
You reckon? Okay.
Yeah.
You reckon? All right. Then, so
no, go to wording. Fuck it. Go on, do it.
Okay. So let's start from So you've made the statement, and you said the word never. So that's an absolute.
No, I said 500. Correct? Like within the next half a millennium, or like 300. I'll rephrase that. Within the next.
Hold it. Slow down.
300 years. Or the next century or two.
No, slow down. See, you see the speeding, you get confusion, and you have to rephrase, right? Mm-hmm. If you just slow down, there's no need to rephrase. So let's just take our time and go step.
Can't help it. It's the European in me, you know.
All right. Okay.
No pause as well. Yeah?
So you just made the second statement.
When's the last time you had European in you, Caleb?
Hold it. Let's slow this down. You made a statement, and you are blaming it. You are blaming the fault that you made because of the European in you, correct?
No. This last statement was just.
What do you mean? No.
I was just joking. I was just joking.
No.
European.
There's
You
no
don't forget
jokes.
that.
I'm not joking. I don't joke.
I don't have any European in me. I wish I had, but I don't.
Well, don't crack any jokes here because we're
Okay,
going step by step. No, there's no room for jokes.
Okay, sorry. I apologize.
You fucking up, Caleb.
Okay, let's get back to the point.
You want war?
Yeah, Mr. ICC, interesting. His perspective is unique because, you know why. But go on.
Okay. So there's no European in you, in terms of your flesh or blood or whatever, but it may be in your mind.
That's debatable. That's debatable still.
Oh, okay. So let's just go by what he says. Right.
It's from the horn.
So therefore, that error in what you said came as a result of your conditioning, because you were talking about the way you observed your growing up and so on. That's what you just said just now, correct? Your education has resulted in you making statements like this and thinking that these statements are facts. Is that correct?
Let me repeat it to you so that you understand.
Go on then.
I said your strategy is not going to work because you're so far behind, and those people, well, your supposed clan or ethnicity, or I don't know what you call them, blacks or African, they will not be able to compete with Europeans. So you should find another strategy. Because the power dynamics is so imbalanced right now. Like if they want, they can erase you from planet of the Earth in a day or a month. Like they can just eradicate you if they want.
All right. So you're making these statements. All right. I've heard what you said. You're making these statements, and they're absolutes. Okay.
So that's absolute.
I heard you. I've got the point. I understand your position.
So no, my point. Like, let me just add one more thing though. Like your strategy. Hold on. Your strategy should be to assimilate, if you can.
No. You're wasting time here. Don't start telling me strategies based on your position. I want to examine your position first. Okay.
My position is you can't win the fight if you can't.
Me this. I know. Okay. I understand your position. I want to examine it. I understand. You don't need to tell me it again. You don't need to tell me your position again. I understand it. So your position is an absolute position. You use words like never. Okay. And you're projecting into the future. Okay. So all I'd like to do is ask you a few questions about how you arrived at your position.
I arrived to that conclusion based on the facts that I know about. Hold on. By facts, I mean like the metrics of how you rank civilizations, right? Or the necessary ingredients of development of a nation. If you see the ingredients are there, if you see the socioeconomic structure in place, if you see signs, sparks of hope in terms of large scale industrialization, you can somehow speculate about, this will happen at this time. We have this in place, so the next phase is that. So based on this knowledge that I have about what is, going on in Africa right now, I'll give you my own country example, like Nigeria. We have oil, but we're not able to refine it. We don't have a refinery. We don't have a steel mill. So based on this fact, the metrics by which you measure industrialization, Africa is not going to be fully industrialized, at least at the scale Europe is within the next, 200 years, 300 years. So if you don't see this happening in your lifetime, why do you even care? If you're caring about the next generation, what the best thing you can do is just hold on.
You're jumping from point to point. Let's say you made a few statements. Let's explore. Let me see if I understand what you said. So I should be able to repeat what you said, and it will be accurate if I've understood you. So based on what you just said just there, is that the model you were using Nigeria, which is fantastic. Actually, you use Nigeria as we use Nigeria as the model for this discussion. We use Nigeria as the model. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you're projecting many years into the future based on the current situation in Nigeria. And let me ask you a few questions. So your projection into the future, why you believe certain things will happen, are they based on a plan that you believe certain people have?
Look, if you cannot manufacture very simple household stuff right now, or if you don't have the potential or at least the ability at this point to reverse engineer, if you don't have any technological innovation to show to the world, then you can say that, well, maybe there is something else going on here. Like maybe there is a defect in terms of culture, the socioeconomic structure, the political, even the diversity of the country could be an impediment to that. Like it could be a lot of factors that contribute. But overall, you can tell that because A is not in place, B is not going to happen.
Okay.
Because in order to have C, you have to have A and B, right?
Good. Okay, got that point. So I've heard you mention a number of years, like millions of years, or some, or quite a number of years into the future. So, is it not true that China became industrialized in a very short period of time?
Yeah,
is that
that's
true or not?
That's a correct statement. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, is it possible that Africa or parts of Africa could become just as industrialized within the same period of time?
So in order to predict the at least to
No.
time,
I asked you, is it possible or not? Yes or no, and then you can.
It is possible. Anything is possible.
Oh, okay.
But it's not going to be within the next century. That's what I'm certain. Because in order for this to happen, this thing doesn't happen all of a sudden. You don't get up one day and see high-rise buildings and manufacturing companies all together.
Yeah, that didn't happen in China,
see signs. No. China is not. It doesn't happen overnight. That's your
yes, that's obvious.
misunderstanding. It doesn't happen overnight. Things don't happen overnight. It's not like
correct.
You don't suspend nature and just make everything appear out of a blue sky. No. For C, in order to get to C, there must be A and B in place. Right now in Africa, there is no sign of that kind of the blueprints, if you will, of this full-scale industrialization. Because if anything, there is even a regression.
We're not going there yet. Let's slow down. Slow down. You see, you're making statements. You've made statements, okay, and you've made the statements and suggested that they're facts. And then you've used the words like never, right? And so the conversation, your point started off as absolute. So I'm taking my time and slowly examining these concepts that you believe to be absolute, to be fact. And
you got to spit it up a little bit. Yeah.
Through this, no, but see what it is. You're adding extra information, whilst if you examine exactly what you're saying, it doesn't make sense. They're not facts.
There is even a cultural regression. The moving forward being progress. There is a lot of even going backward. That happens too. Don't forget, it's not always moving forward. In some cases, mostly in Africa, people are moving backward. They're going back. They're going back to how things were 1,000 years ago.
Lord Lugard.
Yes.
The way you are thinking, right, is very retarded. It's coming across as very retarded to me. If what you are saying is strong and factual, we don't have to rush. There's no need for extra information. We can go.
But I don't have patience.
Like a child. Talk to me like a child. Talk to me like I'm a 5-year-old, right? And if you're strong, if your position is strong, if the facts are strong, right, there's no need for the extra information. It will become obvious to everybody that my position is flawed and that your position is strong.
What is your position? I don't even know your position. Do you even have a position? Like, you are a perpetual victim.
Of course.
You are a
Yes,
perpetual victim.
I have a position, of course, and it's clear, and I can walk through my position. But you're the one who started off the conversation in absolutes. This will never happen, and you're using Nigeria as an example, which is wonderful. You started with Nigeria. Let's deal with Nigeria. Yeah, but you're making all these absolutes, and you're also making statements that, oh, I'm going to lose. I haven't even started yet. You haven't even heard my position. So I'm just examining.
Yeah, you're moving
we're
very
just
slow.
lining up. We're just lining up the battle lines. We haven't even started yet.
Maybe it's your age, but like you're moving very slow. Get to the point.
Okay, you have made a number of points.
Oh my God! Why are you going in circles? Just get to the point. We don't have the whole day here.
Yeah, but they're flawed.
Let him speak, man.
But the point is, you said that there's facts, and what you declared to be facts is not facts. When I asked you to examine,
which one?
When I'm examining these facts that you're making,
oh my! Don't tell us what you're gonna do. Just do it. Don't say I'm going to examine the fact. Just tell me this fact is incorrect.
I haven't started yet. I haven't started
oh
yet.
My God!
See, you're making these statements, right?
Okay, I'm sorry.
And you're causing confusion. There's no need for confusion. Relax.
You know what is going on here, Mr. IC3? It's because if you don't have the white man as your enemy, you have no purpose in life, basically.
Listen to this guy.
Because,
why are you bringing that into the conversation?
Because you need this in your life.
You are saying that Africa is not going to develop for many hundreds of millions of years, or loads of these dates you started.
I never said millions. I never lie. You're lying now. You're lying. Yeah, all the men in my country don't lie.
That's why I'm saying
don't
please go slowly. That's so because if you go fast, I get confused, and then I present the information incorrectly, and then you'll say that I'm lying. But if you go slowly,
then you have to hear me out. Like I'm gonna go very slow, but you have to hear me out. You have to allow me the chance to speak. No, you keep saying that, but you're not listening. That's your problem.
You're saying that there's no.
You're repeating yourself.
One at a time,
I'm trying
man.
to clarify the facts.
What are you doing, Caleb?
I'm trying to clarify the facts. There seems to be,
Mr. ISIS.
I'm saying that these so-called facts are flawed. So we haven't even
Which
begun the battle yet.
Which ones?
Right. You're stating that Africa is not going to develop within my lifetime. Is that not correct?
Within your lifetime, within IC3's lifetime, Africa is not going to be fully industrialized at the scale Europe is. That's my statement. Yeah, I stand by that.
Okay.
Is that
and
false?
How long does it take for
it's false.
a nation to become industrialized?
It depends. We don't know, but like for now, as it is, and like say for example in Africa, within the next century, you're not going to be fully industrialized because
I asked the question,
now
how long does it take for a country to become industrialized? Answer the question.
There is no like a specific it all depends on different factors, and it depends on for different countries it's different. So there is no number on it, like this is the time it takes for.
Exactly. So therefore, how can you make a statement to say that Africa would not become industrialized within my lifetime?
Within your lifetime, you are not going to see Nigeria having heavy like machineries, like industrial. Hold on. Are you serious or like?
I have to leave the conversation. I can't. There must be something wrong with me or something. Yeah, I can't.
Something wrong with you because this victim mentality. If you don't have it, you're not. Like you lose purpose in life if you're not a victim. You lose your purpose in life, basically. That's what it is.
Are we talking about industrialization of Nigeria or Africa or not?
You're not even like you can't teach an old dog a new trick, innit?
Okay, we're talking about dogs now, are we?
What are we I'm saying, like you're not even open to the idea of what I'm presenting on the table.
How do you
If
know
you,
whether I'm open or not if I'm asking
because if you
questions
want to
about
make your
your
life
position?
comfortable in the West, because you're a Western man, get rid of your idea, you're this racism towards white people,
Okay.
and try to assimilate.
Okay.
And
I'm a Western man, so that's a statement. What is a
you
Western
are.
man?
You're born in
Okay,
the West.
okay,
You
you're
grew
making
up in the
statements.
West.
So explain to me, what is this Western? I am a Western man. You said, okay, you said that. It's your statement. You're making these statements. How did you arrive at that conclusion?
Because you are a product of the Western civilization and its culture. You have, without the West, you have not. You're not. You speak English. Your name is probably English. You live in England, so you are a Western person. Believe it or not.
Okay,
Everything you
so I'm a
owe,
Western.
like,
So what?
yeah,
So what? Okay, so I'm a Western man, according to
yeah.
your definition. So what?
Nothing wrong with it. Just try to create some sort of a harmony with the other people who live close to you. Create some harmony, but by that I mean accept your defeat, assimilate.
Accept my defeat. Hold it. Okay, that's very interesting. So I should accept my defeat. Okay.
The second step is assimilate. Are you writing that down, Mr. Atkinson? You should
Yeah,
write
I'm
this
listening.
down.
Go on. Yeah, because you're
Just get
making.
your
So you're
notepad and
saying
write.
I should accept my defeat. Okay,
Yes.
and why should and this defeat? What is it? What is my position? Am I fighting the Western? What is it? What is your understanding of this warfare that you think I should surrender to? What is your understanding? I'm trying to understand your position.
My position is, it seems like you are one particular person who is very, very into race-based politics or identity politics, right?
Okay. Yes, I'm into identity politics. Correct. Yes, we agree there. Go on. Continue.
Okay. But you fail to realize that your identity is closely related to the people like you're against. Like, if you are a Western man, you're a British man,
Okay, so
and
let's
this
say
thing you created is just in your head. Like, you should relate more with the land you grew up in. You're probably born there.
okay. Let's go. Okay, so this thing
Big up,
you're
I.
saying this
Big
thing.
up,
What are you
big
talking
up,
about?
gentlemen. Caleb, IC3, Maki, big up
Big
everybody.
up.
Big up, big up, big up,
Big
big up.
up the chat. Big up the chat.
Good timing,
I
because
do.
I'm good. I'm interested. I'm cooking at the minute at home, but I'm interested in what sort of the characteristics of assimilation that Caleb, is it?
Yeah.
Caleb?
Caleb.
Yeah.
Lord Lugard. But yeah, so assimilation would mean like, say for example, if you're a black man getting a white girlfriend, and try to mimic. What's the echo?
Is it me? Have I got an echo?
No, someone echo, but no, it's gone. So that's not mimicking, basically. Just being in harmony with the culture you live in. Like, that's the simple of it. Like, being in harmony with the environment you're born in. In order to do that, you need to have an optimistic mindset. You have to be well, obviously the Western nation is becoming multicultural, so you have to really understand the cultural norms of the country you live in, accept it, and assimilate. So that way your life will be easier.
Okay, can you give me some practical? You started off with some practical examples, and then you
First of all, okay, the first thing to do
airy,
is just
fairy, intangible stuff.
the first thing is just stop this pro-black bullshit, right? Like all this identity politics. I'm oppressed. I'm a perpetual victim. This happened to me because of this and that. People are using that past experience to sort of externalize their failure, right? Like, to if I failed in life because I'm an oppressed group of people, so what? There are a lot of working class white men who failed in life as well. So, but they're not blaming it on their race. So, first of all, stop being a victim. Stay
but
away
they
from
can't
identity.
blame it on they can't blame it on the race because race isn't a factor in one of the challenges that they face. They may have other challenges that they would blame it on.
Oh, you mean the working class white?
Right, very good. Good point.
If you were blind, you may attribute some of your challenges in life to your blindness. If you were disabled, you would do the same. If you were maybe came from a very poor background, you may do that. You may blame it on fatherlessness or some. You would attribute it to something else. But if you're white, you can't attribute your failure to racism. It doesn't. It's not.
You can attribute it to classism, to elitist class who's oppressing the working class. But that's not the bigger point. The bigger point here is
okay. You were talking about ways
attributing your failure to external factors. There is a coping mechanism in itself in it. Like it makes you. I failed an exam because the dog ate my homework, kind of thing, right? Okay. So we instinctively humans do this. Hold on, let me finish my thought, right? So we humans do that, obviously, because if we attribute our failure to ourselves, then it's not good for our health. So we do it subconsciously. So now collectively, there are people who made this thing a lifestyle, basically. Race hustlers, I call them race hustlers, right? Everything they talk about is their oppression, even though they don't experience it in their everyday life. So it has become a business. A cult movement is built around it. Like Shakara, right?
And Bandaka.
I know.
Yeah. The Bandaka family is a leader of a cult. Like he's exploiting the community. Like he's got.
Can you slow down a bit because you're making a number of statements, and you're not allowing us, to respond to each statement. I mean, you shut off to Chakara now, right? So let's examine some of the things that you've been saying. Okay, no rush. Yeah, no rush. No rush. So I'm trying to understand your position.
My position is clear. She got it. Like, what's her name? I'm sorry. What's your name, sis?
My name's I.
Okay.
I am.
I am. That's right. I see. For you can ask a question, but I do have one as well to respond to Brother Caleb. So you can go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. But basically, the way I think is that I like to understand a person's position, and then I can challenge it and put my position against their position, and then we can have a dialogue. But where there's confusion in a person's position, I can't understand what they're saying. So your understanding of the world, Lord Lagarde, that it's the white man is in control, based on what you've been saying, and that the black person should try and fit in, and in order to progress within the world,
and
that's important. It will work out better for us as a result. Is that more or less what you've been saying?
Yeah, that's a better strategy than just crying about it for your fucking whole life.
Okay.
Okay, go and ask your question. All right, go on.
Okay, yeah, that was good. Thank you, IC3. That was good to clarify that. So I can ask, Caleb, do you believe that racism exists?
As long as you believe there are different races, racism will always exist. Because if you think there are different races, like say for example, you and me, right? Say for example, if you believe there are different races of people, white race, black race, yellow race, brown race, you are going to prefer your own race, regardless of how you look at it. Like it's a degree to which you discriminate, but at some point you're gonna have to make a choice, right? Because if you have to, me personally, I consider it like not a white or black issue, but a human issue, based on the fact that people they're genetically programmed to gravitate towards helping people who look like them and who share culture with them. And most importantly, not even more than a phenotype or but culture is important because like, look, I mean, I'm a melanated person, but I have nothing in common with these Negroes who go around saying like, fuck the police and all that crap.
Yeah, because you have a cultural. Yes, you identify yourself culturally different.
Exactly. So yeah, that's how I look at it.
So
Yeah, okay.
two questions. Who created the system of racism and what's its purpose? What was the purpose of creating it?
It is a manifestation of class imbalance. Like one culture was culturally deficient, in another culture, like say for example, Nigerians started exporting black people to the West. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Go on.
So now that's a cultural defect. The other people came and exploited that system. So Europeans came and exploited that market, that system, right? And
no, you didn't answer my question. Am I tripping? You didn't answer my question.
No. Okay, I ask again. Yeah.
I asked you, who created the system of racism and what was its purpose? What was the purpose of
okay, like it depends from place to place, but if you're talking about like it was used to justify slavery, maybe in the US at least, because for these people, for the masters, it was, I would assume it was pretty hard for them to do what they were doing to the black people. So at some point, they had to justify the uncivilized nature of their slaves, right? So they had to create sort of a manifesto, at least to themselves. They were probably speaking to themselves, like, okay, they are in this situation because they're not really like they need, they were trying to justify the predicament of the Negro, right? So slavery was probably
fascinating. Fascinating. Okay, so you believe that racism was created to justify what say it again? To justify what? The predicament of the Negro.
Yeah, and the American plantation.
Slavery was racism was created to justify the predicament of the Negro. What was the predicament of the Negro?
Being enslaved.
Oh, so not the behavior from
like,
whites, not the behavior of white slave masters and the population toward the Negro, but because how did Africans become enslaved? It's like you miss massive elements of it out to.
Yeah, because Africans became
your argument.
Yeah, because like first of all, Egyptians were the first one.
Forget certain points.
Hold on. Like because at least the Atlantic slave trade, right? That was basically Africans selling people as a commodity, right? So they are the supply end of the market, yeah. And they enslaved their own people based on religion they got from the Arabs, the Sokoto Caliphate and shit, thanks to the guy Lord Lugard, and those are the people who actually came to this sort of put some sort of sense in that area, right? Like with the modern day Nigeria. But prior to that, there were dysfunctional empires who were enslaving people who look like them because somehow they got this Arab religion, and somehow I don't know, but like it was.
You don't know. Listen, racism.
You just said shit,
is,
Caleb.
Yeah,
I don't know why you're trying to
I don't know if anyone's ever asked you any questions
don't even make
before,
sense.
because
I'll just delete you.
When you talk about assimilation, the first example you gave was to have a white partner. That's what you actually said.
Yeah, that's good for the
racism
genetic
is based on genetics. Do you understand that melanin
no, it's not.
is a dominant
No.
gene?
Okay, here's where you're making a mistake. Racism, people do not discriminate you because your pigmentation is black. They discriminate against you because they feel, at least, you don't think like them. You don't share their culture. That's their fear. It's not how you look, really. They don't care about how you look.
No,
But that's a
no.
signal. That's just a like that. What your skin color is telling them is this person is more likely to be of different culture than you. That's all. It's a signifier. It's not the actual.
Have you ever read any works from Dr. Neely Fuller or Dr. Francis Cresswellson?
No, I haven't. I don't read books.
So,
I haven't read a lot of books, but go.
I can tell. So when I talk about genetics, it's not a conscious thought. It's a subconscious innate drive to preserve that which you are. That's completely natural and happens throughout nature in plant life, animal life, human life. So when I talk about melanin being a dominant gene, when Europeans went across the world, what they realized was that when they did mix with darker pigmented people, their genes are dominated very quickly by melanated people. So subconsciously, there is a fear of genetic annihilation through mixing, which is the actual purpose of racism. Racism, let me finish then, I'll land and then you can correct me. All of the systems around racism is to preserve white genetics. When you hear the phrase white supremacy, yeah, supreme, the idea of supremacy is like the ultimate version of something, right? And a race of people who would propagate that type of term across the world, I would propose, actually feel an immense amount of inferiority. I'm not saying it's justified. I'm saying it's a psychological complex that European people have subconsciously, because they understand genetic.
Can you guys hear? You get cut off right there.
Cut out.
Yeah, that's a smart sister right there. But like she got it wrong.
Impressed.
No, she got it wrong though. Like she'll be back. She was
this
wrong. You see, this is what
like
this is what's happening. Your generation of people, IC3, is like brainwashing like this sister who's like a younger into thinking, regardless of how eloquent she is. She's still thinking this way. Just disappointing, really. But
okay, all right. From your perspective, yes, I think what I was saying was fantastic. I was very impressed. I haven't heard a sister talking like that for quite a while with that kind of strength. Now, I'd like to focus on the solution, unless somebody else, MA, wants to make a comment on what's been said so far before. I like to focus on the solutions.
He knows.
do you want to say something?
He knows Caleb's bullshitting. That's why. You know what I mean?
He's part of the crowd, like the cult movement of Pan-Africanism cult.
He's here to beat up Caleb, like the rest of us. You know what I mean?
All right then. Okay. So
I'll jump in shortly.
Big up. Jump in shortly. All right.
Yeah.
Do you want to finish what you're saying?
Yeah, let her finish.
I got cut off. So at the end of what I was saying was that I don't know where I was cut off.
I think you were saying that because to combat like black gene dominance, that's why white people created racism, something to that effect.
Yeah, Francis Cresswellson and Neely Fuller you were mentioning.
Yes, subconsciously. Yes.
So you stand by that, yeah?
Yes.
Like, I don't think anybody needs to prove to see as like how the cultural, I don't know. I mean, like, if you are genetically dominant, how are you like inferior in every other metrics that we measure civilization by?
Because of the systems of racism. See, the system of racism has to have a motivation. And if you don't have a motivation to behave in a certain way on this planet, then you won't. So you can go to like the way that human beings are civilized, from how they actualize themselves on the planet. So first, have you heard of Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
Yeah.
Yeah. So very quickly, first you satisfy your shelter, clothing, food. Then you I think
I
it's
get the point. I get the
relationships,
point. Yeah.
yeah, etc., etc., etc. African people, when they civilized on this planet, they were able to satisfy many aspects of civilization or actualization very quickly, because we can see within a few thousand years they had dynasties. So that means we already had.
But
We
those
all.
Africans are not you, sister. Those Africans were not your ancestors, though. Like that's where you got you have another problem as well. First of all,
I'm talking about melanated people on the planet. It's not just in Africa that I'm talking about. Melanated people all over the world. If you become conscious of yourself, and the place that you become conscious of yourself is cold and without shelter, food, clothing, you aren't able to then move on to the next aspect of your civilization, which is relationships, which is building families, civilizations, like parliament or government or some sort of governance over your area. And then you move on to a spiritual concept. African people and melanated people, they arrived and realized their consciousness in parts of the world where they were able to satisfy their immediate needs very quickly. And this is why you have across the world, melanated people have deep, long-standing, rich cultures in India, in China, in Australasia, all over the world. Seminole Indians,
so
Africans,
I'll give you an
they
example.
have deep, rich cultures, and they don't have the need. They did not have the need of a necessity.
You know what? You know what? I don't.
Wait, what? Okay, I'll be really quick. They didn't have the necessity or the motivation to leave their parts of the world to then colonize and co-opt other people's cultures. Yeah, to help themselves become human, essentially, because self-actualization is how you become what we would look at as a sentient being, someone who is not in a basic need aspect of their life where they're just trying to satisfy their immediate basic needs. They're actually now thinking about their spiritual purpose on the planet. And that's what I'm saying. Melanated people across the world were able to get to that point of their civilization very, very quickly. That's all I want to say for this at this point. You can say what you want to say, Caleb.
Yeah. Oh well. So you seem to think like right now, melanated people are superior in terms of their cultural advancement and civilization than the white people. That's what you're saying. That's not factual.
You asked me. Well, you said African people, but I'm talking about melanated people. You said, why are they not superior in every other aspect? And I said
because you said
because of the system of racism. And I'm saying that the reason why it's not the other way around is because African people and melanated people across the world didn't have the motivation or the necessity to do that, because they were able to acquire and meet their basic needs and then their community needs. And when I talk about dynasties, to get to a point where you have a dynasty, that is your son is king. Yeah. So that means now that you have created an entire nation of people. It's not, when I say dynasty, I'm talking about right at the end of civilization. You've now created your philosophy in your area. You have your ideology. You're able to satisfy your food, your technology. Everything is satisfied when you start to now look at creating governance over your area. Okay.
Here's why you're wrong. First of all, most melanated people live in the continent of Africa, and I do not believe you are from Africa, so you do not know what's going on there. Okay. And I'll tell you what's going on there if you like to know. You know, in Nigeria, they eat puppies, and it's white kids from the West who's volunteering to save the puppies from being eaten in Nigeria.
Okay.
So there is a whole bunch of cultural defects, regression going on in Africa.
That's your evidence of cultural defect is people eating puppies. You're right.
Eating puppies and like animal rights is a progression.
Who gives a shit about puppies, bruv? What are you talking about, man?
I do.
How have I just described what I described and your argument is?
One thing I liked about the Western culture is like their care for animal rights, right? That matters to me basically. I like that because back in Africa, people just don't they don't think animals suffer like that.
Have you seen
Their life,
battery farms in the West? Yeah, you seen those things? Yeah,
You
but they are doing something
fishing,
about
right?
it.
Have you
Industrial
seen,
fishing,
bro? Shut up,
battery
bro.
farms.
You're talking shit. Shut up, bro. Unless you're gonna talk sense, yeah. You've been given the mic. Like, demonstrate your intellect and don't come up with these stupid points, bro. About
So the
battery
point
farms.
just if you
West
don't interrupt for saying nothing though.
The West are the most brutal when it comes to animals, bro, and you know this. What are you talking about?
But you don't know the other part. So because you don't know Africa well, you don't know what to compare it with. Like relative to what is it bad? Like,
of course I do. Of course I do.
What? Because you stayed in Senegal for 2 weeks.
Tell me a more brutal system with regards to animals than battery farming.
Even in the West, right? White people treat their pets better than black people.
Answer the question, bro. Answer the question, fam. Seriously.
What was the question?
Tell me a more brutal system and relationship between humans and animals than battery farming.
What farming? I don't know that. What's that?
So you don't know what battery farming is, no?
I don't. What is battery farming? I don't know. Just tell me. I don't know what I don't know.
Do you eat eggs? Yeah. Do you eat eggs?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So battery farming is the predominant system of commodifying animals, i.e., chickens mainly, breeding them in cramped, unsanitary.
I see what you mean. Okay.
So yeah, you know what battery farming is. I'm saying.
Yeah. So now I get the picture. Yeah.
Tell me. Okay.
That's
so
brutal.
The question again. The question is, tell me a more brutal relationship or system between humans and animals than battery farming.
Well, at an industrial scale, like you have a point there. I'm not gonna deny that. There's a point.
Right,
At least there. Hold on.
Just
hold on. So I gave you that, right? So like if you look at it that way, there are certain aspects of the farming or how brutal it is. Like that's undeniable. All I'm saying is at least there is an effort in terms of how to approach this animal cruelty. There is a lobbying effort and a movement of some sort to at least combat it. In the same way that like the British eradicated like slavery, they are even if they initiate it, they have enough reflection to or as their culture develops, they would lobby for it and potentially stop it, right? So at least there is a movement in that direction. But that's not that's just a small point though, right? That's not like what we're talking about.
Well, this is why I tried to save you from making a stupid point. You wanted to continue, so yeah, go somewhere else with your argument.
No, the point is it's undeniable, regardless of anywhere you look at it. You use any metrics, you cannot compare Europe to Africa. Europe is like probably like a 1,000 years ahead than Africa, like in terms of everything. And that is a direct. That is like that's not based on their genetic superiority.
This just demonstrates. I'll tell you what this demonstrates. Yeah, it demonstrates unflinching bias that you're not willing to interrogate at all. Because to make a statement like that, even if I was the most ardent Western project supporter, I would pull you up straight away, because clearly that's it's just impossible for that to be the truth. On every metric, on every level, in every metric, the West is better than. Come on, like behave yourself, man.
Yeah,
be scientific and surgical with this thing, and not like cheerleading and doing cartwheels and that. Like, either do that or just don't have the conversation.
Look, when you made a good point, I said you're right? So I don't have any problem with saying if I'm mistaken about anything to self-correct. Yeah.
No, but you've just
points.
Yeah, but you've just pissed all over your concession by then saying, and in every metric, the West is better than Africa. Like, it's just ridiculous.
Then let's talk about those metrics. Pick as like a
no, you choose
something.
You choose the metric.
Okay.
You choose the metrics. Yeah, go on.
I said everything pretty much. Like, if anything you want to compare with, like Europe will be better. That's my statement.
Choose
so
one.
You say it's for you to prove like, oh well, Africa's better.
Okay,
Africans are doing better on this respect.
Okay, no problem. Social life, yeah, and obviously Africa is an entire continent, so maybe we can pinpoint specific tribal groups or regions or these types of things or traditions, right? So social life, how is the West at every level within the metric of social life better than, and then you can now choose a particular African group.
And that's really hard to quantify, because like when you say social life, it's just how are you going to quantify it? Is it like you're talking about like having more days to socialize than working, or it's just, it doesn't even make sense?
You can choose, bro. You can choose. You can choose. It's a very vast.
Okay.
Like just because. Yeah, go ahead.
Caleb, let's just do the characteristics that you want to do. Yeah. Technology. Let's give him something super obvious. Technology.
No, don't do that. Don't give him the easiest. Don't give him the easiest. Don't do that.
I am gonna give him the easiest one, because I want to understand. I just want to understand his measurement for superiority in technology. Tell me.
So you and me were talking. You and me were talking using European technology. You understand? This is only possible because we're borrowing European language and European. We're not even producing this equipment that we're using to communicate.
Okay, so when you're
so that would tell you right away that it's just we're hopeless, like to the point where even our communication is facilitated by the people you perceive as your oppressor. I don't actually. I'm grateful.
It's interesting because you see, when you say okay, we're using technology that they've created to communicate, but why? But with what means have they done it? What impact do Europeans believe is justified to produce the things that they produce?
They managed to do this because they managed to.
I would like to know, just quickly, do you think because a person can, that they should?
Because what? I didn't hear the last part.
Do you think that because a group of people can do something, that they should do something? That they should create something?
Okay, the simple answer for that is like earlier you talked about black gene superiority. This is another point to prove that like if you are genetically superior to Europeans, it would be the other way around, right? You would be the producer of this technology. It's the other way around. So hold on. I'm not done. I'm not.
Okay, no. You misunderstood.
But that's one point you made earlier. So you said because the dominance of black gene was a threat to the white man, that's why they created racism. That's what you said. That if that was the case, if your genetic superiority was a threat to Europeans, you wouldn't be in a predicament that you are right now, right? Without any level of cultural or technological advancement, right? That's just to the point you made earlier. To this point that you just said like a minute ago, you asked why they managed to do this or to that effect, right? I think I'm not arguing anybody's genetic superiority or inferiority. It's more like a cultural advancement that was sort of like maybe geographic area contributed to it, or the lifestyle, whatever it is, but their cultural advancement is the cause of their current situation, right? But Africa in general has a cultural defects that is not resolved, and part of the reason could be it's more diversity there, so people were not unified. They didn't create harmonious state nations early on because humanity spent a longer time It's just there's just a lot more diversity in Africa. So if there is diversity, it can work. It could be a liability to forming a nation state that's unified.
Let me just clarify something quickly. Yeah, superiority, what I'm talking about, is not something an African nation would ever use. In genetics, when we talk about genetics, it's not about better or worse. It's actually about primacy. It's about what came first. In genetic study, that's what people are most interested in.
What do you mean primacy? Like, what do you mean?
It's about going backwards to find out what the first example of a particular genetic code or people are, right?
What is your primacy based on? What does it give you?
So what Europeans have a pathology over and have a complex about is superiority, which is why they use language like supremacy. African people would never use or come up with a term
they
like
don't use
that
that.
because
you who use that.
No, because like I was saying, with the reason and the purpose of racism is there needs to be a motivation, and I explained that at length before as to why Africans and melanated people did not have the same motivations that Europeans had to create a system such as racism. And so the same applies to the understanding of genetics. Just because I came first doesn't mean that I'm better. But Europeans have a complex where, because they know that their genetics are recessive and didn't come first, they came from something else, they have developed a pathology and a complex over it. That's what I'm saying, right?
Okay.
But let me just put that to the side, because I don't want people to think that I think African people are genetically superior. I'm saying that they are first. Yeah.
Okay. So can I encourage the panel to explore solutions now? So I think we can all agree that there's a problem in Africa. I think Lord Lugjen would agree with that. And the solution that you suggested is that we should try and fit in with the global model. Yeah.
I already did. You should. Like, I already did. So I'm just giving you advice. You should.
Oh, you've already done it. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I told that a long time ago, bro.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So,
right.
Caleb, what would you do to solve the problem of European birth rate decline?
Bring in like immigrants with high admixture of European, not to dilute the, like the phenotype.
And what would happen?
So just breed with them. Like, it's easy. Like, believe me. No,
what would happen if melanated people came in and bred with European people who were struggling with their birth rate? What would happen?
They can industrialize the whole idea of reproduction if they want. Like they can create genetic designer babies and shit. They can, like,
absolutely.
So, like, they can create those things in their own image. So that wouldn't be a problem, because they're way ahead of you. Because
you see, this is why I was asking you, because a person or a group of people can, should they? So this is where African people and this is where African culture or in indigenous cultures do separate from European ideology as to what is progressive in technology. So because you can create something, does it negate then all the suffering that would happen in order to produce a phone? Or
if it benefits my race, I don't give a shit. Why should I?
This is becoming more and more interesting.
Okay.
You think I give a shit? Like, do you think I give a shit about what Europeans did to the Native Americans? No, I'm here because the natives were exterminated, basically. So what the fuck,
Fascinating character. Okay, so this is why I was saying that when you were talking about assimilation. Sorry, I am a mum as well, so I'm doing.
Oh, big up
things at the same time.
But please don't teach your children, that this thing. That
Shut up, Caleb. Shush. Go on.
This is why I'm saying that Europeans have created a lot of technology. They've also created carcinogenic food, GMO food, the pharmaceutical industry, where there is no cure, just more symptoms and more disease. And it's not actually to cure anything, but to just provide medicine for profit.
Is there anything?
They've created a financial system that has effectively enslaved billions of people on the planet. That's what their technology and their supremacy produces. That's what their ideology produces.
Can you name?
I feel like one second, I'll be quick. This is the last sentence. I don't want to go on. I know it's a panel. Everyone needs to speak. Your measurement of supremacy is what I'm questioning. Your idea or how you measure whether a group of people are supreme or not, or inferior or not. I'm questioning whether the characteristics that you use to measure that. That's what I'm questioning.
Okay, so like we can reframe this another way. Is there anything that you are grateful towards, like the Europeans, or anything you admire them for? Is there anything?
I admire them for.
Or you like about them, or you give them credit for?
I guess being someone who's interested in human behavior, in structures and systems. I guess.
So their curiosity.
I have to admire their. It's difficult to say because when I say their, because I said this before, you have to have a motivation in order to create.
No, just try it. I know it's hard. Just take a deep breath.
No, it's not hard. It's not hard. It's not hard. But as an African person, or as someone from that part of the world, when I look
at our
history, I am African, brother.
From which country?
You made assumptions. Let me finish.
From which country?
Yeah, finish, man. Go on to you, man. You can't even tell us what country you're from, so be quiet, man.
No, just because I like her, and I wanted to know. That's all.
Yeah, but you're a troll, and then you use that information against her in upcoming
I mean, I like her
discussions.
But
that's what you do, though. Shush. Anyway, go on, I.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that you asked me the question, do I admire anything about the European?
Yeah, just name a few qualities. Yeah, why not?
I can't, because the motivation as a system that they've created is not one that I identify with. And being an observer, I can see the end goal of it. Because you're talking about, you said at the beginning of this that European people, or the ones in control, not all European people, but the ones in control, can destroy. You were talking about Africans, your nation, if they wanted to tomorrow. But the way that the things that motivate them is actually going to destroy all human beings, regardless of race, because they're moving us into AI and robotics, and they're looking to replace all human beings with robots and
I don't know about that.
Artificial intelligence. Towards the end, I mean, where would it go? Where would
it
go?
If they want, and if they think that will benefit civilization in general, right? If we look at the entire population, hold on. I'm saying if they choose to do so, they're capable of doing that, right? So that's the point. The point is that will give you a clue about where you are, like in terms of the hierarchy of this, if we are measuring civilizations, right? So now you are not like able to give me,
Because you see, this is why I know your ideology is just like theirs, because you are a black person who is against pro-blackness, and so this is why I know there are human beings who are not pro-human who exist on this planet, who think that actually having artificial intelligence and robots, because they can, is a justified reason to kill billions of people eventually. Through poverty, through lack of jobs, through all kinds of things that will be the symptoms of creating more of this type of technology. Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. Superstition is not as a very prominent, prevalent aspect of.
That's fine.
That's a little superstitious, but either way. But like, at least I would have hoped like you would have just come up at least with one quality, at least one, you like or admire about European. It's just. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I mean,
I mean, what though?
It hurts, innit? It hurts.
Man.
Hurts, man. It's all right, man.
What do you want me to say? What do you,
Oh,
I'm
well,
black.
Well, I don't
No,
know why
it's
you're
like,
confused. You because you have succumbed to your environment. Yeah, I mean, you're not oozing any type of African culture. You know what I mean? You're in the Americas or wherever you are. You know what I mean? Or Canada or wherever.
you
know what I
guys
mean?
are so
Talking Spanish.
ungrateful. That's what I'm saying. We're
No,
speaking
no,
English,
no,
you
no,
know.
no, no. You are ungrateful. You know what I'm saying? You are ungrateful. You can't speak for anyone else. And all of these slurs, you've been going at Nigeria. Allow it, man. I'm just saying, what is your country? If your country is in the horn, yeah, they're doing well. Yeah, they found an economic way to do things. Their GDPs are right. You know, they're doing well right now. You're not there though. So
Lord
these are the
Lugard.
things. These are the things that sound a bit farcical because
Yes, Lord.
your
I
information
see.
your information might be outdated. You know what I mean? About Africa because you're not in Africa. Yeah, you're
I
talking.
mean,
Calling
they still
people
don't
not
have
African.
pavements. They still don't
Bro,
have
what are you
pavements
talking
on the
about?
street.
What are you talking
They
about?
still
Like that?
shit on the street. They do all
Yeah,
kind of
man.
nastiness.
Well,
They're
that's in
still
England.
like
But let's move forward.
they cannot even produce their own food.
Okay,
Bro,
Lord
We know
Lugard.
I'm
that.
not
produce.
going to
Hold on,
comment.
hold on, hold
I
on.
don't want to comment on that. I
Hold
don't
on,
want to
hold on,
comment on
hold
that. I'm
on,
just
hold
gonna
on,
move
hold on.
on. Yeah,
We definitely produce
I'm not going to.
more food and feeding you and feeding the
Ramus.
people in your country, and probably even the sandwich you just ate was provided by some African country. Now, we're not going to argue that. So you was wrong on that because when we took a look at agriculture and what African countries produce, we definitely are the producers. We are not,
Exactly.
you know, and there's unfair trade going on. So people are getting, grain, everything they want to feed their societies, to make junk food, to do whatever they want to do. But at the end of the day, if we cut off certain things, yeah, these Western countries will be propelled into the Stone Age, yeah, and become third world countries because the problem with them is they import everything. They don't produce much.
Including
Yeah,
slaves, yeah.
Caleb,
right.
you already know that there's only a certain amount of my intelligence that you're going to be able to like insult with some of the questions that you're posing, Caleb. Sorry, but so when you pose something like that, shit in the street, not producing food and all that, and it's not that I don't have anything to say to it, but you're being very disrespectful when I've already explained the amount of knowledge that I have over this subject for you to bring something like that to me. So you might as well just move on to something else, or else it's gonna
hold your L.
conversation's
Yo,
going
like I like the war in Russia and Ukraine. It affected Africa because Africans cannot get their wheat, like their food. You know, like this is just the current news.
This is lies, man. Trust me.
Are you disputing that, or like you're
I
making
don't
it
need to
look like?
dispute lies.
No, I'm
What are you
saying so.
saying?
It's to
The news
sis.
is not
Is
facts.
she there?
You
Where's
know what I
she?
mean? The news is
Yeah, I'm
not facts,
here.
man. Sorry, the
I'm
news
here.
is not
I'm
facts,
here.
and I'm talking as well.
Two
Caleb, are you dumb?
countries where
I said, are you dumb? I'm talking. When I talk, you fucking listen. Don't cut me off and all of that. I don't know what you think he's doing. I mean, have some respect, man. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, yeah, these countries and all of what you're talking about is bollocks, Caleb. You know, you haven't got your facts or your information correct. You know what I mean? You're just making up stuff or trying to steal people's emotion. It's just not really a new program that you're working on. You know what I mean?
Well, you gotta be emotional about this whole thing.
No, it's not
You're a
emotional.
British man. Like you live in UK, so why do you care about Nigeria anyways? Like you're born in UK, you speak
Yeah, but
English.
why
I
do
don't
you
think you're
care about
from.
Nigeria and you're living in the Americas? Like, what are we talking about?
I'm
Do you get
saying
what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
care. I told that
What do
long
you
time
know
ago.
about
Like,
Africa? Yeah, but
what
you
is your
sold out.
emotional attachment to
Thank you. You
Nigeria,
sold
man?
out. You sold out, man.
I have an
That's it.
angle.
There's no more there. Because everything you ask me, I would just say, well, you're moving like an agent because you're not there for Africans. You're not about Africans. You don't even know what's going on in Africa. You've
What do
got
I
these,
gain by
you've got
attaching
these,
myself to Africans?
bros.
Good question.
Yeah. What do you mean? What do you gain? Yeah.
What do I gain out of it? Like
All right. You'll
they're not in
soon
a position
see.
of power.
Okay. But you think they're not in a position of power. But if I
Humanity.
control what you put in your mouth, yeah, if I control the light source, if I could control the oil that goes into your car that drives you, takes you from place to place, yeah, and it just seems on the surface that you run it. It doesn't how you run it when I own it. It's definitely the owning
You don't own shit.
emphasis
You
is
don't
with the
own
Africans
shit.
and with the Middle Easterns and all of that. Yeah, it's facts. You know what I mean?
You are just a gatekeeper.
No.
The resource belongs to
No.
Yeah.
the descendants of Lord Lugard. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Lord. So let's paint. Let's come at this angle now. So I'm going to say, Lord Lugard. Let's just say, just for the conversation, that you are a black Nigerian. You don't have to. It might not be true, but just for the conversation.
Yeah. I am actually, but go on.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let's just say for the conversation, you're a black Nigerian.
No. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. He is from the Horn somewhere. Yeah, just let's leave it there. Right. Don't
all
mention.
right. So what
leave
really is
Nigeria out your mouth.
Argue.
Yeah, leave Nigeria out your mouth. That's all I'm saying. All both of you. Because one more slur on Nigeria, I'm destroying both of you. Yeah, and you know what I'm like.
Wow, Nigeria.
Yeah, but I'm of Nigerian descent. My father told me that.
The giants of Africa and them things.
Yeah, just be easy. There's plenty countries in Africa you could talk about, even his own country. Yeah, it's somewhere between Djibouti and and Eritrea and Ethiopia, somewhere around there, right?
All right then. Okay, so watch this.
Most likely Somalia, though.
Right.
Maybe.
All right. I'm going to play Lord Lugard for this scenario. Okay. So I'm going to be on Lord Lugard's side because I'm a descendant from the Ekiti state. My dad told me that my great from the Ekiti state, Nigeria. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to play Lord Lugard for this scenario. So Lord Lugard of Nigerian descent or Nigerian, black Nigerian, ends up in the West. Mm-hmm. Then the black man in the West then gets married to a white
What the hell are you
woman?
About?
No, because we're talking about the West.
Yeah, he's on the right track. IT3 is getting it now. Go on.
Okay. So watch this. So the black Nigeria ends up in the West.
Mm-hmm.
And then ends up
marry a beautiful white European lady.
Yeah. Okay, and then gets education, good job, and earning good money, and living a comfortable life in the West under the system of white supremacy. Okay, so that's the scenario. Some people will see that as a benefit, and so they would say, "Oh, you should be thankful. That black Nigerian and his descent should be thankful to the West for the good life that they're enjoying in the West, the education, the wealth, and so on."
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, okay, I understand. That's why I wanted to get your point. I wanted to get your position. Yeah, before we start. Yeah, okay. So that's one position, and I think that's accurately described your position. An alternative position is that others would see that the black Nigerian doing well in the West is a victim of the system of white supremacy, and that a person of that mindset will be seeking a solution to the problem of white supremacy, whilst in contrast, the other black Nigerian, so we're mirroring two types of Nigerians now, the mirror in the matrix. So one saying there's no problem, we should be grateful for white supremacy for what it's doing, and the mirror is saying no, this is no good, there's a problem, we have a problem. All right, so if there is a problem, you'll be looking for a solution, and if you do not see that there's a problem, you'll be trying to say, look, get rid of this problem mindset, this victim mindset, and try and integrate. Try and
integration.
Try and fit in with the West, because that's where the power is. So the power is not a problem. Yeah, I understand. So I understand the positions now. Okay, got the two positions. Okay, so I'm being the Lord Lugard, where I'm saying that there is a problem that needs to be solved, and the other Lord Lugard is saying there is no problem. Try and fit in. So we have two different perspectives on the situation. Okay. So your position as the other Lord Lugard number one, you'll be saying the solution is really to dissolve. Let's stick with Nigeria because we're both from Nigerian descent.
Yeah.
The solution for Nigeria would be to try and dissolve traditional cultures, traditional values, and so on, because those traditional values and cultures conflict with the West, and any conflict would result
Of course,
in
like good and evil always conflicts, you know,
yes.
bad and good always conflicts, and
right.
light and dark always conflicts. And,
yeah, that's right.
and
So
degenerate culture and superior culture always gonna be in conflicts.
right. So therefore, the okay. So here's my position now. I see the situation. To address the question that you were asking earlier about what you asked what can you be thankful for? Yeah. So yes, I can be thankful because if you're in a prison, if you see it as a prison system, a prisoner could be thankful for an extra piece of cake. Yeah. Or thankful that he's allowed to or she's allowed to join the prison band.
Yeah, exactly. So like that's a good point you brought up because like say for example,
thankful.
hold on.
Listen,
Just hold on.
thankful.
Hold on. It's an important point
Go
because
on.
you have to be grateful to a certain extent. Maybe you're not content with it, but like you have because if you were in Nigeria, like your ancestors, you probably wouldn't have a shoes. Basic, she was mentioning basic needs, right? The hierarchy. You wouldn't even satisfy the basic needs in life to have the luxury of like entertaining this kind of ideas, right? So at least, relatively speaking to other Africans, like say a Ghanaian or Nigerian, you don't have to worry about.
I warned you. I did warn you, but unfortunately, you don't listen. You get me? Leave Nigeria out your mouth. Yeah? You little dry, free the world. Yeah? Flies in your mouth. Yeah? Swollen belly, eating berries ass motherfucker. Yeah? I beg, just leave Nigeria out of it. I don't know what you're trying to do, bruv. Yeah? Both of you. You just needed to allow it. And now you got him triggered on his bullshit, man. Yeah? Bye-bye, Caleb, man. He's gone. Innit? So I ain't got time for that shit, man. Trying to spoil up my shit.
I understand. This is it's heavy. This is a heavy topic, man. But you see, it's heavy. But the solution is through the pain. We have to go through that. We have to go through it, man. We have to deal with that at some point.
Shut up, man. Yeah. Well, my watch, not Caleb as well.
Okay.
I can't hear from Caleb. Person who's not even nowhere near my country. He's in America, in a diner somewhere, sipping on a pina colada or some fuckery. I don't even know. You know what I'm saying? This guy's a whole troll, you know. Yeah. I entertained him for a little bit, but it's getting a bit boring now. You know what I mean? You can fuck off. I mean, I hate his guts.
Aspect.
I don't really hate many people, but I hate his guts, man. So I don't know. I'll be disingenuous if I said he had to give me a good reason to keep him around still, to be honest. You know what I mean? Because he's an arsehole. You know what I mean? That he doesn't even care about his people or thing. He wants to be the opposing voice and all of that and do all this weird shit. He's just disrespectful. You know what I mean? And I don't like people who take information and then try and use it against the panelists at a later date. I don't like people like that. I mean, I'll beat you up in real life, man. Seriously. I don't know what part of the horn. If we could pinpoint where he's from in the horn, then we could go in. You know what I'm saying? Like get that work. But he could be Somali. He could be anything. We don't know.
He's African, though. You'd agree that he's African. I think a
lot of Africans like him still. There's a lot of Africans like him, but not to his extreme. He does it with trolling and all of that, and obviously you need a good grasp of the English language and good comprehension, because you're making statements that you don't even fully understand. So that just shows it. You know what I mean?
So we have to use
motherfucker, D.
science.
Learn to speak English first, all right? Yeah, it's one of them ones.
But this goes back to what we said at the beginning of the conversation, where the understanding of the self, the understanding of the wisdom of the ancients, you know, the application of that wisdom, the application of that ancient knowledge, the application of knowing the self, is to deal with the Caleb mindset, because I see the Caleb mindset as an aspect of the self. And so,
not myself, yourself.
But
I got no aspect of Caleb in me.
But
you know what I mean? No, I don't have none of it. You're caping for people you say are the best, are the thing, they're superior, and all of that. And to me, all of that don't matter.
I know,
Africa getting industrialized, that don't matter.
I know.
That's crazy.
But you
don't
made
do
the
research.
statement. You said it. You said a lot of African people are thinking like Caleb. He's not on his own. A lot of people think like that. So that thinking, that way of mind, that state of mind, has to be dealt with. Has to be victory. Has to come over that state of mind. That's the war.
But who's it beneficial to, them or you?
Well, that state of mind.
You're going to consume a lot of your own time
that's what happens with war.
But that's not war. That's just
it's a culture war. It's a culture war.
Time wasting is time wasting. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, you could say that. What you could say, this fight, is a waste of time. But that's what fights are. Fights. No, that's what fighting happens. You say, this could have been sorted out without the punch-ups. This could have been sorted out without so much time being extended. But you know,
I mean,
if you're good, because you know Sun Tzu, if you're a good warrior, right, you can end the war quickly. You can end the battle quickly. But if you're poor, then it costs more in resources. It costs more in time. It costs more in lives. Yeah. But a good, efficient warrior can win the war without any casualties. Because you've heard of that, haven't you? Heard of certain maneuvers people do, and they just get the enemy to surrender without any loss of life. So it's possible.
Very rare.
Exactly. It's very, very rare, but it's possible.
Everything's possible, but I'm saying that who does shit like that? No one does shit like that, man.
But it's been done, yeah.
But I mean, what mindset of people are we dealing with? You know what I mean? I'm saying that a lot of people have got Caleb's mindset, and that's only a colonial mindset. That's only that the little traps and the little things they set up are fully working on you.
Yes,
you get it?
That's right. So we've got to deal with it. We've got to expose the traps. We've got to expose the traps. So let's deal with them.
I mean, as you're confronted with them, but once you overcome that, why do we have to keep revisiting someone in the Matrix fully attached to it? To get me screaming out and doing, help me.
I got it. Good question. But you see, the reason, this is the reason, the value I see. The value I see in this is that in the dialogue between our position and Caleb's position, others can witness what's taking place, and then as our position is stronger, they would witness the strength in our position. So so I understand your position, yeah. So I encourage this because I want to, because it's quite interesting the level we got to where Caleb was actually saying, IC3's got it, IC3's got it. So we're just lining up now. We're just lining up the forces. Yeah, we didn't engage. You kind of saved him, actually. You saved him. You saved him from me.
Yeah, you was about to go in, yeah. Man,
What?
we all have different processes.
I told you. I'm just lining up the field, but I told you I haven't started yet. I'm just lining up. What? That's what I keep hearing me saying.
Yeah, just don't line up with Nigeria next time, man. Might be better.
What is your position? Yeah, what it is? I'm just getting the. Okay.
Yeah, but he's gonna be dishonest. If he was being honest, then cool. But
that's all right. That's all right.
I've known him over many years. He's just spinning a yarn to you. He's just like, yeah.
I know.
I'm Nigerian
I know.
today.
But that's war. That's battle. Of course, because you know in the battle.
Don't use my country for your battle, man. Allow it, man. Just allow it, man. Stay out of it. That's what I'm saying to man. Just relax. It's cool. You can say what you want. Yeah, I've heard all the slurs. I've been hearing them. But the Nigerian thing, just allow it, man. It's like, I'm not interested. You know what I mean? Especially when I don't know fully what country you come from.
Yes, I got it. I got it.
Semitic Caucasian. I can't take that from a Semitic Caucasian. Like,
it could be. It could be. But
that's his title. That's what he says he is. It's a Semitic Caucasian. I'm out.
Okay. But you see, the fact that Nigeria, I mean, it's almost like Nigeria is like a serious place for the battle to take place, because if you win in Nigeria, I mean, how important is Nigeria to the whole of Africa? So the way I'm thinking is, if you can defeat colonialism, ideology, white supremacy in Nigeria, you might not need to defeat it anywhere else. It could be the main battleground. It could be.
Nah, nothing to do with it. As I said, their man is messed up already, man. We already know this. All the African countries,
they could be saved because we were having the same discussion last night, where a brother from Sierra Leone.
You need to allow it, man.
Yeah, the brother from Sierra Leone.
All these governments, as I said, all these African governments. I don't want to have to play these African dictators and leaders of our countries and show you the atrocities that they were doing, bro. There's no one capable for none of these prime ministers, presidents, and all of these of any African country. Yeah, they have European views, they have European values, they have are protecting European interests,
right,
as well as their own pocket, and forget the people. So I can't support that. I can't even be representing that in any type of way. But yet some of my brothers will do that. They'll say, yeah, man, oh, this one or that one, or, you know, he was Pan-African, he was this, he was that. Bros, from my point of view, they're all working for a system that colonized us. Do you get it?
Yeah. Okay, but what you're saying is, another brother was saying that yesterday, Friday, we was having the same discussion, and he's from Sierra Leone, and we was having this. I was having this conversation with him, and he was saying, I was saying, look, we're organizing to do something, to make a presentation to Sierra Leonean embassy, and then I was saying, why don't you come with us? And he's saying, Sierra Leone, he says, if I go down there with you, I'm going to set the place alight. He said the same fire with you. He says, if I go down there, there's no talking. I'm going to set the place alight. I said, but listen. And he was saying, they're gatekeepers. He said, what? I said, but listen. I said to him, listen. I understand. You're saying the exact same thing he was saying. I said, but listen. You're correct. They're the gatekeepers, right? But if they're the gatekeepers, that means they know where the gate is. because that's what they're
The
doing.
gatekeepers to what though? It's only European.
Exactly. Yeah,
It's
but hold
only
it. So
European thinking and government and all of that. It's just nothing big. You know what I mean? There's other systems of rule in the countries that we're talking about, and there's other people who hold wealth. I'm saying the government is trying to usurp wealth of the country. You know what I mean? To
yes,
make a name for itself, and it's been doing it since it gets established, and
right.
most likely in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s with
Yes,
most
yes,
of the African countries. So
right.
doesn't matter
And we have
who's
to
in
stop
position.
that because, as you're
Yeah,
saying,
I'm not
you
into
accurately
politics, though.
described that government, that
Mm.
system, that entity is growing and it's eating into Africa. It's expanding. Yes, and so the traditional values, the traditional kings and people with their own systems, they're trying to resist the
No, they're
encroachment.
not.
Oh, they're not trying
A
to
lot of
resist.
them are involved. A lot of them
Yes,
are
but not all.
politicians.
Yes, but
Yeah,
not
but I'm
all.
just saying it's just like the way it's intertwined in the country now is it's just a lot different. They have autonomy. They have, you know what I mean. They can do what they want with the people in the country, with the resources. Yeah, but as long as the Europeans' interests, and I'm saying the European have pipelines and refineries in our country and all of that, but that's a smidgen of what the country produces or
Or can produce.
over the years, we've ourselves made our own refineries off that model and started doing our own things. And then big business, as in Africans with loads of money, creating businesses and business opportunities and companies and all of that. Even prime ministers and presidents. You know what I mean? Because their money's small. Their money comes via the government, right?
Yeah, but
And the
then the
government have
clash
to make
comes when
money.
they try to export their business, or when they try to do business internally, like through the African, when they're trying to create an alternative African Union and Africa's trying to do business within itself, then they come up against start to clash with these
It's not within itself.
systems.
It's within itself of the European colonial governments. So
Yeah,
again, it's another circle within a circle. That circle
right.
is the
But are there
circle.
anybody outside that circle? Is there anybody in
Sorry.
Africa outside that
That
circle?
circle is crap, my brother.
Yeah, I know
For
that,
you
but
to
is
have
there
a
anybody
European,
outside of
I
it?
mean, African Union, yeah, it's just those same colonial governments
Yeah,
with black faces, yeah,
yeah,
getting together to say, yeah, we're going to be organized. That's not a
yeah,
good thing.
yeah.
That's
But
just
is there anybody
actually showing
outside of that, though?
corruptions, of course.
Okay, yeah. But is there anybody? Is there any unrecognized business to a large scale taking place within Africa that is outside of the African Union and outside the corporations who have planted their governments, as it were?
No, none. No way.
What?
No way. Yeah, everything they're dealing with is government based, and what these various governments and these various countries, being France, England, and all sorts, yeah, the bigger UN, because they're still part. A lot of these African countries are still also part of the UN. They might be part of the African UN, but they're part of the UN as well. So
Right,
it's just a circle within a circle. They just created another department of of their thing, and all of them
right,
are supposed African leaders. No, man,
right.
that's just whoever they put in there. You know, we talk about puppets,
Yeah,
puppet
yeah,
leaders, and all of
yeah,
this
yeah,
type of stuff. Then
yeah.
how is that working? You know what I mean? There've got to be some cohesion with them. They're organized, ain't they?
Right,
They're
right, right.
organized
Yes.
enough to colonize a lot of us. So,
Okay, so watch this.
mm,
So watch this.
mm,
So let me see if I understand your position. There's two positions. There's one that all business taking place within Africa
mm.
is either directly or indirectly managed by the same system of white supremacy. Or position two, there is business taking place within Africa, successful business taking place within Africa that is not recognized and not seen by the system of white supremacy.
I don't know what that means. I mean, the market's the market. When you're doing business and you're trading, in it. So that can be from anywhere and thing. I'm saying what the government is doing as business, because the government is a company. You know what I mean? The Federation of Nigeria or whatever government is a European entity.
Are there any kings trading with other kings outside of the system of white supremacy in Africa?
Yeah, they could do what they want. They're doing that, but it's not outside. There's nothing outside of the system. Yeah,
there's nothing
it's just not
outside of the
implemented.
system.
It's not implemented everywhere within the system. White supremacy is not, because it's got black faces. It's got, you know what I mean, Chinese face. It's got this face. You think white supremacy is just white? It's not. You know what I'm saying? It's a system more than anything.
Right. Yes,
and
I agree.
They're gonna have many hands and many different faces running and perpetuating that system. Some that even look like you and me. So
yes. So how I would address that is that how I would have said to Lord Lugard or Caleb is that if he accepted that there's a prison system, it's an ecosystem. So when I talk about white supremacy, when I say it, I'm talking about a complete financial, political, and cultural ecosystem. So yes, I'm going to agree with you. It's a system. So within that ecosystem, they can have other races operate. It's still white supremacy. The system is so they can have black people working in there, Asian people working in there, Chinese people working. All kinds of people are working within the system. Yes, but it's still the system of white supremacy. Just like you might have a white supremacist prison system, and they can pull out prisoners and say, okay, I want you to manage the prison football team. There's going to be a football league. Yes. So I'm going to give you an office within the prison. You don't have to live in the cell. You can work from this office and live in and have those comfortable conditions. Because why? Because you are managing the prison football league. Yes. So we are the white supremacists are granting you privileges within the prison system, but you're still a prisoner. It's just that you've been given certain privileges within the prison. But the other prisoners will suspect you of not being a prisoner. They say, look, why isn't he or she sleeping in the cells like with us and our tough mattresses? Why they have certain privileges? Why they got better food? Don't be fooled. Just because they've been given certain privileges within the prison and they're having better food and maybe even a change of clothes, they're still within the prison. But the other prisoners won't see it that way. But the prison management know it's that way. You see, they know it's that way. So when you talked about everybody, kings are still within, all the trade is still within the same system. When you talk like that, I can visualize it as they're still within the prison. So you've got kings, African kings, who have been imprisoned by the system, but they're not forced to sleep in cells. They're allowed to.
I mean, I don't know if you mean that somehow white supremacy system or the system itself, which white supremacy is only a tool of. Yeah. As I say, racism, white supremacy, the system of control. These are all tools by the elite. Do you get what I'm saying? I think there's a confusion there where you're thinking
maybe we have
like,
disagreements. So this elite, what do you believe holds this elite together? Because maybe we have disagreement on who these elite are. So let's explore that. Who are these elites from your perspective?
I think those behind the people, behind the people, behind the people, behind your governments and shit. and all sorts.
All
You
right.
know, the
Okay.
higher echelons of people. Remember that the government is only a process. It's only a company. It's a
Yes.
machine on how to run a country.
Yes.
Right. So, and according to certain particular models that you're given, fascism, communism, capitalism, do you get what I'm saying? All sorts of
Okay.
different isms and schisms based on early 19th century thinking and theologies, right? And sociology and, you know, all of this type of stuff, right? So, like, a lot of these systems, as you know, are quite new, you know, and a lot of them were not implemented because people thought, no, this is too extreme. We can't have a society like this, or da 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 da. And this is been the fight up until today. Yeah. Meanwhile, the one you're supposedly living in, a capitalist society, encompasses all those principles, right?
Right. Yeah. So you mean like the
So,
carving up of Africa? You know, the Berlin Conference. Right. Okay.
that's business, right?
Right. Okay. So
That's the companies of Europe talking about how they're gonna split up a particular landmass. You know what I mean? That's business.
right, and they did it,
Right?
didn't they? They did it. So they must be
They
the
did.
elite.
They did. They did.
Because who's going to be above them? If they, you know, who's, you know, so they
Right.
sat, they had their Berlin conference, yeah, and they sat and they carved up Africa. I mean,
So who
whoa,
did that? Who
that's a
did that?
serious meeting,
Who did that?
right? Who
No,
did
I'm
it?
saying who did that? That's the elite, no? Or part of the
Yes,
elite, or the people who fronted for the elite, or whatever, right?
right.
Under the
Yeah,
guise of countries,
it's got to
Germany.
be the elite.
No,
I
Germany,
mean,
Britain. Da, da, da. That's what it said on the surface, right? That's the
yeah.
name of
Okay,
the company, right?
right. Okay,
So
right.
yeah, within that, there's more processes and all of that, and cogs and
Yeah.
all of this. So this
Yes.
white supremacy part is not necessarily in the concept of trade. Yeah, what's happened there is become unfair because everybody in Africa and in the world owes the World Bank a debt that they can't pay back, it seems. But they can pay back with less than 1 year's GDP from some of these
Right.
African countries. So I don't know
Yeah.
what's going on. I've realized that
Exactly. What is
that
going on?
that
Yes.
charge is not set at the country, but it's set at the government that they put in place. So they
Yes.
basically put a government that they set in place into debt to get the resources or whatever they need from that country at a
Yes.
much cheaper rate. This is
Right.
business.
Yes.
You get what I'm saying?
Business.
And all
Right.
the casualties in between, whether you're calling it colonization or what, all of that, it's all based on a business and a business model that they were trying to implement and usurp people and blah blah blah. But as I said, once they gave people their own autonomy, because you can't control millions of people, even in the continent of Africa, it's a very difficult thing to
Yeah.
change the hearts and minds of people in small villages and all of this. This never happened.
Right.
So what it is that you have to build yourself up, build your base like Cape Town. Do you get what I'm saying? And then
Right.
work out from there. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
And
Right.
then put
Right.
little bases and little governors ships or little
Yeah.
government
That's right. That
headquarters
happened in Elmina and Ghana.
in the
That's
different
right.
towns and
Yeah.
cities and all of that, right? And
Yes.
kingdoms and all of that. So then showing you have a foothold as the government. But this is
Yes.
all European based type thinking
Yes.
from its
Correct.
inception, right?
Yes.
It's not 1,000 years old in Africa that we've been doing this. Our system of governments have been different based on, and it wasn't obviously based on Europeans. Some of it was in the sense of trading with us. We've always been trading with them for far longer than, they've enslaved us or any of that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, I always say to the people, like, look, from the African's point of view, you got to remember, you got everything. You got the food, you got the resources, you got everything. You
Yes.
got gold, you got diamonds, you got everything, everything,
Yeah.
everything you could imagine, even
Yeah.
water, right? You got beautiful landscapes and whatever. That is the richest continent on the planet, and they know it full well. Now,
Yeah.
if you spend your time and see that they've invested in downing and making Africa look a certain way. Yeah. But that is so it keeps the real people away from it while they reap the benefits.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm saying? And
All right.
that's how the system works. You know what I mean? So now it's got to a level where the Africans themselves now, yeah, have taken certain models from the European system and created their own, institutes and wealths and all of that. Not government though. Yeah. They're still aligned with the format that the Europeans laid down.
Okay.
Yeah, because that uh, entity was put there, as I said, to protect European interests first and foremost.
Yes. Okay.
Right, not to govern over people. Like they don't care about none of that. Yeah, anything that's going to mess up the pipeline or mess up, any transfer of goods or items and they're saying that's on you lot. You lot clear that up. You lot
Right.
sort that out. You lot have civil war. Oh, you're having a civil war. Tell you what we'll do. We'll fund you.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, and we didn't tell you we will fund the rebels too, the ones opposing to you.
Right.
Whoever wins gets in and can do the job, and the pipelines of whatever they need is not
Keep flowing.
interrupted.
Yes.
They don't
Okay.
care. They
Right.
don't
Okay.
care. So
Good.
this is how we've had so many African leaders who were dictators and just outright murderers. Do you get what I'm
Yes.
saying?
Yeah.
Because it didn't matter what they did as long as
The
the
business.
the the
The
father
pipeline.
company, yeah, like whether it be France or England or whoever, yeah,
Yeah.
gets what they need, then the rest is up to you. If you want to sit there on a throne made out of the bones of your enemies, that's your business. You get what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
They
Right.
don't care.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
All they care about is that whatever they're getting from you, it just keeps flowing. Now,
Right.
in later
Right.
times, obviously, Africans got very smart, very aware, and said, listen, nah, we're not really comfortable with this deal. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
you're not? Okay. We'll just destabilize your country, fund both sides, win or lose, we win. Do you get what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, the job will still get done, basically. You know what I mean? So no
Keep that
matter what
flowing.
blackface you put on there, he puts on a beret. He's saying he's a black socialist and all of this. He's here to save the people. It's all
Yeah.
bollocks.
Yeah. I know.
It's all
Oh
bollocks.
my
It's all
God.
bollocks. It's all
Yeah.
bollocks. Because as long as European interests are kept smooth, yeah,
Yes.
he can say whatever he wants. Yeah,
Right. Right.
that's why
Right.
Ahmadinejad can do that. That's why Saddam Hussein could do that to a certain point, because as long as
Right.
the flow of oil was not being interrupted, yeah,
Right.
he's got self autonomy in it. He can want to be like Nebuchadnezzar and that. Yeah, they didn't care about
Nebuchadnezzar.
none of that. Yeah, they didn't
They
care
don't
about
care.
none
Yeah.
of that.
Whatever.
They didn't care about none of that. So this is the point. They
Right.
rule from a distance. So
Yes.
because a lot of people will say, "Oh, where are they? Where are they? We can't see them in Africa. How have they got
Right.
influence in it?" Bruv, this is a long-standing game that they've been playing. They
Yeah.
know how to do this efficiently. You get what I'm saying? To go to an area to colonize the people, to think, and then leave them, give them independence, have them dancing in the street.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the flow of whatever they need is still flowing.
Mhm.
The pipelines, the mines, mining for gold, the biggest De Beer mines in South Africa is still
Diamond.
going.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So as long as those things are not interrupted, you can have your self autonomy, and even better than that, we'll give you an ideology. We'll give you a way, Rainbow Nation, if you want.
Yes.
We'll give you
That's
a
right.
new format. Do you get what I'm saying? Oh,
Yeah.
that's the old colonial you're falling by. Oh, you want to do the old socialist style. It's a bit outdated. Yeah. Do you get what I'm saying? Speed up.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Update
Yeah.
now. Update. That's what they're trying to do
Update.
with
Be a
Uganda.
capitalist.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
be a capitalist society. But then when you go into the workings of it, it's just the other stuff mixed up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The
Repackaged.
Europeans know how to do it better without the loss of life. You see, Africans and other people are very real with how they do things because they think that's the way to do it, right?
Right.
Yeah, they're not about messing about or saying what they don't mean. Do you get what I'm saying? So it
That's
would
right.
get some of them into trouble, obviously. Do you get
Yeah.
me? Because people are like, yeah, we don't believe you. Oh, you don't believe me? Let me kill a quarter of you, and then you'll soon see who you believe. Do you get what I'm saying? This is
Oh
why
my.
elections and
Yeah.
politics in Africa is a different animal, and even in the
Right.
Caribbean, it's a different animal. Yeah, people
Right.
die because people want people to be elected into that system. So you can see the level of brainwashing.
Yes.
So even if you're in the village and you don't care about none of this politics stuff, but you do support a party.
Yeah.
And then that party gets into power. But getting into power is not power. Getting into power is just heading the company.
A department.
Right.
Yeah. Getting a
Just
job
like,
within the company. Yeah.
right. Just like over here. Oh yeah, the
Department.
far right, the far left, one of them will get into the cabinet. Boom. Yeah, we're in the power now. But you're not in power. You're now the main batch of secretaries or administrators for whoever is behind what we're calling the government.
Yes. Okay. So
Right.
watch this now. So you've laid out the battlefield. Yeah. You've laid out where the rivers are, where the mountains are, where the hills are, where the plains are. Okay, so it's accurate. I like that. Your presentation there. You've laid out the battlefield that we're going to take, where the battle takes place on. Now, based on what you just said, the battle's going to be under the title business. Okay, it's business. Okay, so the battle's going to be on business. Stay with business. So, if it's about business, we're focusing on business, then we might have to put aside the concept of culture, tradition, and all this kind of conversation, and let's just talk business. And if culture, then the question comes, does culture impact business in a significant way? And if culture does impact business in a significant way, in what way? Others will say it's nothing about culture, it's nothing about values, it's about business. Making sure, as you said, the diamonds flow, the oil flows, it's just business. Okay. So, what enables, in your view, the West to do business in such an efficient way as to be perceived as Africa getting a bad deal? Because we're going to stay with business now. So it's business, and the Africans are not happy with their end of the deals that are being done. So
no, say it again. The African European entities are not happy with the deal. And at no time, hold on, at no time the people got anything to do with this discussion. Is that not a truth?
Interesting.
Is that not a truth?
This is deep, man. This is deep.
Sorry,
this is deep.
I'm saying, is that not the truth? No.
Yes, very good.
Okay,
Very
so I
good.
don't know why we're
Yeah,
talking about
that's
people.
very good. What you just
when
said.
we're talking about governments of countries calling themselves Nigeria, this one, the Ghana, all of that.
Yeah.
That's got nothing to do with the people.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Wow, this gets heavy now. This gets
just
heavy.
European on European. As I said, it's European entities with black faces, man. Corporations with black faces. That's all.
Okay.
And even Arab ones.
Okay. So watch now. So these people, the people outside of the ecosystem, this business ecosystem, do you believe that they should
so
do?
Who's outside of it? No one's outside of it.
You said the people. You said just the people.
Oh yeah, the people don't have a say. I mean, saying that when you made reference to the people, it's not about the people. It's about, as you said, it's about governments talking about what they're not happy about, and I'm saying that government is European based.
Yeah, but you mentioned the people. that are not in the government, right? So those people aren't happy, are they? So they want to change the government.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the government is eating up their resources. Those people that you mentioned, yeah, the government is dominating them, correct?
And not necessarily, no. Because as I said,
Oh,
the
not
GDP of a
necessarily.
country, I mean, what the country produces and all of that, it's a portion of it is with the government. Yeah, small portion at that. Majorly, it's what it's producing and da. But the problem with us is it's unfair trade. It's not fair because we've
What do
got
you
a
mean
loan.
unfair? Hold it. When you say unfair
Trade.
unfair to who?
Unfair to the individuals selling. Could only work
Unfair
that
to
way.
the individuals that are within the government.
No, unfair trade, as in anyone trading from within the boundaries of a particular country. Yeah, that country or the port thing is more. That's the government, right? That's what we do. Import, export. It's going to involve the government. The government is still part of that European entity. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Right. Now you can have your business, but you're still going to pay tax for trading in and out of the port or whatever, which is the government business.
Who's the
You know what I mean?
Who's the you?
Sorry?
Who's the you that you're referring to?
You who are a government or, I mean, a business.
Right.
If
Okay.
you're a business and you need to trade via the port, they'll say there's going to be taxes and little, stuff that you have to pay. But all that is provided by the government, right?
Right. So therefore, like those Africans are getting a bad deal. Yes, they're getting a bad deal.
Yeah, sorry, the unfair trade thing. Yeah. They've been doing that for years now. You should know that already.
Yeah.
On everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So, what is your goal? Is your goal to get a better deal, or to create an alternative business
as I said,
ecosystem?
I feel within the realms of business and politics, yeah, it's got really not our concern. The reason we're getting unfair trade is because of that entity which we're calling the government and that of the country. Do you get it?
Right.
Because they took loans, they asked for help, yeah, while these Europeans was helping destabilize their country. Or they
Okay,
were
but is there any fair
destabilizing their own
trade
country.
going on? Is there any fair trade going on?
I mean, in terms across the continent, no. Everything
No.
is at a reduced rate. Oil, everything.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
even though we've got the better quality of oil and thing, yeah, per barrel is cheaper than say a country that doesn't even have that much reserves like we do. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's unfair. Yeah, when you're trading all your grain, all your food stocks, to Tesco, Sainsbury's, and all of these type of stuff from certain particular African countries, yeah, you're getting it at a cheap rate. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I've got that. But you see, it's this concept of fairness now.
Yes.
So basically, fairness. Let's explore what you mean by fairness. See, fair trade. Whoever's in control of the market decides what is fair because it's their market. Correct?
Yeah, but that's the problem.
No, hold it. Before we get to problem, before we
though.
go, let's clear up the let's clear up the
It's
language.
the opposite of that, isn't it?
Yeah, no. Let's walk there bit by bit. Let's walk there bit by bit. Right. Remember we're going business now. We're just talking business. All right. So business and the market. All right. So if I'm in control of the market, right? I'm the regulator of the market. If I'm the regulator of the market, I decide what is fair and what is not fair within my market. Correct?
Right.
Yeah? Okay. So, if I say there's good trade taking place within my market, I'd say that there's fair trade. Who are you to tell me that the trading is unfair within my market?
It's unfair, man. It's completely
no,
makes sense. Because
you can't just talk like that. You can't talk like that. Let's slow this down. You can't.
Your market is based on my raw materials. You wouldn't even have a stock market or whatever market.
All right,
what do you think? What do you think it is? Huh?
Let's slow this down. Let's slow this down. Wait a minute.
It's not really your market. That's what I'm saying. But you have control of it. But I hear that, right? But what I'm saying is, what makes it unfair? Come on, what makes it unfair is not that the price you get for a billion tomatoes or onions or whatever that we're providing for you. It's the fact that the reason it's so low is because of some infraction or civil war or coup d'etat that took place in the country many years ago, and all of a sudden we supposedly, the people, and it's really the government, owe a debt to the IMF that every country can't pay back, it seems. Even England owes money.
Watch this.
Right.
Watch this. Okay, watch this. So as you said earlier on, I construct a market. It's my work. Yeah. As you said earlier on, I'm going to play the white supremacist now. Okay, it's okay. So I construct a market. How do I do it? I do it by setting up bases around the world, trading bases. Yeah. And all these bases that I set up around the world, they're all networked and they all communicate with each other. And that is how I build and have built my market. It's mine. It's mine. Okay. Now, these trading posts that I have set up as I expand my market, their job is to look for things to trade. So one post may be extracting oil from the land. Another trading post may be extracting wheat, whatever. And then they bring them to market. Yes, they get these materials and bring them to market where they are traded, because there's trading taking place within my system, within my ecosystem, within my market. Now, if your people out there want to bring stuff to one of my trading posts, yeah, I can give you something because you're bringing it to my trading posts, and you're bringing it, when you bring it into my system, you're bringing it into my market. You are not in my market, you're outside of it. So you're whinging about what I'm giving you for what you're bringing to my market. You're not in it. The prices are all fair within my market because it's mine. You may have complaints about what a department of my market is giving you for your raw materials, but you're not really, and you may have some civil wars and squabbles amongst your tribes. Has nothing to do with me, which you illustrated quite well. I can say, well, as long as the material is coming into the market in order to be traded, that's fine.
Yeah, but what's tribe got to do with it? There's no tribes got to do with it. It's just a case.
Yeah, well, we don't care because
percentage.
You're outside.
Let me tell you what is.
You're outside of it.
Is correct, right? If you start to put maybe £1 or $1 on every item that you receive from us, yeah, you would see a significant difference. So you get what I'm saying? This is why we know it's unfair trade. They call it fair trade. The fact that you have to do that shows a disparity in the first place. You don't do that if there's not a disparity or you've noticed something. So you say it's fair trade. That's why I call it unfair trade.
You mentioned £1.
So if you look it up, sorry, you look it up, it would be classed as fair trade agreement, right?
Yes.
Right. And I'm saying that agreement is rubber stamping the level of unfair trade with African countries.
Hold that there. Hold it there. Hold it there. So you mentioned the pound. Okay.
Yeah.
So within my market, so the market, there's different currencies being traded within my market. There's different currencies. It's all part of my system. Yeah, we have different nations and they have different currencies, and there's all trading taking place within my ecosystem, within my market. Okay. So you are outside of my ecosystem. You are outside of my market. Okay. So within my market, we have different currencies, and we have something we've designed called a pound. Yes. And what we'll do, we'll give you a number of these for your raw materials. Yeah. So it's up to you whether you want to accept this currency that we printed or members of my market print. So what you might be franc, it might be euro. You know, there's different members within my market who have different currencies, and they will give you an aspect of one of those currencies for your raw materials. Now, if you're upset about the amount of currency you're receiving for your raw materials, well, that's your problem. It's still fair trade.
Yeah, but as I just said, it's not fair trade, is it? Because it's not based on that. It's based more on that you have made me receive loans from you. Do you get what I'm saying? In millions or billions. Yeah. And now, from previous administrations or whatever, yeah, it's a trap. It's all fake. You know what I mean? So
Okay,
now I owe you a debt. Rather than that, this is what we're gonna do. You sell me this and this and this and this at a much cheaper rate. Because if I was to give you the going rate, you would not be classed as a third world country, one. Two, you wouldn't even, after a while, want to even need to trade with me. You might decide to trade with someone else now. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay, so watch this. Watch this. The trade taking place amongst all the different currencies within my market, which I built, which I created, has resulted in a number of products. So products and new products and improved products are being created within my market. And those products have values. Okay. And those values are exchanged within my market amongst my people and amongst those people who I accept as being within my market. Those products are being exchanged. And some of them might be farming or drilling machinery. Yeah. Because within my market, we've had investors who've built factories and machine plants, whatever, and they produce things as a result of the trade taking place within my market. So we have this drilling equipment that's been exchanged amongst us. We have drilling equipment. We have farming equipment. Now, you are outside of my market. You have to come to me to get registered. Otherwise, we don't see you. You're not on the map. You don't exist. Yeah. So if you come to us, we're going to ask, well, who are you? What is your name? Where are you based? And you want to participate within my market. And then you say, yes, because I have oil or I have minerals or whatever. I say, okay, you have minerals, you have oil, whatever, and you want to come to market. You want to come into my market. Okay. A market is a registered ecosystem. You can't be trading in there unless you're registered. Yeah. So you have to come to me, submit your identity and get registered, then that means you now exist. Okay. You are bringing things to me, and my people are giving you a certain amount of currencies. And then with that currency, you can then purchase things within my market, because you don't produce those things. You can only get them if you have something to trade with the people who are registered within my market. And they won't trade with you if they don't, if I don't recognize you, if I don't identify you, right? They're not going to trade with you, because they're my people. If they're registered, they're my nations, they're my entities, because they're registered. So you tell me again, what is this unfair trade with that perspective? What do you mean unfair? I told you nothing can be unfair within my market, because I decide what fairness is.
I don't know who you, sorry.
I am the people, all those of us who've got together, and we have different currencies. So just like we talked about earlier on, the Berlin Conference got together. Yeah, we had our talks amongst ourselves, right? So that's the same thing as the market. Yeah, we recognize each other. We sat around the table, the Berlin Conference, right? And we're deciding to carve up Africa, and then we're going to trade amongst each other, because we all recognize each other around that table. We're all registered to get into that conference, the Berlin Conference. You can't just walk in there off the street. So you have to be recognized. You have to be known. You have to be registered. Yeah. So therefore, whatever's taking place amongst us that we agree is fair. So who are you to say that there's unfair trade? I mean, who would you be to say that?
Well, I'm just a conscientious observer, and I've seen that the whole concept of fair trade is out there, right? And it was perpetuated at least 10 to 15 or 20 years ago when this concept came about. You know what I mean? Like, you got
All
fair
right,
trade.
so let's explore together.
Oh no, wait, you got fair trade chocolate, all sorts of stuff.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay, let's look at
that means the
the word
cocoa
fair trade. Let me
being
look it up.
sauce. You know,
See, Fair Trade Foundation Home. What does it mean? Fair trade. So let's have a look here. Fair trade. It says here, fair trade is a term for an arrangement designed to help producers in developing countries achieve sustainable and equitable trade relationships. The fair trade movement combines the payment of higher prices to exporters and with improved social and environmental standards. The movement focuses in particular on commodities or products that are typically exported from developing countries to developed countries.
underdeveloped. Let's get that right.
Yeah. So from developing countries to developed countries, but is also used in domestic markets, e.g., Brazil, the United Kingdom, Bangladesh.
So is the developing country not the country that develops the developed country? Right.
Well, that's another question. But let's deal with this here. Fair trade, because you mentioned fair trade. So
Okay,
let's dig into this fair trade. So fair trade. This is my argument, which appears to be counter to yours. I'm saying for fair trade to take place, it has to be within a market. And within that market, there's a two-tier system. There's those that are described as developed.
Yeah,
and
sorry,
those,
go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's those that are classified as developing. Yeah. So within my market, I have said there can be fair trade. And within my market, there's two groups. There's developed countries, and developing. Yeah. So those that are developing, so they're
It
trying to
doesn't make
catch up
sense.
now with the developed.
Catch up to what? But the developed don't produce anything. The developed countries are developed because of the developing countries. That's facts.
Okay, so
Right. And then
okay,
only on one side does one person have all the raw materials. Only on one side. The other side, which is the developed country,
yeah,
is developed only based on trade and based on import. They're importing stuff. We're exporting.
Okay.
So the developers or developing countries are exporting commodities, raw materials, and they think it's developed because you take the tin ore and put it in and make a microchip and put it in a computer.
Right.
So that makes you developed. No.
Yes. So watch this then.
But it doesn't make you the leader. Yeah, it doesn't make you the leader in the thing because without my tin ore, no computers get built. So
we'll
why
explore
is
that.
why
we'll
is
explore
it?
that. We'll explore
That's
that.
why
Watch
it's unfair.
what? Wait. Okay. So there's the developing and the developed. So the developing are moving up, and the developed are moving up. And I think what you're saying is that the developing countries are pushing the developed countries up. Is that correct?
No, not pushing them up. They're just helping them to survive. They're
Okay.
the whole reason.
All right. Then so
they're the whole
the
reason
developed
they
countries.
exist. No.
Okay. Hold it. So the developed countries maintain or survive, maintain their position based on the developing countries. Is that correct?
Facts.
Yes.
Facts.
All right, facts.
I'm not even gonna.
All right, okay.
Not even
All right, so
gonna
not
play
pushing
with
them
that
up,
one.
but they're sustaining them. They're holding them up. All right. Now, fair trade. So I like to quote Neely Fuller here. He says fair means white, and I agree with him. He breaks it down. Yeah, fair trade. Yeah. So fair trade means white trade, basically, because fair skin, fair means white. That's fine. But you might not agree with that. Most of you might not agree with that.
No,
but
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I know. I thought you'd say that. I thought that. Yeah, okay. So, but when I'm mentioning fair trade, I'm thinking the system of white supremacy. Yeah, white supremacists are fair trade. But let's say, okay, fair just means just. Yeah, I think that's how you'd say it's not. There's no color in fair. That's your position, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. My position.
It's not color.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. So we've got two positions. I'm saying fair trade means white supremacists. White. Fair means white. Your position is fair just means just. Yeah. It's just level.
Yeah.
It's just okay. Oh, okay.
So but I'm saying the opposite of that also, that once you say fair trade, you really mean unfair trade. So we're going to get onto my further point. But we're just dealing with the fair trade right now, right?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we're dealing with this, right? Right. Now, we got to decide who it is. So it says that fair trade is a term for an arrangement designed to help producers in developing countries achieve sustainable and equitable trade relationships. Fair trade, the term. Okay. Right. It's designed. So who designed it then? Because whoever designed fair trade, right? They're the ones who would judge what fair trade is, correct?
And they're the ones who made it unfair in the first place. Makes sense, right?
No, they're the ones who would decide what unfairness is. Because if they know what fairness is, they also know what unfairness is, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
And they decide what is fair and what is unfair, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. So the movement focuses in particular on commodities and or products that are typically exported from developing countries to developed countries. Right. So let's find out who these people are. Fair trade labeling organizations commonly use a definition of fair trade developed by FINE, an informal association of 4 international fair trade networks. Fair Trade Labeling Organization International. So Fair Trade Labeling Organizations International and World Fair Trade Organization, a network of European world shops and European fair trade associations. So the word world came in there, World Fair Trade Organization and a network of European world shops and European Fair Trade Associations. That's the EFTA. Okay, so that word European comes up twice. The word world comes up and Fair Trade Organizations International. So these are the entities that decide what fair trade is. And if they say the trade is fair, it's fair. So, Fair Trade International Labeling. Let's look at that organization. Fair Trade International. Fair Trade International, Fair Trade Labeling Organization International, is a product-orientated, multi-stakeholder group aimed at promoting the lives of farmers and workers through trade. Fair Trade's work is guided by a global strategy focused on ensuring that all farmers earn a living income and agricultural workers earn a living wage. Fair Trade works with farmers and workers of more than 300 commodities. The main products promoted under the Fair Trade label are coffee, cocoa, banana, flowers, tea, and sugar. Okay. So their job, as one aspect of fair trade, is to make sure you earn a living wage, earn a living income, living right. So they define what living means then, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, what are you not getting? It's just mirroring exactly everything I've told you. So I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. But here's the clash. Here's the clash. I'm saying if they're defining what living means, if they're defining what fairness means, who are you to say it's unfair? How are you going to do that?
I analyzed the information, I observed it, and yeah, I'm making my judgment now. What?
Yeah, but who are you to judge outside of them?
I'm a smart guy. That's what I am.
You're a smart guy.
Obviously, because you're using it. I just use the word, right? And you know now there's real context behind it. There's multinational companies behind it, European based. Like, what are we doing? So you know it's a system of trade, of how they deal with African countries or what do you say, developing countries.
Yes, right.
Yeah, there's no issue there, bro. I'm just saying that it's not fair because the fact that you have to have it, the thing, like we ain't been trading with you for God knows time immemorial. Yeah, I'm just saying that in no more recent times now, you've changed the parameters of it based on infractions in these various countries. It seems the more raw materials you have, the more problems you have in your country at a particular time. You know what I mean? For South Africa, where you're getting all the gold and everything from, yeah, you conveniently had apartheid. Do you get it?
Okay.
Right.
So
So these are the distractions and these are the infractions that they've done in African countries that have changed even the course of how Africans live their lives even up to today. But this fair trade agreement, yeah, that happened maybe 15 to 20 years ago, yeah, is what we're talking about. Yeah. It's not fair, bro. Yeah, it's plain and simple. If you brought up the price and gave it to what is on the stock market, yeah, it would just it wouldn't be fair. Do you get what I'm saying? These countries would be superpowers just based on, as I said, raw materials, food and stuff. We ain't even gone to diamonds and uranium and all the other things that a lot of African countries have.
all right, okay. So you see, fairness you're associating with justice, and it's more like it's the same thing as a court system. So when you go to court, yes, you can say I was unfairly treated, yeah, but the person who decides whether it was
But can you
fair
say
or
that
not,
in business? Are
that's the
there
point I'm
laws?
going at.
Are
That's
there?
where I'm
Yeah.
going.
Well, I'm saying,
That's
are
where
there
I'm going.
legal parameters in business that require these things? That's why it can't be what you're saying, and it would more lead down to what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Law doesn't come into it when it comes to business. Companies or
Let's explore that. It's
corporations
interesting. Law
are
does
not
not
governed.
come into it
Yeah,
when it
it's
comes
not
to business.
governed by the rule of law in any country. Yeah, to have a business and a corporation and a West India tea company, no, that's not governed. Yeah, the governors are in there. They're CEOs, members of the board of the company. Do you get it? So that's why we're saying, bro, unfair trade, man. It's one-sided. Yeah, you're giving us GMOs when it comes to food and that. It's kind of obvious. Yeah, over the next 10 years, someone's going to be begging for something that, if the Africans decide they don't want to give it out no more, yeah, it could be problems for certain parts of the world, especially Europe and other places,
So the concept of fairness, right? You said it doesn't apply, that like law. It's nothing to do with law. It's just business.
Yeah.
So why would they use the word fair then when it comes to business? Let's explore that. Fairness. Fairness implies justice. It implies courtroom. It implies law. Fairness. Am I correct or incorrect? That's how
Courtroom.
I'm feeling. But I might be
Or being
incorrect.
just being just is enough.
Yes,
Being
but
fair.
to be
A king can
just
be
and to be
fair.
fair.
You don't. Doesn't have to be a
But what?
courtroom. Doesn't have to be a courtroom scenario where fairness is used, right? Sometimes
Yeah,
it
but
could be at the
fairness is to do
discretion.
with justice.
Yeah, it could be at the discretion of the monarch, right? So, what do you mean?
Yeah, which is the monarch is what presides over the
Or they
court.
say you get your fair share, right?
Yeah,
Right.
it's the monarch who decides.
You get
It's the monarch who decides
no.
what is fair.
You
Because
get
the
your
monarch
fair
is over the
share.
court.
Say you get your fair share of the will, right?
Fair share of the will of the king.
Of anyone. So it can be used, in many different ways. Do you get what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, we know what fair they're talking about. It's not
What
fair.
fair are they talking? Are we talking?
They're not talking about any fair. They're talking about unfair. I said the fact that the concept even exists shows you there's a flaw in the system, right?
Right.
It's something they're trying to readdress and trying to fix.
Right.
Just
so
like,
therefore,
it's like putting
basically
up
what you're
white.
saying
It's like
then,
putting up Black Jesus now. You know what I mean?
That's right.
The flaw is not that. That's the actual flaw. You put up Black Jesus now, when you know,
yeah,
on paper, through history, they know the opposite was known, right? Even in the text, it says, you know what I mean? There's no description that gives us the Jesus that we supposedly they've been giving us. So now for you to change it is a flaw again. Yeah. So same with this. Once you had to do a fair trade agreement because things were unfair, because at the time you were just stabilizing African countries and sending him into debt. Yeah. But it's not the country. We've realized it was the government. Yeah. Or that institution, that European institution in that country that was being fought over. And, Africa's so dumb. They just want to, I want to be the leader of this mess. This is what happened. You know what I mean? So some people did coup d'etats, some people took over. But regardless, when the Europeans came a knocking and flying in, yeah, as long as their interests were being protected, everything could go on as any leader or thing wanted. And I'm saying from like the 1960s onwards, when we started to get our independence and all of that. And you get
So
your
what's this?
independence once you form a government. They see that it's working, it's up to their standards, yeah, and then you get your independence. So it's like a system, right? You have to form a government. That means someone has to teach someone how to supposedly be politicians and all of that,
Yes.
blah blah blah, right? And then boom, you implement that, and then you get the people from the country to carry that out. You look over it for a number of years, see like, okay, thing is working, and then you say, you know what, as a reward, we give you your independence, which gives you self-autonomy under their system,
Yes.
right? And that's how you
Okay.
get presidents and prime ministers and all of this now, yeah,
Right.
in Africa, right? So it was, and then because it turns into a dictatorship, because now military might take over. Do you get what I'm saying? From the guy who's established that you Europeans put in there at first. Yeah. Could be a Patrick Lumumba, it could be this one, it could be that one, could be a Idi Amin, it doesn't matter. Yeah. What matters is who's the key holders, who's the taskmasters of these individuals. It's definitely Europeans.
Definitely Europeans. So
Yeah.
therefore, so when you say Europeans, I would say white people. Yes? Right. So if you can agree with me then, because remember I said the fair, like Neely Fuller says, fair means white. So you accept that fair means European, but you won't accept that it means white. Is that correct?
I'm saying it's a fair trade agreement. It's just, it is what it is. I don't think
but you
in
mentioned
that it's used
European.
in that
But
context. So.
fair trade, trade is just business. Trade is just trade.
Okay.
But fair trade, right? You're bringing in the concept of justice and fairness.
I ain't bringing in nothing. Trade. Is it a thing or is it not a thing?
What's that?
Fair trade. Is it a thing or is it not a thing? Because you've just been reading about it, right?
Well,
so
I'm
it's
saying,
a thing. Hold on. It's a thing. It's not a concept of mine. I'm just using words because of things I've observed about business and how these guys rule Africa and colonize and, trade with them and all of this type of stuff, right? And it's this concept of fair trade came along, I'm telling you, 15, 20 years ago, yeah? Watched it on the news and everything, And they were like, yeah, listen, yeah, fair trade agreement with African countries and blah, blah, blah. The ones that don't have that have what? Sanctions, right? So, some African countries were sanctioned, right? That means they don't have trade at all, supposedly. But they do, because they just trade with other people on the black market or whatever, or they still trade with major companies. They just don't trade with certain governments or get any restitution or whatever, yeah, on the surface. So they might not deal with England, but you're dealing with Tesco's. You're dealing with this company. You're dealing with France. You're dealing with other countries because you can. Because you still got the raw material.
Sanction as the opposite, as the kind of counter to fair trade. So whilst they're bringing in fair trade, then there's sanctions on the other side.
Yeah,
if you don't accept
comply.
the fair trade,
Yeah, if you don't comply or you do something that disrupts the flow of what they need, right?
Yes.
So someone like Mugabe, they're like, listen, we need those farmers, right? We need those farmers we forcibly placed in your land. You get what I'm saying? Making products for us. Now, if you come along as a leader and just say, listen, I'm cutting that off, I'm kicking them out. You kick them out of the country, then what happens? You've got their masters, the European masters, pissed off with you, right? Right? Then they're going to argue amongst each other and place sanctions on you, Mr. Mugabe. Do you get it?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Based on that. And that's all it was, right? Meanwhile,
so it goes back. Yeah, it goes back to what you were saying earlier about the gods. You from the very beginning of the conversation, we were talking about the gods, the demons, and the concept of evil,
good and evil
versus the good. Yeah. So and the duality, and then you're mentioning here fair trade as in being the good, and then sanctions being bad, being the bad action. So you can be good or bad, or receive the evil sanctions. The sanctions are for the
well,
evil.
it's not really. It's rock and hard place.
Rock and
it's
hard
either
place.
you're compliant or non-compliant. It's got nothing to do
So you're
with
good or bad. Aren't
no,
you?
but
if you're
both.
compliant, you're good. If you're not compliant, you're trouble and disruptive.
No, if you're compliant, yeah, you're being bullied. You're being robbed. You get what I'm saying? If you're non-compliant, then you're supposedly being frozen out, right, of certain agreements and trade with certain European entities. Not all. Yeah, they all have to agree and say, yeah, we're going to sanction. We're sanctioning, Mugabe, and everyone has to agree. Some might not agree. Do you get what I'm saying? Some might have deals with man beforehand and say, listen, we're not going to mess up our agreement with Mugabe because you lot say you're not getting what you want. Yeah. And because Mugabe ran his country so smoothly, he owned all his stuff. That is not the case for most African countries. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but see, you have to watch the words here. See, if you conform, yes, and you don't get sanctioned, that means you comply. And if you're complying, that means you agree.
To get robbed.
You accept the contracts, you accept the system, right? So you can't be conforming and then complaining that the conforming is you're not receiving fair treatment.
Yeah, but no, it's the fair treatment is, again, and the whole circumstances is still based on your country being destabilized at some point and you taking a big ass loan. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's not,
but the destabilization, they'd say that's your fault. They'll say the destabilization or the that's nothing to do with us.
Yeah, you can say what you want, but money talks, bullshit walks, right? Because at the end of the day, whether you was involved or not, there's a bill now that needs to be paid, right? You might not have your name at the top of the sheet, but we know the World Bank is run by certain individuals who are in that hierarchy anyway. Do you get what I'm saying? So.
Oh yeah, but then I'll start saying, oh, well, you're going into conspiracy theory. So what are you talking about? Yeah, you're the prime minister or you're the leader of a state, and I'm saying I understand that there's been some instability and you've been in a number of civil wars, which has caused you some problems. That's very unfortunate. But I'm very glad that you will conform with our standards so that we don't have to sanction you.
Yeah. So
by the fact that you've now come back into our fold, you've now joined our markets, you've agreed to the contracts and the deals, you're also agreeing that you're receiving fair trade. Okay, so you as a representative, you're receiving fair trade. That is why you're with us, and that is why we're not sanctioning you.
I don't know.
So what is this unfair trade? If you believe that the trade is unfair, then get out of our system. You know where the door is.
Yeah, but that is that detrimental to me or to you? Considering I have everything I need, and you want something from me, that doesn't make sense, does it? To have that
No,
attitude.
no,
That's
no.
not very
What?
business-like. 1 second. That's not very business-like and not very good business. Not good for business. Do you get what I'm saying? Because if you got that attitude and say, "Oh, well, you can see the door," okay, fine. I take my product and my produce elsewhere.
So you
So
think?
who's seeming to lose out then? Is it me
Well,
or you? It's
okay.
you, right? Because you're
Hold it,
hold
hold it.
on,
Let's
hold
deal with
on.
that
The
question.
ones above
Let's deal with that
you,
question.
1 second. The ones above you are going to ask why the supply line has now stopped.
Yeah.
Right? Remember what I talked about the supply line, right?
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
long as
Okay.
they're interested in that country already. This is why they even got a foothold. This is why they can even talk. Yeah. Because
Right.
we colonized you. Now we've given you your independence, but we're still the big parent in the background, right? You're still speaking French, or you're speaking English, or you're speaking whatever. To get it, we
Yeah.
still
Yeah.
got that influence over you. So you know what I mean. As I say, with that particular country is where any type of infraction can start from.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
because
therefore,
the other countries that you might trade with, yeah, or other companies that you trade with, there's no issue there. Yeah, it's maybe your mother country that's saying, "Listen, I'm gonna put sanctions on you because you don't want to give me a cheaper price, even though you owe all this money to the IMF and all of that." You know what I mean? Yeah, and they're like, you know what I mean? It's like a trap. You can see it. It's been running like this for many years. Yeah, it's just easing up now because there's not as much civil wars as there was in Africa, like there was in the last decade or 20 or 30 years. You know what I mean? It's like it's very simmered down now. Yeah. So that's allowed people to make more produce, more people being produced. Everything's going up for the African. Yeah. That's why I'm saying developing country. Because they know the potential of these African countries. You know what I mean? And the only way to make things fair for them, yeah, is to find some way to reduce the price. Or make some excuse to sanction somebody to also reduce the price. Like this is crazy because they'll be the ones buying it on the black market anyway. Yeah, at an inflated price. Yeah.
so
Oh, you
who's
don't want to
they?
buy. You don't want to. You
I'm
don't want to
getting
buy.
confused. Who are they you're referring to?
What are you talking about? The Europeans, man. They're
Right.
the ones who are behind all of it right now. And as I said, the loan is strictly at the door of the government, the various governments of those countries. Yeah. And then when you look into the history of those governments, you'll see coup d'etats, you'll see takeovers and, military rule and all of these type of things over the last 30 to 40 years. And
Okay.
that's
So
why it's fair trade now. Yeah. Because some of them countries is mash up. You couldn't even go there and get what you wanted because there was just all out war at certain times or, civil
unstable.
war, and then that disrupts the flow of what certain people need. So it does have an
Okay.
effect, just like the one in Ukraine. You know what I mean? Now it's had
Yeah.
an
Yeah.
effect on us because of the cost of living. Can you imagine? Back in the day, this the last thing you actually want. Do you get what I'm saying? To give someone their independence and everything's running smooth, but then it goes left. But as long as it goes left and the supply line's fine, then they don't care.
Right. Right. Right.
And there's
Okay.
been loads of that in Africa. You know what I mean? So yeah, this fair and unfair, as I said, fair trade is unfair. Yeah, the mere concept of it shows flaws in the system of trading with supposedly developing countries.
So what is your solution? And do you think that as the just leave things as they are, and Africa is developing, and Africa things will improve, and then the trade will become fair? Is that your vision?
I feel like, let's take oil for example, right? What is oil traded in?
Dollars.
Right. So who does that help?
The West, America.
Right. Do America have majority of the oil?
No.
Exactly. So it's only fair for them, right? Yeah, it's only fair for them that it props up their economy because their actual what they produce and all of that is very minimal, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if they decide to change it to the yen, maybe the dollar's in trouble, right? Or why can't you just do it to the currencies of the African countries?
Yeah. So what's the point you're making there? What's the point you're making?
I'm saying that you can see how they do things, right? Quite easy.
Yeah, but the solution. I'm talking solution. Let's talk solutions.
You're always talking solution, but there's no solution to a problem that you didn't create, right? You didn't create this problem. Yeah. And is it a problem based on the information you think you know? You know what I'm saying?
It's not a problem from there.
You might be looking for a solution to something that's not even a problem. You know what I'm saying? It just is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it just
right,
is,
that's right. Because that goes back to our disagreement that I see that the concept of fair trade is basically white supremacist
I'm saying,
trade.
is there
And you're saying no.
laws in business?
Pardon?
Is there morality laws in business?
That's the deep question. That's the deep question. I'm saying that morality is related to cultural values. Morality comes from cultural values, and then cultural values can then impact your way of trading. Yes.
Right.
Because I'm saying that the morality is white supremacist morality, whatever they view as moral. Because because I'll give you the actual proof of it. Because I just heard recently that they've sanctioned all the people in Uganda. I think last week they sanctioned, so they cancelled the visas of all the people in Uganda who voted against LGBTQ because they wanted to promote the LGBTQ laws.
Right.
So because all those people that supported LGBTQ laws against LGBTQ, they've all had their visas cancelled or sanctioned. So LGBTQ is a matter of moral. What has that to do with business? So to have your visas cancelled, that's going to impact your decision making. So therefore, that's business, isn't it?
What visa?
The travel visas for the government officials in Uganda. So because I watched the video just recently where the members of high government members within Ugandan parliament are saying that they're now seeking to have discussions with other embassies to trade. And so it's directly related to trade because they're saying we're going to have to look for other trade partners and deals because of the sanctions on the visas of people in Uganda. So therefore, to the question you asked earlier, what has morality got to do with business? And I'm saying everything. Would you disagree?
Yeah, because I asked the question for a reason. I usually know the answer to the question I'm asking. Yeah.
Okay.
It
I'm
doesn't.
saying it is.
Doesn't. There's no codes. They deal with codes of conduct and all of that, right? That's what major corporations and thing. Yeah, they're run by codes of conduct. There's nothing to say that any rule of law is involved in business or commerce. Yeah.
Right. So codes is not a code of conduct the same thing as a law.
No. just levels and thing for the company, right? Yeah. Well, under so it makes it under number 35 code number 357 what a company can't use humans in making their product. No, there's no such thing, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like they have to make stuff up and say, like, listen, just on your actual morality, can you stop doing cloning? Can you stop doing certain things? Can you stop doing this? But the reason you can't really put laws on them because it's not that way. Do you get what I'm saying? That's for individuals and
Commercial law.
citizens, and no, that's for citizens and people who fit those brackets, right? That has nothing to do with the corporations. That's why the government can never come under no legal charges. Yeah, you can't take the government. You could take the government to court, but you won't win. Yeah, you could. I suppose you could take the government to court, but I've never seen it happen. Yeah, because this is business. You know what I mean? This is business, corporation stuff. You know what I mean? And when you're looking up corporation, there's no corporation law in that. What are we doing here? Business law. Yeah, there is business law actually, but I'm saying, yeah, no, there is business law. No, I know
so
someone
if
who
there's
studied it.
business law,
I know someone who studied it. But again, yeah, but that's based on commercial law, on what do you call it, maritime law, which is still the law of the sea. So like, it's not for a corporation or a business. No, it's not.
Wait a minute. This is the challenge now. My position is that morality has got to do with business. Your position is morality's got nothing to do with business. Is there anybody in the chat who's on Maku's side and who's on my side? Yeah, I want to get onto the solution, but
could tell.
But
know
there
why?
can only be a solution from my perspective. There can be no solution from his side because there's no problem. He's saying business is business, and business has got nothing to do with morality. My position,
Obviously.
I would say that there's a solution.
What do you mean? It's got nothing to do with morality. Yeah?
Exactly. So he's
there's
saying
no
it's got nothing to do with
morality
morality.
in slavery, colonization, and all of these type of things there, and stealing and skullduggery and all of the and raping and pillaging. There's no what? Where's the morality? And it's their business to do this. They've been doing it from time immemorial, so I don't know. Yeah, when you've got a business and a company, yeah, or a small shop and blah blah blah, there are certain rules to the borough and all of that, and that you get maybe some tax exemption or something. But other than that, bruvs, what laws? You own all of this property because you leased it.
Right. Okay.
That means anything happen on it. Once again, that means anything happen on it, legal or illegal, yeah, you're responsible. Right. And the boundaries are set out, marked out, and you can see the plans of the building and all of this type of stuff. Right. How many feet in front and how many feet at the back and all of that type of stuff. Right.
Okay. So based on what you're saying,
right, go on.
Based on what you're saying, there can be no fair trade. There's just trade. The word adding fair to trade is a way to bamboozle the Africans.
No,
from your position,
that's
bamboozle.
What it
appears to be.
It just feels like
fairness is morality.
Fairness is morality, right?
It's got to do with morality. And you are saying there can be no morality in business. It's got nothing to do with morality. It's just business. Right. Business is trade. I understand. Okay. Business and trade, nothing to do with morality from your position. So therefore, a person agreeing with you and in your position, they would say there's no such thing as fair trade. What do you mean fair? It's just trade. There's no fairness in trade. There's just trade. And so you would agree that there can be no fair trade. There's just trade. There's just business. That's your position.
That. How is it my position when I gave you the concept of fair trade? What is this? You're looking it up and you're finding endless information about what I'd said, fair trade. Yeah. And I said, we ain't even got to the bit where I'm trying to explain to you that fair trade agreement and deal that they've got with these developing countries only came at a certain point. It wasn't always that way, right?
Right.
Yeah. But to you to bring that in shows things were going, they weren't going right for the developing countries. But yet they're still producing all the produce. There's no problem with that. Yeah. I'm telling you that the reason the prices are low is based on them owing money. I don't know how complicated that is. You know what I mean? If you never owe the money, then the trade might be fair. And even then it wouldn't be fair because, as I said, per metric ton of whatever you're receiving, yeah, you're getting it at a much reduced rate than you should be, than the market value. So that's unfair. You know what I mean? Because if we did that, you'd be broken, and we'd have all the chips and everything,
Right.
all the supposed cash or sterling or whatever, yen or whatever, yeah. And our currency would be super high. So
Right.
these
So
things.
in terms of business, the fact that Africa's not getting a fair, what they perceived as a fair deal, well, that's just business.
Right.
What? There's nothing to complain about.
Well, there is, because it exists, isn't it? And we can observe it clearly. So, like me being outside of Africa, I can see it clearly. I can see the reasoning behind it. I can see that it's all fuckery, right? I don't get emotionally attached. I'm just telling you what it is, what I observed. You know what I mean? Living in this country and, you know, seeing how they deal with other African countries.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And so to get fair trade is not a moral question from your perspective. Is that correct?
Not a moral question. It
Yeah.
is based on morality, but it's not at the same time, because
Oh,
you can't
what you
preach
see?
that.
This is the confusion, man. You got to clarify, man. You see, it is fairness to do with morality. I'm saying yes, it is. And then
Okay.
you're saying to me, Sam, that's why I'm having difficulty understanding your position.
Yeah, but
I'm
that's how it's
saying
made. That's how it's made to seem. That's why it's called fair trade. And I'm saying fair trade is unfair trade. What are my reasonings? What I stated earlier. So, I do understand where you're coming from, but that's what they put out there. If you're trying to be the devil's advocate and be the opposing side, you would say that. But even when you say it, does it even make sense compared to what I'm
exactly.
saying? Yeah.
Right. So,
I'm saying,
right.
yeah, it's fair trade is unfair trade. Simple.
Right.
What can't a person get about that? You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Okay. So
And then the
here.
fact that you have the concept, the fact that you have the organizations, smells of there's a fault in the system of trade, right?
Right.
With these
Right.
developing countries, and that's it, man.
Right. So
You don't
therefore,
have to be a genius.
yeah. Okay. So the solution now. Here's the
Mhm.
solution.
Okay, what's the solution?
The solution would be to stop. Would be to opt out of the concept of fairness and fair trade, because to believe that they're trying to be fair, how can the those who develop the system itself be fair?
But hold on, you were showing the door just a minute ago to those same people. So you explain it to me. Why was you showing them the door just because they didn't want to take your fair trade agreement? Why? You tell me. Huh?
Right. Yeah. So as the white supremacists would say, we'll show you we'll show you the door by sanctioning you. Yeah, because that's what it is. Sanction means you're moving from one state. You're moving from the inside to the outside. Yeah,
No, it's a
you're
threat.
moving from the acceptable to the unacceptable.
It's a threat.
Pardon?
You're basically giving me an ultimatum to deal with you, or
Yeah,
else.
but it's already happened. You
Yeah,
know,
I'm saying it. It's
when they
or
cancelled
else.
the visas of the Ugandan people, it's not a threat. It's actually happened. The
Okay.
visa has been cancelled.
Yeah, but
That's
in
it.
reality, I mean, who does that really affect? It doesn't affect no one. It's dumb. You know what I mean? Like
Yes.
these sanctions and all of that. It's just dumb. I got all the stuff. I got all the raw materials. I got all the food. I got all everything. Yeah. And you want to put sanctions on me. You, the buyer of commodities. You. Tell me how that really plays out. It doesn't work well for the person putting the sanctions. He messing it up for everybody. You know what I mean? Within the agreement and all of that.
Yeah, but
that's if they conform as well. Because you have to
yeah,
get the other countries to agree with your ruling of sanctions.
Exactly.
Because
But
they're
what
gonna
it
know
is,
your reasoning, right?
yes, correct. That's right, and they have to agree with it for it to stick.
Right.
But watch this. Yeah, but watch this now. Who actually owns those resources? You see, who owns it? It comes down to identity and identity politics. Yeah, because you'll say this oil is mine. Yeah, you're just saying, oh, you have the resources. Okay, but if I remove you from power, then you don't have anything, and I will get my resources from somebody else who I've appointed. If I'm appointing the ownership, I'll sanction you so that you no longer you lose power, and then you lose ownership of the materials that I need, and then I appoint a new person to replace you who I don't sanction.
Yeah,
See?
it doesn't work still.
What do you mean it doesn't work? You heard of regime change?
Yeah.
Isn't that what they when they say regime change? Or
Yeah,
we got to
but
change the regime.
okay, so the whole point is for you to change the regime to still protect your interests, right?
Yes.
Not to run their country, really, right?
Correct.
Right. So, yeah, you're saying regime change, but it's not really. Never is a regime change. It's just more of the same with a different face. You know what I mean?
Right. So therefore, if it's more of the same, the solution would be to remove that entity, wouldn't it? Would it be to remove the entity, or to, like Caleb was saying, just conform, fit in? That's what Caleb was saying, wasn't he?
Yeah, but
He's
that's
saying
not good
earlier on,
business, is it?
Lord Lucan, he was saying, look, why don't you just fit in, stop fighting, and just fit in?
Fit in where?
Fit in with the system.
Yeah, but I think a lot of them have done that in accepting the fair trade agreement, and they're moaning about it because they're still getting something. Do you get it?
Right.
And at the rate they're producing stuff, doesn't even. It just makes sense. You know what I mean? That they can't afford to pay us the right price. Yeah. So they found other methods of bringing that money down that doesn't involve necessarily the the the, the anything to do with the product. Sorry. Yeah. It's more to do with debt.
Listen to what you just said there.
And accumulated debt.
Okay, so hold it there. So let's go there now. Let's go there. So you said they found a way of bringing, I think you're saying, the currency down, bringing the value down. And if you bring the value of the currency down, then the currency is no longer strong enough to pay off the debt. And so you go further and further into debt. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But the currency is based on what?
Oh, this is where we're gonna go now. This is where we're gonna go. So we're just lining this up now.
So it's not fair, is it?
Exactly.
No,
So
if
watch
the
this now.
currency,
Watch this.
hold on. If the currency is based on what the country produces and the raw materials and that, then there should be no low African currency, should there?
Oh, but you see that word should. You see that word should.
They should not.
Hold it. If the currency, if you see that word, if and should, if the currency, the value in the currency is based on the resources of the nation, right? then you're saying the currency should be high. But what if I was to say to you, the value in the currency is based on the culture more than the raw resources?
That is no, that's totally wrong. Sorry.
Oh, okay, so let's go. I would say that's totally right.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
So the pound is based on culture.
Of course. The value, listen carefully, the value in the currency is based on the culture.
I don't know about all that. It doesn't make sense.
Okay. So the value in the currency. So let's talk about the naira. Let's talk about the naira.
Mm-hmm.
It's about 572 or 575 naira to £1. Now, there's a difference between the currency, because currency is just an invisible thing. You can't see currency. You can't see value. You could, yeah. The naira is a physical thing. Yes. So it's a physical thing, and then the currency is the value. So there's the money, and then there's the value. And the value
tell me
can
how
go
it's
up
based
and down.
on culture, please.
Sorry? Exactly.
Tell me how it's based on culture.
Exactly. That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going.
Go on then.
So culture is the same thing. So currency is in the invisible realm. The money is in the visible realm. You can see the money, but the value can go up and down, and the value is invisible. The value goes up and down, but the naira was 1 naira to £1 back in the 80s or 90s, but the naira has been dropped. Right, the value has gone down.
Mm-hmm.
The value has gone down.
Why do you think that is?
Yeah, don't forget one question at a time. One question at a time, because that's what we're exploring now.
Mm-hmm.
So the value of the naira has gone down.
Mm-hmm.
So did it fall by itself, or was it pushed?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're exploring now. Yeah, 1 naira for £1.
Mm-hmm.
The naira is now it's fallen 572 stories down. Who did the naira fall out, or was it pushed? Yeah. So if it fell by itself, well, that's just business. If the naira was pushed, then that's not fair trade. That's not fair, is it? That's not just. Okay. So fair trade. That currency is not just about the minerals that are in Nigeria. It's not just about the oil or the physical things that are in Nigeria. It's also to do with the culture and the values that the Nigerian people hold. So I'm saying, in the same way you have money and currency. So money is the visible, and then the currency, the value, is the invisible. The same thing goes for Nigeria. There's Nigeria, the physical place, just like the money, and then there's Nigeria, the value of the people, the culture, and their views. That's what it's a combination of the two that puts value in the naira itself. That's the answer to your question. Yes?
Is it?
Yeah.
You think that's an answer, yeah?
Of course. Tell me in which way that doesn't answer the question.
Listen, yeah, it doesn't answer that. The naira is based on culture. It doesn't. But what I would say is that it's definitely based on destabilizing Nigeria, because you would find that it coincides with us having a pretty long, extensive civil war, where on both sides they were entertained by Russia, France, England, Germany. You know what I mean? It's helping both sides in the equation. Now, after that, the side that backed the Nigerian government, obviously being England and, its colonial master, accumulated a debt. Yeah. The same debt I keep telling you about, my brother. Yeah. So now it allows them, to pump oil, at its existential rate, because we got it like that, right? At a cheap price for them. Yeah.
Okay.
But when we're selling oil, one second, when we're selling oil via other means, other refineries and other thing in Nigeria, that ain't got nothing to do with it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's got to do with, as I said, is the government. The government owes the debt, because the government is the one who was fighting a civil war or whatever. Do you get it? So that's how this debt became a thing, right? And then and even after that, that is what messed up the economy of the country, supposedly. Sanctions on Nigeria. So don't get it twisted like we never had sanctions on it. They've definitely sanctioned us bare times. You know what I mean? For bare infractions. Yeah, sometimes it's even
infractions,
even being exited from sporting events because of what was going on in the country. So we've had our level of being destabilized and having civil wars and all of that. And as I said, like, we being one of the larger and more, wealthier countries in Africa, and being more stable, or finding a stability at a earlier time than some of our other counterparts. You get it?
Yeah.
So like, where we're settled and we've got over having political leaders, and now we're a democratic society and all of this type of stuff. Yeah. Where some are just recovering from a civil war, full stop.
Yeah.
So might have lasted several years, or a Charles Taylor or something. But all of these things affect the value of the currency, and obviously your best commodity, your oil rich nation, but everything is traded in the dollar. So the dollar is big in your country.
One point at a time. Watch this. So what it is, remember,
so
I'm
how is
saying
it cultural again?
Yeah, okay. So here's how it's cultural. Cultural is to do with the invisible. Yes, I understand. But culture is what makes, when people are fighting, what are they fighting for? Is it not culture?
No.
The war itself is a cultural issue.
Politics.
And this, but what is the politics? The politics is a discussion of values, isn't it?
No,
it's the
but
discussion of
politics is
culture.
something
Some are saying do this, and some saying don't do it. It's all culture.
Is it
politics
given to them?
Is culture.
No, it's not. Because we existed before the concept of politics, before the concept of a federal republic of Nigeria. We've been there for thousands of years.
Yeah, but let's not talk about those people. Let's talk about where the power is. Those people.
I'm telling you what's happening in my country, and you're just like, it's like you're not getting it, bros. Yeah. When they brought the government system in, that is the change. That's the problem. You know what I mean?
So the government is a problem.
Did I not say that from the beginning? No, I did say that these African governments are European entities,
right,
and they protect European interests. So
right, okay.
Right.
So therefore, if the government is the problem, the government of, let's stick with one. If the government of Nigeria is the problem, what is the solution in your view?
What about the whole situation?
No, just let's keep it simple. You said the government is the problem. I'm asking you, what is the solution if the government is the problem?
Well, to remove the government would be the most obvious thing, but that's going to bring down
Okay,
hellfire.
hold it.
One second.
Hold it.
On the people of the country, to be
Hold it.
honest, because the government is
slow
always
down for
going
me.
to be.
Slow down for me. Slow down for me. Slow down for me, please.
Stop. Yeah, that is always going to come against resistance. It's been tried before, and that's what's led to a lot of the situations in Africa. But it's still at their hand. And at the end of the day, they're going to fund both sides. Whether you agree or you disagree, it's not really, they don't really care.
Yeah, I
So
know that. I've
for
got that
me,
point. I've got
it's
that
not
point.
cultural, it's not tribal, it's not anything like that. This is politics, politics. You know what I mean? And all of this interest that don't really concern the people, just like voting.
Yeah, I
and
got that.
stuff.
I got the point. I got the point. I
Right.
got the point.
So for
Right.
me,
So
it's a whole logical fallacy. Even the fact that we got these leaders and they're talking about vote for me and vote for me and
yeah.
vote for this
Okay.
party. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yet the trade agreement. That's what we're saying. Is it? What's our trade agreement like? Yeah. So you can't say, oh, because the naira is low and you have to look at the time it was high, yeah, for a while, yeah,
Yeah.
because their system was in place and it was fine, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And
Leave them
one
alone
second,
for a minute.
the government, that shows you the government was doing what it was supposed to do in the beginning, right? And then when there was coup d'etats or military decide to take over your country, yeah, it might change slightly. Do you get what I'm saying? Because
yeah.
you know, the leader, the dictator might not have an economic plan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
And he might be messing up trade agreements and that.
Yeah.
Like as we said with Mugabe, just like, yeah, listen, no, cut that shit off. Yeah. I decide who I trade with and da. Okay, Mugabe, we're gonna sanction you. And this is how the little game's been running for many years now.
Okay. All right. So
Mm.
remove the government. All right. So what way? That's the solution. You said. All right. I've got the point. Now, in what way do you think is best to remove the government? Seems that you said that is the solution. Let's explore your solution. To remove the government of Nigeria. You think that's the solution? What is the best way to arrive at that solution? If you think it's the solution.
I couldn't even say. I mean, it would be hypothetical, but I would just say, like, boy, their money got removed. The institution itself has to be removed. So it's not so much
No,
about
but
the
how?
people in place.
How?
Well, you just deconstruct it, man. It's like, yeah, Britain, we're not using your system of governance. That's it. You know what I'm saying? You can't
So
be
fight the
using,
British then.
not fight them.
Do what then?
You're supposedly independent anyway, are you not? Yeah, you're supposedly a republic, even.
So how are you going to move it then? Through democracy? How are you going to move it? Remove them?
Remove what?
How are you going to remove the government in your for your solution in your plan? How would you remove the government of Nigeria? Would you remove it through democracy, through political?
I'm not even really
action?
trying to
Would you
do
do it
that, to
through
be
a
honest.
coup, or would you do it by dealing with the British and ask them to
I'm not
release
interested, bruv. Like,
Pardon?
to be honest, I'm not even interested in none of this. I've said from time, yeah, if we wanted to do anything in Africa, whether you be Pan-African, whether you be Kel or whatever, you got some strategic plan for Africa, it's going to be very difficult to maneuver because the governments of the countries are deeply embedded with the West. So as you
But we need a
explain to them,
solution.
one second, as you explain to them that your solution, yeah, they might smile with you, have a cup of tea with you, say, my brother,
I know.
okay, and then you just end up beheaded and body
I
dumped
know.
somewhere,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Right, because it's going to depend on the mindset, and I'm telling you, the mindset is already somewhere where you're not. Do you get what I'm saying? They already know who's who. They already know who the upper echelon is. They're part of it and all of that. They're part of the royalty of the country.
Yeah.
What are we
We
supposed to
know the
do?
problem. but it's a solution.
Yeah.
You're explaining
the
the problem.
solution
me
might
tell
not
you.
be said. Hold
Let me
on.
tell you.
The solution can't be said maybe on this platform. Maybe how about that? Because maybe too many times people keep coming with solutions that definitely the other side can hear and pick up on. How about that?
The true solution,
Or
you
you,
have
or
to
you,
open
hold
and
on,
say.
hold on. All you snitching ass, yeah, informing ass niggas, yeah. This is the facts. Because I keep
Right.
saying to my
I
brothers
see three.
who
I see three.
who want a solution. 1 second. Who want a solution, yeah. That why do we always do our business in the public eye? Why do we stand up on a pulpit and explain our solutions and our plans of how things need to change?
Because
This
there's
is
no place. There's no secret place.
well, this is not what they do. Do you get it?
There is no
And
secret place.
if you live with them, if you live in a place where they thing, right? Where they where you're in the basically on the spider's back, living in England.
In the prison.
The top skullduggerer
I see
on
three.
the planet.
I see three.
Yeah. The most weediest physically of the Europeans, yeah, is top of the planet. So I don't know how you can be educated by them, you know, fed by them or whatever, and not know who they are. Do you get what I'm saying?
Let me say
They
this.
say
Yeah.
1 second. They say in war, you must know your enemy, right? And I'm saying I live, grew, breathe, and everything with these people, educated and everything by them. So I know how wicked and skullduggerous the British and the British Empire is.
Right.
Right. I'm in no disillusion about that. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
Let
I
me
feel
say
that
this.
people who
Forget.
also live in the country that I live in are in a disillusion, right?
Yo.
So
Forget.
there's a difference. Why are
Forget.
you talking
Forget
while I'm talking?
Nigeria.
Shut up, man.
Sorry.
No, wait. Then
Forget
let Michael
Nigeria.
finish.
Quiet, man.
No, let him finish. Don't
quiet, man.
interrupt him. Yeah.
ICP.
You ain't got that
We got
skills, man.
ICP.
Nah, he's finished. He's
Yeah.
finished. He's finished. Yo, forget Nigeria. I'll give you rules.
Yeah, first get better internet, right, before you start talking to what you know. Sort your internet out, man.
I'll give you.
Shut up, man. I'm not comfortable with man giving man anything. Pause. Man, what is he on? I mean, crazy. Bring your discombobulated.
I'll give you. Tell me what you want to give me, man.
So yeah,
Actually, I
IC3, man. As I said, yeah, solution. Yeah, because that's how your brain works, right?
Yeah.
And I'm saying, yeah, they've definitely done a number on you to the level of that you have become a tool of theirs to help perpetuate their fuckery. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like
Apparently.
your ideas and your concepts and your thing and what you think we've got problems with. In my mind, we don't have these problems. These are definitely those things that I've observed. And the fact that you haven't observed them and that I have to bring them up and then you have to do research on it and then realize, oh, okay, yeah, well, I think it means this and I think it means that. 10 minutes before I mentioned it, you weren't even thinking on that wavelength. So this is what I'm trying to say. When it comes to this information and what I observe in the system that is the world or whatever, or what news they put out there, this is what I'm telling you. I know how the system runs when it comes to Africa and, you know, these people's idea of colonizing you and, you know, fair trade and all of these type of things. Yeah. But business runs regardless, like with those countries, you know, independent companies that the presidents or the prime ministers created themselves. Yeah. We're not silly, as I said. We're not sitting there waiting on Europeans or thing to do anything. Yeah. If anything,
sometimes
we're
I feel
definitely
like
learning from them. Yeah. And stealing some of their supposed ideas. It's like, okay. Yeah. But we got the oil. So you make the pumps, yeah, oil pumps. I just buy the machinery off you and put it on my land where there's more than 70 to 80% chance that I'll strike oil. Yeah. The other thing is, like when we were talking about all the African countries trading in the dinar, which is a gold standard. Yeah. What the fuck has that got to do with culture? It's got nothing to do with culture. It's just business. Yeah. We were trading in gold first. Yeah. Before man came in with a promissory note. Yeah. that you're calling money, cash, or currency and all of this type of stuff. Yeah. We were dealing in the gold standard from way back, from Mansa Musa and before. So for thousands of years, yeah, we set the standard for acceptable trade. Timbuktu and all of these places, they're not in Germany, they're in Africa. So if you want a model or a successful model, no, say that your ancestors already done that, man. And from the privileged side, I mean, we're in Europe now, so you're not at the privileged side, but never look at what they're saying is developing countries as developing countries. They're already developed. They're creating countries. They create other countries. They create other circumstances, even that the circumstances that you and me are living in right at this present moment. You know what I'm saying? They put the great in Great Britain.
Yes. Okay.
You understand? So
right.
this is the problem. You know what I mean? No, because remember that England is supported. England is supported by the Commonwealth and its Commonwealth interests, its Commonwealth countries, the countries that it owns.
Yes.
Ain't no other European country got it like that. The only one who comes close is France. Got a few colonies around the world, but not as much as England. They got the Falklands, for goodness sake. See what I'm saying? How you own the Falklands right near Argentina and all of that, and you own it. Yeah, that shows the reach, the power. They own America. They're the forefathers of America.
Is that a problem?
No,
yeah, they are actually. Well, who are you talking about? The Oos. The Oos, yeah?
The British,
the Oos.
I'm saying.
Yeah, the Oos. Yeah, the British Oos.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Well, in the monarchy, I would assume, yeah. But yeah,
the hierarchy.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the hierarchy of this thing, and he be
Is
asking
it a problem?
questions.
Is it a problem? Everything you're describing,
everything
there,
is a problem. It's a
Of
problem.
course. The run of the litter,
because
kills
I
everybody.
it. Hold on.
The run of the litter want to kill everybody.
Thank you.
The run of the litter will kill everyone.
Even if a Kingo observes it, yeah.
Okay,
he
I got
knows
it.
himself.
So
Even he
what
got
we're
it,
gonna do about it?
No,
what you're saying is we cannot speak about the
Yeah.
solution online. Is that correct?
I feel so. Don't you think that's sensible? Or do you
no,
think
we
it's
can
sensible?
speak about it. Everyone can do their bit, man.
I'm saying, do they do that?
Yes, they're
You think?
secret. That's right, because
No, they
they're the
don't do
prison
that.
management.
Yeah, but I'm saying they don't do that. If they don't do that, why are you doing that?
Because I'm not prison management.
No, because you're a
let me
prisoner.
tell you real shit.
As a
Let me tell you
prisoner,
real shit, bruv, yeah?
and as a prisoner, you think that's the way to do it. And I'm saying, nah, look at the people who are governing over you and look how they do it. They do it in secret. They have secret meetings. They organize correctly, it seems. Yeah. Something that you invented and taught to them. But now you as a people so brainwashed by the culture and the society of Britain, yeah, and the policies of these policy makers that you've chosen a side. And choosing a side is definitely being involved in the system of things.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
But how can you keep secrets without culture? You need the culture to be able to keep secrets. Correct?
Yeah, but it's still not the reason why currency is culture. That's still not helping that argument, is it? Because culture is culture, right? And I'm saying there's a culture of trade, right?
Currency.
Hold on. There's a culture of trade. Right?
You can't have currency.
There's not a culture of currency, yeah? Because the culture of currency says, then we go back to the gold standard, yeah? Like the gold guinea, yeah? Because remember, we were the Guinea coasts. Everywhere was Guinea, no Nigeria, none of that bullshit. Yeah, it was just the Guinea coast, right? And then they went there. 1 second. They went there and took gold, which raised their standard and raised their status amongst Europeans.
And took gold from who?
What?
Took gold from what or who?
Guinea. Yeah, the place was called Guinea, Equatorial Guinea, or whatever you want to say.
They took gold. Where did they take the gold?
The English Guinea, yeah, when it came into play, was gold. That was the standard, right?
And where did they get it? Where
They
did
got
they
it
get
from
it?
Africa. That's where they took from the Guinea. That's why it says Guinea on there.
Yeah.
It's
Were
a
there
Guinea
people
coin
involved?
from West Africa. So that's what I'm saying. So
Right.
when they went and did that first, remember, this is before enslaving, man, before colonizing, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
They went in there and got gold first. They were so gassed by that, it changed
Gold from
the
the
economy.
people or from the land?
What are you doing, man? They got it from all places. They got it from the people had gold. We got gold in abundance. This is Africa we're talking about.
Yeah.
Obviously,
So they
you've
had to
never
deal
been
with the
there,
people.
so you know it's like you're not overstanding that we got diamonds at our feet. We got gold just everywhere. You know what I mean?
But you're saying
It's nothing
we.
to us.
You're using the word we.
'Cause
And
I'm
when
an
you use the
African.
word we, it has to do with culture and it has to do with
No, I'm saying that
people.
because I'm an
The
African. I'm a
gold is not a
Nigerian. Yeah.
we.
The gold is universal. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the
So
we
even their
is the
pound,
people.
hold on, their pound is put against gold that they say they have. 1 second. That they say they have. So then why are we not getting correct? Where did the gold come from? Yeah.
What is the value of the gold? What is the
my brother,
value of the gold? The value.
The value was quite high when they took it because it
But who's the
raised.
they? That's what I'm trying to say to you. You're not getting it. I'm not getting you. You're not getting me.
You're
I'm
being
saying
silly.
I
That's why
understand the gold is a piece of metal. I
you're not
got
getting
that.
it. Though.
I understand that the gold comes from the land. Yes, I got that. I do understand. Gold is a piece of metal and it comes from the land. You get the gold from the land. I got that. But the value of the gold, the value is to do with people and their belief systems and therefore their culture. Value is directly related to culture and people. It's value.
But what people?
So then you
No,
start to identify.
because you sound silly because again, no, you sound silly because like when they started pumping oil,
okay, watch this.
It's valuable to them. The diamonds that come out of the ground,
Who's the them?
They set the standard for it, bro.
Who's
It
the
doesn't mean
they?
nothing to us.
Who's the they?
You know who the they is. The Europeans.
Just say they
on,
are. Who said? Just say. So
You're
you
being
have
silly now, man. Come on,
Africans
stop
and
that.
you have Europeans. Yes, and they both have different cultures. And
I don't understand what you're getting away from the gold. Yeah, before the gold, yeah, what did they have? They didn't have shit, right? Their money was weak. They were using silver. They were using copper. They were using all of these things. They go to Africa, yeah, and start exploring and come back with the guinea coin, yeah. Now you're getting paid 12 guineas and all of that. That's the old English money, is it not?
Correct.
Right. So this is what I'm trying to say. That shows you how long ago they did this. Not that long ago, to be honest. Yeah. But a couple hundred years now. That this is what we're saying. And then that changed the economy of the country. Because obviously it was a lot of gold, right? And then that increased the value of their currency. So
and their country.
So that again, it's based on what? Raw materials. Right? Right? Because that's what that's why they will open up the royal treasury and show you the Queen's collection of gold, right? And that gold is supposed to back the pound, but now it's not even that because they don't have that much to back their currency.
Let me say one thing.
They have to steal and trade everything to to back their currency. But
let me say one thing.
Whatever they've got is a lot, but it can never be more.
Let me say one thing.
Sorry. It can never be more than the people who originally have the gold. Right?
Let me say one thing to everyone. Let me say one thing. Let me say one thing. Just one thing. Just one thing. Yeah. The first thing that needs to happen. The first thing we need to do. Yeah. Every single person in the world needs to be given a house. A 5-bedroom house. Every single person in the planet needs to be given a 5-bedroom house. The next thing we need to do We need to.
No one that wants to. What are you talking about, Akida, man? Just
No,
stop all that
bruv,
nonsense,
let me
man.
finish. Let me finish,
No, man,
man.
that's rubbish, man. I'm having a serious conversation, and then you come with that rubbish. That's rubbish.
No, I swear
No
down,
one needs
bruv. I
not
swear.
everybody needs a house. Come on, bros.
No, but
Some
I'm not.
people
No, but
like living in their shack or living in their self-built, house in the forest, the
no, but
woods, the
no,
jungle, or whatever. Like, stop all that, man.
no, but
Everybody needs a
take what I'm saying.
5-bedroom
No,
house?
fine then,
Yes,
fine. A
man.
shack, whatever, fine, whatever, shack.
Doesn't matter, man.
Everyone needs to be given a place to live, yeah? Everyone shouldn't be worried about shit. I need a mortgage for a yard. How am I going to afford a house? No, people should be worried about that. The next thing we need, everybody needs to be given free food. Everyone needs to be given free food. Everybody. No one should be malnutritioned in the world. Everyone needs to be given free food. The next thing, everybody needs, to be given clothing. Everybody should have clothing. Now, whatever you want to do with your gold and your Bentleys and your Ferraris, take that. I'm cool with a pushback. I'm happy with a pushback. If I've got my car, if I've got my house, if I've got my free food coming in, if
What's this got to do with anything, bros? Just chatting shit, bros. I just can't be bothered, bros. Like, what are you doing, man? Go and sit in a corner somewhere, man. Yeah, take your free food and your free thing, because that free food again, it's got to come from somewhere. Yeah,
That's right.
and it's going to come from us, the people. Again, us Africans who've been producing food for most of the world.
Yeah.
Or the most of the Western world. Yeah, since the Western world came into existence, which is not that long ago. In terms of history. So, like, can we stop
right,
playing
but
this
you can't
stupid
disagree
game?
with what I'm saying.
Okay?
You can't disagree
Can
with
we
me
stop
though.
playing this silly game like we don't know what it really is? Yeah, a lot of lies going on here, a lot of pretense, and a lot of stolen legacy. Yeah, these British have stolen everything. They've stolen priceless gems. What's a priceless gem? That means you can't put a price on it. That means however many millions or trillions or whatever you got, right? It's more than that. That's what a
Bruv,
priceless item is. One second.
your spirituality,
Bro.
wisdom, that's
1
priceless.
second, bro.
Your wisdom, the wisdom your ancestors gave you, that's priceless.
Don't know why you're talking over me, man. Don't even make sense. Just shut the fuck up. Yeah, anyway. So, as I say in IC3, man. Yeah, a lot of this, go on. I got your hand pointed.
Yeah,
Go on.
this is very, very. I mean, people going to the highest schools paid huge amounts of money to settle this issue. See, the issue between gold itself and the people. Yeah, there's gold, the metal, and then there's the people. Where does the value in the gold come from? The value comes from the people. Yeah, because gold is just gold. Yeah, it's just metal. But the value comes from the people. So when you talk about the guinea, as you were talking about,
Bruv, guess IC3, guess what?
Coast,
go on.
And the Gold Coast,
yes,
right? That's where the metal is, but that's also where the people are. So the relationship between the people and the metal. Where does the value in the metal come from? The value, because the value is invisible. Yeah, the metal we can see the gold. Yeah, we can see the people, but this concept of value, which relates to currency, is invisible.
No, it relates to currency now. Gold has always been.
All right, I'll give you that one.
I mean, gold has always been valued, right? Because you have to manipulate it to get it out of the ground, or you find nuggets and then you melt it down and turn it into a bird or something. This is things we did, right? So we did find value. We found that it had properties, healing properties, and all of these type of things. So yeah, it's a valuable thing according to us. Remember, we the only invented trade in the first place, right?
Bruv, you can become gold. Your mind can become gold. You can become gold if you just follow the wisdom, bruv. You will transform your mind into gold, bruv. That's facts. Guru says that. The philosopher's stone, bruv. You touch it and your mind focuses on the wisdom. You will become gold, bruv.
Yeah, anyway.
Okay, so watch this now. There's the gold, and then there's the people. Then you can have another group of people without the gold. And there's another group of people that can look and see the gold and see value in it. Okay. So this group of people, in order to get the gold, they deal either violently or whatever way, they have to deal with another group of people. Okay. But this people, they must have a shared value system. They must have a religion or a code of conduct or something that enables them to keep themselves together, to organize themselves, to go and meet this other group of people. And this other group of people with the gold, they have a culture, they have a value. And that value, that religion, that system is what keeps them together as a people. And because they have a people, because they have an identity, they can say, this gold belongs to us. Why? Because we are a people and we can own things. You have to be in order to own. So these people own the gold. They own the metal.
Who owns the metal? Sorry, what?
To own something, you have to be, to say that, oh, this is mine. Yeah, this land is mine. If I don't exist,
the creator owns it. The creator owns it, bruv. The creator does. We don't own shit. The creator owns England.
Yeah,
this
but then they
isn't
say
my
that we
country.
are the people of the creator.
Yeah, this ain't my country or your country. This is God's country, bruv.
Well, people fight over that because then people say, okay, well, we're gonna see if I own it or not. You want to fight me for it?
Bruv,
Yeah.
but we're the most militant. We're the most militant, bruv.
Yeah. What, you Sikh? What did the British do to the Sikhs?
Bruv, we're still here. We're still here, bruv.
What did the British do to the Sikhs?
The Sikhs did it to themselves. They didn't do shit. We did it to ourselves, bruv. We had one or two fucking backstabbing dickheads, yeah? We did it to ourselves. They didn't do shit to us, bruv. Yeah? For 49 years, what did they accomplish, bruv? You know what I'm saying? We did it to ourselves. But my point is, yeah, that's my point, bruv. Yeah, we need to love each other.
Why did the Sikh do it to themselves? Is it because they forsook their God?
Let me tell you why. Because it's the same reason why. It's the same reason why there's issues in the black community. Is because our ancestors.
Let's deal with the Sikhs for a minute. Let's deal with the Sikhs for a minute. You tell me about Sikhism.
Yeah, fine. Let me tell you why they. Let me tell you why they did that. Yeah, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why they did it. Let me tell you why they did that. They did it to themselves.
Listen to the IC4 now.
Yeah, it's because, bruv, they did it to themselves, yeah, because the guru, the spiritual master in our tradition, they set the bar so high, they set the standard so high that even after 500 years, it's hard for us to reach that standard. It's hard for us to meet that bar that they set, because they set the bar so high for us. That's why we did that.
Okay, so the gurus, the Sikh, the IC4 gurus made a mistake. They set the bar too high, which resulted in the British doing what they did to the Sikhs. Is that correct?
No, I'm saying that the guru set the bar for humanity so high that, you know, even that in 1,000 years we will reach it, but in 5,000 years we will meet it, but not not back then, not now. Anyway, I mean, yeah, there are one or two. There are one or two people living off grid. There are people living off grid who are meeting that standard, who are on that bar, who have reached that bar, who have met that standard. But for the whole of you, but for 960 million people, for 1 billion people, it's hard for us. For now, we have to wait another 1,000, 2, 3, 4,000 years until we get 1 billion people to meet that standard.
Right.
To
Okay.
reach that.
Okay. So therefore, we are to blame the IC4 gurus for the state that Africa's in as well, because the gurus set the bar too high for the whole world. So the whole world's in a mess because of the gurus. They set the bar too high. Correct.
See what you went and done to yourself, Akida?
No, but that's. But we'll let the people in the comment chat decide that. Yeah. We'll let them decide that, bruv. Now, as far as Africans go, bruv, you got your own situation, yeah, and I ain't got the answers for that. But what I am saying is this, that the teachings of the Guru are universal and it applies to everyone. There's not a single
including
moment
the Africans. Including the Africans.
Yes. That's what the Indian spiritual traditions are about. It's the Dharma.
Right,
we
so
call it.
So the Africans can blame the gurus then? Is that what you're saying?
No,
we can blame the Indians, Asians.
No, you can blame. No, I'm saying, yeah, bruv. Look, I'm not getting in. This is blame this, blame that, blame this, blame this. I'm
But
saying
you
that
said too high. The gurus set the standard, the bar too high. That's what you just said.
No, I'm saying he set the bar so high. I'm not saying too high. I'm saying so high. Yeah.
So we're in this mess because we can't reach the bar.
My point is this, yeah. And for last thing, whatever you guys are, whatever your solution to the problems that you have, whatever discussions you have, make sure, bruv, yeah, that the words of the Guru are ringing in your ear, bruv, and are ringing because there's nothing you should be discussing. You know, every moment of your life you should be remembering the teachings of the Guru, bruv, and that's how you will truly be successful in whatever solution you come up with. And so so imagine in a tune, innit? You man are spitting bars, and I'm like the backdrop. I'm the instrumental. I'm the instrumental in the back. That's me. Right. I'm the instrumental in the back. I ain't saying shit. I'm the instrumental in the back, and you man are playing the shit. Yeah, that's me. So that's why you man are gonna chat. You man, I'm gonna mute up here. But now and again, I'm a unmute and I'm gonna drop in a couple things. I'm gonna drop a couple verses. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna drop a couple. Verses. Drop a couple lyrics in it. Okay. But yeah, that's me, man.
All right then. You joined the band. Yeah, you joined the band, the group, the musicians. Yeah, okay, it's cool.
Bro, we're all human beings, bruv. You got 2 arms, I got 2 arms. You got 2 eyes, I got 2 eyes. We all descended from the same mother. We all descended from the same Mother Earth, bruv. And I see the connectedness of everybody. I see that we're all connected. Bruv. The essence of the universe is in me, and the same essence is in you, and it's all around us. And so I see that we're all connected, bruv. So don't get it twisted like I'm on some yeah, because that's what we're on.
Eunice, man. Fuck's sake, man. Fuck, man. It's okay, man. Yeah, fix that up, Eunice, man. It's you, man. You're making some fucked up sound, bro. You alright? Shut up, Akida. I don't want to hear anything. Yeah, just cool now. Is that better? Eunice. Oh, your laptop's shit, man. Man said hummus on your laptop, bro.
But yeah, IC3, do you have any objection to what I said? IC3, do you have any objection to what I said? Any objection?
Yo,
you ain't got no objection.
Oneness. You've mentioned interconnected oneness about 50 million times. Is there any reason why, brother?
Yeah,
I know.
1 second. IC3, you ain't got no objection to what I said because I'm speaking facts. I'm speaking facts, bruv. You ain't got no objection to what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, it's good. The only thing I question.
Because I'm on a love thing. I'm on a love thing, bruv. I'm on a love thing.
I got that. But it's just that you said that the guru. So if we're gonna blame the guru,
I hit the PayPal cash app, man. Come on, man. You get me? I've been streaming for a couple of hours. I gotta put up with this shit.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
If the guru is
show your
responsible,
appreciation, because this is too much, man. Go on, yeah, go on.
Yeah. So it's just that the guru himself or themselves, if they set the bar so high, are we to blame the gurus? That's the only thing I'm questioning. I'm asking. And are we to blame the guru for Africa, the problems in Africa?
We blame. Now you got to realize,
trade.
bruv, yeah, bruv, you got to realize that we ain't got no power to do anything. We ain't got no power to speak. We ain't got no power to do anything. It's the creator that does everything. The creator, the doer of everything. The one which is walking everyone's walk. The one which is talking everyone's talk. If you want to blame anyone,
I don't know what you're doing, Eunice, but it's not working. Yeah, no.
You did.
Back central, bro. What is he trying to do? Huh?
If you want to blame anyone, you have to blame God, bruv. But
all right, so
because
all right, hold it there.
Because if you say I blame myself, what you're saying is at least I am here. What Guru says is you are not. You don't even exist. You're not even here. All that exists is the one in the form of you. That's deep, bruv. That's
so
deep,
how
bruv.
does that apply to fair trade? You see, fairness,
fair trade,
and trade, and currency, and value, and culture. See, these are the things we're talking about. Values, gold.
Sorry, Mr. IC3. I've got my. I don't know if it's a. I've got the really like basic common sense part of my brain open. Yeah, doesn't that mean that you have a census? You know what a census is?
That's right.
We need solutions. Let me tell you.
Right.
My solution. Let me tell you my solution.
You lot's weird. Hold on. Yeah, let me talk. Go on.
Yo, go on.
No, yeah. I said in this weird finding solution world that IC3 has concocted and created. That I as I said, him and Hakida, these are not the best people for these type of solutions. I'm not being rude or anything, but I feel that this dialogue is going nowhere. He's gonna go into outer space with it. Guru said this, Guru said that. You started it though, IC3. Because you said what did the British do to the gurus? And yeah, I knew it was coming. It was trouble. You know what I mean?
You did ask an interesting question. Sorry, Baku. You did ask an interesting question. He's talking about the value and who prices things and who sees value. Obviously, the Africans are oring. If they ore up the goods from the ground, and they refine it and they package it and all the rest of it, whoever comes in and buys it gives it that value. Yeah, right.
Well, it might not be that valuable to in its raw state, right? So you're paying for the weight in silver. All right, cool, no problem, right? You take that and then you go and clean it up and use it for components for certain things, and you sell then that item, that has a tenth of the component in it for 100 or a couple hundred or 1,000 or whatever, and then call it a laptop or that type of thing. So, the value is going to change once it gets to its destination and becomes the product, as someone said in the chat. You know what I mean? Once that's what they're looking for. So the cheating and the unfair trade bit comes in just getting the raw materials for what they're valued for by the international whatever market. You know what I mean? That's the same thing that all your currencies are based on, the stock market. And the stock market is based on what? Everything. that exists. Raw materials thing, oranges, tomatoes thing, sugar, this one, that one, that one, right? Whether it be out of in the process or made already. Do you get it? Or in its raw form.
Did they say it was like 30 billion or 300 billion? And then it turned onto the so it's 30 billion in Africa, but when it comes onto the mark, it's 800 or something, 800 billion. So it's more than 10x from going from just African hands, the same thing they're giving, and it just goes into a different market. It's crazy.
Exactly.
Nuts,
Yes, into a different market.
Not a different
So
market. It goes into the
Nigerians, but the Nigerians have got to buy into
yeah,
the
their
same market.
No.
You know what I mean? There's no separate market. It's just the
There
one
are
market.
separate markets.
No,
You have
there
the
ain't.
insurance market.
There's the black market where things are done off the cards, isn't it? But the
Yes.
established market and trade is the same one. The standard
No.
that everything's by is still going to be the rate of the day. Yeah.
No.
What do you?
No.
How much is the silver I've got today? Yeah.
The
I have to
market
go
is a
on.
structure.
I have to weigh it. 1 second. I have to weigh it, right? And then go online and look at what that weight and the value is of that item that day, because it can change tomorrow. Why? According to the market. Like,
Yes,
come on,
but
bro.
the market is controlled. All
We
markets
know,
are
but we're
a
saying
construct.
that's why they can give you a price, right?
Right.
For your value. And I'm saying even then, they are not abiding by those rules when it comes on a large scale. Because if
Who cares?
if I've got a couple ounces of gold, yeah, in England, yeah, that's going to be worth what it is according to the market, right? Right. But I'm saying when you're buying from me as the country and you're buying the gold or taking the gold out yourself because you own that bit of land somehow, yeah?
Somehow.
You own that bit of land, yeah, you've usurped it or whatever, or that mine, right? And then now you getting a portion of gold to your company or your business or your government or your whatever. To get it, country, whatever you want to say, right?
Hey, Maku,
Yeah.
my brother. Sorry, just quickly. You know what the church did? You know when they came to the Nigeria and they saw the spiritual, they convinced him that what they're dealing with, the Ikenga. You know that spiritual energy that all these different. They said that this thing that represents the warrior side of yourself or the spiritual, soulful side of yourself was put into a figurine, and this is called an Ikenga. So when they came to Igbo land, they took out these Ikenga and said that, well, this is idol worship, right? So they said, we're going to get rid of this. So everybody gathered their heirlooms, the Ikengas, right? And if they put them all there, like a mountain of Ikengas, and they sold them for £6 a day for £6,000 now to get one of these heirloom Ikengas. So they didn't even get rid of them. They were saying, so they had value in them. They told them that there was no value in these Ikengas. Yeah?
Right. Interesting.
But they knew what they were. They already marked it up inside. They knew what they were going to do with that. So when the time came, now they're going for on the market in private auctions and sales for 6K.
Right. You see?
Yeah, £6,000 for a wooden.
There you go.
Small little wooden.
Look at that.
Yeah.
What's it called?
So,
how do you spell it? Put it in the side chat there for me to research it, please. King Gold.
Oh, I can. Oh, yeah, I will do. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will.
You see?
But yeah,
value, culture, currency. See, so King Gold's backing me up by saying that.
Well, I'm not really. I'm just kind of giving you
nothing to do with culture. You just sound retarded, man. What are you talking about, culture? Yeah, that's just a culture of trading or whatever, but it's not culture as in culture. What we assume culture is. Like, I don't know what you're doing. Yeah, it's just a dealing trade. Yeah, and we've been trading and we've been dealing in gold standard and all of that for thousands of years. We know this, bruv. We fucked up Rome's economy, just Mansa Musa himself, by giving out these gold bars, you know what I mean, on his journey, on his pilgrimage to Mecca, Egypt, and all of these places, fucking up all of the economies as he was going because he mashed up things with gold, so much gold. Like these are the standard information that we know. Yeah, you see a picture of Mansa Musa with the coin in his hand and his gold crown. So like gold, yeah, it's had value by us way before the Europeans start making a standard and say, yeah, this is gold. But what we're saying now is trade is unfair. Yeah. Other things they've stolen. Yeah. The value of them is more than what we're talking about. Yeah. From you got diamonds and rubies and, you know, things that are priceless. That means you can't put a price on it. That means all the commodities, all the debt, all the thing could be dealt with one item. If this is the case.
One item.
One item. Just pick up a big diamond, cut it up. How many carats? There you go. What debt do I owe? How many billion do I owe? Whole list. This is a priceless item.
Whole list.
I think that covers it, right? And then some.
Yeah. That's right.
And that's stolen, remember. We're talking about what they stole.
Right,
you know what I mean?
Right. This is the Roman Catholic Church as well. Every time it's Roman Catholic Church. Every time the Vatican. Always. Yeah. Always 100%. That's the main culprit of it.
Yeah, so the clash I'm having here, I've got to convince Maku that there is a problem. Well, he's right in a way to say, to use the word problem. In terms of business, where there is no laws and there's no right or wrong, and it's business, then there's no such thing as a problem. You know, it's trade. Yeah, trade is trade. There's no, because as Michael was saying earlier on, if there is no morality in trade, if there is no morality in business, right, then there can be no right and no wrong. I got it. If there is no morality in business or trade, then there can be no right, no wrong. Okay.
Just codes of conduct, man, and standards that you should stick to. Now, another thing that proves that is items, like things you can consume. Yeah. When there's an acceptable amount of risk, meaning that if you took too much of this product, you could get ill and maybe possibly die. Yeah. Showing you that bro, they don't value human life. They're saying if you overindulge, which you're not supposed to, right? You're not supposed to gluttonize on things. But if you do on certain items, sorry, there's an acceptable level of risk that we know that these items could kill you. You know what I mean? Eventually, or make you seriously ill. But yet you still put it out there. That shows a lack of morality. That shows that you have to get the job done regardless. And everybody wants to say, "Oh yeah, we like cattle." Yeah, we like cattle property to them, right? Now, who cares and has a moral code for cattle? You've never heard of this. This is nonsense. Do you get it? You don't for your product, yeah? You don't have a moral code for a product, something you consider a product. This is the problem with business and thing. They don't see things in the human sense anyway.
Yeah.
So why should morality be applied to it when it's not dealt in the human sense? It's dealt in the product and place and things and stuff like that.
Okay, so here, so I'm gonna go on your side now for a minute. Okay, I'm gonna go on your side. I'm gonna say, right, okay, let's talk pure, cold, hard business. Okay, no morality. Okay, now those who are classified.
Fuck that business, bro. Fuck that business. We don't want that business then.
yeah, but okay, We're let's hold it. It's Maku's platform, so let's go on his side from it. Let's argue from his angle just for a while. Let's see where this goes. All right. So let's say there's no morality. Morality's got nothing to do with business and trade. Okay, so let's think like that for a moment. Right. So those classified as black African, and the Black African diaspora. When I say we of who are Black African and of the Black African diaspora, this we can decide that we don't think we're getting a good deal on the resources that are in Africa. We can decide that we want more for the resources that are in Africa. And that's what we decided. We weren't discussing it with anybody else. We're not saying it's a good decision. We're not saying it's a bad decision. We're leaving morality out of it. We're just talking cold, hard business. So we arbitrarily decide that we want more for what is in Africa. We're not asking for yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, what is good deal? You know, how do you define a good deal?
Exactly. That's where I'm going now. Very good question. So how do we define what is a good deal? Okay. As I said,
Let me answer that.
Go on.
Yeah, a good deal is when you do something compassionately, empathetically, when you look at the person and say, you know what, he's my brother, and I want to help him, and when you come with that intention, when you come with that energy, yeah, no matter what you settle for, that's a good deal. If you say that's my brother right there, and we're connected, and and the essence of the universe is in me and it's in him and it's the same, and he's my brother, we're connected, and he's and I love him, and I care for him, yeah, then whatever you do, it will be good.
Well, a good deal, yeah, from my understanding, is to maximize the benefit of multiple.
But listen, but then again, there's another.
Right?
But I haven't finished. Eunice, I haven't finished. Eunice, I haven't finished. But then,
yeah,
but
you have
free.
finished. Shush. Yeah, sorry. What was you saying, Eunice?
I was going to say, you know, when someone says, you know, what is the good deal? Is basically the maximization of benefits of parties involved, right? So it's not just one-sided benefit and all that. It benefits everyone involved.
Yeah, that's negotiation. Is for everyone. Everyone can live with
even
it.
the person giving a good deal, even the person giving a good deal benefits from it as well, isn't it? Because he's not going to be
everyone walks away happy. Everyone walks away happy. That's what you're saying. But then again, that's what the essence of what you're saying is. Everyone walks away happy. Now that's a good way to explain it. But then if you're
I wouldn't say walking away happy. I'll just say maximizing the interest of every party involved.
Yeah, everyone walks away happy. Now that's that. But then again, if you're strapped up, if you're most militant like me, then you can do what the fuck you want. But I don't.
That goes against the purpose, doesn't it? You're making one person worse off.
But I don't suggest that. I suggest the latter.
You just said getting a strap and all that stuff like that. I mean, you're making someone worse off, innit?
Yeah, exactly. And I don't recommend that. That's what I said. I don't recommend that.
Right. You know, that's obviously that's unacceptable. Yeah.
Now you tell us, IC3.
IC3. You might have gone.
Just in the kitchen. I'm just getting something to eat and drink. I'll be back.
So what did you say anyway, Matthew? You took a little bit of a break, innit? Like last month or something. You've been busy, yeah? I don't know.
Yeah,
you say you've been coming on. Yeah, he's been a bit busy, innit? The sun's come out, so I noticed people just left. Want to be online, you know? People don't really want to be indoors. Yeah.
I don't blame them still. But yeah, man, the ones who are here, man, hit that PayPal, man, Cash App, all of that good stuff, man. Show your appreciation, man. We sitting here for hours. IC3's getting food. I ain't even got mine yet. You know what I mean? Buy a sniper a drink or something.
Yeah, put a 20 in there for me as well, man.
Hey, Mackie, I've got you, brother. I'm
Yeah.
getting paid. I'm getting paid soon. I'm gonna sort you out a little something in a couple of days, my brother. So check your
Yo.
I don't know.
Big up,
PayPal.
brother Born. This is what I need. Need some fresh brothers to come on here, man. Born, please forward, man. Getting overwhelmed by IC3. And big up, brother Kel. Jeez, see, brother.
Big up General Night TV. Big up the some people and the non-some people and the people in the chat, man. Like up the show, man. Yeah, man. Very interesting.
Big up, man. Big up, man. You know we repping the some people out here.
I just wanted to ask IC3 a question because you're talking about coalitions.
Yeah.
And in the community code of conduct that the community has came up with, which we have been introducing to our people on the continent, because we're for the best interest of our people, is that the second principle of the code is having temporary coalition whenever you go in a non-African institution or a job, etc., or if you're doing any form of trading. So I just wanted to know, how would that be from his perspective if we were to do that?
IC3. Oh yeah, he's in the kitchen, isn't it? Big up, Z.
No.
Zizou.
Everyone is our people, our brothers. You know, for me, I see everyone as my brother. I see everyone as my people. I see everyone as my brother.
What are you talking about, man? You talking about business, trade, and all of that. You talking
Big
about
up Sniper.
Big up, Cuzzy.
Kel.
Come on, man.
Big up. Yours there. Even King Gold can get a salute.
Big up.
Big up IC3. Big always.
Big up.
Use that H.
Zelini.
Yeah.
Big up Zelini.
Most militant.
Bro H in the bin.
Yo, brother Kel. What go on, family?
Everything cool, bless, man. The sun's out. I thought I'd just drop on General Snipes TV while I'm in the garden, man. But the thing is, H, is that you do understand in 1840 there was an Indian nationalistic conference that they had amongst each other because they wanted to war off the British, and they didn't ask help for any form of Africans. So I wanted to know is that if they did that, why do we need to unite together if they had a nationalistic party in 1840, which also contributed for the East, was it the East Indian rice factory as well? So incorporated all that due to their collective work. So why do we all need to be together, even though they had that nationalistic party?
Because to help the world, we have to first help ourselves. Now, I'm not saying don't help yourself. I'm saying help yourself, but don't forget that the highest order of yogis is to recognize everyone as your brother. Now, if you want to say, yes, we are the spiritual masters of the world, then when you help your people, I'm saying help your people, brother, but don't forget your end goal, which is to unite, which is to be on good terms with the whole world. I'm saying don't forget that. So I'm in the background, like just throwing these whispers at you, like as like a beat, like the musical instrument. I'm at the back. I'm saying, yeah, keep going, Kale, keep going, but don't forget where we come from. We come from the one mother. We come from, I'm saying we come from the one mother, Kale. Yeah, keep doing what you're doing, but don't forget that we come from the one people. Don't forget that. So I'm in the back. I'm in the back, like, yo, Kale, don't forget that, G.
My people never had no elephant.
He's in the back saying, Kel, don't forget that, mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying don't do what you do. I'm saying do what you do, but I'm gonna be in the back, like, yo, Kale, don't forget that, G.
Man's repeating it, you know.
Yo, bro, there's no. Is there anything to grab onto in terms of like
talk about oneness?
Because this guy is just like we're talking about trade. What the fuck was that? We're talking about trade, man, and it's not working.
I hate big at yourself, man, but it sounds like you're kind of boring the people, fam. Not gonna lie.
I don't know what's going on.
People on the panel, no people in the comments seem too entertained. So we're gonna wrap that up. And we're going to move on to something that's a little bit more exciting for this nice,
Well, if you want entertainment, if you want entertainment, yeah, you can go to the clown show, yeah, cross to the clown show. This is real shit, bruv.
Well, it's not really real shit because you're talking and no one's being receptive. They just think you're chatting shit. So it's not relatable,
yeah, but there's gonna be
and it's not real to anybody else other than yourself. So like I said, respectfully, we're going to move on. Yeah?
Yeah, but I don't know anything else. I don't know anything else, bruv. I only know real shit. I only know real shit, bro.
Well then, H, you know what you should try. You know what you should try doing. Seeing as you don't know nothing else, you should try shutting up sometime and listening to other people speak. You might learn a thing or two.
Yeah. I'm gonna shut up now, G.
Blessings, man. Respect. So yeah, Snipes, man. You sounded like you'll run down at that.
Yeah, I'm tired, man.
Nah, you know what it is. No, you know what it is, because I understand, I appreciate that I'm the most militant, and because of me being the most militant, yeah, people get heart palpitations. They get heart palpitations when I come around. So
you got these man sweating.
Bruv, listen, H, it's not every day we want to do militancy, bruv. Like it's a Sunday.
Yeah, because everyone knows, bruv. Yeah. Everyone knows, bro.
I'm trying to be nice about this, cause like just allow it in it. Like we don't want to have an argument. We don't want to do the back and forth. We just want to move on to something that's a bit more inclusive to everyone, and everyone can get involved in the convo. That's it. No beef, my brother. No beef.
Etymological roots of the Bible sound interesting to me. I think.
Not to me, but all right, cool. I'll take it over H chatting shit any day. So.
Yeah. What were you? I know Zellini, when he says stuff like that.
It's a segue.
Yeah, he's segueing. Yeah, he's got something, man. What you got, Zellini? Because we did Andrew Tate yesterday.
Shut up as well, man.
We rinsed Andrew Tate yesterday, bro.
He got dissected. That sounded a bit weird, but he got there.
Yeah,
the whole thing got
man, like born in now.
Yo, what up, family?
What you saying, bro? You sort that out, bruv, and then return. So you keep
what the hell?
It's like you're trying to do it on purpose now. Like, I don't know.
I got hummus in his laptop, man.
Well, yeah, Born, what I got, man? What you saying, bro? What's going on, man?
Chilling, man. What y'all want to do?
Nothing, bro. Sunday vibes, man. Literally just jumped on the panel still. Literally, man. I heard Sniper sounded like he needed some. You get me some help, so
reinforcements, bro.
As the good brother I am, you know what I'm trying to say. You get me?
Come on,
yeah, man. Big up Shani, you get me? She's saying we should look at the Gucci Guilty advert. We might take a look at that still. See what Snaps is saying.
Gucci.
Yeah, man. I'm here. We air, man. We're gonna turn up this Sunday evening. We've been lazy over the last couple of days. Well, I have anyway. So
I heard it.
So
Eunice,
do you want to tell us?
Fix that mic, man.
Is it okay now?
I was going to say,
yes,
you want to tell us?
That's it. There you go. Sorry.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, you got Trevor, Dad. Salute, bro.
Yeah. Go on, Eunice. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say big up Born in it. Like.
Oh.
What up, Eunice?
That's impulse.
Big up Born. Right.
Shout out.
Big up.
Hey.
Hey, Shadi, have you got?
Yes, honestly, guys, I think really interesting conversation to have. So I think we should allow H to let us know what he's been doing all year. Can we just go on mute for a second and just take some tips, get your notepads out?
How about you give H your number and you let him do that to you personally? We don't want to hear that shit.
Remember, hey, put on your camera again, Akingo. Show them how hench you are now. You're getting Jim and that. Diesel.
Hey, you know what? I'm joking. Sometimes.
You're hennier than your clone at the moment.
I said hennier than the clone.
No, do you know what? No. Vic was looking all like he was like 20 years younger. So I was like, who is that? Who is that?
You look thin.
Yeah, man.
You look Diesel. You had Popeye arm yesterday. It was funny.
Yeah, do you know what? I think I took the crutches to the gym, and I was like, okay, jeez, man,
You say you been going gym, Kingo, yeah?
No, going to the gym, and I saw the boxing. Yeah, no, I went to the gym.
He said he nearly killed himself on the treadmill, though.
That's what I was about to say. Like an obstacle course.
Can you imagine?
Hey, no, big up yourself, man. You get me? Big up yourself.
Yeah, safe, man. Big up.
Bro,
You know what? It's funny.
Bro, fuck the gym. Fuck the gym, man. Let me take you.
Please, bro.
One
Please,
second.
man. Listen, we don't want to be disrespectful, cuz. Just allow it, man. Please,
No, just don't be a pussy. Don't be a pussy, bro. Let me take you go hunting and we go wrestle a bear.
That's a pussy.
That'll be the last.
Wrestle a bear. Wrestle a bear. Yeah. I suppose that's that. I would like to.
Big up Shani for that link. Yeah. Click on this real quick. See what
Bears are the kings of Judah. We learn Judah from bears.
Gucci dealing with, lad.
Big up, panel. Big up, panel.
Yeah, big up. Yeah, hit that link there quickly.
Big up, Randy.
Big up, Randy.
What's going on? We're talking about the etymology roots of the Bible.
Yeah, we were before. It was decent, but then a lot of people came on.
What, it went left?
IC3 came on, and when IC3 comes on, it's something else. Just went into some other stuff. Solutions. What's the solution? Solutions.
Sorry, I've got a few days off from the Airbnb thing, so I've just bought a bottle of wine, and I'm enjoying life.
Yeah, man. Hit that PayPal Cash App, man. Come on, man. Big up. Really? Yeah, spread that love, man.
I've got 4 days off. I'm just like, I need a break from these idiots.
I hear you, Randy. Big up Tribadan. Nah, do you know what? It's not even a short fuse, Tribadan, bro. It's just that man ain't got time for bullshit, especially on a Sunday evening. And I can hear in Sniper's voice, bro. He's been dealing with this guy, Pause, for a very long time. You get me having a lot of patience, bro. A lot more than you kind of should do on a Sunday. So yeah, run that.
I can't even see none.
I've literally had drunkards in my yard for the last 2 or 3 days, and maybe some other extra freak.
Man's even writing solutions.
And I'm just like, my house. Listen, I just want to enjoy life. Just get out of my house. So I've literally had human debris in my house.
What?
I was glad they left this morning.
You're calling your customers human debris? Is that what you're doing?
No. Because they'd been partying. You know what it is? They come here for 5 days and they go out and they're getting at 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm just trying to live my life. And then I'm trying to have conversations with it. It's going left. I just have to
because they probably don't want to talk after being raving all night.
No. I don't
Randy
mind
sounds
that.
inebriated, boy.
I don't mind that, but it's just like, okay, I'm done. It was 2 days on the trot, and I was like, these guys need to get out.
So sorry, Randy. Did they come from another country?
Basically, they both lived in Namibia.
Yeah,
but one guy's from basically from between Liverpool and Manchester. She's Namibian, but she lives in Switzerland. But I was so pleased to see the back of them this morning. I was like,
so they probably just wanted to enjoy the little nightlife and the little experience. They probably ain't gonna get to experience.
That's fine.
You saw their back, yeah?
That's fine, but
I saw their back this morning. Mud, I'm out. Who's back? Are you seeing?
That's fine. It's fine, but it's just like I'm 55. They're 30.
But you know what, Randy? You see, also, like, I'm pretty sure on your the advert that you post, you can put I don't know, no in and out after a certain time or something along them lines. Yeah,
I don't
put little filters.
No, man. It's 24-hour access here. 24/7.
Well, then obviously, if it's that, then you can't really be upset with them, ain't me?
No, I'm not upset. It was just, it was.
This guy's smashed. He's smashed.
No, you can hear it.
fine. But it's 2 nights on the trot. I've got
smash your way to the paper, man.
in my back garden that basically, hung over.
You're just upset they didn't invite you out with them, man. Allow it. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. If they told you could roll, you would have nothing to say right now.
Yeah, well, maybe that's it. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe I was jealous.
Yeah, man. Big up, Kel, man. You was about to say something earlier.
But,
and then
I'm
went a bit quiet
55, left 30. We're not in the same age group. So what are we doing?
We're not playing this music. Oh.
Snipes has been hearing all the political, so like, I don't mind talking about a different subject, man. Big up to Snipes, man.
New Gucci campaign. Let me see. All right. Spraying.
Kid in the chat, the Chadwick Boseman. Pause.
What? What's going on? Man with flowery shirt. I swear hijab had that shirt. Man's on the floor thing. Yeah, what? Reading the paper. Lies.
You know you can't read.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Shit should have been upside down. And George. And George going on.
Newspaper is upside down, is it?
What's going on, Shani?
I was just thinking, why exactly? Like, I kind of feel we're supposed to be hearing something, but we can't right now. If that's the case, it's
let me see. See? Yeah, it's all funny music and that.
That's gonna have to wait.
No, what?
11.
Hold on, wait.
Oh, say no more, Shani. Say no more. Say no more. Say no more. Say no more.
Nah, hell no.
Say no more.
Hold on. Is that a woman or is that a man? That's a man, right?
Yeah, that's a boy.
It's a boy, right? Or whatever, child actor or something. I don't know. It must be someone famous. Right?
Ella.
Oh, we know who this is. We know who this is.
What is
we're
this?
in the fruitiness. Okay.
What is this?
What's that?
Wow.
You're about to have your second baby, but you're stroking man's hair.
That's too close, man. That's too close. That was bad enough. Man, don't do that. And then that. Nah, what we doing?
Yeah, that Julia Garner woman. Yeah. She's a trans man.
This one's a weirdo.
She's a trans. I don't even know I'm doing. Pause.
What? Which one's a trans? This one.
No, go back.
Oh, the other one.
Yeah, Julia Garner, I think her name is. And this other girl here, I swear she's from what's that program, man? With my man that's the accountant for the mob. Ozark.
Okay.
Ozark.
Yeah, I've seen her in other stuff as well. She played some Russian gal who went to America and made bare money by lying. Well, anyway. Yeah. But yeah, like so this is a gal that's trying to be a dude.
Shani saying it was Elaine Page who transitioned to Elliot Page.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god. Elaine Page, why don't I know that name? Anyway,
I've heard that Julia Garner name before, bro. That's why I thought the phone. Definitely heard that name.
So hold on. Even though it's really a gal, yeah, you wouldn't be doing that to what itself identifies itself as is what a man, right? Which is mad. I'm out. Get me?
Do you know
why are you watching this again? Why are you watching this again, Shani? Mad too.
Why is he looking like the dude out of Peaky Blinders? Why are you looking like the dude out of Peaky Blinders?
Fake smile and that weird stuff. Dancing, falling on the floor together. Nah, I'm out, man. I blame Shani, man.
So do I. So do I.
Yo, did you not get an audible recommendation for an advert on your Xbox console? If anybody's using Xbox console,
I don't use Xbox, man.
Who the hell has an Xbox?
Yeah, man.
Like, who does that? There's a really weird Nazi video going around on my thing, and it just kept on. Literally, the only video they were sending me.
Sorry,
So
you got Nancy videos on your.
Yeah,
What?
no, they were sending it to me on my
when I heard
Instagram. Yeah, I
sure
mean,
you
that's
want to continue that sentence?
Matthew's a moron, so he was actually saying something like that. I don't
What?
know. No.
How's it got anything to do with me? What was on
That's
your? What?
That's pedophilic, bro. It's pedophilic.
That's what you just said, though. I didn't say it.
No, bro. No.
What?
No, bro. Go.
No,
We
man.
did.
Correct this, man.
I'm
Fix this up, man.
I'm disturbed. No, I shouldn't even mention it. None of you I won't
Fix
mention it.
this up. This is a mess. This is an actual literal mess. You know what I mean? What was he saying again, Kingo? Get it right now. Say it. Say it like you mean it.
Well, it's not a joking issue. I'm not going to lie. I'm not even like I'm going to try and look past it, but I'm just saying, I really get mad, bro. I'm not going to lie. Like to the point where I called actual fraud, bro. I'm told, what the fuck is this? Coming to you ads. Why am I getting algorithm adverts that just weird, bro? Just weird, isn't it? So I took it seriously, bro. Yeah, I don't take
seriously.
It might have something to do with your search history.
No, it's not. No, I don't. No, brother, my Xbox. Anyway, look, you lot.
How is that? Have you watched porn on Xbox before?
Bro, I see you lot later, yeah?
I didn't want to answer these tough questions.
Right. It's actually getting him excited. It's like, hold on 1 second. Let me go away and do that.
I don't really know nothing about that still.
Yeah, Shani, that was effed. That was effed still. Can't argue with that.
Yeah, the advert was a mad. That was a mad one.
Proper androge. I don't even want to hear the music because it would have been like Cotton Club or something. 1920s or some shit. This is fuckery, man. The world has changed, man. Yeah? Fashion. That's your thing, though, Shan. Yeah, these men are batanistas now. I'm upset. I don't think this should be allowed, man.
Yeah, that's that was wild still.
Yeah.
That was wild still.
I try not to watch these adverts anyway. It wouldn't convince me to buy any clothes. Especially not Gucci. Or Versace. Versace. My shit's all freezing right now. So what are you saying about it, Shani?
Yeah. She haven't heard from you in a while. Obviously, understandably, but we're good to hear your voice, man.
She probably giggled. Something. Well, this is interesting. Save it for Sniper. Save it for Jeds or Sniper. You know what I mean? What is this? All members should be thrown in the bin for this. But you know they got paid. They got paid bare money.
Yeah, of course, man. Well, they're part of the club, man. You get me? If they didn't go to certain parties and they weren't down with the clique, bro, they wouldn't have even. You get me? We get certain adverts and all that. Yeah.
Andrew Tate's house. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, doing like Met Gala and all sorts of. Yeah, man. But yeah, we saying, boy, Wagwan, you sound tired, my brother. We saying long weekend.
Nah, I'm here, bro. I'm just trying to fix me something to eat, man.
Some of them chitlins and cornbread.
After they linked the chick, man. You linked the chick here, didn't you, the other day? Yeah. What was that? I'm out, man.
What you say,
Sniper? I'm out. Yeah, you said you was out.
Yeah, man. I want to kick it with my home, girl.
I bored. You know one brother from around your way called Dro what's his name? Dro Deuce or something like that.
What are you on YouTube?
Yeah, I see some like a Nashville hoodlog thing. And he was in, I can't remember the area he said, but I'll find it a little while. But yeah, man. He's got bars still. He look kind of gritty around there.
I never heard of.
Certain parts of Tennessee it's a madness.
It was looking crazy over there, bro. I can't lie. It was looking crazy over there. You get me? Do you know that white guy with the mad glasses that goes around doing he's kind of fat. He went to Jamaica. I think like the last couple of videos in Jamaica or somewhere else. I think his name's Chris something. Let me find the video, man. But anyway, he switched it up from the nice, you get me, walking around Jamaica and all that, and the nice countries. So yeah, he went Nashville still. It's interesting.
Brave, man. Brave.
Interesting.
He go to the hood, or he went to like the country music part downtown?
Nah. He linked up with like someone hood brother, and he was giving him the tour. You get me? Like it was official still. So yeah, all right, cool. What else we got in the meantime?
I seen the national. I had one video of a couple going to the museum in Nashville, in Tennessee. Oh my God, it's a mess. But Rich knows what I'm talking about, boy. They got cowboy hats on fleek. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Old school cowboys and that. I'm like, raw.
Yeah.
Slavery stuff, just standard. Like, yeah, man.
Collector's item. For real.
Collector's
That's
item.
the tourist
Scary.
spot. Yeah, that's what tourists come down here to do.
Fuck's sake.
Get in their country music bag and wear cowboy hats and cowboy boots and shit like that.
It's a different history to the reality. You're only telling one side of the story, and then the bad side you're telling, but you're telling it in such a way that it don't seem that bad. Get me? What? Because all the shackles are behind glass. Mad. Yeah. And then you got the cowboy hat on the wall. Like,
Is this by the hair, boy?
Shit. Looking like Born as well.
No, that's Dro. That's
that's what I said, man. Dro Deuce, bro. That's what I said.
Bro, he got his son. He trying to make his son be a rapper.
Yeah, his son's got one big ass chain sitting in the back right there. Son's chain's bigger than his to us.
He official in the city, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Cause obviously the tranny hugger Young Buck introduced it, innit? So, but I weren't too sure, but he seems official.
Is he from your ends as well? Yeah. Young Buck is from. Oh my God.
Oh, Young Buck is from the south side of town. From
that's an L still. It's an L.
East side of town.
Yeah, Young Buck, man. The stories behind that is mad.
Yeah, Young Buck, a wild boy.
Do you know what? I'm gonna put that in the side chat board, innit? Obviously, just take a look at that when you're ready, bro. Man. Decent little dog, though. Decent dog.
Yeah, they said he had a relationship with Ray J, man.
If I could have one wish.
Yeah, according to Raz B and them, man. There, you get me? I listened to the tape. Like, where y'all at? I want to come and meet y'all. Like, nah. Who you with? Who'd you with? It's me and Young Buck. Like, this is an L. It's an L. But obviously, Young Buck, lived in the yard with a baby in them. You know what I mean? Cash money.
Yeah, he was with them first.
Yeah, that's the problem, man. Anyone who was there got misogynized in that, or got converted. But no, wasn't he in the house with Chris Stokes? No, thing was Ray J was, innit?
With who? Chris Stokes?
Yeah. Ray J was in the yard.
Chris Stokes, I see you.
Marcus Houston and the rest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
bro. Imagine, you see when you just think back on it. There was a tune with Marcus Houston, R. Kelly, and Chris Stokes was behind the tune. Pause.
Mad.
That is wild, bro.
That tune's lethal, in fact.
MH and pie.
It must have skull.
You get me? That
it
was
must
wild.
have skull and crossbones.
Hard, though. The song really good.
You know what Bon knows he's been rocking to it for time. Been rocking to it. Shit, I even forgot.
Big up MA fam. Well, go on, Kazi.
Yeah, big up family.
What up, MA?
Big up.
Sound like you just woke up, brother.
Nah, it's hay fever. Well, not even hay fever. I think I got a cold, innit? I got a cold, so
Must have been all that lamb. It's all the lamb you had yesterday, man.
Bro, I had some more a minute ago, man. And I just ordered some fish and chips. I don't know what's wrong with me, man.
You're crazy,
Your man is as big as Mag, so Jerry Zellini.
You done what?
He's as big as Mag, so you can imagine.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
I'm just procrastinating. I got things to do. I got out the house to clean and that, and I'm just eating food, man. I don't know. Trauma.
What? Chores, yeah? Chores. Chores, yeah. And what happens if you don't do them? What happens if you don't do them?
If I don't do them, I think it's like she's playing the long game, isn't it? She's playing the long game, so the punishment ain't gonna come until it's too late. Yeah, there's not gonna be no warning.
It's too late. Yeah. Yeah, that night when you want to go bed early and that. Like, yeah, babes. What, you coming? You coming? You hear me? And she's like, nah, remember that time you was meant to do your chores. Time and date. She's giving you time and date and that. Like, yeah. Do you remember on Sunday the 8th?
Such and such.
You know what it was? Like, yeah. You said you was gonna do this. You said you was gonna put out the bin. You said you was gonna do. I don't know what's going on. I'm not saying anything, but I'm just saying. You know? Don't want to make a
your stories are the best, man. It's entertaining, man.
Yeah, it's the lamb. It's the lamb, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I did leave some. Sometimes I go wild, innit? Like she'll cook something, and I'll assume that she's gonna eat her mum's, innit, because she does it often. But so you left me the lamb. Okay, I'll eat all of it.
All of it. All of that.
I eat all of it, and then I realized I made a mistake. It's too late now. Yeah, but I enjoyed it. It was nice.
So, babes, what's the lamb gone? Made fresh mashed potatoes, everything. I was gonna make something else with it.
Yeah.
My share.
I'd be pissed if that was me. I'd be fucking angry.
My share. I cooked it, man. I didn't even taste it. I tasted it.
Yeah. I've done that to her a few times. It's dread, man.
Yeah, that's a married couple's cross to bear, man. It's good. Those are good problems. Good problems. Those are good problems. Yeah. Oh, I ate all the lamb. Like, come on, man. Yeah. If chance could be a fine thing, man.
Tastes good.
Minimal headaches. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, it's H. Is H here, isn't it? Is he here? Is he here?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, big up, man. Big up, man.
Shut up, man. Shut up.
I love you.
Boss, man.
Allow it, man. He said that like he's serious, bro.
Yeah.
Because that's when I say most. When I say most militant, that's what I mean. Regardless of what you do, I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you regardless of what you say or do.
You know when your guru's puffy, man.
Aye. What are you not doing in this situation?
In red. Hello, madam. I want to give you some free cash. Free cash. £5 for you. No cash?
Ross Clark.
Well, that was the reaction.
What do you mean? I'm not going to be in that situation.
I might punch her. I don't know. My reaction.
The person's offering you free cash, and your reaction is to do that.
To scream. I might punch her still. I was just reaction.
You know what? Her brethren knew it was coming as well. She should have warned him.
After.
Brother.
Wow.
That was a mazza. That was an absolute mazza.
It's like an MJ moment and that.
That was crazy.
I see someone. I see a woman on the road years ago do that to a siren. The siren was in the distance. It was getting closer, and she froze up, and she went "Aah!" in the middle of the street. I said, "You know what? That makes sense. You know, because man just out there getting abused by these sounds daily, man, and not even reacting."
Yeah, it's true.
That's a white meat.
Noise police.
How do you lot deal with charity dickheads on the street?
I just walk past them.
No remorse.
Sometimes I say no thanks. No, damn. You know what I mean? Especially the young ones who want to stop, man. You know what I mean? And try and sell some magazine or something. Oh, hi, can I take a moment of your time? Nope. Nope.
Some people try and do cartwheels in front of you and that.
Keep it moving.
Step all the way out into the pavement.
That's some West London stuff.
Away from you.
You know what I mean? Real acrobatics, yeah?
Yeah, bro. I don't want no parts, man.
Literally. Baton and that.
Just move.
You know what I mean?
You have no business being around it. Get from
We are charity.
Yeah, what we saying, man? Because I'm just gonna end up watching random videos.
Is this your stream, yeah?
Yeah.
No.
This is his time. His time in the stream when Zellini lets us know what's on his mind.
Fuckery, nothing but fuckery.
Yeah, I'll give you something for what's on my mind. What about
I left my food in the fridge. I name it out after you eat your dinner. Since everything me cooking,
this is me, man.
back my food when me left it. Because if me beat your ear, so me cook back
this is all of us again.
Now wait. Cook back my food because people see your road. I don't know how wicked you little picnic is. Oh, you watch it. Put it down. Cook back my food. I don't care. Me left my chicken and my rice in the fridge. And you never have the wall of my food. You not save it for nobody. You don't even know what the food is. All right, but you know what you're going to do? You're going to cook back my food, you know. You're going to cook back my food and you're going to put it back exactly how me left it in the fridge. Because you, little boy, is a wicked and you feel like say, are you alone live here and are you alone fear yam, but you're going to cook today more back my food. Me left my food in the fridge and you name it out after you eat.
You know what this remind me of? You know the scene in Dancehall Queen where they yam the KFC and she come home. You know, remember Zellini?
Yo, bro, you man are part of the rituals because you man are promoting it. You know what I'm saying?
Just
by talking about
it. Shut up.
No.
Shut up. Yeah? Fucking Sunday evening.
Tough
I don't want to
love.
hear shit.
Tough love, bro.
Tough love.
I'm going to try to exhibit half of the patience that Snaps did today. Yeah? I'm actually going to try.
These Willie showing youths, man. No.
Me no want no porridge, mommy. Me want sitting proper for them. Me come in and see dumpling and mackerel and then sitting there. Me no want no porridge. Porridge can't want nobody.
Then come feed dumpling, no? Me say fi come feed dumpling.
Yeah. There's no Jamaican youths that talk to their parents.
This is why black men leave black women and leave kids fatherless.
I hate. Listen. I'm gonna tell you once. Don't do that because I've got an Instagram full of fucking fuckery on everybody, bro. So I will sit here for the next hour rinsing videos from your part of the world. Don't do that. Don't.
Hey H, how old your mum? H.
Above. Relax, man.
How old your mum? How old is she?
Man got upset you, bro.
You're tripping, cuz.
How old is your mum, man? What age is she? How old is she?
Bruv, she's beyond birth, cuz. In some form or another, she always existed. Yeah? The law of conservation, energy can't be created or destroyed. It only changes from one form to another.
Gotta go give me my rice. Why you make fun of my ice? I never think I eat the mice. When I buy the food, I check the price. If it's on sale, I buy. If you make fun of my hype, I use Kung Fu, say psych. My son go work at night. He make $1 a night. He said that he wanna be white. So I send him to China goodbye. When I it's expensive, I have a lot of money to kids because I'm brutal. If they have a birthday, they study on Google. They go to they do not listen in the judo, and I mean the judo by doing the sumo. I take the legs and crushing the unit, the beat them, but nothing but rest by the scooter. I take all their money, I win in school. If there's a discount, I wanna pay. I knock on the melon to check if it's good or what. My phone go ring, ring. It's my cousin Ling Ling. She want to sing. Neighbor sing me.
Mad.
I ain't gonna lie. I might be kind of racist, cause I don't know. But that's what I don't know.
Untag that, unlabel that. Remove that from your page, bro. Remove it.
That's it. My phone go ling ling. Shut up.
Nah. What's going on, Zini?
Wait a cotton picking minute.
Hey, brother. Oh my
Hey,
god!
you didn't even answer the question I asked about a month ago on
What's
Trill.
that?
I said, if someone offered you 150 grand, so they say 200 grand a year to pick cotton, would you do it?
Yeah, I ain't doing that. I ain't.
No, Boone, I can understand why Boone's saying that.
Yeah, I ain't doing
gonna
that.
lie,
You gotta have your
200?
morals. There's certain
200?
jobs I just would not do. That's one of them. I would not do it.
Sorry, let me go and get my food. 1 second. I'll be back.
I'll probably do it on principle.
I couldn't do. I feel like my ancestors just watching me every day I go to work. My ancestors would make my car break down. Karma. My ancestors would make sure bad shit happens.
That's a quick 18,000 a month. Light work.
Light work, bro. I ain't going in. Exactly. You might get there and go in, Bone. I'm not going in. Yeah, I'm working at my own rate, slow.
You get me? I could check in. I could smoke weed when I want. I could, you know what
I'm
I'm trying to say?
picky with the cotton.
Could crack joke with the homies. You know what I'm trying to say? Take long at lunch, like it ain't the same as back in the day, boy. You get me? It's new school.
Yeah, just certain jobs I can't do it.
Yeah, 1 or 2 months in. I'm telling you, 1 or 2 months in, I'm balling. I'm rolling up there with Bentley and that. Like, yo, come on. You know what I mean? Some different color Jordan 1.
I gotta get the blessings from the ancestors before I do that, man.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
All right, cool. Let's get serious a bit. This was the Army General of Sudan in 1994. Explains what's going on over there.
Control areas. It is inconsistent. It is unfair. So to be fair, we say there are people, and let us agree on this. It is a fact. I'm not making it up. There are needy people in the countryside. There are needy people in government-controlled towns. Let us provide food to both.
But I still ask you to justify the threat to shoot down an aircraft when that aircraft was taking relief supplies that were going to be distributed by international relief organizations and not by the government.
I think the justification is reciprocal between us in the SPLA and the government in Khartoum. We did not start it. We started it with goodwill. We said let food be given to both sides. The government in Khartoum says no, only to one side. And then people want to crucify us for saying what is correct, that food should go to both sides.
But Colonel, if such conditions are not met, does your threat to shoot down aircraft not responding to those...
If these conditions are not met, then there is a reason why they are not met. Something is being hidden. What is it that is being hidden? We don't know. So a plane that goes to WOW purporting to be carrying relief supplies could be carrying something else. Control areas. It is inconsistent.
But
you see that right there? Because the first thing I thought when I saw that, was no matter how bad certain people try to paint man's people, bruv, you get me? Yeah, in one way or another. When you see something like that, that man said, I'm prepared to feed both sides, cause regardless whether I'm beefing them or not. Because I'm sure that man understands that there's children and women on the other side that need food and need water. You get me? So this is the humility that certain people can have, bro. Even in the midst of having a conflict or trouble with the other side. You get me? Yeah. So when certain people want to talk about this, oh well, it's the people themselves that don't give a shit, and they're killing off their own people and all this crap, bro. You get me? Which we know ain't true, because this just reiterates what man was saying, innit? Yeah. So
yeah, that was a good one. Still.
Nah, bro, Matthew, you gotta give me that. You gotta give me that.
Hey, Kel, I want to hear Kel's thoughts on this. Where you at?
Yeah, I was listening. I was thinking as well that 1960s, the Sudani African National Union. That's what they were trying to do, man. Under General Namiri, he wanted that unity. That because obviously, you know, the other, you know, the power Arabs, they were always causing confusion, wasn't they, man? So that was the dream. So listening to that soldier, it brought back, that's what they were trying to do. You know what I mean? And they were inspired by a lot of the Pan-Africanists in Nigeria as well. There was a big movement, man, in the 1960s. You know, Sadiq al-Mahdi and General Namimi, they were very prolific, man. So, yeah, man.
The first thing I said when I come on here was every person should have their basic needs met. They should have food. They should have free food. And that's what I said. Now, this is what this guy's saying. But when I said it, it's like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers, Dwayne. You ain't got the answers. Yeah. You ain't got the answers. Yeah. And now you're like, yeah, actually, yeah, you did have the answers. Bullshit, bro. Bullshit.
Hey, I never felt so offended and amused at the same time, blood. Fucking hell. That's it, the way.
What in the Dwayne Johnson is going on here?
Outside
Sway, you ain't got the answers, Sway. But I had the answers. I had the answers.
And another good point he made when he said about the reporter tried to ask him, why did you shoot down the plane? Yeah, that was bringing aid. And he said, well, we don't know that.
You
Yeah,
said that's right. Now.
Yeah, you get me. Like for all we know, there could be 100,000. We can take your word for it. The person who's known not to be trusted. Yeah, all right, mate.
Hey, Sniper.
Yeah.
I've got Angelina. So I've got a film that you lot might be able to stream one of these weekends. Yeah. It's actually like it's kind of it's a little bit black exploitation. It's comedy. You might have seen it. I don't know. But it's the rise and fall of Idi Amin from 1981. Huh?
No, I don't think I've seen
I know what you're talking about.
Have you seen it, Kale? Have you seen it? Oh, that film.
Yeah, I know.
If Kel's laughing, it must be joke, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. It's on YouTube. It's available on YouTube, so I don't think you get a strike for it either.
Our battle.
We watched Goodbye Uncle Tom. So once you watch that on YouTube, like the limits is mad. You know what I mean? That was extreme. You know what I mean? All I got was, hey, make sure that thing's rated 18. All right, YouTube, safe. You know what I mean? No problems with the video, it's fine, yeah? All right, cool.
Yeah.
You get me? Black people getting abused is fine. Yeah? Let us put a white indentured servant now. It's peak. Double strike. That's how you get strike. Licked off. Month. Yeah? Community strike. That's how you get community strike. Yeah, watching white people get brutalized. You know what I mean? In any type of way. It's mad. But let it be black folk, it's fine, man. Chop these niggas' heads off. You could do whatever, man. You know what I mean? No, it's true.
It's true.
It's true.
Oh my god.
He's making these rulings. No, that's why Sidney Poitier and them man there was bad, man. Yeah, he was the only black man. Yeah, shaking the shit out of white women and slapping them. Yeah,
and slapping them in it, right?
Punching up white man.
He slapped the white detective in it or whatever.
And that was in the 60s, bro. Like,
I know.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Trust me.
Yeah, man.
Hey, tell me what you don't think of this real quick. I don't know. Maybe it's too much reading into it. Maybe it ain't.
You can't tell me this wasn't intentional.
Guess what?
What?
Did you see? Let me play it again.
Hey, that's a good one.
You can't tell me this wasn't intentional.
I don't get it.
Guess what?
Wait.
What's that in the water?
What does that smell?
No.
Oh no. unethical code of conduct, man.
That's what I'm saying, bro. What does that spell? It's
Unethical.
so quick and fast, bro. I have to watch it a good couple times. Yeah.
You would have to make it big still.
Now, that's supposed to be the first couple letters of the words now playing. Yeah. But you managed to get that ascension of words in that order, bro. Like straight away. Like really? Really?
Okay, you should unethical code of conduct, yeah.
I don't
that's hidden. That's mad. That is, man. Good looking at Zelini, man. Good look. I don't even know. No way.
Hey, that's a good one.
And also bear in mind, Disney have a history of doing this shit, bro.
Yeah, they do.
That is true. That is true.
You can't tell me this wasn't intentional.
Guess what?
Yeah. Oh shit. It goes so fucking fast, bro. Yeah.
I know. Nico.
Hey, that's a good one.
You can't tell me this wasn't intentional.
Guess what?
Hey, why are you laughing so much, bro?
Every time I see it, it made me laugh.
Why are you laughing, bro? Hey, Shadi, can you see it now?
Bro, fuck what these people say, man. Get some pussy, bro. Go get some pussy, bro. Yeah?
Well, H, I tell you what.
Get you some pussy,
if we was gonna do that, our first step would not be to send in decent images to unsolicited women.
Bro, listen, bro.
That would be our first.
Listen, bro. Gangster rap made me do it, G.
Yeah, no, it didn't. No, it didn't. Nowhere in gangster rap do they say send dick pics, bro. None. I grew up on gangster rap. I've never heard you say
talking about his form of gangster rap, Apache Indian and them.
UK Apache. Jay Sean and them, man.
Yeah, you know them way there. Yeah. Talking about how you down, you little weird.
What did I miss?
You missed the cousin, man. Missed the boat, man.
You missed the signal that the woman wanted you to send that picture. That's what you missed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, gangster rap made me do it. Gangster rap made me do it, man.
Bangura.
How old's your mum, man? How old's your mum?
Oh wow.
Man, being onto him about this.
I'm out.
Bruv, nah, listen, bruv, she don't go for crackheads, bruv. Let me tell you that. She's married, bruv. She's married. My mom's married, bruv, and she's happy. Yeah, Kama Sutra. Nah, she likes Kama Sutra, bruv. She likes Kama Sutra, bruv. Nah, she likes Kama Sutra, and you ain't giving it, bruv. You ain't giving that.
You said you like Kama Sutra. What's going on?
No, but we all like Kama Sutra, man. Everyone likes Kama Sutra, bro.
Well, in your
you
family,
and your mama like Kama. You and your mom like
yeah, except for you, because you ain't got no pussy, bro.
Like what, together?
But everyone likes Kama Sutra. Everyone, man. Everyone likes it, bro.
How old is your mom, though?
It sounded like Mama Sutra.
Yeah. My mom's happily married, bruv.
How old your mum, man? No one asks her marital status. How old is she, bro?
I told you, bruv. We don't believe in age, bruv. We say beyond birth. Beyond birth, bruv. Law of conservation. Law of conservation. Energy can't be created or destroyed. It only changes from one form to another form. My mum in some form or another has always existed. She ain't got no age. She ain't got no birthday. She was always here, bruv.
So you don't have any age of consent then?
Age of consent, well, when a person's able to make his fucking mind up and he's mature and you know he's physically got the capabilities and they're spiritually
what? Yeah, what about the women? When is the women ready to consummate
to receive dick pics?
One second. When a girl's physically, biologically able to, when she's spiritually, when she's mature, when she's able to make that decision, when she's Yeah, but what they're not now. That age could be 15. But what she's not gonna do is what she's not gonna do. But what she's not gonna do is fuck a 90-year-old man. What she's not gonna do is fuck a 90-year-old man like Muhammad did when he was 70. He fucked a 6-year-old. That's not gonna happen, bruv. Yeah, if she's 15, then the guy's gonna be 15 as well.
No, that's mad. What are you doing, H, man?
You just.
But listen, bruv. No offense to no one, innit? Big up Islam. Big up Islam.
Come on, stop it.
We don't do that shit, bruv. We're not known for doing that. We're not known for doing that, G.
Yeah, you are.
No, we're not, bruv. No, we're not.
Uncle did Kama Sutra as well.
Bruv, you wish you could. Bruv, let me tell you what I do, yeah? Listen, bruv, I shank, man, innit? I chop off heads. I chop off heads, bruv. I chop off heads, bruv. I chop off heads, bruv.
But you don't, H.
What's Dudu got?
Yeah, we chop.
No, H,
yeah, we chop off heads, bruv.
No, H, come on. We don't have to be on the internet and pretend that we're some, like, you don't chop off heads, but you would be in jail if you chopped off heads. Like, come on.
Nah, because we got.
You don't have to be like that around us, H. We good. We're law-abiding citizens. We don't chop off heads, bro. So you don't have to tell us that that's what you do, brother, to impress us. That don't impress us, bro. You'll be in jail if you chopped off heads. Let's be honest. Like,
but what I do is defend myself. No, I defend myself, bruv. I defend myself, innit? I defend myself, bruv. And that's legit.
Why do you have to lie about the child marriages in India? Because the Brahmin used to do ceremonies when the girls were 8 years old. Why do you need to lie?
Yeah, but the guys they used to get engaged. They used to get engaged with a guy who's the same age, bruv.
He's mocking it.
No. Not according.
Yes.
The Goshyards and the Kashyards, it was 11 and 12, and it could be older. We've got the proof. We're dealing with university knowledge. We predate you, so we know that when you're mocking
my guru, yeah, my guru, he was fucking.
Meanwhile, this is what your uncle's doing, bruv. Yeah.
Are you looking for a girlfriend, boss? Huh? How old?
So.
Huh? When a girlfriend that's 16.
Is Muslim, bruv? Is he Muslim? Is he Muslim, bro?
I just hear that, right?
He's Sikh.
No, but let's prove it. Nah, he's a Muslim, bro. That's a Muslim, bro. That's a Somalian, bro. That's a Somalian, bro. What are you talking about? Where's his beard, bro? Where's his beard? Where's his strap? Where's his strap, fam? Yeah, where's his beard? Where's his turban? His tall turban with fucking.
Wait, there's more. Wait, relax. There's more. Wait, there's more. Relax. 1 second.
But bruv, shut up, you R. Kelly listening motherfucker.
Hey, Kel, go on.
Yeah, you listen to R. Kelly, bruv, 6 in the morning. You listen to R. Kelly 6 in the morning, bruv.
You said hip hop made you do it. Yeah.
Yeah, bruv. You listen to R. Kelly 6 in the morning, bruv. Yeah, age 6 and thing. Age 6 and thing, yeah?
That's okay, that's fine. But how old is your mum, though?
Bruv, we don't have it, bruv. I told you. I'm not repeating myself, bruv.
She's 45, 49.
I'm not repeating myself. I told you once, bruv. You're lucky you even got a response, fam.
52.
Yeah, because man's sovereign out here. Man's sovereign. Man don't answer to no one. Man don't answer to no one. You're lucky you even got a reply, bruv. You're even lucky you got a reply, bruv. Yeah? I ain't repeating myself. Yeah, man chops off heads out here.
Do you say that around women age? Like when you get around women, do you say you chop off
definitely,
heads?
Miss Sarah. I don't know why.
Bruv, the women I chill with chop off heads too.
Big up.
The women I chill with chop off heads too.
Oh, you don't chill with women, bruv. You just send them weird pictures and then they get restraining orders. You don't chill with women. If you chill with women, you wouldn't do stuff like that, bruv. You'd have an
Right.
understanding of what not to do, bro. Yeah.
Listen, bro. That was 5 years ago. That was 5 years ago, bro. And
So
gangster
5
rap
years
made
ago,
me
you didn't
do
know.
it.
So 5 years ago, you didn't know how to deal with women. In the last 5 years, you've learned how to deal with women. Is that what you're saying?
Well, bruv, ever since I stopped
Is that what you're saying?
ever since I stopped listening to gangster rap and came to Sikhi, yes.
Yeah.
I learned a lot, bruv. I
So
learned
you
a
know
lot
how
in
to,
that
so
place.
you know how to deal with women now.
Yes, I do, bruv. But not
Oh, yeah?
bitches, bruv. Not
Have you got
bitches,
a
bruv.
woman? Have you got a woman?
H,
though?
nobody said bitches.
Yeah?
Why you gotta say bitches? I said
Have you
women.
got a woman?
You know
Have you got a woman?
Yeah, because your mom's a bitch, bruv. Your mom's a bitch. That's why your
Wow.
dad left her. That's why your dad left her, bruv. That's
a
why
bit
your
much.
dad left her and left a broken family, bruv.
Don't have it, Born Rich. Is he mad?
Yeah, and
I'm not, man,
that's
come
why
on,
black.
man. You know,
That's
I ain't
that.
got no
You got.
respect, man. I told you my new thing on YouTube. I don't even talk to people who don't got kids and don't ever bring women around. Talk about women. They weirdos, bro. I don't entertain people like H. H comes
Nah,
and
I got
jumps on
that.
the channel. I'm the most militant. I'm the most man. Shut the fuck up. No, you ain't. I don't want to hear that shit, man.
Yeah,
I'm really,
you're the most militant.
conversations like with people that I would be around in real life. You know what I'm saying? It's not,
Yeah, exactly.
it's like people I wouldn't be around. I would never be around H in real life. We'll smack the
Yeah,
shit out
because
of
you're a pussy, bruv. Because you're a
Smack the
pussy.
shit out of H, man.
You're a pussy, bruv. I don't chill with
Oh,
pussies, innit?
all he
I don't
does
chill with
is method
pussies,
act,
bruv.
man. He's method acting.
Method
Method
acting, blood.
No, I'm
Method act.
strapped, fam.
Yeah.
My
Exactly
camera
what he's
don't work,
doing,
bruv.
He said hip hop made him do it. Well, no, I can't.
Yeah, my camera
Oh,
don't. My camera don't work, bruv. But I'm strapped, fam.
He cut his
I'm
camera on.
strapped
There's
as
never
we
women
speak, bruv.
around him. Have y'all noticed? There's never women around him when he turns his camera on. Never. I never hear women in the
Bruv.
background. I never. It's nothing. He's just a lonely, weird guy, man. That's
What
it.
are you telling me? What are you suggesting? I'm not an expert in Kama Sutra. Because I'm an expert in Kama Sutra, bro. I'm an expert. I'm an expert in Kama Sutra.
You want another man to confirm you're an expert in Kama Sutra.
No, I'm telling you, you
Well,
can't say
yeah,
I'm not,
you
bro.
said yeah.
You can't say I'm not, bro. You can't say I'm not. I'm telling you, I'm an expert, bro. Yeah, I'm
No, we
an
don't want to know
expert in
anything
Kama
about
Sutra.
anything, bro. What you talking about?
Yeah, I fuck bare black chicks, bruv. I fuck bare black chicks. I fuck bare dark skinned chicks, bruv.
But you don't. You lying, H. There you go. You meant
No, I'm
that
not.
again.
I'm not, bruv.
You lying.
I'm not, bruv.
You are method
Yeah?
acting.
You work in Superdrug, innit? You work in Boots or
I
something.
fuck bare black
Trying to
chicks,
get that
bruv.
Academy
We saw you
Award.
with your work badge on before, H. Like you don't chop off heads. You're not militant. Like we saw you with your work badge before, brother. Like stop it. Stop it. Nigga. Be yourself, H.
stereotyping.
Yeah, be yourself
The level
online,
of
man.
the level of stereotyping on the street.
Expert stereotypers around here, boy.
You gotta redirect that energy, man.
Okay, so H was talking shit about gangster rap, yeah. All right, cool. Well, gangster rap made him do it. Maybe it weren't gangster rap that made him do it. Maybe it was maybe it was this.
Oh shit.
The birth of Punjabi reggae in the UK 1988. Okay, interesting. Pray tell. Let's see.
Your granddad is in this one.
In multiracial Birmingham, I discovered something much more.
Oh, you know what, bro? You know what might save you, bro?
Bruv, you know there's a Punjab in Pakistan.
Shut up, man!
as
Shut
well.
the hell up, bro. You know what might save you, bro? There's a little bit of music in it, fam. Yeah, so I might. I sniped. Let me pause this. I'll check this quickly, man. I don't wanna.
You know there's a Punjab in Pakistan as well.
Oh, shush, man.
Yeah, in Pakistan there's a Punjab. In Pakistan there's a Punjab.
Shut up, man. Just shut up, bro. Stand quietly.
I said the level of thing is mad.
Stand quietly. So it ain't only gangster rap they want to bloody steal. Now it's flipping reggae. Fuck's sake.
Oh my goodness.
Bro, we invented it, bro. We invented it, bro.
It's in the side chat. I beg you to set that for me, please, bro. Please, bro.
You invented what? What did you invent? You invented what?
Yeah, the Rasta tradition, fam. That come from us.
What?
If you wanna believe that, H, then yeah. Do you know what? Yeah, whatever, man. Cool. You're right. What now?
Nothing, bruv.
Exactly. So shut the hell up, bro.
Have you got to take all of your little knives and that off when you go to work in Supergirl?
Such a little knives.
Bruv, I got my knuckle duster, bruv. It's cool. I don't need
But can
nothing
you take that
else.
to work? Can you take that to work though?
Have you
Of course, bruv. I always do. I always do, bruv. That's all I need. That's all I need, bruv.
Yeah, we saying what? Yeah, man can play that, man.
Yeah, I say that. Let's check it, broski, man. Let's check it.
Exactly.
This is what H is
Alongside a huge Asian population, there was also a sizable Afro-Caribbean community. And this tea was the British home of reggae. One young Punjabi who took on these influences to make something unique was a producer called Bali Sagoo.
Lion say that ain't your relative, H. Lion say that's not your relative. Go on. Go on.
Bruv, let me tell you then, if he's strapped, yeah. If he's strapped, then if he's
would know it. I knew Gade would know him. That's it.
That's what I thought, bruv. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Hey, I got a question. Does Bali Sagoo mean saggy balls in Punjabi?
Bruv, if he's not militant, he's not one of me. If he's not militant, he's not one of me. If he's not militant, bruv. If he's not militant from head to toe,
All right, man. You're the most gangsterist thing since whatever. Yeah, we know.
Bali Sagoo. You got Bali Sagoo, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we got Bali Sagoo. I know it's sweet saying
Liberty. Star Crazy came out in 1991. This particular track was a Punjabi reggae song. It was an experiment. Kids went crazy, and everybody. But we need some stuff.
What's it? Go on, Stop
this, man. This is level of this. They're mocking it. They're mocking the thing. Hey,
he's right. He's right, man.
Yeah, I just had to show man the levels. If man's out there talking shit about this music and that music, are you mad, fam? Yeah, I told you, you lot just cat, bro. You lot just bunch of cats. Yeah, you just steal and try to take on everything that's not yours, bro. Yeah, and then put your own little dead spin on it.
But we invented reggae, bro. We invented reggae, bro.
Hey, Sarah, don't do that. Cause like I said, I'm on my Instagram file, so it can get messy real quick. Still, just slow.
Nah, why she keep
reggae originates from India.
You get me? Yeah, Janessa. Go on, H. You saying that?
I'm saying that reggae originates from India. But anyways, even if it doesn't, look. Listen, bro. If the man ain't militant,
H. You're not just gonna say that and gloss over that. We're gonna need explanations. Like we're gonna need in-depth explanations on what you just said, bro.
On the root of it.
But let me just say this: if the man ain't militant, he's not one of me.
Jamaica, man. What can I say?
If the man ain't militant, if the man ain't strapped with a shotty, he ain't one of me.
Well, so much shit, man.
Like, he's just talking absolute crap, fam. Absolute shit. Yeah, first class shit, man.
If you show me where he's carrying a shotty, then yeah, he's my brother. But if he ain't carrying a shotty, he's not my brother.
Anyway, back to the video.
When this track, when Longer Watcher dropped, I remember buying it on cassette and hearing it in a car and literally just my head exploded.
Wow.
Ali Sagoo had grown up with black school friends and was steeped in black music, from soul to reggae.
Wow, the levels, man.
I said, what? His head exploded.
Nah.
Is that what you're doing, H?
Come on, man. They're not my people. They're not my people, bruv.
Your people.
They're not my people.
Sorry, cuz.
Nah, my people carry shotties, bruv.
Yeah, that's not what this is.
My people carry assault rifles and shotties, bruv.
Is that a euphemism?
I just did what I enjoyed. The whole black influence is coming through.
As a teenager,
you hear what man just said? The whole black influence pause is coming through. bro. Yeah, basically letting you know, bro. Yeah, that you just take everything and you just steal other people's fucking cultures, bro.
No, we gave you your shit. We gave you
particularly in that instance there, bro. He said it himself. That wasn't a black person trying to put it on him. He said it himself.
But forget,
So when you want to sit there, shush, man. When you want to sit there trying to diss people and start trying to talk out the side of your little weird ass mouth, bro, just remember, bro. Yeah, remember once upon a time what you was dying to be, bro. Yeah, remember once upon a time. Yeah, the whole style you tried to imitate, the clothes you used to wear, the music your people used to listen to, bro. Yeah, that was not yours. Remember that before you want to start talking out the side of your
Right now, I'm wearing a summer blue shirt. Yeah, blue shirt, summer light blue shirt. Fucking
jeans,
summer jeans. Yeah, summer jeans, bruv. I got a fucking turban. Yeah, fucking as tall as the sky. Yeah, I got a fucking metal plate on it so I can headbutt, man. I got spikes on it. I got a fucking blade on it. And I got
You're
a
gonna end up in a
duster.
mental hospital, man. I'm telling you.
I got a 12-inch razor blade shank, bro. I'm ready to take over the world, bruv. Why would I want to shave off my beard? Why would I want to shave off my beard and look like you?
You're gonna end up in a
You
mental
know what's deep
hospital,
in
man.
that? You know what's deep? We're family men. We've got businesses, etc. and that. And every time he comes around, he's always talking about guns and that, as if we're just about that. They're a weird guy, man.
Weird, man.
Weird.
Yeah.
He's probably doing the bogle. He's probably doing the bogle while he's talking as well.
Let me tell you, I'm just about that, bro. I'm just about that.
We haven't extracted all the blackness yet.
Cool, cat.
Nice. Allow it, man.
H,
do
man.
better, man.
H, if you're really doing any of that stuff, you're going to end up in a hospital. Trust me.
Yep.
You ain't coming out. You ain't coming out, man. I'm just saying. If you're doing any of that, like, bye-bye, innit?
Yeah, bruv, you don't realize, bruv, yeah, Sanatan Vidya, the science of the eternal science of weapons, bruv. It originates 65,000 years ago from Adi Deva Shivji, and it traveled down. It was passed on to the Kabbalikas.
You man went around 65,000 years ago.
It was passed on to Guru Nanak. Then Guru Nanak passed it on to the Baba Buddhaji. Baba Buddhaji passed it on to Guru Hargobind. Now we have it, the eternal science of weapons. Yeah, which is
Did you say Guru Jeremy Corbyn?
One versus one combat. One versus one combat. One versus many. One versus many combat. Yeah, battle.
Shut up, man.
Man, that here passing on STDs and that.
You know what I mean? So what we have, you lot watch this. Tell what you lot think of this.
Come on, man. So on the blocker. Yeah, man. Gang shit.
Think you're a bad man, yeah. Go and block pies on your ones. Meet man right lines from. See if Desi can save you.
Come on, man. Come on, man. So on the blocker. Yeah, man. Gang shit.
Think you're a bad man, yeah. Go and block pies on your ones. Meet man right lines from. See if Desi can save you.
Yeah, that's excellent. That's excellent, man.
Get me award for brother of the year right there, man. You get me?
Yeah, that's excellent.
Get me? When I saw that, man, I just thought it's something so simple, but trust me, that's a brother that cares right there, family. Yeah. Don't want to see his little brother going down the wrong path. But yeah, find something else for hates and starts chatting shit.
They should do them awards all the time for the young ones, man, to let them know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You don't know who what's his name? Bobby Womack is.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And you obviously you not know Sam Cooke, you get me?
Yep. Yeah, the whole story. Yeah.
Bro, hey, I mean, I'm gonna play it, but I see it the other day, bro. That shit is mad.
Yeah.
That's mental. It is mental, bro. I couldn't believe it.
He died, and then the brother.
Bruv, it was the whole thing, bro. You get me in like 2 minutes. It is mental.
Y'all know Bobby Womack. If not, this guy. Bobby was friends with Sam Cooke. Sam Cooke in a hotel room doing God knows what. Bobby showed up to Sam's room wearing one of his suits in his car with his wife. 3 months later, Bobby will marry his wife. They eventually had a child together. Sam Cooke brothers caught Bobby in a hotel in Chicago and beat him half to death, pistol whipped him, broke his jaw. 6 years later.
Wait, sorry, let me. Is it jumping for you though?
Bobby and his wife got
Yeah, one second. Let me just sort this out real quick. Why does this?
I thought it was just me.
StreamYard, man, it's still madness.
Yeah.
If not, this guy. Bobby was friends with Sam Cooke. Sam Cooke got killed in a hotel room doing God knows what. Bobby showed up to Sam Cooke's funeral wearing one of his suits in his car with his wife. 3 months later, Bobby Womack married his wife. They eventually had a child together. Sam Cooke brothers caught Bobby in a hotel in Chicago and beat him half to death, pistol whipped him, broke his jaw. 6 years later, Bobby and his wife got a divorce. Do you know why? The wife came home and cut on the lights, and Bobby was having sex with his stepdaughter at 17, the same little girl he decided to raise when she was 11. Don't make guns big enough for what I would have did.
His wife. That's mad.
Bro, that is. But when I heard that, bro, there's very few things here where I'm like you get me, that kind of stopped me in my track, bro. I had to watch that like twice, bro. Like three, just to make sure I heard correctly, bro. Like, is this the lengths that our brother really went to? Yeah, went to your funeral in your suit, driving your car. Yeah, after getting with your wife, then married her. After marrying your wife, bro, he then cheats with your wife with your fucking daughter.
Yeah,
it's ultimate revenge in that.
Brother, you like the brother said, they don't make guns big enough for what man would have done, bro. You get me? That's dope. They don't. Yeah, that is crazy, bro.
You know, for a time, yeah, I was like, is that teardrops? Yeah, you know, Womack. I thought it was him.
Yeah.
That's his brother, Cecil, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah.
There's all different ones of them, man. The Womacs,
yeah,
there's all them.
Yeah, enough of them.
Dynasty in that. Just like Babyface in them.
There's another what's her name? What's their names now? Hold on. There's a next family as well that's massive. Ophelia. Oh, the Ruffins.
Yeah.
The Ruffins, man.
All of them, man, and
David
even the
Ruffin,
barges.
I know
the
that.
barges. The barges.
I know about the barges.
Come on, man. Just bear them. They were all Atlantic Star and all of these type of groups before. And then one of them, like LaFace or Babyface, is the one behind Puffy and that. So it's mad.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, LaFace Records. If you know, you know. Yeah, Babyface. He was part of them old 80s disco groups. It's crazy. Weirdos. That's your master? That's your teacher, Puffy? What? Stay out there. If you think you're Puffy now, until tonight. No.
Puff Daddy. I was watching replay of when Lil Kim, Jay-Z, and Busta Rhymes come to Carnival, innit? 96.
Right.
Yeah. That was crazy, man.
Busta's from here, innit?
Nah.
Yeah, he's from here.
No
from
way.
up north, mate. Yeah, man.
Yeah, he moved when he was like 1 or 2 or some shit. So
You joking, Ross? I normally pride myself on knowing that type of shit. You serious?
Bro, do you know how much people are from the UK, bro?
Yeah, loads of them, man.
There's a lot more than Slick Rick and
enough of them, man.
I know Slick Rick and I know MF Doom and all these, but Yeah, that's
Mona Love. Yeah, man,
Only Love,
yeah.
Only Love, and who else?
That black actor, I can't remember his name though, man. He's in
Delroy Lindo.
Is that his name?
Yeah.
He's in. Have you ever seen that film Crooklyn?
Yeah, man. Yeah. That's Delroy Lindo, man.
The dad. Yeah, man. He said, yeah. One time I see him on one show, he's like, I was born in a Lewisham hospital.
Lewisham.
Yeah, big up Delroy. Lewisham.
He played what did he play in Malcolm X? He played the Trini or something like that. I forgot the guy. He was from the Caribbean, innit? He was the guy that Malcolm X learned how to hustle off of him.
You don't remember that show, Scared Straight?
Yeah.
It's
one of the best things out there, man.
It was, isn't it? It was.
What's gonna happen if you hit her again?
He said you gotta call him and he'll break me in half.
What you got to say?
Okay.
Okay, what? That's it?
Look and answer them.
Tell me if you hit her again.
Hey, buddy, it's the way I grabbed his neck and said, look up before you get your ass. Because he wasn't playing no game.
He said you gotta call him and he'll break me in half.
What you got to say?
Okay.
Okay, what? That's it?
Look and answer them before you get your ass whooped.
Tell her what's gonna happen if you hit her again.
Oh shit!
That's the best.
Big up Shani. Says the Womack shit gets even messier. The daughter of Sam Cooke, who was the abused stepdaughter, she married.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, that's right. That is right. That is correct.
What is Hollywood, man? Hollywood, bro. The hell?
Yeah, it's filth. If you think you're lonely,
Yeah, that's Linda. That's the Womack and Womack. That's the girl from Womack and Womack.
throw yourself in the bin.
That's crazy, man. So my man is implicated. My man is implicated in Teardrops thing. That's disgusting, man. That's a tune as well, man. Sure.
Where's Hefty accent, man? I ain't seen her for a while. Lily.
Innit?
She's in Turkey, man.
She's left up. I remember.
Yes, I've arrived. Everybody shut up.
Big up, gents.
Welcome.
Big up, man. Big up.
Shut up, Kel.
The hell away from you. Don't do the feelings.
Don't do that fake, man.
Go on.
Let me stay away from me, like your mama told you, bro.
Yeah, I'll keep away from you, and you keep away from me as well.
Oh no.
Yeah, fuck a fake hail up, man. Pretend to hail up out of obligation or something. I don't know. It's a big man. What I know, man? Don't make me sound. Don't get me. Don't make me pissing the manish water.
We just come right there trying to F it up, huh?
We say respect on the show.
We say G?
Respect on the show.
Now, when I said shut up, I was only joking, but like.
Now, so we show respect. No.
I'm saying, because it was disrespectful for me to say shut up, Kel. But you know, I was only joking when I said that. But the truth still remains, though. Like, yeah, fuck a fake up and that. You get me? Keep the energy that you got in your chest. Stay loyal. Stay. Keep integrity to whatever movement you're on. You get me? Don't feel pressured to say wagwan to me just because I'm here.
Awkward.
Real shit, man. We
It's a man show, so you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We good, man.
Yeah, real shit can never be awkward, man. It is what it is, man. Big up the real ones as well, man. You hear me in the chat? I see all of you, lot, man. Big up yourselves. Yeah, man. Just because I'm not around, don't mean I'm not around, man. The fuck, man. I'm working. You know what I mean? H is on a mad thing as well, man. I've been listening.
Yeah, you can stay there on a mad thing because I ain't got time for it.
Poor brother, man. And the mental health is just ravishing his mind, man. He's crazy. I heard him say, I'll chop off heads, blood. I'll chop off heads. This is crazy, man. This is a mad thing. It's borderline. He's saying mad things on the man them's network. Like I
know it's crazy.
Yeah.
Consider it because he's saying weird things.
It's mad, man.
Yeah, man.
He was kind of half calm.
I heard the Muhammad thing he said as well, which is like, alright,
you reach him, man.
I know he's just on a mad one because he's using every word he can. Because when I tuned in, no word of a lie, the first thing I heard him was say, 9-year-old, rape 9-year-old. I'm like, rah, it's a bit graphic, man. I don't know, man.
Yeah. You have to try and regulate him sometimes. He's just too mad.
Question everyone wants to know is who got him started?
He got himself started, you know, man. There. Wind himself up, wake up, like, yeah, I'm strapped. I stay strapped, cuz. Like, yeah, stay on code, man. Stay on topic. Yeah, and he just goes over to the left and that. But anyway, where is he? He's here.
I didn't even realize IC3 was still here the whole time.
Yeah, I don't know.
What?
He probably had a
Oh my
God. Yeah, don't do it like that.
I was waiting for
that. A chance.
What in the elder units?
No.
What in the
This is crazy.
All right, let's roll.
No, wait. First of
I don't know if we should.
Wait. First and foremost, if she's 23 years old, she would be the oldest woman on the planet. Like, no.
Sorry, whoa. Hold on, wait. She who? Who's she?
Nah.
Yes.
The organ on the screen. And what passport do you get from Middle Earth? I don't even know. Mordor and them thing.
That's a prehistoric pom-pom. Now,
but first and foremost, let me just say something, yeah? 120 is the cap of human life that we know of, right?
Yeah.
No one's documented to be living older than that. So 123, I'm calling.
Yeah, it's kept up. I kind of believe that as well. You get me? I'm pretty sure there'll be some sort of record if that was.
Yeah. She was 123 because I'm looking out for someone that's older than 120. Why? Because the Bible says that man's life will be capped at 120. So if someone's 123, then you can throw away the Bible, isn't it?
No,
it's hard to verify that shit, man.
No,
it's hard to verify.
Yeah, even especially though people born back then, like birth certificates and them things weren't like, get me.
Yeah, but man's living 900 years then.
Say that again?
All of that. After that decree was made, man still lived 900 years and 700 years and Adam first, and then even Methuselah and all of these guys.
Yeah, but that decree was made after Adam and all that, though, bro.
Oh, is it?
Capping up. Yeah, it was.
But in the garden, no, it wasn't made. Was it made in the garden?
I don't think it was made in the garden.
Yeah, when a woman will have to suffer in
birth pangs,
childbirth, and then your lifespan will be 120 or something like that.
Did it say something? Maybe it was like generations or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Who was the last long liver?
The sadhus in India.
One of them. But
Sadhus in
they
India
live quite long. They live
millions,
quite long, but it makes
millions
sense.
of years.
No, H.
Well, Indians, you live millions of years.
Millions of years. The sadhus, the mystics, the yogis, they live to thousands of years, millions of years.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm saying no.
Just leave it alone.
You know, like, yeah, man. Yeah, I'm gonna say no. Still,
no invested. Sorry.
But yeah, bare hate speech, man. Shit.
I think that was you, bro. I think that was you, man.
I think the Indians just look very old when they get old. Like, do you know what I mean?
No, we don't age, bro. We don't age.
No, that's another thing.
That is a lie. You definitely look like orcs, especially the women.
Untrue.
Yeah,
you
know the first women. You had the first women with comb over.
Hey, listen. Hey, you know when you screw up the piece of paper, then you realize you need it, so you unscrew it.
Let's say crumpled.
Yeah, I'm crumpled. Don't do that, man.
Real leather, man. Real leather.
We know what happens, man. It gets deep. It's serious. But I will say that all these ethnic people, once they get to a certain level of age, you can't tell how old they are. They just look old. Like it's a different type of thing. All the lines on their face, you still got no clue how old they are. They just look ancient. Whereas old white people.
Yeah, I know. Oh, no, she's clearly in her late 50s. No, she's 70s there. She's 93 and some change.
I have you know I'm 35, you can.
Sorry, Maureen.
Sorry, Maureen.
Yeah, we went to the same primary school. You can.
We went to the same primary school. Man, I didn't recognize you under all them veins, man.
Oh, sugar. Last time I saw you, one side of your face weren't collapsed, love.
Now, Kel's laughing a bit too hard, man. He's laughing.
No, but man, them can reincarnate at will. They can reincarnate at will. So if they're a virgin in this life, the next life they can not be.
Listen, we already seen what your Dalai Lama's doing, so I beg you fall back.
But let's not go with what Muhammad been doing. So let's fall back, G.
1-0.
or your Joseph and Mary. Yeah, let's not go there, cuz. Black Jesus hunting, yeah?
Joseph weren't involved, apparently. So.
Yeah, Black Jesus hunting.
All I'm saying is she was a hermaphrodite. Let's leave it there.
Transformer, yeah?
Yeah, but your Dr. Dre, he married a hermaphrodite. Sorry, hey, don't have to do
Did you go down on him? Did you go down on him? Did you go down on him? Yeah? Did you go about hermaphrodite? About hermaphrodite? Did you go down on man?
Are you
alright? Aphrodite. What? Aphrodite.
What in there?
Yeah, like my man didn't have.
And what about your goddess of tennis? So you made me fuck up the accent. And what about your goddess of tennis, Serena Williams? Does she not have a cock or two? You
man are chatting shit, bruv. Yeah, like Maku, you don't even Maku. No, not you, Maku. You don't know if he was or not. You don't know if he was or not. Yeah, but we know that Muhammad was fucking like bailed. We know Joseph was bailed.
I don't know what one.
Don't know what that was.
But what about
allow the hate speech, fam?
Brother, but what about our beloved Gandhi?
Oh shit!
Yeah, he was. Yeah, but he was. Yeah, Gandhi was dressed like Umrah. Gandhi was dressed like he was going to Umrah.
Racist out of him.
Mumra. Gandhi look like Mumra.
Umrah. You know Umrah when you do Hajj. When you do Hajj, you dress. No, Hajj. When you go do Hajj, innit? When you do Hajj.
But no, my brother, you're wrong. But Gandhi, he had like many young boys. He would sleep with young children to test himself, to prove that even though he was horny, he wouldn't beat.
Yeah. On his way to Hajj. Didn't you see how he's dressed? The way he's dressed. Man was going Hajj. Man was going Hajj, fam.
Your Asian religion, my brother.
No. Man ain't strapped, fam. My man didn't carry a shotty, fam. My man didn't carry a shotty, fam.
Nazi. Right.
My man didn't carry a shotty, fam.
And brother, we can't forget what they did
just
to Black
carried a
Man the
nappy.
Traveller. Do you remember how they treated Black Man the Traveller like it was Sodom and Gomorrah? Bring down your angels so that we may lay with them. And they were squeezing his bum outside of, do you know what I mean?
Well, outside of Pakistan, yeah? Outside of Pakistan, yeah?
Where's the Spider-Man meme, man? Get the Spider-Man meme up.
Well, outside of Afghanistan. If you go to Pakistan, that's what's going to happen, innit? Come to India instead.
But what about in India where they all gang raped the woman on the bus?
Bruv, that's bullshit, bruv. That's bullshit, bruv.
Nobody's perfect.
That's bullshit, bruv.
Brother, but you must understand that we have a high rate of sexual perversion in India, brother. So we can't throw stones.
No, not per person. We don't. Not per person. Not per person.
Cases of gang rape. Multiple cases.
Yeah, multiple. How much is multiple? 3, 4 in a population of 2 billion. There's 2 billion population.
Brother, we must lessen our egos and before we criticize other nations.
Now you're getting onto ego. I'm telling you facts. I'm telling you facts. When you go percentage-wise, when you do percentage per person.
Yeah, but there's 1 trillion people in Asia, brother. Like it's not fair to say that. There's 1 trillion people in Asia.
And you guys love.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. There's like 10 million people in Africa. There's like 10 billion people in India.
Brother, there's a great
people in Africa.
All right, bro.
Yeah, come on, man.
Is your hand burning you from beating your gal today or something? 10 million.
No, I'm telling you.
You all right? There's 10 million.
No, I'm telling you. I'm telling you that per person.
Are you saying
per person? No, brother, it's a figure of speech. It's a figure of speech, fam. It's a figure of speech. I'm saying that per person, India has one of the lowest in the world, bruv. Per person, yeah, per person, bruv. India has the lowest.
Brother, I think you'll find the stats say the opposite, brother.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it.
No, they don't though. They don't, bruv. They don't, bruv. They don't. They don't. They don't. No, they don't. We're gonna have to agree to disagree. We're gonna have to agree to disagree.
When the stats say that there's a lot of raper man in India, brother. Not raper man dead there, brother.
But anyway, bare hate speech. Allow me, fam. Allow me, innit?
I'm saying enough of them dead there.
Allow me, fam. Allow me, fam.
Because I was that 8. He's not saying nothing bad and he's not saying nothing wrong. So obviously saying anything like 8. You said 8 speech. Or is that 8 speech, bro?
I'm just saying, allow me, fam.
Oh, why is he low? He's just telling you something. Big man, listen, this is why I hate you. I know everyone loves the country, including me, but I'm the first guy to say if something's going wrong in my country and own up.
Exactly.
Own up
They're man in Jamaica. Tell them.
No, I'm saying, why are we hating on this? I'm saying, why we... Now, hate speech. I'm saying, why are we hating on this girl? I'm saying, why are we hating on...
I would have been like, yeah, I relax. But it's just the way he said it.
Yeah,
he's right. But he's right though. No, that's what I said. I would agree, but it's the way he said it made me didn't want to.
Yo, Rick, they get behind the zinc now, bro. They're behind the zinc.
Yeah, the zinc. That's that.
Now, all I'm saying is, look, I bring the yin to the yang. I bring the yin to the yang. You man are about the malevolent shit. You man are hate speech on this girl. So I'm gonna come in and bring the yin to it.
Bro, man, stop it, man. People need to stop deem something as hate because someone say what they think, bro. Come on, man. Allow it, man.
Sorry, which woman are we? Sorry, what girl? What girl are you talking about?
This girl, bruv. This girl. You man, I hate speech on her. Like, oh yeah, she looks butters and she's like this and virgin, blah blah blah.
Sorry. She's not Indian.
Did you just call her Bonobo?
Hey, she's not Indian, you know. So I don't know why you think.
But it's not that deep. It's not that deep, man. It's not deep, man.
Might be. Who knows?
What the fuck? Well, I just read this, you know, bro. Oh, because I've only just read this, you know.
Hey, you don't want to get her on the couch, Rick?
Because I've only just read this, fam. This is mad. This is mad. She's trying to out herself. You don't need no man. Forget about it.
You'll die, yeah. Exactly.
You're trying to out yourself. This is crazy. Oh my God. Bro, you know the rest thing about it? I remember it said girl and I looked at him like, oh, but then I read it and I'm like, nah, this
what
is
you
crazy.
Gonna do with a man?
You know what? Yeah, this is why you have lived so long. You don't need no man. Forget about that. Forget about that.
Man, she's fuckery. She just wants to die on top of someone. She's taking
someone in the comments said that she's gonna die from her first case of BV.
Bro, she gonna. It's not even a joke, fam. She will. She will.
She's gonna bust that nut and just snap in half.
Hey guys.
Red dust is gonna come out.
That's crazy.
It's gonna be like a gravelly paste.
The dirt,
like peanut butter.
When you know what?
100 years.
You know what? Yeah.
100-year-old come.
You know
what? Brown sewage trickle.
You know what? Yeah.
Block squirting.
If that's the way she wants to go out, though, like, man can't say nothing.
Well, you're gonna sort her out, Rick. Yeah?
No, I was saying you.
No, man. Ain't no one trying to have sex with mum rather ever living, man. Allow that, man.
If that's the way she wants to go out, boy, well, good luck to her, boy. Any man.
Someone will do it. Someone will do it, man. Someone will do it.
Anyone that does that deserves to go to prison, because that's damn right murder, fam. That's murder, bro.
Man, that's sealed shut, man.
I don't know anyone who would do that. I don't know anyone. I don't know anyone who would move to that. I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy still.
Yeah, it's crazy for real.
123. Well, you know, you have a good life, sis. It's a good life. It's a good life. Don't hurt
yourself. We did.
I'm clapping her, bro. She's lived long, bro.
Come on, like a dolphin out here, bro.
It's a long life,
like a
bro.
seal.
Yeah,
we're moving like a seal out here.
123.
Don't do that. The ancient virus that's going to be released when she opens her leg. Long
Jurassic. As she said, why
she's to be amber in there or whatever.
As she said, why she never got married or anything like that.
For real, bro.
Where is she?
Huh?
She got extinct bacteria.
What did man say? Velocipum? What is it? What? Tyrannosaurus sex. No,
Pterodactyl crutch.
No. Pterodactyl. Man.
Nah, all right, let's see what she's saying. Let me hear it, man. Cool.
Untouched by intimacy and covered in wrinkles, Teresia has never seen the
that level of what she say?
I know. It sounded like she's from Jamaica. I don't know what happened, man.
No, do you know what? If you actually shush, you can actually hear the African accent, but you just don't want it.
Stop that, man. We're all African, brother.
What do you mean? I'm just saying, cuz shush, man.
Oh, what you saying?
Interrupting the videos, man. Shut up, man.
What are you saying? She's a maroon.
Nothingness of a man, and for 122 years, she lived on with the unfulfilled desire, a defiant hope, and a courageous spirit of waiting that one day a man will emerge and embrace her sword. This woman here is 123 years old, and yes, she had never spent a night with the company of a man.
cyakora kuri ubu ngubu mbega nanjye mwantera inkunga ako kagabo mukakambona nitwa Tereziya Nyakajumba rwose nari.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Nah, big up the Maroons, man.
That's a lot.
Salute, man.
Hey, you know what? Yeah. But I don't know why you trying to kick the Maroons down.
Was it Nanny? Why
are you even
Maroon
following
and
up
that?
this guy?
Yeah,
not everything needs a reply, man.
It's a trap.
Let them Africans die quietly,
man.
Why she wait so long? Why she wait so long?
No one's trying to have. She's probably pretty. She's probably pretty 100 years ago. Literally.
Fucking hell, bro.
What? You don't talk, right? She's probably piff 100.
Yeah.
Now she looks like Nosferatu and that. Movies and that.
So what's I say?
No, I'd beat her, bruv. Listen, bruv. I'd beat her, but she'd have to pay me, bruv.
Face like the demi.
Bro, man, listen, bro. She's trying to find someone to take her virginity, not scratch her, bro. Baby yourself, bro.
Me take away your virginity.
Not him, bro. Like my man that's talking. You ain't got nothing to go to work from, baby.
This is sounding like a cocky argument. I'm out, man. It's like man trying to tempt man into describing his cocky or something. What are you doing, Rick?
You need help, bro.
Yeah, she gotta pay me, fam.
I don't want to know, bro.
Repeat what you said then, Rick. Repeat what you said then, Rick.
I said she's looking for someone to take her virginity, not someone to scratch her, bro.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not gonna. Well, you want me to elaborate?
You did elaborate. You said more. So why are you holding back now?
That's exactly what I said before, bro.
What you taking back? You cancel it. Yeah, you're gonna cancel what you said before. That's exactly. Yeah, well then, why is man acting like he didn't get checked if he's gonna take the check? This I don't like. Nah, that's not how you play the game. If you know you was wrong, then apologize, isn't it?
Hey, it's a game,
you know. If it's my bad, I'll apologize. You get me? That's my bad. Yeah. I thought you were saying something, but. Hey, big up,
what's Rick? You still there, brother?
Yeah. I just went mute.
Talk no.
Jedi is on his bullshit today.
Nah, I'm not on no bullshit, man. I'm just
Jedi, say that. Yeah, you remember earlier on, yeah, the thing you done, the reaction you done today.
I didn't do it today. I did it yesterday or the day before.
I saw it today.
Yeah.
So the reaction you done today, yeah, man. I had to phone one of my men's close brethren and ask them how old it is, because really and truly, like, I don't know why he's going after my man like that for real. Don't make no sense, bro.
Which one who you talking about? Matt Josie?
Not Matt Josie, Matt Lippy, bro.
Lippy, I don't know what he's on, man.
That don't make no sense.
That was disrespectful.
I don't get it.
Yeah,
I phoned his brother, like, fam, I thought my man was a road man. That don't make no sense what he's trying to do.
Who, Lippy?
Nah, Lippy ain't no road man.
He's got pagans.
He's a comedian.
There's no way around that.
Yeah, that was good still.
Mike GLC, he definitely needs to release another project. You get me?
Yeah, 100%.
That's one of the coldest rappers.
That's because and stop all this fucking. It's just like bare passer. I know.
I see. My GLC just turned into an angry guy now, brother. He seems calm. He behave like he's calm, but I know he's thinking in his head, "I'm gonna squash you."
I'll be angry though. I'll be angry.
Yeah, but you see, when you come from a certain place, pause, bruv. It's like. Yeah, all right, cool. You might see me do a 1-2 thing on the internet, but if I see you in real life, it's not going to be that. We both know this. So does everyone else. It's loud, innit? I'm not trying to do the bad man thing. I'm not super gangster, bro. You get me? I'm more gangster than you, bro.
This is Michael Coombs, blood, who used to fight every week at college on a Friday. Every week. Like, the boy is relentless. He's relentless. Stubborn like a wah. Like, yeah. And that was when he weren't hench. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, he showed a great deal of restraint and patience because he knows, like, Robs, he's been through so much. No one can tell him nothing. That he ain't had
I'll punch all of them up. I'll punch all of them up, man.
Bro, man, because we're having a serious
compared to
conversation.
these privileged youths,
yeah, why
you know what I mean? Like Nippy
nice,
and that.
man.
Like, yeah, you ain't lived like Mike. I tell you that. You get it? He's been through so much.
Coming in with bare nice, I'm like, what's wrong with you? Are you all right?
I'll punch all of them up, man. I'll punch.
Shush.
Bro,
Bangura made you do it.
I let my little never slap you up, bro. Baby, so.
Show us a punch, though. Show us one punch.
Duke.
Can we see one punch? Can we get a left-right combo?
Bro, I'll kill a man if I punch him.
Show man. Let's see a jab cross.
Come on, man.
Let's see a jab cross.
I'm not just gonna go. Now my camera don't work. I don't know why it just don't work.
All right, then punch
Wait, hold
on.
No, wait, didn't it?
Punch something and let's hear it.
Bro, no, but I'm in my whip, bro. Let me get out my car. Let me get out my car and show you.
Let me get out of the car and show us, yeah?
Go back in.
Let him go, man. Let him go.
Oh my God.
Let him go. Don't fuck it up. Let's see what he's gonna do.
Guys on fuckers today,
Shut up, nigga. He's got out his car to punch something. What's he gonna punch? Hey, don't punch somebody. Hold on. Wait. He just set me up. Listen, I don't want it to hurt anybody.
Jedi asked me to do it.
Yeah.
It was Jedi's music.
15 victims later, you get me?
Nothing to do with anyone.
I just want to pick up them, man, like Jedi Sniper. Yeah. No, this is, you better say Sniper and Jedi. Where's he gone?
Oh, man, he just went to punch someone and then knocked him out instead, bro. He's down.
So what are we really saying about this woman that wants a man at 120 something? See, this shows you the level of selfishness inside of a woman, you know, like 120 something years, you looking man. To do what?
Yeah. The first thing that kind of sprung to my mind was all the gal that say that they're waiting for the perfect guy. I just thought, bruv, this video, they all need to see this, bro. Get me?
Because listen, do you understand when you've had 100 years to be selected and you haven't been selected? I talk about left on the shelf, bro. You became the shelf. You petrified, turned into wood, and became the shelf.
Hey, that is long past the sell-by date. The sell-by date is in 44 or 45.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah. She's been celibate so long, she deserves to grow a hood. I can see what's aside. She's earned the right, bro, to morph. To the man she wants to be.
You know the messed up bit about it when you think about it. Yeah? She's at menopause, yeah.
Time ago.
Menopause, men have stopped, bro. Men are eject. She's on right now, bro.
She's it that longer than she's been fertile. Fertile.
Fertile. They say we're fertile.
What the fuck was
that? I got a question. I got a question about the woman, yeah? At 123, should she look any better than that?
I mean, can we get her face back on screen? I mean,
yeah, one second.
We need to compare her to other 120 years. I reckon she's doing the best because the one in China looked like her face imploded.
I know the one.
I'm pretty sure. I was going to say something, but I was mad still.
I mean, for 120-something-year-old woman,
She looks like an 80-year-old man. I don't know.
I swear to God, my brother, bro, telepathy.
I don't know if
literally
that's
had to say that, cuz.
She looks like an 80-year-old man. So is that better than
Mechanic,
looking like a
mechanic.
110-year-old woman? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
8-year-old mechanic.
Mechanic.
Fix the carburetor. Fix that carburetor, man. You know this. The tobaccos. It's like 25 years
Mash
old.
you up
On the
at Domino's, boy.
You know when you sit in sixes, slapping down the dominoes on the table. You know?
Mastered it. How you master the science of dominoes? How you do that? Right, stop that.
These type of women, they open bottles with their hand, their teeth, the back of their ear, they bust the bottle open. Like, it's crazy. Using their fingernails to open the can and that. This
So
is
she was
someone's
born in
great grandma, man.
Wait, she was born in 1900.
Bro,
you know.
It's nuts.
She was born right after the Great Flood. This is crazy. The deluge.
Time ago.
I hope this is true though.
Yeah, I don't think she's 123 years old. I'm gonna put this woman at 100. I'll put this woman at around 100. That's what my instinct's saying.
Yeah.
But you know the messed up. You know the messed up thing, yeah.
Yeah, dating or age.
I know a girl that's 30. She's like 38 now, yeah. And she's still waiting for her husband from. She's never done it before.
She got another 115 years, bro.
Yeah, and why is she waiting till now? She's not even fertile anymore. What's going on?
She thought about it. She's like, you know what? I ain't got that long left. I might as well just do it. Fuck it.
So what's she gonna do now? Just dash it out?
Yeah. We're talking about the granny.
Dumb, man.
The granny had a 38-year-old girl.
I don't know.
The one that's 38, she's in the church. And she's in the church and she said God is going to send her someone. Girl, I'm waiting.
Yeah, God's got other plans for you, babe. Maybe.
Either way. Sniper? Snaps.
Yeah, man.
Today's been a good day anyway. Lewis Hamilton came second.
Pause. Fire.
I know, man.
What you came first?
No.
You're not having come
That's still not a good answer.
What in the soggy biscuit is good?
Man's all having practice laps and that. Nah, brother, you're even crazy.
Who said pole position? Pause,
Yeah, I mean, Jamaican and Formula One. I don't know when that came about, man.
You're
living really. So good.
What is Lewis Hamilton Jamaican?
Nice. No. I say it's from Trinity or something.
Or Beijing.
Nah, man. But remember my man, yeah, he's won. Technically, he's won eight championship, but they took one away from him. but if he wins
this is rich man conversation right now.
I don't know.
Rich man, you think we trying to have some F1 chat?
I know.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
What in the Michael Schumacher is going on?
Yeah, what in and Senna are we gonna chat about?
Senna, Senna was a driver still.
Hey, he's from where Uncle Dev's from, bro. You get me?
That's a few. No,
yeah, my man.
Don't you think Lewis Hamilton just looks like I think he's AI. He's like not a real human, bro.
A lot of mixed race people look like that.
He's got that glazed look. I don't know, bro. He looks like animatronics or something.
He looks like an AI.
There it is.
I'm gonna convert him to CP.
Yeah. You've returned. So what were you saying about this punch? Because you was gonna get out your car.
I punched a metal pole, bruv. Didn't you hear it? A lamppost. I punched it, bruv, and I dented it.
No, you didn't.
I can't, but you need
I
to stop
swear
lying to
down,
yourself.
bruv.
Listen, you know what you need
Now,
to do, yeah? Listen, H, I'm gonna give you some advice. If your car's got a key in the ignition, yeah, take it out. And if it's a keyless car, yeah, get out the car, lock the car up, and walk away from it. Don't drive it, fam. Because I don't know what you talking about. You punch a lamppost, bro, and dent it.
But yeah, I'm gonna convert Lewis Hamilton to Sikhi.
I think he lives in your ends, you know. Is he?
He doesn't.
Hey, Rick. I just noticed you're giving advice, yeah?
Mad.
Listen here, man. Allow it, man. Stay in your bubble.
He's always on to refuse.
Yeah, don't move. It's on you.
Bob, it's a different advice. You weren't just trying to tell me to tell. No, man.
Go
on. Big up, chefs.
Big up, chefs.
Big up, chef.
That will ban you then, innit?
Innit? Rude, man.
You're too nice to chat to people.
Nice, my phone. Big up, family.
Big up.
You don't know. Yeah. So I not too long ago woke up. What are we saying though?
Wow.
What do you mean? Wow.
Do you just wake up?
Did you at least get him a glass of water?
No, I went to work yesterday. I woke up about 12. And then I fell asleep again, so that's what happened. Yeah, man.
Big up.
Anyway, man's gonna go, man. Big up. It's always nice chatting to you, man.
It makes me laugh.
And you know what, man? We have our ups and downs, but I love you, man. Innit? I love you guys, honestly, man. And I wish you, man. I wish you, man, the best, fam. I wish you, man, well.
Love or no? Love or no?
And if ever you get into beef, yeah, you call me, man.
Sorry, how's your mum again? You didn't say.
That's bad, man.
If you get into beef,
yeah, answer the question, you know.
Yeah, answer the question, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna give up my life for you. I'm gonna give up my life for you, fam.
Yeah. You said your mom's beyond creation. What does that mean?
Yeah, man. Deep is law of conservation, innit? Energy can't be created or destroyed. It only changes from one form to another form. Anyway, big up, man.
I'm sure she can be destroyed, bro. I'm sure she can be destroyed.
But yeah, man, call me if anytime you get into beef, man. Honestly, man, and I'll die for you, bruv.
Pause.
Say.
You're involved.
That was a lot.
Mr. IC3 put a message in the back for you, Rick.
I don't read messages. I don't read nothing.
You don't read?
In the private chat, man.
No, I don't. I can't read.
In the private chat.
I'm dyslexic from.
Wow, that's crazy.
I'm intellectually impaired from. IC3, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I was listening to you today, bro. You're boring, bro.
Okay. Well, I'm the boring side. You guys keep the entertainment.
Big up, Kel.
Hey, Rick, you know IC3 will bad you up, you know. IC3 will bad you up, Rick.
It would probably win.
IC3 is like a library of information.
It probably wins from, to be honest.
Yeah. We got IC3, man.
Yeah. It's good though. We have a nice. We do some serious talk and some fun talk. It's a good balance, you know. That's how society should.
That message in the back. Do you want to read what you wrote in the private chat?
Oh yeah. So this is a statement. For Africans to accept fair trade is to relinquish their sovereignty. Only sovereign entities can indulge in free trade. So that is either true or false. And anybody wants to challenge me on that? Let's go.
You just made that up.
Difference between fair trade and free trade.
Why did you say it like that, Unc? That's so unnecessary.
No, because we were talking about this earlier, and this is what he's gonna done.
You that up. Nothing.
Must be quiet for an hour. That's what he came up with.
Hold on, guys. I'll be back. Hold on.
Ray said you went and typed that up and forward.
Yeah, like, yeah. What you saying about that, sniper? Bro, this ain't no 50s movie or something. I don't know what's going on.
But when I came in earlier,
Well, what are you not saying about fair trade? Because was you not discussing that?
Yeah, man. That's
okay,
right.
so yeah, like
You
what,
just
are you not down
rehashing it
with
again.
fair trade?
Huh?
Or
No,
you
I
not
was
down with
explaining
fair
it to
trade?
him. He didn't know.
Yeah, Sniper's going on that fair trade is not fair.
Yeah,
and
it's
I'm
not.
saying, huh?
It's
I'm
not.
saying, yeah, those who are in charge of fair trade, they will decide what is fair and what is not, because they're in control. It's their system.
Yeah, it's fair
So
trade.
if you're whinging inside the system,
it's the whinging.
there you go.
No, it's not about whinging, but like I'm saying,
what we observe.
Fair trade. What I've come to understand is fair trade. You need a fair trade license, so people can be priced out of getting that fair trade label, and therefore they have to buy into it. So this is something that I didn't realize. Not everyone can
Yes,
afford
it's subtle stuff. Yeah, it's advanced stuff. It's an advanced mind trick. That's there's high level.
Yeah, he didn't even know it existed before. I don't even know what's wrong with him. You know what I mean?
What? You can go to the was it Sainsbury's or whatever and find fair trade products. You see it on the label.
Well, I said that though.
So
Why are you
everybody
remixing
knows.
my bars? Like, what's this?
Why you
Yes.
why you going Sainsbury's? Go ask them.
I said chocolate, right? That was the first thing I mentioned. That. Yeah, chocolate. Got that fair trade shit when they came out with it, and they said it was fair trade, and it's not fair trade. And you broke it down, right? You looked up the definition of fair trade because you talking about fair as in fair in skin and all of this type of shit.
Oh yeah, we disagreed on that as well.
He was on a mad thing.
Because
he's moving mad.
I see free. I got a question for you. Yeah? The room that you're standing in, yeah. What's that room all about?
This is my studio, my cheap little studio for my online conversations.
Is it? There's a lot going on though. It gets a bit.
There's dolls in there, man. There's dolls in there.
I like it. IC3, man. I think it's
seen the dolls.
I rate it.
Yes, I'll just pull out different stuff for the like being on stage, a musician's stage. You pull out stage.
Don't let Rick pressure you, man. He's got piss mouth gal on his studio. Don't let him pressure you, man.
That's all good. It's all good.
You got dolls. He's got strippers.
I'm just asking you a question, bro. I don't know what Jedi.
Don't try to get into him.
Trying to tap man.
He's got a lot going on. And what? Why are you watching his background? Fire.
Mad. Yeah. Fire for that, man. Fire for watching my background.
Nothing I can say.
You little background watcher.
Gotta do better, man.
Snap watch background, you.
Say that I came across.
Yes, my prison cell. This is my cell. So prisoners they put decorations in their cell, don't they?
Can we see it, please? Yeah.
So you're allowed to stick things on the wall in your prison cell, aren't you? Unless they move you.
You're not
unless
allowed.
they move you to another wing of the prison. Is that correct?
You're not allowed. People do it, but you're not allowed, and they'll come and take them down.
Eventually.
You know what?
Do they?
Or when you get spun.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah. So you got the flag. You got what flag is that at the top? Then you got what looks like a Jamaican flag.
This flag here.
No.
It's a British flag.
On your right side.
Yeah.
On your right side.
Jabruni and Jack.
Jabruni and Jack. What's the one at the top?
This one here.
Yeah. Why is that one?
Yeah. So this one is a design for the IC3 Black Nation, because I say that the solution is the construction of a nation to counter and to achieve free trade. So you need a sovereign entity with enough power to counter or deal with the white supremacy.
Okay,
because they
and
control the market.
And the one beneath it.
Yeah. So this one is a play on the white supremacist impact on Jamaica and the Jamaicans.
Okay,
and I see Jamaica as a kind of
what?
So just like Nigeria,
Homeland and that.
Yeah, just like Nigeria is to the whole of Africa, I say Jamaica is to the whole of the Caribbean.
Can I ask you a question, please? Wait. 1 second. 2 questions, yeah? One, what's the relevance to all the blue eyes that you've got on there? That's the first one.
Ah, right. Okay. So all this represents, all this blue represents the system, the ideology of white supremacy.
Ideology, I get it.
Yeah. So yeah, you got it.
And the second one is
which one?
Why no sex? Fire, lava.
Okay, yeah. So it says
no. What does it say below? What does it say below it? Below the no sex.
Yeah. Okay, I'll read it. It says no sex with white supremacist, racist suspects.
But you've done that though.
Yeah, that's why he's got it up there. That's why he's got it up there.
Why you reminding him of all
while he's brushing his teeth?
You're reminding me of my rape.
He said he was raped.
That is so bad.
Yeah, when his phone rings and he looks and he sees Sharon, he looks up at that.
I know, it's a man tearing eye and that.
Why have you got the King James flag?
Which one?
King James flag. Why have you got that one up?
Look, from Jamaican to Jamaican, I don't know. Like, what is this?
Sorry, what's the King James flag? What's the King James flag?
The red and white flag.
What flag is that?
The flag with the red.
Take your discombobulated jamos and throw them in the bin.
This one you mean?
Yeah. Why have you got
this one? This
what
one.
What in the jamo combobulation is going on here?
Yeah. Why have you got that flag?
Which one?
The King James one.
St. George's Cross. What?
No, sniper man.
What's going on?
I know.
I must say King James.
Yeah,
I don't know what Rick is talking about.
Oh, I can't even see it. Sorry.
Rick is talking about the King James flag.
What? So
Rick.
Rick.
Why they got
Rick? Which one is it, Rick? Which one is it, bro?
Why have you got the English flag up there?
All right.
English. Are you saying it's English now? Yeah? Okay.
So on this, So there's multiple levels here. Yeah.
Go on.
So this whole display is not designed for. So when black people see all this stuff, they will see something else from what a white person will see when they see this.
Okay.
So something like I go in forums with there might be white people, they're racist in there, or suspect racist. So they will see something different. So there's coded information in here that, depending on your position, you'll see, and something you'll miss. So on this one here, it says New English Defence League. So it's an English flag, and on the middle it says New English Defence League. And then people would ask, well, what's going on there? Why defend who? For what? For what reason?
And your 666?
Oh, right. The 666.
Right. On the red, black, and green as well.
Yeah, that's right. So the 666 symbolizes is the code, is ancient code for a complete economic system. The first time it comes up is I think it's Solomon, where he's talking about that when Solomon was the king, was the wisest man in the world. At that point, he was taxing, and people were bringing in, were paying 606 shekels of gold. So that's what he was taxing the world. The whole world was being taxed by Solomon. And the taxation was 600 3 score, which means 60, and 6
Well,
shekels of gold.
hold on. So that's in the Bible as well, where it say your life expense. So basically, you get 3 score, and anything above that is a plus.
That's right. That's right. So it's all coded stuff.
And anything above that is
That's right. That's right. That's right. Yes, that's right. So that's interesting. You should say that actually, because as soon as you said that, I was thinking 3 score, then anything above that. So in other words, it's like anything above that is like that's your life, but all the rest of us, all the rest of it belongs to us, belongs to the person who's imposing the tax. So they got control of your life for 60 years. Or whatever, and then whatever above that is yours.
It's a plus. It's a plus, yeah.
That's right. That's right. That's a good point you raised there. That's good. Yeah, I didn't see that. That's good. That's quite good. Yeah. Yes, because that 6 is all ancient code. You know, why they choose 6, why they say 3 score, and so on. So that's the 666. So what we're dealing with here.
Last question. Have you got carpet?
You need that, bro.
No, I've got no carpet.
What's the floor saying?
Concrete. Concrete.
Concrete.
Yeah.
Mad.
Yeah, I'm on concrete.
It's a real bunker, yeah? Yeah, real bunker.
Bunker. Yeah, I'm on concrete.
You said this is your living room, though, yeah?
It's a part.
It's the corner of your living room, yeah? Yeah, it's a corner of your living room.
It's a section of my cell. We'll put it that way.
Your cell.
Yeah. Prison cell.
He said a stuff one.
That's mad.
Man,
this is in your front room.
Yes, so man. That's right. That's right. I'm insane officially.
So if people go in there, if people go in there, like come to check you to like have a cup of tea and sit down, they see this in the corner.
That's right. That's right. So a lot of people come in.
No way.
It's like a shrine. A lot of people say, "Oh yeah, I've been here." They're glad to come in and talk. And lots of people come in and say, "Look, they've seen this," and they say, "Oh man, I like these jackets." An African guy came and says, "I understand the reasoning behind this," and he had the jacket made in kind of as a sign of.
Is there more?
Fight
is there
against
more?
white supremacy.
Is there more? Yeah. Like you see, we can see the edge of the screen, and it stops there. Is there more outside of the screen?
Yeah.
As in, like more posters and more. Like,
no, no more. Oh, there is a few posters that I have on the wall, just like you'd have pictures and stuff like that. You know? Yeah. But this is just the main. This is the main zone. You know, like you have a shrine.
When you're chilling out.
When you're chilling out. Yeah.
When you're chilling out, do you chill out there? Do you sit down and chill out there?
No.
Where do you chill out?
I chill out in a different place. Yeah, just chill out.
In the same room?
No, it's
a different room.
In a different room, yeah.
Okay.
I tell you what, big man. I apologize for earlier on for calling you boring. Actually, you ain't that bad.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So
I wouldn't mind seeing that room. It's interesting, but I'm scared.
Racist got World War II.
Yeah, that's right. This is the bunker. Think of this as a bunker. Whilst you have your you're thinking the mindset you probably are in. Most of you is that you try and make your place as comfortable as possible. You know, try to make a comfortable home and so on. But I see this that I'm at constant
at war. Yeah, at war, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So. Yeah,
and it's what you should do if you feel that way. There's a place to recenter yourself in it.
That's right. That's right. So it's the same thing like a shrine, you know, where you go into a Chinese shop, you see that they've got their little Buddha there, and they've got their little candles and stuff. That keeps them focused on what they're there for, what they're about, what they represent.
MA definitely understand you, because MA is sort of guy that lives in a bubble, innit? So you understand where you're coming from still.
Yes. And so as we were talking about business earlier on, a lot of people, they think when they think doing business, they think, oh, it's just business. There's no culture. Business is just business. But they don't realize that these bankers, these businesses, that they're following a code. There's something that keeps them together, that helps them to focus, just like you have the Jews, they say, you have the goyim. Yeah. So when you're dealing with the goyim, when you're dealing with the outsiders, when you're dealing with the foreigners, you're dealing with them in a certain way when you're doing business with foreigners. But when you're dealing with the family, yeah, you don't charge interest. Yeah. So it's you and them. But those who people don't understand that, they just think it's money has no color or money has no direct connection to culture. So that's the debate we was having earlier on, because some people are saying, oh, I said no morality. There's no morality in business. Yeah. That's what statements were being made earlier on, and I was challenging that. No morality in business.
Yeah,
No
money's
way.
got respect for no one.
So you think that is true then?
Yeah, money hasn't got respect for no one.
Okay, I disagree with that. I'd say that money is related to a market, and a market exchange, and a market has the bias of the person who constructed the market. Just like you go to the market, yeah, there's those allowed in the market and those not allowed in the market. So whoever constructed the market has a bias in the market. Just like, yeah, I'll just make that statement there. So anyone disagree with that?
I think Emma's gone to mute.
And it's to bamboozle people that they say or promote the idea that the market has no bias. Oh, the market's not racist. The bank's not racist. We're not racists. Yeah.
Why would you say the
We
banks
treat
are
everybody
racist?
the same.
Why would you say the banks are
Insurance,
racist?
not racist.
Why would you say the bank's racist though?
Pardon?
Why would you say the bank is racist though?
Because when I say banking and finance, if you believe that business, banking, trade, and finance has no bias, is not a matter of moral, is not a moral issue, then it's true. It can't be racist. But I'm saying the market, whoever constructed the market, whoever constructed the bank, has their cultural bias in their construction.
If you think about it, the banking system hasn't really changed for a very long time, mate.
That's right.
Banking system it hasn't changed. It seems complicated, but the banking system is a basic system.
That's right.
It's a very basic system. I borrow money from you. I borrow. So okay, cool. Give you an example. I got this friend of mine. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he works in the section of the bank, right? So another bank will phone him up and say, "Listen, can I borrow 150 million pounds? I'm gonna pay you back at 12 o'clock tomorrow." Now they will lend the 150 pounds to that. It will write up all the paperwork, send it off, get it authorized, lend that $150 million pound, should say, to that bank, and then that bank will pay back by 12 o'clock tomorrow with interest.
Right. Yes, with interest. Yes, that's right. That's right.
Just a loop, and none of the money's their money anyway. So what does it matter to them?
Yeah. So here's the question then. What exactly is interest? Because if you can have a group of people who say we don't charge interest to each other, but we charge interest to the outsider. So what exactly do we think interest is? I have my ideas. I'll put my idea out there. You tell me if you have ideas. What would you say to that? Or shall I give my statement and then you
go on?
Okay. So Interest within a closed society is what is done or what is achieved that promotes that closed society. Yes, it's in their interest. That means it's in the interest of those people, of that state or that nation. It's in their interest. When they say they're charging interest, that means you are outside. You're an outsider. You're a foreigner, right? You're a foreigner, and whatever interest is, when they say interest, you're thinking of it as a numerical value, but not understanding the cultural value, because it's difficult to explain culture because people just looking at numbers and they're not just like the statement earlier on. Sniper was saying there is no morality in business. So that's his statement. And his statement there is a very popular statement. In fact, it's the most popular statement. Most people will believe that. There is no morality, because morals is to do with values. It's invisible, yeah? Morals, value, what is right, yeah? It's just business. So they say there's no morality in business. It's just trade.
It's not, though. There's none.
Well, there's the fight then. Because how are you going to prove? You see, because that's where the big debate comes on. If you can make a statement like that because you can see through it, but not a lot of people can understand that. It's hard.
It's not. It's business.
Back up that statement then.
In the saying, business is business, isn't it? It's like how should I put it? It's like when you lend a friend money, right? And that friend don't pay you back. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
What that friend is not your friend no more. You know what I mean? No matter, you could have been friend with him for 50 years. You lend him some money, he don't pay you back. You don't want his friendship no more. And that's what business is. When it comes to money, people don't want to mess around. So if we to make it simple, the simplest way to put it, like what does my business have to do with you? But then again, in business you can make friends as well, because someone, say for instance, say you're a builder, right? You go to Travis Perkins, right?
Yeah.
And you order some material, and say the material come to like £80,000, right?
Yeah.
And when you go there, you see the material is £80,000. You turn around and you go, "Come on, man!" And then someone comes over, press 2 buttons, and suddenly your material is like £69,000.
Right. They change the value.
They're leading you to think that they have saved your money, but really they have not. It's just to get you coming back again. I mean, it's just like drugs, isn't it? I'm going back to them. I'm going to go to this branch because they gave me this massive discount. They didn't give you a shit, mate.
Okay. You see, but these things now, although it's quite simple, but it's extremely complex as well, because you start to move into the realm of trust. Yeah, you're saying, so if that friend who you lent the money, you can't trust their word. They don't. You feel like that they're making fun of you by not fulfilling the promise. Yeah. So they promised, you lent them some money, they promised to pay you back, and they never pay you back when they said they would. Then you lose trust, right? And then that relationship collapses. And that same principle that you've outlined there applies to a community.
Yeah.
Yep. And then, so here's the clash. If that trust, the ability to fulfill promises, applies to a community, right? A sovereign community, just like a sovereign person, they have the power to make promises and keep their word. Why? Because they're in control of themselves and their environment. But if you are in a prison, you can make promises, but you can't keep them because they might just, the prison management can decide to move you at any time.
Yeah, but you can make a promise to yourself. It could be a simple promise to yourself.
To yourself, yes.
Yeah, you can make a promise to yourself.
Yes, but where power comes is where you can organize other people and you can all work together. So to be able to all work together on a project or a building or a business or whatever, you've got to trust the people that you sit down with.
Yeah,
Otherwise, you can't function.
But he's saying if you make a promise to yourself, right, you can alter. This is the thing, people. You're saying that like it has to be like something physical, someone seeing you doing something. It could be something simple as you say to myself, you know what, I'm going in this jail. I'm going to remain calm and rational of everything. This is a promise I make to myself. I'm just going to get through my sentence. You could go in there. There could be a guy in there. He'd be the most ignorant guy in there, getting angry all the time. And just by him seeing you come in, you alter the way he acts now.
Yes,
so,
that's right.
So it doesn't necessarily have to be you doing something physical. It can just be you being a chill brother. You say, no, I'm going to follow my man. Yeah, I'm good. That's it.
Right. So, okay, so if we apply that now, let's scale it up. If it works, if an individual can, because I think that you'd agree that that means that that person has got control of themselves, yeah? To say, okay, I'm going to control myself within this environment. I made a promise to myself. So that goes with knowing the self. So can that be applied to a people? Not just the individual. So yes, what you're saying makes sense in terms of an individual, but can that be applied to a group of people?
What would you consider as a group?
Well, a group either as a family or a group as a community. So it's scalable. So from the individual, we can scale up to the family. From the family, we can scale up to
I was looking
community.
for numbers. I'm looking for numbers.
All right. So from one, you family, let's say 5.
Okay.
Yeah. Mother, father, 3 children, 5. Scale up to a community. Let's say local community. It might say, let's say 1,000 people.
It's going to be harder for you to influence 1,000 people because it's going to be out of them 1,000 people. There's going to be probably say 150 of them that don't care about what you have to say, think that you have too much to say, and think that you think too much of yourself, and think that you have too much as well. So they're going to be the one fighting against you, poisoning the rest of them. So you're constantly going to be fighting against them. Do you really want to be doing that?
Okay, but what if I say to you that 1,000, it could be a church? Yeah, it's a church. It's a church. So therefore, if there's a clash within the church, then they just disfellowship you.
I think
it might be a bit more difficult with the family.
I think that's the worst thing you use as a church, for example, because I think you find that there's loads of corruption that goes on within the church. So I think that's the worst thing you could have used there.
Okay, but see, bro, that's another. See, you're firing some heavy stuff here. That's another word you just introduced. Corruption. This is multi-layered. Look, corruption is a matter of cultural perspective. So, if a group of people, because there's some religions and some groups that they say, listen, the foreigner or the enemy or the outsider, it's okay to lie to them. Yeah. Who cares what they think? As long as there's no corruption amongst us, we don't care if the foreigners thinks that we're corrupt. We will rob them, cheat them, whatever. As long as it's in the interest of our community. So if they call us corrupt, very powerful word, and they don't want to deal with us, fine, we'll deal with somebody else.
So basically, you're speaking about the House of Parliament. That's
what I'm saying. I'm saying it's scalable. It's scalable. So therefore, if you have a group, because remember I said you asked for numbers, the individual, the family, the society, the community. So if the Houses of Parliament are a particular community, or if the Houses of Parliament is a particular society, yeah, then their priorities is to look after the members of that society.
Okay, cool. You see a society. So barristers, right?
Yeah.
Well, most barristers, they all know each other, right? They're all friends with each other. So they're being caught during the day arguing. One is arguing one side, the other one is arguing the other side, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then by the afternoon, they go and have dinner together and have a drink together.
That's right. That's right. Yes.
So, so.
Okay, but here it is. So that argument, when they're arguing, argument is necessary within the society, or even within yourself, because sometimes you're arguing with yourself. Oh, should I do this? And you betting, if I do this, and you're calculating within your own mind, and then you make a decision. So the same thing goes with a family. They may have some discussions. Oh, I don't want to go to the seaside. Let's go to the zoo. And then the family discuss how much money have we got, how much time have we got, and then they make a decision. So the same thing when you apply it to barristers and lawyers and so on. They have a society, they have a legal society, and all those laws and codes of conduct have come about as a result of discussions among themselves and even arguments. So going back to what you're saying, even the House of Commons, they're in there arguing policy, but they move as a whole. And when they make law, then that's it. It goes out. It's now policy. Whoosh. We've all agreed. Some of us disagreed with it, but we've all come together that okay, the vote's been made.
All of them will agree with it. Majority, isn't it? Apparently.
Pardon?
It's the majority that wins the vote, apparently.
Yeah, apparently.
Apparently, it's the majority that wins the vote.
Yeah, there you go. So therefore, that house, that family, that society has secrets. So there are those in the in and those on the outside. There's the foreigners the outsiders.
Have you ever noticed, that any bullshit policy they bring along and they say they're going to vote against it, have you ever noticed that policy always win? No matter how much bullshit it is, they always win. So it's really, they're not really voting. They tell you they're voting, they're going to vote to see if the policy get passed or not. But always come through. No one ever throw it out. The bullshit policy always come through.
Well, okay. So would that policy, I would like to apply the principle to the individual. So sometimes you're at work and you want to get something done, and you may say something, but you're thinking something else inside your head. But you may know that there's people who are trying to set you up to mess you up, but you don't want them to know that you know. So therefore the secret's in your head, but what comes out your mouth may be different. So it's the same thing with a family, with a society, with a community, with a nation. So the nation has a foreign office. So the foreign office, the representative of the nation in the foreign office, will go and speak to other sovereign entities in their embassy.
Well, I see. I have to leave, my brother, but it was nice speaking to you.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Some good reasoning there. Good reasoning.
Take care, my bro.
Yeah, take care. Take care. Is Kale still around? Because he had a question. Kale. Oh, Kale's in the side chat, private chat. What was the question, Kale?
Yo. What happened? Where's Rick gone? Snaps, you there?
I think he's gone to the kitchen or something to get a drink. Is Kale around?
Yo, brother Kale. Well, if he is still, he ain't answering. So what are you not talking about? The blackity black stuff again?
No, we're talking about business, you know. So this, I think Michael was making a statement. You might agree with him. He said that business has got nothing to do with morals, and I was disagreeing with him. So whose side you on? My side or Sniper's side? Whose side you on?
Both. Both, and I'll give my reasons why.
Go on then.
Firstly, for what Sniper said about having no morals, especially in this day and age, the president has been set a long time ago that the morality of doing certain dealings went out the window. So it's literally, all right, cool. If I'm trying to get the most I can in this deal out of this person, forget whether I know them or not, forget whether I've got any connection. This is simply business. I'm gonna separate all my personal feelings and I'm gonna do what I'm going to do in the best interest of my business. Yeah. So that's how I feel it is currently, and it has been for a good 100 years. You get me? Probably longer than that. But
yeah,
I feel if we take it back a bit further than that, you get me, and we go back to where we're actually from, I don't feel like business was done like that. I feel like there was ethics and there was conduct to business dealings, hence why we could trade something and there was no backstabbing pause, or there was no trying to underhand the other person. You've got goats, I've got, I don't know, vegetation or whatever it is. I'm gonna trade you the going rate, you get me, or the market rate of what this is worth, and we're gonna do a deal. Done. You get me? No one's robbed anyone, no one's tried to underhand anyone, no one's tried to cut anyone out of money that they owed. Whereas how we live now, that's kind of the aim of the game for a lot of people. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
It's to rob people, yeah.
So yeah, that's basically what I meant when I said both of you, all right.
Right. So so therefore, just like, well, good point. So it's scalable from the individual to the family to the group to the community. So just like you can deceive yourself, so I hear it says you can fool yourself. That would be the same as the family robbing each other, or the community robbing each other. Yeah, so where you have a so-called community, well, you can't really have a community if there's no trust in the community. Then you don't really have a community, do you? And if you're lying to yourself in denial, then you don't really have a self.
Yeah, I hear you, but like, what exactly are you getting at here?
Yeah, so I'm saying that the principles that you said, they're scalable, because they're scalable. So what works for the individual? If it works for the individual, it'll work for the family. If it works for the family, it'll work for the community. If it works for the community, it'll work for the society. So if what you're saying,
kind of, but again, I can think of I can think of a couple instances where,
go on,
again, somebody may feel something is good for them, but it may not benefit a mass of people. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And I think this is kind of the society we live in now, where it's about self, innit? As long as you're okay, you get me, and you look after you and you're immediate, then yeah, the rest, don't even worry about that. Everyone's got to kind of fend for themselves sort of attitude. Yeah, as opposed to what you're saying, where, all right, cool, I've sorted out myself. Now let me help my brother who needs to maybe, you get me, level up to or get to a certain point. You get me?
Right.
That needs to, you know what I'm trying to say, and keep that model going. But
okay,
again,
so
it's all about.
this?
Go on.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what I understand from what you're saying. If we're saying that modern society or the people we see around us are all individualistic,
yeah,
and looking after themselves,
Yeah.
Right. What I would say that there's a group of people who are not individualistic.
Yeah.
And that's enabling them to stay with the wealth whilst they keep everybody else individualized. You see, because if you allow the outsiders to become organized as a group, then they're going to come at you just like they try and mess up families. You see, they'll mess up families because if you can individualize the families, then the families can't come together as a force.
Yeah, exactly. So this is why there's a conceited effort for, again, to have that sort of mind frame that I was talking about. That it's all about self. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
Like, I'm going to focus on my career instead of building a family. This is one example, or continuing society. Like, it's just about, as long as I'm okay, as long as I'm sorting out me, it's all good. You get me? And again, that's been drilled into certain people or into society over a prolonged period of time. This whole family unit breakdown, you got to understand, the same people that you're talking about that are doing this to us, they put so much effort, money, and resources into keeping a division there. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. It's work.
So again, it's like I'll talk to a lot of people, and they'll kind of have the not answers, but they'll know what people should and shouldn't be doing, maybe as a whole, to kind of better the situations. But yet still, we're in the situation that we are as a collective. Do you get what I'm trying to say? That's not to say that there's not individual pockets of people doing their thing, but like as a whole, the majority of people that I will speak to, they will say, "Oh yeah, I know we need to X, Y, and Z, or we need to blah blah blah," but nothing doesn't ever get materialized. You know what I'm trying to say? So
exactly why? Because they can't organize. Yeah, because you have to come up with a better level of organization to counter those people who are organized and are trying to prevent you from organizing.
Yeah, on one hand I see free, but on another hand, you still have people that are disciplined, and that's one thing that I feel like a lot of us lack. Yeah, like
discipline.
Yes, something as simple as say, all right, cool, today we're all going to spend this is another example, we're all going to spend our money today with the so-and-so or not with so-and-so. Like, we can't even align to the point where we can get simple things, simple little things achieved. You get me? Like, other groups of people, they'll have the same situation, put out a bird call, and everything's locked down. You get what I'm trying to say? So again, there's so much individualism within the collective, but this is the problem. It's not necessarily, again, it's kind of organization, but I feel like it's more than that. Yeah, it's more than that. It's something that's kind of ingrained in a lot of people. Yeah, so I feel like
go on. Yeah, so to be organized, so we talk about these people, other people out there who are organized. Okay, so what enables them to be able to organize so effectively, to put together their vote to do this or to come together and buy this particular house? What enables them? Would you agree that it is a faith, a belief in something? They all believe in the same thing.
For the most part, probably yeah. But there's some that just, like, for instance, Polish people. I don't really know them to be that religious. I'm pretty sure they do have some religion that they mostly follow, but I don't really know them to be religious like that. They come over, everyone sees what they're doing. You get me? I'm not saying they may have not had additional help here and there, but regardless, they've still been able to create their own communities, their own shops, their own business. Like, again, they just deal with themselves for the most part, for what I see. Yeah, you can go Streatham, Polish town, go Peckham, Polish town, go this area, go that area. They're gonna have their own little, you know what I mean, their own little section. So, you know what I mean. But I just feel like a lot of us, again, we're not willing to be disciplined and sacrifice a lot. Like, you get me? A lot of our people, they like to look good and sort out everything else later. You get what I'm trying to say? Whereas for the 99% of other people, it's totally the other way around. And most of them don't even give a shit about half of the material things that we do. But that's another story. Discipline and sacrifice. Yeah. And
Okay.
and having a model and sticking to it.
Right. Okay. So watch this. In order to get a model and stick to it, I think though we'd have to agree on what the problem is. We'd have to agree about our environment. So what we may see as other groups who are organized, it could be that they're organized, or it could be that they're being organized. So if you're inside a prison, they might say, okay, all the Asians, we're going to put them over in that wing. And you see all the Asians are together in that wing. And all the Chinese, we're going to put them over that wing of the prison. But the blacks, they're a bit troublesome. So what we'll do, we'll put 2 or 3 blacks among the Asians, 5 or 6 blacks among the Chinese.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But at the same time, yeah, I'll give you this example. If you take 2 people from any of them other communities and you do the exact same thing you just said that they'll do with us, bro, they'll still maintain. They'll still hold up a certain. They still kind of know what not to do and what to do. Yeah, for lack of better words. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Yeah. Whereas you might see 2 of us over there. Now man's turned into I don't know what them brothers is doing, and then 2 of them over there. Now they're half moving like them brothers over there. It's like very easy to what's the word? Not hold up their own identity, bro. You get me? Yeah.
Who's that? Do you mean not hold up their identity?
I'm talking about people that look like me and you. Yeah.
All right. So it's hard for us to hold up our identity.
I wouldn't say it's hard.
Blatant. It's blatant.
No,
Our identity is clear.
No, I wouldn't even say it's hard. Yeah. Pause. Yeah. I would say that I just feel like certain people can get around other people and they're very susceptible. Yeah. So again, it's like turning into what you're around or what you're surrounded by. This is why I feel like certain people will go jail and then all of a sudden after a year and a half they're coming out a full-fledged Muslim. Not saying there's anything wrong with that. You get me? If you've genuinely found faith, bro, if you get me, like more life to you. 9 times out of 10, it's not that. Yeah, it's not that. You've just done that because you're around them and you feel like, all right, cool, I may need a certain level of protection, or I see that something going on over here, or this. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So that's what I mean when I say that. When you split people up, it's like they sometimes, not all the time. You get me? But for the most part, go and put 2 Polish people over there. They're still gonna be doing what they're doing. Go and put 2 Asian brothers over there. They're still gonna be doing what they're doing. Yeah. Go and for other people as well. But again, what we see what you said about being held back in that. Pause. I used to kind of believe into that a little bit, but then when you actually look around and you see the amount of money that our community actually has, yeah, and I'm not even not even your average, but your normal everyday person, like they're not living day to day, pinching, they're not scrimping. They've got excess income, excess money. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Yeah, bills may be high, inflation, all that. We get that. You've still got money to go and buy a Moncler jacket. You've still got money to go and buy £750 trainers. You still got money to go and get your nails done every fucking week and a half. You still got money to go and buy a new whatever. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So again, money is there. It's just what people decide to spend it on and what people decide to put their money toward. And again, like I said, we know what we should be doing with our money. Yeah, like we'll have conversations till we're blue in the face. But again, all these people with all this money will still be in the same situation, going through their own individual struggles. So it's like,
go on.
I was gonna say, even down to I was talking to someone one time, and it was like we were talking about I think the topic of trust come up or something like that, trust in the community.
Right.
Obviously, he was a kind of an elder, and he was basically saying that we don't trust each other because yada yada yada. I can't remember the exact excuse he gave, but I just said, bruv, listen, I hear all that, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of people have done people dirty in the past. You get me? Yeah, but at the same time, a lot of these things happen because people want to do things without going through the proper means and down the proper routes. You get me? Yeah, and what I mean when I say that is that a lot of our people, they like to do handshake deals, bro. Yeah. Like it's IC3. All right, cool. We're gonna go into business. I'm gonna shake his hand. I'm gonna trust him, and he's gonna trust me that we're both gonna do right by each other. Yeah.
Right. Rather than not putting it on paper, documents.
Now, theoretically,
ain't no one trust no IC3. Not really.
No, if I chill, man. Obviously, theoretically, that's how it should happen. But in reality, we know that for the majority of time, things don't really go like that. So to avoid that, you just get a solicitor, you draw up some contracts, and it says in the event of X, Y, and Z, you get that. In the event of I get that. There's no issue. Like there's nothing for me and you to really talk about or have any dumb arguments or any sort of things that are going to stop the progression, brother, of what we're doing to pop up. You get what I'm trying to say? And if it does, then boy, there's a person that I pay to deal with that, and the person you pay to deal with that. They deal with it. Yeah. You get what I'm trying to say? But again, people just want to go do these little handshake deals and all right, cool, I trust you trust me, let's move. And then when things don't go right, they want to say IC3 is the worst thing since sliced bread. I'm saying, like, how about you just do things the correct way and you avoid a lot of
well, watch this. What is correct? Let's explore this. The correct way. Let's explore this. So you mentioned trust, right? Because trust is necessary in business. And then the correct way, you mentioned the solicitor or the lawyer. Yeah. So you have an overseer of the trade deal or of the agreement. But what if the overseer of the agreement is the poison which causes the breakdown in trust? That person that you're going to secure the trust between us, that lawyer, that solicitor, they're part of a racist society, and therefore they could sabotage the trust that we have between each other. Because you're saying the correct way.
Yeah. The only basically, you see, when I say correct way, what I mean is that a way that if me and you were to fall out, me and you have disagreements, and we wanted to sever ties business wise, or you felt like I done you wrong business wise, or vice versa, bro. It doesn't result in one party trying to basically kill another party or harm another party. Yeah, which is something that some people are quick to do certain times. Let's be real. You get what I'm trying to say? So to avoid all that, all right, boom. You've got this piece of paper that says this. I've got this piece of paper that says that. We both signed it, and we move forward. Any issues, then other than us getting into physical conflict, and obviously the chances are we ain't gonna be able to hash it out verbally because we wouldn't have needed lawyers in the first place. Right. And even if we could, I tell you the truth, I wouldn't even be prepared to take that chance simply because I've seen too much situations where it starts off rosy, everything's nice, and then things.
That's right. I know. That's right. We've been there.
Prevention's better than cure. Yeah. So again, draw out the piece of paper that says this. You get your piece of paper that says that. We both sign. You get me. If anyone's not happy or whatever, then we hash out the finer details. But there's not going to be none of this. Oh well, bruv, man's phoning me talking about what I
blah 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 blah.
And it's just bro.
We've been there.
I'm trying to say. So
I know.
So again, and you see what you're saying about the overseer. I understand that, but it's like in order to further the goal in the small run, I'd say, i.e., getting a business moving, building something. I may have to involve you slightly in the dealing. Doesn't mean I want to. Doesn't mean I'm gonna show you more than you have to see or whatever. You're strictly there because in the matrix that I'm set up in, that I currently live in. What you say more time is final when it comes to dealing with certain matters, i.e., business and that. So this is the only reason why you're even going to be involved in this conversation in the first place. You get what I'm trying to say? But other than that, it's just there to make sure that I don't do you wrong, I don't do you dirty, and you don't do me dirty. We shouldn't need that, but you get me? It is what it is.
But that trust, what you're saying, that thing, what you're saying, that you're describing, that only comes as a result of a successful community. So you have to build the community first, and then if you use a trust to build the community, then all those things will be covered. But if you have no community, then you have to go to outside.
Yeah, but you keep saying build a community, build a community.
You don't need no community for a trust. What nonsense is that?
Like you
Okay,
keep
let's
saying
explore that.
build.
Go on. I'm saying, go on.
I'm simply saying, building a community for me is a lot more than just talking to some people, bruv, or just saying words and actually
100%.
doing no action. So I'm saying, right, let's say me, you, and Sniper was to build a business, yeah. Just us three. We was to build a chain of like cost cutters, grocery stores, whatever you want to call it, yeah.
Yeah.
Boom. From this, we would be able to A, feed the community, B, employ the community, yeah. Why is your eyes opening up like that? I see your eyes open up like that. Yeah.
It sounds simple, but continue.
Be feed the community, and again, the more stores we have, the more people we're able to replicate this process with. Now, there's not going to be just us doing this. There's going to be a bunch of other people doing it in their field, whether it's butchers, I don't know, flipping mechanic garages, whatever it may be, housing market. You get what I'm trying to say? Then you build a quote unquote infrastructure, bro. You get what I'm trying to say? Yeah. And it's like a trickle down effect. But I can't be looking in the street to people that basically have not next to nothing, but they're living with the bare minimum, quote unquote, and be telling them community, let's all build each other up. Yeah. Half of them don't even think they have a fucking hope themselves.
Okay, so watch this. Good point. So sometimes the church, like the Roman Catholic Church, they have these priests, yeah, like the Jesuits, all these kind of, and these people, they may not have any money, but they're dedicated to the faith, yeah. So and they send them out as missionaries.
It's not going to work, IC3. It's not going to work with our people. It's not going to work.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just making the point that to address the point where you're making about some of these people might be on the street or whatever. These churches, they're focusing on the mindset, building an order, like I said, the order of the Knights Templar. So it doesn't matter if you're poor or rich. It's do you follow the order? Are you a member of the order?
Yeah.
Are you initiated?
Yeah. But to get that level of power and that level of holding influence over everyone, we have to remember what they had to do. It's not just like they just started walking up to people and people just started believing them and all right, cool. They had to go through a crusade and hundreds and thousands of probably years of effery to get to the point where some people automatically think that whatever they say is right or they're to be trusted or whatever it may be, and they have the influence that they have. So we ain't trying to kill no one. Yeah, we ain't trying to indoctrinate no one like that. We ain't trying to do none of that, bro. You get me? We're just trying to literally help our people, bro, and help build a sustainable society, bro. You get me? And move forward. This
sustainable society is built on faith. No faith, no society is sustainable.
I know what
all those sustainable societies are built on faith of some kind.
You said it was culture. It was culture and all of that before.
That's right. And culture
you still ain't
is an aspect of faith. Yeah, look, remember I said culture is the invisible. So culture, value, currency, faith, trust, all this is invisible stuff. It's all invisible. But currency is where the power is. Pardon?
Currency is invisible or currency is paper.
Well, there's money and there's currency. So when I refer to currency as being invisible, because the value of the paper you can see, but the value of it you can't see. It's generated. How do you increase the value and decrease the value while the paper or the coin remains the same size? But the value, just like we said earlier on, the naira, 1 naira to £1. Now about 600 naira to £1. Who pushed the Nigerians out the window, or did the Nigerians just drop themselves?
But we didn't say that. We gave you an answer, didn't we not?
And the answer was, remind me.
It was a set of circumstances that if you destabilize a country, and fund both sides of the war, then they end up with a bill that they end up owing the World Bank.
Yeah, like this is classic tactics, man. They've been doing this for over 400 years. Like
right. So you're saying the Nigerians were pushed? That's what you're saying.
I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about the scenario you gave.
I'm just saying, we've already explained this already, and you're sitting there wide-eyed, acting like we ain't had this conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we yeah.
Like talking to a child to bomb a clap.
Okay, so watch this. If we're saying the Nigerians were pushed, that means there must be somebody or an entity that's stronger than the Nigerians and push them into the situation.
It's business, blood. I told you before what it is, and now you're still there acting like, well, the Nigerians and please shut the hell up, man. Shut the trap door, man. Yeah, you know what it is, and I told you. Yeah, the solutions of everything we're saying can't be said.
Okay.
But on the available stuff that we can talk about, yeah, we're just saying that's what it is. That's what changed the thing. And money is based on gold, raw materials, and things like that, supposedly, right? But we know that our pound is a promissory note. It's debt.
Okay.
Yeah? Debt put on paper. So this is what I'm saying. Like, where you say it's invisible and thing, no, it's just a system that they've created. Do you get what I'm saying? Which ends up being unfair for us. Because we need to get all of that coin, yeah, for our goods. And they don't want to give us that because it doesn't suit them. If they had to pay top dollar for everything, they would be out of existence from a long time.
Yeah, no, facts. And I'll give a prime example of this. The US Mint, yeah, I think they made $1 coins, yeah, once upon a time, out of like an actual dollar worth of silver or something along them lines, bruv. Yeah,
right.
That was one of their biggest mistakes in history.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, and people started to cut pieces off the silver.
That was one of their biggest mistakes ever in history. Yeah, like they are not trying to give you the $1 worth that you've got in your, like, obviously they are, but they're not trying to give that to you in it. They want to give it to you in paper. Yeah, you having a real piece of silver that's worth $1. If you get 1,000 of them, it's you know what I'm trying to say. So
that's right. Just like gold sovereigns. That's right. So they tried to make false metals rather than actual real silver.
Well, that's what they had in the beginning. That's how they had in the beginning. When we had gold as a standard, they had silver and copper.
Yeah. And so they were looking after themselves. Yeah, so they're doing well. So everybody else, they saw black Africans as the foreigners. Yeah. So therefore they're doing correct. They're doing the right thing. They're looking after themselves and their community. Yeah.
Well, it's not community when they're dealing business. I don't think Queen Victoria ever conquered African country and thought about the community. This is retarded and ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Do you think about Great Britain? Do you think about the empire? That's a community, isn't it?
No.
The empire is a community.
It's an institution.
Thinking about a community.
It's an institution.
Yeah, I'd more say institution than community.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's scaled up. You know.
So then stop saying dumb stuff then. You know what I mean?
No,
it's not community.
It's the same
it's not community.
No, it's the principle.
So what's the principle? You don't even know the principles of what they're dealing with, and you're talking about the principle. What's the principle?
Yes, the empire is just a massive community. So the queen, the queen was looking after her family, was looking after her extended family. So Africa, black Africa, were the foreigners, obviously. That's
You're not hearing the bit about community. Yeah, you're talking about community, and I'm saying she is not protecting no community. Yeah, she's protecting her interests because they're all her interests. They're her government. They're her everything. It's her commonwealth. Like, what are you not getting? Yeah, there's nothing. Hold on, there's nothing named community in what none of these people are doing. They even do charity work, but that's for specific groups. That's not even for the community. So show me community with your government or anything. Nothing.
Okay, would you
So
agree
why
that
are
it's
you doing it? Hold on, why are you running around doing it? Talking about community, black community, this community, and that community, when that is not the model they live and run by. You keep doing this.
Okay,
Yeah?
so their model
You
was
keep
the
following
empire.
them. Hold on, you keep
Correct?
following them, but not to the full extent. If you're gonna be like them or you're gonna take examples from them, then do it properly.
Right, and
Yeah.
the proper way is
Stop going
empire.
half cocks talking about community, doing things for the community. People trying to do things for themselves and elevate themselves and get to where they can get to. What's all this community? Because when you was making your money, when you was selling your house, you didn't consult me. You didn't consult the community. It's only your nearest and dearest that would have interest in your personal dealings. So
Okay,
stop all
hold
this
it there.
community shit, community, like I want you interfering in my personal business.
Okay, so let's go back to what we were saying earlier on. When you think the community means that your solicitor or your lawyer, so these are people that are aspects of the community. Yeah. So when you go to sell your house and the deeds, who's looking after those deeds? Yeah, there has to be a court system. There has to be records. Yeah. So that society is the community. So you have to build the society, and to build trust, you have to have systems and people or gatekeepers to look after the documents, to process the documents. These are all individuals. They're all people within the society. They're aspects of the society.
Who's a hermit. Hold on. You is a hermit. Yeah? You want to talk about community and society? Shut the hell up. Yeah? You're full of shit. You know what I mean? Just like every other person, you always talking about things that are far removed from what you actually experience. Do you get what I'm saying? Where is this black community that you're defending or whatever? It doesn't exist. All that exists are the people that are close to you, around you. That's it, bro.
Yes, but to get power, that community, if it doesn't exist, has to be constructed. Just like we talked about, markets have to be constructed. You have to build. You have to construct them. The society that we are in now was constructed many years ago. It was constructed. It's built. The markets that we're in now, the financial markets, the insurance markets, they were built, and they were started off. Lloyd's was started off. Hold it. Lloyd's was started off in a tea room. Was it a coffee or tea room? They used to meet, or bar or something. They just used to meet and drink together, and now that becomes Lloyd's Insurance.
Yeah, but you see, if you get up, go to the bathroom and look in the fucking mirror, you will realize, they don't rate you. You are a black bastard, according to them. Yeah, so I don't know what you're doing. You can't open no Lloyd's of London. Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah, you can't even just about construct a sentence, let alone an organization that is in the benefit of us people. Because all your solutions, and all your black betterment, and all your ravens, and all your kales, and all of that, you lot ain't done shit. Yeah, just bare gas, bare was, and nothing out of it. Yeah.
So don't you think that would have been the same situation when those people were meeting in the Lloyd's cafe or bar, whatever, just talking and sharing drinks?
That man is smarter than you. Yeah, and even them same Africans that you want to cape for or thing, and you think you know better than, they're also smarter than you. They also have deals and arrangement with these Europeans that far exceed anything you're talking about, bruv. Yeah, and the fact that we don't use black when we're dealing with trade and influence and all of that is another one. Do you get what I'm saying? So when I hear black community, I get scared, bruv. Because I know what it means in legalese. Yeah?
Right.
Black is white and white is black. So that's the reality. So when you say black community, you're talking about white community, pale community. That's what you're talking about. So people mislabeling themselves just shows how retarded and idiotic and how they don't study.
All right. So
about what's going on around them. So go on.
All right. All right. Good. Okay. Good point. All right. Strong arguments.
I'm a bad man.
All right. So watch this. So these people, these Africans who are not using the term black and do not organize themselves under black identity, they may organize themselves under another identity for business. Those people are signing up for the free trade agreement and they're doing big business, correct?
No.
So who are these people that you were discussing earlier on that don't believe that the free trade agreements are, sorry, it's not free trade, fair trade, not free trade, fair trade agreements is not providing fair trade, and that
that's a
those
clear,
Africans
obvious.
who are not identified as black, who are dealing with the fair trade organizations, they are saying that they do not believe they're getting fair trade.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Okay, so that means they either want to get fair trade and they're trying to organize themselves effectively to demand a better deal and fair trade, or they're starting to think that maybe these fair trade organizations are never intend to allow us to develop, never intend to provide fair trade. So therefore, we have to opt out. And I think I asked you earlier on what is the solution? You're saying the government has to be, these governments have to be removed. Yes. And then you went on to say how these governments that are not providing fair trade will be removed. You can't speak about over the internet. We can't discuss it because that has to be remain secret. Is that correct? Is that your correct position? My understanding of your position?
Somewhat.
Okay. Somewhat. Okay. So this is it's a somewhat we want to explore here.
The fact that you have to explain again is a madness.
Yeah, but sometimes when somebody makes their position, I like to repeat the position to clarify and to confirm that I did understand their position before I come with my position. So we really come to a checkmate then, because if you'll just listen to my solution, because I'll speak my solution openly, but you can't or won't share your solution because you believe that has to be hidden.
Well, what I did in the first place was just share my observation.
Right. Yeah, but you won't show, you won't share because of your position. You won't share.
Well, there's no. It's assuming there's problems where you say there's problems, and that's based on what? That's based on what data and what information. Where mine is based on what's actually happening, what's been happening. You know what I'm saying? Over trade agreements over many years and all sorts, which I observed. Me observing something again doesn't mean I'm emotionally invested. I'm just telling you as a brother, like, yo, look what they're doing over there. They say it's fair trade, but it ain't fair trade.
Right.
It's all business.
Yeah.
These Africans and these Europeans, they've been bedfellows for years. Yeah. They've been doing business for years. You think you're going to come with your fresh ideas? Yeah. I told you, you're going to end up in a cooking pot. Yeah. Or shipped in a box to England. Huh?
Yeah, like
many politicians.
Like Set. Yeah. So Set's gonna have a party and then put me in the box or in the coffin. Yeah. Yeah.
It's had many
Osar,
official.
Osiris, Osar.
You don't even have to go that far. It's been many official that's happened to. Yeah,
I
in
know.
Nigeria.
I know.
You know what I mean? Yeah, a man just turn up, gone missing from Nigeria, has to escape the situation there, end up found out dead in a box of tea.
Yeah.
You know, in them tea boxes. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Off a plane and that. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah. So therefore, to have an alternative view or an alternative position, the social engineering has to be precise, or else you end up dead.
Yeah. So it would be best to keep it to yourself, your cards against your chest, poker face, all of these type of talk when we're dealing with this subject. But it ain't no joke.
Oh,
People have lost their life for less.
Exactly. So therefore, but what I'm saying is that the correct solution, just like the correct idea, just like they say the the correct idea can be spoken out, and it will still go through. So that's the challenge. So that's why I'm speaking openly, because you can't keep any secrets in prison. You can't keep secrets from the prison management.
Sorry, have you ever been to prison? Sorry. Other than this prison you're in, have you ever been to actual prison? Huh?
No, I haven't been to prison. No.
Actually, so you might be making up a narrative when you say it's like being in prison and this and this and that, this and that, having not experienced the inner prison in the prison.
Yeah, but
you've experienced the outer prison, right? That we all reside in, right? Right?
Yeah. So the nearest I have been to a real prison would say when I was sectioned, when they said, okay, you are now sectioned, and there's an ambulance waiting outside to take you to the mental hospital.
Yeah.
And you
heard the words.
Pardon?
You heard the words. Hospital.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not a prison.
Okay. Yeah. So it's not the same level as a prison. So when I use a prison analogy, then those people who know about prison, who have experienced prison, they can correct me and say, well, it doesn't fit there, or it does fit there. So I'm just speaking openly, and then those who think that what I'm saying is incorrect, then they'll correct me. But nobody's disagreed with my prison analogy. They may say, oh, we don't believe there's a prison, but nobody is actually saying to me my prison analogy is inaccurate. They either say there is a prison or there isn't.
I'm saying, which prison are you talking about? If you're talking about incarcerated prison, yeah, then you don't know nothing about it. But if you're talking about the prison that we are in this society and in this environment, I think you're well versed in that.
Like that's what I'm saying. Yeah, not incarcerated. Those who have been incarcerated, they have a deeper meaning, because they're like gone 2 levels into the underworld.
Well, they understand the worst that society can do to you, right?
Yes, definitely. Yeah. So I have great respect for those people who have been through that.
Sometimes depends what they went in for.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, it depends what they went in for. But yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I hear that.
Yeah. So that's a high level or deeper level of the duat, as it were, because you have the legal system. You have the legal system that could be seen as an underworld, as in it's not real.
Yeah, but it's real.
Yeah. It's real, but it's not real. And then that legal system can then put you further into prison, because the only way you're going to end up in prison is you have to pass through the court system first. Is that correct? You have to go through the court system.
Right.
Then you'll get judged, and then you end up in a deeper prison. So going into the court system itself is just an aspect, the surface aspect of the deeper prison. That's how I see it.
Right.
Yeah. So just like the prison is tightly regulated, the court is tightly regulated. And anything outside the legal system, we understand as just social interaction between people. It's not legalese, not legal language.
Well, there's two types in it. There's legal and lawful.
Oh yes, that's right.
Oh
yes.
So you're talking legal, yeah, and the legal system and all of that, because that's what it is, legalities. Yeah.
Right.
Whereas what's lawful deals with the law. Yeah. What is criminal and not criminal?
Right.
You know what I mean?
And then the law would be. Oh, what do you think of this? Because made me think of this as you were just listening to what you're saying between the law and that which is legal.
Right.
So
they're not the same.
Yeah, definitely. So would you agree then that which is legal is really in the realm of business? No morality is involved there. In contrast to that which is lawful, which law comes about as a result of society and culture and values and traditions. Law comes about as a result of the interaction between people, whilst that which is legal is more business orientated.
For financial gain, yeah. That's what it is.
Interesting. That makes sense.
Most of the legal system is about financial gain. Yeah, and people paying penalties and all of this type of stuff.
Right.
Where the
So
law,
therefore,
the law doesn't encompass none of that.
Right. So
Doesn't
therefore, you're correct then when you was talking about there is no morality in business. That was your statement.
No.
Yeah. So I would agree with you then. If we're talking from a legal perspective, it's business. There's no morality. But if we're talking about law, then law is all to do with morality and culture and values.
Right.
So the argument we had then earlier on was really we're fighting between lawful and legal.
Yeah.
And you're right. So in your statement, there's no morality in business. Yeah. Okay, I can agree then. Yeah. Because it's legal business. Yeah,
it's legal.
Yeah, but lawful now is a matter of
legalese.
culture.
Right. Or a matter of law.
Well, let's explore that, because law. What if I was to say to you that the laws are different depending each nation or each group of people will manufacture or develop laws suited to protect themselves and to conserve their own identity and culture. That's the purpose of the laws.
But are they going to be similar though?
I believe that different societies will share some values, but not all. Otherwise, they'd all be the same, and there'll be no difference between the peoples. So,
well, there is no difference. I'm saying there's no difference between a legal system in place in a country, and the law of the land. Yeah, and then there's nothing saying about international law, which they all have to abide under. Right? So there's different levels of law and legalese and all of that. Legal is what's going on in your country. Law of the land, and then you've got international law that everybody has to abide by. All right?
Right, yeah, okay. But in the principles of international law do not, I guess, apply locally.
Right. Because locally, you
that's the
might
same
have.
thing, but where Britain would say, look, this is how we do it in Britain, or Uganda, like they were saying, well, this is our values, this is our laws. We're making laws for Uganda. We have our own. We understand the international laws, yes, and we respect international law when we're doing international
They're not.
business or
I'm saying,
international relations.
but it's. You think that the Ugandans and the Nigerians who banned this action, yeah, is based on them, or is it based on Europeans who gave it to them? So it's the same Europeans who gave it to them, and now telling them, nah, it's not that, it's rainbow. Yeah, we just stickler to the rules. You know what I mean? Whatever colonial rules they brought in, we're sticking to that. Yeah, because they relate to the religious laws and rules. You get what I'm saying? So it coincides with both. It's the way they used to think in England. You know, during colonization, they weren't thinking about the LGBTQ.
Right. And they say no buggery laws
It
and
was
stuff like that.
outlaw. It was outbanned. Thank you. Yeah. When
Right,
you
right.
ask, how did you Africans get these laws? They tell you.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It was your colonized masters implemented that, and it's you choose to accept it. And it kind of would be accepted because it's not our way, and it goes with our religious views and that. And spiritual and metaphysical views and everything.
Right.
You know what I mean? Culture.
Okay. I accept that then. That's correct. So the laws that they have are a hangover from colonialism.
Yeah.
But before colonialism, they had their own laws. And would you say that their laws, their cultural laws that they developed over centuries and millennia,
right,
were international?
Yeah. Well, no.
Really?
They had different laws for different processes, right? This is where maritime law came from. Admiralty law, law of the sea.
Right,
Yeah?
right.
Right. The idea that you can go somewhere, you're sovereign, you gotta abide by the laws of that land, yeah, but you're not subject to it. Yeah.
Right.
And if you cause anyone injury and harm, yeah, the system of compensation, imprisonment, and all of that come with maritime law. It's not in the Magna Carta. Yeah.
Yeah.
So now the ones they're using every day that they're calling commercial law is that same maritime law that we had for the sea.
Yeah.
That was like a little black book of, okay, give him 50 lashes if he did this, imprison him for so many days if he did that. This is just laws of being on a boat, mutiny.
Yeah.
You understand? All of these, you can get 20 years or how many years for mutiny against the Queen. That means anything with a crest on it, if you decide to violate it, like the post office, yeah, you can end up with an extended sentence.
Right. So therefore, laws, would you agree then that laws only apply to certain jurisdictions? So therefore, the territory that the Yoruba people had, there would be laws that they would have developed for that jurisdiction and for those people. And the Igbo, they would have developed laws to go with their culture, for their jurisdiction and for their people. Right. And then you'd have laws on the maritime, and then you have laws, well, I suppose that would have been the international law.
Well, it's not maritime, it's Mauritime, because we are the
Mauritime.
Moors, right?
Right. Oh yeah, the Moorish people. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We are the people. So
Yeah.
our laws for the sea is what they're talking about. We don't care about that. We just understand that a king had to use that as a model to create his own. And then later on, another one of them used it as a model to govern themselves, to create parliament, to create the Bill of Rights, the rights to form government. Yeah. And with that right to form government, you needed something like maritime law to implement these little bylaws or acts of parliament. Plain and simple, not complicated.
IC3, we ain't hearing none of that stuff until you take that white glove off, bruv. Yeah.
Masonic IC3.
You're here trying to tell us about black? White glove?
Well, from this conversation, you can see the contrast between the legal and the lawful. So I'm just trying to emphasize the two contrasting views. The legal in contrast to the lawful. So we're just talking about lawfulness now at the moment, and lawfulness relates to culture. Lawfulness and culture, in contrast to legalese and business, which has no respect for morality. It's just business. It's just the contract. It's the deal, and that's it.
Yeah, that's what the king's coronation was. Him joining the company and the business. There's no need for a coronation. He's already king. So what was going on there then? Other processes. With rituals and ceremonies, as old as they've been doing that. The last time they did that, it was the mother, right? The queen.
Yeah.
Right. And I've got the documents where she signed up to the company as a whatever her name is, Regna. Yeah. Now he's going to be Rex. Yeah. That's how they do it, right? So he's signed up for the company, to take charge, and boom. Then he's going to, when the state opening of parliament comes, he's going to be the one to read the speech that his first minister wrote for him, right?
Yeah.
Saying, my government will do this, and my government will do that, and my government will be bringing ID cards, free Wi-Fi for the whole country by 2027. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
So this is how the system works.
Yeah.
So, they're paid. They do a public duty, supposedly. Yeah. Which is going to other countries that they already own and shaking hands with people. Right?
Yeah.
So they're prepared for business. Do you get what I'm saying? They're showing you that they're business people. You
Yeah.
start looking into
so
each
they
one
own.
of them.
Yeah, that's
you
right.
start to looking
You can
into
own
each
a
one
business.
of them. They got businesses.
Yeah.
Charles, he's Andrew. Andrew's probably the most business minded, but Charles ain't far behind. Yeah, owning the Isles of Scilly and all of these places that he built building developments on. You just need to look it up. You know what I mean? They're all about the business. Yeah, and the Queen being the most savvy and bringing forth what we have now as the BBC. Do you know what I'm saying? The BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation. She's at the helm of it. She started it. She brought internet around here. She brought all of these things. Do you know what I'm saying? She made the first. She was the first monarch to do Christmas speech or whatever, right? On camera. She's the first one. The rest of them did it on the radio, on the wireless. She's the first one who sat there as a princess. Oh, I am Elizabeth. And I'm here at Buckingham Palace and rah, 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 rah. She started it. Yeah. And she ended with it. You know? Do you get what I'm saying? Right.
Yeah.
It's up to speed queen. Yeah. Who had Twitter and all sorts.
Yeah. That's right. From the beginning to the end.
Right.
Yeah.
She
Oma
invented
and
this shit.
Amiga.
Yeah. She brought all the shit to the country where everyone's thinking, what does she know? We got television. Yeah, but who switched it on? Who switched on the signal?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This is business. And this is one of their businesses. You know what I mean? The business of telecommunications. Right.
Right. So therefore, the concept of lawful, because I noticed that these people that are studying the free man of the land, because I was talking to a sister on Friday night. We was all having a talk down West Green Road, and she came up to me and she told me, she says, "Oh, I'm about to be released as a free. They're the free men of the land. They had to sign some documents and pay some money, and she's almost through, almost. So she's happy, and she said, I said, what's going to? I said, almost. And then she said, well, what she's going to do? She's going to, she has to go and see, because she wanted her house not to have to pay off her mortgage or something. Yeah.
Right.
So when she becomes free men of the land or something, she gets released from all these debts and stuff like that, and she wants to get released from having to pay her mortgage, and so that's the reason why she's going through all this, plus from other reasons. So I said, well, let me know how it's all going, so I can understand how it works. And she says, yeah, that she signed up some papers and so on. She's paid some money, and in order for her to actually get free now, she has to. They're arranging for her to meet this woman who will sign off some papers or something. And then when that woman signs off those papers, she will be out of the system. Basically, she's no longer. I don't know the language. She had the language, but she's off grid. She's off grid basically. Yeah, once she signs that paper. And I was saying to her, whoa, this sounds so frightening. Sounds frightening to me, because once you sign that thing and then you're a true sovereign citizen, right? Then you're on your own. I said, well, how's that going to work? How are you going to protect yourself? And then she said, there's this ex-soldier who signed and became off-grid or sovereign, and then he got arrested and he's in prison now. He's in prison, but the other people who are dealing with this sovereign freeman thing, they've got to produce the documents in the court to get him released. And I said to myself, I was saying to her, if you go for this free man of the land, sovereign citizen or whatever, or sovereign, and then once you come out, if you don't have other people, if you're not a member if you're not a member of other sovereign, if you're not a sovereign society, if something happens to you, you're finished, because you've got no one to defend you. So that guy who's in prison now, there's the judge is saying to him, well, unless you can produce some documents, then we're not going to release you from prison. Yeah. So you've got all these other people running around to get these sovereign documents to get him released from prison, and yet he's a sovereign citizen. Yeah. So I'm saying, this stuff is dangerous. Dangerous. Have you heard about this kind of stuff?
Well, I'm saying people hit the PayPal, Cash App, and all that good stuff. You know what I mean? All these hours of streaming, and no one ain't showing no love, man. I will lock it off and go to my bed,
What time is funny it? What? 10 to 11. I didn't know. The hours went by so fast. Jeez.
Man, and I was on before just 12:05. Well, allow it, man. Done 10 hours plus, easy. You get me? Wow. But man, show your appreciation. Otherwise, I'm going in my bed, bro. Get me? Let me see that PayPal or Cash App.
Hit the Cash App for him.
Gosh, bed me I go. You get me?
It's been a good session.
It has, man. You get me? But yeah, big up the people, man. Let's go on. You were saying the free man thing. What I'm saying is with that, it's a complicated scenario, as I said. What's
dangerous
legal and what's lawful, but there is what they call lawful rebellion. Like, you're allowed to be a lawful rebel. You know what I mean? Not a legal rebel, a lawful one. You know what I mean? And with all those things, you have to put the queen or the king or whoever's in charge on notice, send them a letter stating as such. So
that's
once
the
they're
language
in
she was
enough,
using. That's it. Put on notice. That's right. That's what she was saying. You know this stuff. Yeah, she was saying something. This guy's yes, got to put something on notice. But if they don't get that notice, I tell you, man, it's too much. Too much for me. Whew. You got to. It's got to be. There has to be a complete sovereign entity. You have to construct a whole nation, a sovereign nation, rather than just being a free man of the land, a sovereign individual. Too dangerous. I can't see how that works. Sovereign individual? Because just like just like an ambassador, when an ambassador comes into your nation or your place, you have to be careful. You can't just throw that ambassador in prison. What?
why is
So
that?
how that guy just got thrown in prison like that, and now
It's because you represent a sovereign nation. If you don't represent a sovereign nation, yeah.
anything can happen to you
Well, it's how you present yourself. You can
as an
say,
individual. Yeah, but you need
yeah,
backing.
exactly.
You need
All
help.
this
You need
individual
support.
stuff. No, man. Being free you have to be part of that free collective. You have to
Free
be your
collective.
own. Your remember, all you got is your word and your balls. That means your trust. That's what a trust is. It's your trust at stake. You know what I mean? With anything. When you go to court, they say your honor. When it's my honor, it's not my honor at stake. Why am I talking about your honor? Yeah, my honor. Do you get what I'm saying? So these things, these key words, yeah, this is what's important in legalese. Yeah, your honor, your trust, that you are trustworthy, all of these type of things. You know what I mean? So yeah, man.
I think sovereignty only really
Go lay down,
appears
man.
to me to have power if you're a sovereign collective. A sovereign individual is just going to get punched around. You have to be a part of a group, a sovereign
No, no one
entity.
ain't punching no sovereigns, man. What is this?
Well, they threw him in. They just threw him in jail. He's in jail as a sovereign at the moment, and they know that he's sovereign, but they're saying he's got to do some certain things to get released. Yet he's sovereign. He went through the free man of the land process, became a sovereign citizen, and now they can say, well, he's imprisoned by mistake. So in order to release you from prison as a sovereign entity, then there has to be proper procedures. They say, okay, since you're sovereign, show us we'll release you from prison when you show us the proper procedures. Just like that guy that lived in an airport, because he lived in the airport for about 14 years or something. He had to live in the airport because when he flew out from his country, he ended up in the airport and there was regime change in his country. So that government was no longer there and he was on his way to another place. So he was caught in the airport. I don't know if you heard of this guy. So he couldn't go back because he wasn't a citizen or something, that he's changed his country and he couldn't go forward. So he ended up having to live in the airport for about 14 years or something. So you could say he was sovereign, but sovereign, was it sovereign as in a homeless, stateless, a stateless person? So is a stateless person still sovereign because he's a state within himself or herself? So you're sovereign and you're a state, but you don't have a land. So that person who was stuck in the airport, had to live in the airport, he didn't have a land because where he came from had changed. Where he's going wouldn't accept him because who is he? So I don't know. this individual sovereign, it's a dangerous situation. Stateless. What is a stateless person and sovereignty? Stateless. Can you be stateless and sovereign at the same time? What do you think?
What you say?
Can you be stateless? Can you be stateless? Can you be a stateless person? Can you be a stateless person and a sovereign person at the same time? It says here, stateless and sovereign at the same time. Can you be a stateless person and a sovereign person at the same time? It says here, the terms stateless and sovereign refer to two different concepts, and in most cases, they are mutually exclusive. Oh. A stateless person is someone who does not have citizenship or nationality in any country. They lack legal recognition and protection from any specific state. Stateless individuals often face significant challenges, including limited access to basic rights, such as education, healthcare, and employment, as well as restrictions on travel and the inability to own property. On the other hand, a sovereign person typically refers to someone who claims to have personal sovereignty.
I see Free looks serious now, boy.
I know. Concentrating. I don't know what he's concentrating on.
You heard the question, though. Can you be stateless and sovereign at the same time? Because this free man of the land, is in prison at the moment. I was told on Friday, and they won't release him. So what is he? If he's a free man, then does that mean that he's sovereign? Yes, but he's in prison. So there's a sovereign person who's in prison, and I'm saying, if he's sovereign and then they've thrown him in prison.
Man's in prison.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Why can't you just walk out?
Yeah, I see free, man. I hear you, man. There's so much, like, you get me, so much things to go over, but inevitably, because it's not even inevitably, at the end of the day, so like, we just got to deal with the situation we're in right now and just maneuver the best we can and find a way to get out and better it for the meantime. You get me? Eventually get out, but this whole trying to do the whole the mad thing, it's not really gonna work, bro. You get me? I'm not saying that it can't. Like this whole this whole overthrow the whole place, just, you get me, basically take back the streets of Britain.
Yeah, I agree. You can't destroy the system that you're in,
especially in this paradigm currently. It just won't work. You get me? But yeah, that's not to say it can't work, but I just think currently now you're gonna have to find another way to kind of fight. You get me? Until you get a bit more power and maybe you can attack it another way. But for the meantime, yeah, man. And again, sorry, back to your community point as well, real quick. You see this thing, I realized that we have this thing about community. We feel like we're all one, bro. Yeah, and what I mean when I say that is that if you look at all other ethnicities, other groups of people, you've got English people, you've got Italian people, you've got Spanish people, you've got Romanian people, you've got Scottish people, they all call themselves European though, but they're totally different. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Yeah. But it's like we seem to have this thing where we feel like we all need to be as one. And if we're not all as one, then there's an issue. And I'm saying that's kind of like a fallacy, bro. I don't feel that will ever happen. Think that will ever happen.
Yeah. Well, to get power, you have to have a state.
Yeah, I'm not saying you don't, but I'm simply saying this. I hear like the rhetoric I hear from a lot of people that look like me and you is that we all need to be on the same page. We all need to be doing this. We all need to be, and it's like, bro, we're a bunch of diverse people from a lot of different places. Do you get me? So
You mean like the European Union or the United States? See, in the United States, there's a lot of people from diverse places. The European Union is a lot of people from diverse places. The African Union is a lot of people from diverse places, but they can't deal with this free trade. Sorry, not free trade, fair trade, as Sniper was saying. The African Union's not strong enough to get fair trade, apparently.
Yeah, but
so what do they have to do to get fair trade?
Well, maybe they stop looking to trade with certain people. Maybe you like again. Like I kind of feel like a lot of people feel like if they're doing something with the West, or if they've got a business in the West, or they've got connections to the West, they feel like they've accomplished something. And that's not just from Africa. That's from your Asias, all around the world. They feel like once you get amongst certain people and get amongst certain I don't know, business opportunities, you get me, for lack of a better term, it's like they feel like they've kind of upgraded. And my whole thing is, I'm not saying that sometimes that doesn't happen, but I'm saying for the most part, you don't have to deal with certain people. I feel like a lot of nations have just got this in their head that they have to deal with Britain and America, Canada, or whatever it may be, West. Whereas there's a whole other side of the world. Now, there's a lot of other people you can trade with in and amongst yourself that you don't have to deal with certain people.
But you're saying that they're the developing, you see. But you see, listen to what you're saying. What would you say to the young people? See, that those young people that are just coming out of college or about to go into university or whatever, they're studying and they're hoping to get a good job in the West. Why? Because the currency is stronger in the West. So you've come out, you've got qualified, yeah, and you want to get a good job and earn money and live a good life.
Yeah, but again, a lot of the currency is stronger in the West because the West has been able to get it to a point where we've got everybody dealing with us and everybody buying off us in certain things. Like, for instance, oil and the dollar. They were able to make sure that anyone that does business, you have to go through the dollar. Yeah. Now, last time I checked, for the majority of my life, the pound has been stronger than the dollar. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's right.
Why is it?
Why is it a little bit stronger? Yeah.
So a little bit. When you add up all them little fractions here and there and whatever, but that turns to a lot. So I'm simply saying,
yes, correct.
If that's the case, why is it allowed to be traded in dollars as opposed to the highest currency?
A good question. I've got no. Let me
see
ask
what I'm trying to say. So,
yeah.
So again, I just feel like
it's war, isn't it? It's a war because I heard that America.
Something's only as valuable as the people that are willing to pay for it. So I'll give you an example. If everyone turned around and said we are not using, I don't know, the pound tomorrow, bruv. Yeah, there might be some people that may end up losing their life somewhere down the line. But for the most part, you're not going to be able to kill everybody that doesn't want to use your currency. Even though, to tell the truth, they've kind of been a bit successful at it, but you're not going to be able to do that. The point I'm making is that they choose to go and buy these things in this money and with these people. Yeah, right, they're choosing. Right. It's a choice.
But if you're a leader and you decide to do what you just said, and you're the leader, the people, once they can't get their things, you know what people are like? When they can't get their things, they're gonna say, "Why did you make such a decision?"
Yeah, but again, no. But like, I hear that still, and that may be a possibility. But again, like, people with a certain level of common sense and understanding, but I understand that's not everyone. They kind of get how things work. No, hold on. But people kind of get how things work. Do you get what I'm trying to say? I'll give you this example. If I've asked somebody for something 10 times and 9 times they've told me yes, bro, I can't be angry at the one time they told me no. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, you're not going to be able to please everyone all the time. This is just not logical. This isn't life. So someone somewhere down the line is going to be upset, bro, with me for doing whatever or not doing whatever or doing too much or something, or whatever it may be. You're always going to have that. Do you get what I'm trying to say? But does that outweigh everything else that you've done?
Well, it's life and death. Just imagine if you're a leader, you are in a leadership position, right? And you're running a country and there's goods coming in and goods going out. Yes. And the people are happy and the country is stable and you are in charge. And then you say, you go and tell your people around you, you know what, we're not getting a good deal, right? But the ordinary people don't know this. They're still doing their, ordinary life, and they have a few complaints. But then you tell your cabinet, look, we're going to have to stop using this dollar. And then the people saw that you made that decision and there's problems, they're going to blame you, especially if money starts coming in from the dollar to encourage
again, IC3, these are all if buts, and like, you're gonna have to take risks, bro, if you're a leader. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, everything just can't always be a definitive, we know it's going to be a concrete success in what we do. That's just not how things work, innit? So there's going to be times that you're going to have to make decisions and kind of, you get me, hope that it turns out for the best, or do your best due diligence and research before you do it, and still hope it turns out for the best. But you can't always, you get me, like, know what's going to be the outcome of your actions. But for the most part, I do understand what you're saying. I do hear what you're saying, but I just feel like if even if people said, "Rod, you know what? Forget the money thing. We're just trading with each other, bruv, for, I don't know, for free or not for free, but there's no money involved. It's literally just trade." Yeah,
barter. You mean?
Yeah, like, you give me 100 million fucking apples, I'm gonna give you, I don't know, 80 million oranges, whatever it may be. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, it's just a straight transaction. Well,
but they're doing that. They're doing that in Africa now. But that level of trade is what is called underdeveloped trade. So that's called primitive, undeveloped trade. It's a form of trade that is passé. Yeah, if you're trading like that, you're considered to be underdeveloped. You're part of the undeveloped world.
Yeah, but again, who's throwing up, like, all right, check this. These same countries that will call other countries underdeveloped here are the ones that have to go to the quote-unquote underdeveloped countries for their resources to build up their quote-unquote developed countries. Yeah?
Correct.
Stop listening to the labels, my brother. Yeah, like, I don't care what you try to make it look like on TV or to the rest of the world, bruv. Yeah. You can't convince me that a country that has all the natural resources and all the natural minerals it will need to sustain itself, bruv, is less wealthy than a country that prints paper money, bruv, and has no resources of its own. I don't care what you've been able to do over the last 100, 300, whatever years. Yeah. That's just like, I'll give you an example. It's like me going to a mansion, robbing it, taking everything from the mansion, bruv, and decorating my 2-bedroom flat, with all this stuff, bruv. And then people walk in and they're like, "Oh yeah, this is a mansion." No, it's not a fucking mansion. Yeah, it's a 2-bedroom flat that I've been able to decorate with stolen and looted artifacts and stuff. When you really break it down, it's not mine. So just run it back in it. Simple.
Yeah, but you say, okay, it's true that you can speak on that level, but how do you present that to the children? Because those people who know what you know, the propaganda is coming from the West to the young people and say, look, come and work in the West. Yeah. Why stay in an undeveloped country? You are a developing country. You are in the third world.
Yeah,
so
but you
young
but at some point,
third world, come up.
At some point,
and
I see
work
free.
Here in the first
some
world.
point, at some point, people need to understand that maybe one of the reasons why they're able to call it underdeveloped, quote unquote, is because the people that keep getting qualified to be of certain positions in society, they keep leaving their country and going to work elsewhere. So maybe I don't know, 10,000 doctors that might have come from, I don't know, Congo for argument's sake, bruv, yeah? If they decided to stay in Congo and, I don't know, maybe, yeah, no, if, that's what I'm saying, it's if, because obviously they haven't, so we can't say, we don't know what it's hypotheticals. If they would have decided to maybe stay there, then maybe they would have had a chance to boost up the medical the medical systems and the medical accessibility, sustainability, all that of their own country. But again, like you said, people don't do that, and that's from all parts of the world. But then again, I'm coming to a country that's probably the reason why my country is in this in the state that it's in. So,
yeah, exactly.
For a lot of people, not to say they feel like they're owed it, but they have no problem coming over here and getting an education, yeah, and feeling no way about it. And I've said this before: if you come to my house, bro, you burn down my house, you kill my family, you take everything I love, you leave me with nothing, bro. And then I turn up on your doorstep and say, "Let me in." You can't then turn around and be like, "No."
Yeah,
you can't do that. Yeah, because I wouldn't even be in this situation if it wasn't for you. Yeah,
correct.
So
correct. Yeah.
So,
So it's true what you're saying, but you see, but they're saying, they're telling the young people, come away from the third world. What's the point living in the third world? Why don't you come to where the white people are? Come to the West. We pay you better. You only have to work 20 years here, and or 10 years, and you can retire. Yeah. So why live in Africa? Why work in Africa when you can leave Africa with those same qualifications and come where the white people are? And you'll be paid a lot better. And then you can also send money home to Africa. You can send money from the first world to the third world, and you can look after your relatives, your friends back home. So come to the first world. So and so that's the third world. Sorry, that's the first world promoting that to the third world. And then how are they going to challenge that? What are they going to tell the young people? What are they going to tell? Now, this is how China did it. I think this is what I was hearing, that what China did, they said, right, okay, nobody is coming out. we're gonna keep the Chinese here in China, and we're gonna build.
That's not really true.
Okay, go on. They forced the people to stay.
No, not necessarily. Like, basically, what is with China, is that you're right about the force part. You get me? They definitely force their children to do whatever it is, as opposed to giving
solve that problem.
As opposed to giving them options. And you get me? I see something that said the other day, why Chinese children are learning quantum physics or something along them lines. Our kids are out here. What did it say? It said our kids are out here doing something stupid, man. Something that Western kids do, some idiot activity. And I was just thinking, like, it's just so fucking true. It's so true. But anyway, yeah, that's more by force than anything. Yeah.
Right.
But China as well, they've also got an excess human problem, quote unquote. Hence why they advocate for pushing some of their citizens out of the country, and into other places to go and set up shop. Yeah. So they've kind of got it like kind of patterned on a couple fronts still, China. I can't lie to you. But yeah, when it comes to their country, they're making their children learn so differently and at such a vast rate, bro. It's just crazy. It's just crazy.
So what you said if the doctors had stayed in Africa, then you believe it probably would have developed Africa. So
no, not just doctors. I'm talking about like everyone that has it. Yeah.
If they stayed home, they would fix their home rather than come abroad. So most people understand that. This makes perfect sense what you said. So how China decided to address that issue that you made is, okay, we're going to keep our people home to build our economy, and then when it gets to a certain level, then we'll start to release them around the world. See, so if Africa was to follow the same model, they'd say, right, okay, none of our students are going to the West. None of our doctors, none of our, there can be no brain drain. You're not allowed to leave Africa until we say so. If the government was to say that, say, no, you're not allowed in the West. You've got to stay here and build up Africa.
But how's the government gonna say that? There's over like 30 different countries and different governments you'd have to deal with.
Yeah, well, each government.
No, but see, this is the thing I see for you, and I think a lot of people do this sometimes. They'll talk about like an Africa and a China or America like it's the same thing. Yeah, you're dealing with a continent as opposed to a country. Even though I believe North America is a continent, just disguised as a country. It's another conversation. But
right.
Africa is a continent. There's a bunch of different bodies, a bunch of different governments you got to go through and deal with. You get me? It's so more complex as opposed to one government, China. We're all doing this. It's being done tomorrow. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's a bit disingenuous.
Not the African Union. The African Union could say, look, okay, this is the African Union. This is the purpose of the African Union. Okay. We're going to force. This is the African Union. We're going to build Africa. There's going to be no people leaving Africa. The African Union has decided that all those who are part of the African Union are no longer going to allow the brain drain. We're going to stop it. We're going to stop it and build Africa. Then that will be the equivalent of what the Chinese did.
More bangs for you.
So that's what's going to have to happen.
That's what you.
And as well, to be quite honest, like who wants to live in the West, bro? Yeah,
everybody. That's what they're coming.
No. You take away the little financial, not even little, but the financial aspect here. Like, who wants to live in England for more than like 3-4 months of the year?
Right. Yeah.
I know I don't. Yeah. So again, like I said, if you gave people the opportunity, or they had the opportunity to set up business, set up house, and have a bit of security. Yeah, you'd see a lot more people leaving than I think people kind of believe would.
Or go back to the sunnier climes.
Yeah,
the sun people would go back to the sun.
Listen, I tell you straight. You see, for a couple months of the year, it's like the weather will actually like mess with my I don't know, my psyche, bro. You get me? Like waking up and seeing grey every day, bro. For certain people, just it's not meant to be. Yeah,
right. So we're here for the money.
It's not meant to be.
Yeah, the darkies are here for the money. So it's a very clever trick they've pulled. Very, very clever. Get you to walk out of the sun, to leave the sun, and come to the ice. Very clever indeed. Very clever. What's the logic? Leave from the warm climate, fresh food, everything, and the sunshine, and come to the home of the Iceman.
Yeah, but obviously it's the whole. A lot of people got hit with that FOMO. Yeah, that they thought they were missing something. They thought they were. You get me? And don't get me wrong. Like a lot of people, that they did very well coming to the West, but at the same time, it's like, all right, cool. At what cost? Do you get me?
Cost? Yeah.
Right.
Subscribe to Nubian Sniper TV.
You heard him.
You heard him, mate. Geezer. Hear that paper out, hear that cash out.
All that good stuff.
All that good stuff, you know what I mean? We have your IC3 sweating and that. You know what I mean? Doing the moonwalk backwards and that. You know what I mean? Proper. All right, peace out, people. Since there's no love.
Okay.
You know the
Till next time.
Yeah, man.
Tomorrow,
man, we'll be on Illuminati Live. You know the thing.
Big up, people.
Big up, man. Yeah, big up, family, man. Bless up, people, man. Have a good one. Big up, are you correct? My brother, always. and Smudge, everyone, Mark Smith, you know the things there. But yeah, man, we'll catch you tomorrow, man. Big up, man. And have a productive rest of your weekend. Know what I mean?